Chapter 1. Transmigration. During the rainy season, droplets as large as soybeans plummeted toward the parched earth, the faint dust cloud dissipating into the air with the onslaught of rain. Tang Tian cradled the last duvet cover in her arms, hastily dashing into the villa amid the heavy downpour. The unexpected rain left her no time to grab an umbrella. She rushed out to retrieve the duvet drying outside. After placing it down, she noticed her clothes and hair were slightly dampened. Gazing at the torrential rain outside, she exhaled deeply, still struggling to comprehend the reality of her transmigration. Just yesterday, she had crossed over into the body of a malicious supporting character in a beloved novel. Upon her arrival, the original owner had already met an untimely demise in her room. In this narrative, the protagonist served as a housekeeper for a popular boy band, using her exquisite soul to heal the four young idols, swiftly becoming the object of their affection. Conversely, the malevolent supporting character also worked as a housekeeper for the boy band but consistently provoked their ire by seducing them intentionally. Subsequently, consumed by jealousy over the protagonist's ability to win the favor of these men, she repeatedly plotted against her, successfully inciting the four young men's sympathy for the protagonist, leading to her expulsion from the villa. Her actions were exposed, rendering her a pariah, loathed by all. Tang Tian wished to vacate this place immediately, distancing herself from both the boy band and the protagonist. However, the contract signed by the original owner still had 6 months remaining before it could be terminated, as only then could she resign. Failing to do so would incur a hefty penalty, one the original owner could not afford, as she was not from a wealthy family. Though Tang Tian possessed a laid-back disposition, the penalty stipulated in the contract loomed over her like a dark cloud, paying it would be akin to facing another demise. Reluctantly, she resolved to continue her employment, keeping a safe distance from the affluent young men, minimizing interactions with the protagonist, and striving to avoid conversation altogether in hopes of enduring this half-year ordeal. The courtyard, drenched in rain, was swept by fierce winds, and the midday sky appeared ominously dark, as if it might unleash thunder and lightning at any moment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her. As she turned, a girl in identical attire to hers picked up the neatly arranged duvet cover, casting not a glance in her direction as she strode into the villa. Engaging her in conversation seemed an utterly futile endeavor. Tang Tian was acutely aware that the original character was not well liked by anyone in the villa. Casting a fleeting glance at the departing figure, she resumed examining her slightly damp work uniform. The black and white ensemble was nearly translucent in places, clinging to her skin, revealing her slender legs that glimmered with a soft radiance. Tang Tian lifted her hand to adjust the hem of her rain-soaked skirt. It appeared she would need to return to her room to change into a fresh uniform, as it was impossible to work in such a damp state. Just as she took a few steps toward the right side of the first floor, hurried footsteps echoed from the front door, followed by the urgent voice of Manager Wu. "Tang Tian, come help out." With that, the manager swiftly turned and rushed outside, her demeanor radiating anxiety. With no other option, Tang Tian followed, clad in her damp work attire, trailing behind the manager. Outside the villa, where the tempest had recently raged, the rain had now subsided, revealing a verdant courtyard teeming with life, blossoms flourishing amid the gentle drizzle. Presenting a picturesque scene, Tang Tian found herself devoid of the leisure to relish the beauty of the moment. A chauffeur-driven vehicle was stationed at the entrance of the villa, and the agent promptly opened the door, allowing 2 assistants, their expressions rife with urgency, to disembark first. They carefully assisted a drunken man from within the car, yet struggled to steady the tall figure of Yanli, who stood at an impressive height of 187 centimeters. The agent, witnessing their plight, hastily called for Tang Tian to join in stabilizing him. "Don't just stand there, help us get the banquet guest back to his room." The agent gestured for Tang Tian to come forth. Though reluctant to touch Yanli, Tang Tian had no choice but to assist in guiding him inside. As they grasped his arms, she hurried to position herself behind him, finding her delicate hands at a loss for placement. How was she to support him? Yanli furrowed his brow in irritation, instinctively attempting to push them away. However, his inebriated state rendered him unsteady, causing him to inadvertently step back. Just as Tang Tian prepared to push him forward, he staggered, and she quickly placed her hands against his solid lower back to prevent him from toppling over. The warmth of her soft hands seeped through the thin fabric, grazing his sensitive back, eliciting a muffled groan from Shen Yanli, which went unheard by the others preoccupied. With ensuring he remained upright, Tang Tian, her heart racing, continued to urge him onward. Fortunately, they managed to escort him safely into the room on the second floor without incident. The agent released her hold, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, acutely aware that he was not someone who could afford to stumble should he sustain an injury. She would have a difficult time explaining it to the Shin family. "All right, let's leave one person to care for him," the agent instructed, panting slightly. Tang Tian, still catching her breath, inwardly criticized Shen Yanli's deceptively slender appearance. His physique was quite robust, and his height and weight made the task of assisting him upstairs exceedingly taxing. "To me?" she exclaimed in surprise, pointing to herself. The two assistants, without a second thought, began to exit the room, but the agent suddenly recalled hearing that Tang Tian had been deemed somewhat restless just days prior. After a moment's hesitation, the agent declared, "You want manage alone, go fetch Lu Xiaoji to assist you." With two attendants present, there would be no risk of any impropriety. Tang Tian nodded without hesitation. Lu Xiaoji was indeed the female lead. She promptly took out her phone to message her, requesting her to come to the second floor. She intended to find a moment to change into a fresh work uniform downstairs, as her current attire clung uncomfortably to her damp skin. The agent observed Tang Tian, initially contemplating her dismissal, but witnessing her lack of ulterior motives towards Shen Yanli gave her pause. Tang Tian's astonishment at being tasked with caring for him, her immediate agreement to fetch Lu Xiaoji, and her eagerness to act without a trace of disappointment intrigued the agent. With a furrowed brow, the agent resolved to set aside her concerns for now. Hiring domestic help required meticulous scrutiny. Having recently let go of one, she could not afford to dismiss another so soon. Soon, the agent and the two assistants departed, leaving Tang Tian alone with Shen Yanli, who lay languidly upon the sofa. Tang Tian gazed at Shen Yanli, whose collar was slightly open, as he reclined languidly on the sofa. His long legs were positioned with the right leg draped over the couch, while the left leg dangled precariously over the edge, and his tousled hair only accentuated his ethereal handsomeness, adding a touch of languid sensuality to his demeanor. For a brief moment, her mind went blank. Meanwhile, Shen Yanli furrowed his handsome brow and slowly began to turn over. Earlier, when several people had assisted him into the room, someone had inadvertently tripped over the coffee table in front of the sofa. The likelihood of Shen Yanli tumbling off the couch and colliding with the table was alarmingly high. In a flash of instinct, Tang Tian swiftly shoved the coffee table aside with a jarring screech, catching Shen Yanli just as he began to slip from the sofa. She barely had time to marvel at her quick reflexes before his large hand gripped her wrist with surprising force, and her body was uncontrollably pulled down beneath him, his faintly fragrant form pressing heavily against her. Tang Tian felt as though the world had darkened around her, the air seemingly squeezed from her lungs. His warm breath brushed against her neck, igniting a feverish blush across her skin. The sensitivity of her ears and neck heightened her awareness, and she attempted to push him away, but he was too heavy to budge. "Shen Yanli, get off me. I can hardly breathe," she gasped, struggling against the weight of his inebriated form, which showed no signs of relenting. Chapter 2. The Weight of Pressure. Tang Tian continued her desperate attempts to push him away, her hands pinned beneath his weight, rendering her efforts futile. Each attempt to dislodge him was met with failure, his heated breath against her alabaster neck causing her heart to race uncontrollably. In her state of confusion, she was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and the sound jolted her attention. Lu Xiaoji stepped into the room and was taken aback by the sight before her. A tall man lying face down, motionless atop another person. "Oh!" Lu Xiaoji exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief. All her tone and expression were laden with sorrow. Shen Yanli was the object of her secret affections, and this scene felt like an invisible dagger to her heart. Hearing the door open, Tang Tian realized help might be at hand. She seized the opportunity to call out urgently, "Please help me lift him. I can't breathe." Though she could not see Lu Xiaoji's expression, her desperation urged her to come closer. The pressure on her chest was becoming unbearable. It was evident that Shen Yanli was indeed quite drunk, his weight pressing down on her relentlessly. Lu Xiaoji snapped out of her melancholic trance and hurried over to assist. In a flurry of frantic movements, Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji managed to heave Shen Yanli off her. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tian extricated herself from beneath him, gasping for breath, her limbs tingling from the pressure. "Thank you," she offered gratefully to Lu Xiaoji. Lu Xiaoji observed Tang Tian, whose hair and clothing were slightly disheveled yet still radiated an enchanting charm. Her rose-like beauty often captivated those around her, leaving them momentarily spellbound. Although nothing transpired between her and Xin Yanli just moments ago, Lu Xiaoji still felt a sense of discomfort within her. "No need for thanks," Lu Xiaoji replied with a gentle smile. Tang Tian's smile was tinged with fatigue, having assisted Xin Yanli upstairs only to find herself pinned beneath him. She had exerted all her strength to push him away and was now utterly exhausted. Casting a glance at Xin Yanli, who lay inebriated on the sofa, she decided to leave him undisturbed there. She had no desire to rouse him again. "Xiaoji, my clothes are what I would like to go downstairs to change," Tang Tian stated, fully aware of her disheveled appearance without needing to look. Lu Xiaoji, carrying a basin of water from the bathroom, nodded in understanding. "Then go change and come back up." Tang Tian nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your trouble." Lu Xiaoji smiled at her, determined that regardless of whether Tang Tian needed to change, she would not allow her to disturb Xin Yanli again. Tang Tian, not overthinking the matter, adjusted her work uniform, which was somewhat presentable, and turned to exit the room. She had no intention of befriending the protagonist. Lu Xiaoji, a polite demeanor was sufficient for their interactions. As the door closed softly behind her, Tang Tian reached the staircase, pausing as footsteps echoed from midway down. She halted her descent and peered closely. Fu Shi, clad in casual athletic attire and wearing a pair of sports headphones around his elegantly long neck, presented a striking figure with an air of both charm and mischief. Upon noticing her, his phoenix eyes arched slightly as he appraised Tang Tian with a composed demeanor. Tang Tian's uniform appeared somewhat disheveled, the remnants of her earlier wetness clinging to her skin. The work uniform, a black and white dress, was standard for other maids, whose skirts fell just above the knee. However, due to Tang Tian's slender frame, her dress was cut significantly shorter, revealing more of her thighs, and she often faced remarks regarding her ample bosom, making her appearance starkly different from her peers. At this moment, her disheveled hair and the striking beauty reminiscent of blooming peach and plum blossoms revealed a hint of surprise. The work uniform clung to her figure, accentuating her curves, and the damp fabric adhered closely to her skin, with her delicate neck slightly flushed from Xin Yanli's breath. Leaving her appearance both innocent and alluring, Fu Shi's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he continued his ascent up the stairs without pause. Tang Tian, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Fu Shi, momentarily froze before stepping aside to grant him passage. As he passed by her, his tall figure moved toward the corridor, but then he halted, turning slightly with an air of nonchalance. Their proximity was close, and his gaze swept over Tang Tian once more as he inquired, "It was you who angered Pei Yu the day before yesterday, wasn't it?" He had heard of a maid who, while serving coffee to Pei Yu, had behaved in a manner that was clearly intended to entice him, leading to Pei Yu's irritation and her expulsion from the room. Tang Tian, possessing the memories of her predecessor, recognized the incident he referred to and nodded, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Her bashfulness led her to lower her gaze, yet her beauty remained enchanting. Fu Shi remained silent, observing her for a while longer, and as he turned to depart, a faint scoff escaped him, seemingly filled with disdain for her attempts to seduce Pei Yu. Tang Tian paid no heed to his scoffs or disdain. As one of the owners of this villa, Fu Shi's opinion of her was inconsequential. Watching his figure recede into the distance, she descended the stairs, feeling the discomfort of her work uniform pressing against her. She hurried to her room to change. The conditions for servants here were relatively favorable. Each domestic worker had their own room, and the remuneration was generous. However, due to the preferences of the popular boy band members, who disliked having too many domestic servants around, only a few were employed, and just days ago, one had been dismissed. Besides the Livian servants, there were other workers who came only to clean and then departed. Not residing in the villa, Tang Tian trotted back to her room on the first floor and closed the door behind her. As she passed by the mirror, she paused and stepped back to observe her reflection. The image before her depicted a slender figure adorned with an alluring disarray. She tugged at the hem of her skirt, relieved that the work uniform's dress came with safety shorts, otherwise she would be at a loss for how to manage her tasks. Quickly donning a new work uniform, She felt a twinge of frustration in her past life. Her ample bosom necessitated purchasing loose-fitting clothing, and it seemed history was repeating itself. By the time she reemerged from her room, 10 minutes had elapsed. It was inappropriate to linger too long, so she swiftly made her way from the first floor back to Xin Yanli's room on the second. Inside, Lu Xiaoji was still tending to Xin Yanli, wiping his hands and neck. Upon hearing the door open, her expression darkened slightly. Tang Tian approached, observing Lu Xiaoji as she bent to retrieve a basin of warm water for the washroom. After emptying the basin, she filled it with fresh, lukewarm water, setting it beside Lu Xiaoji, whose demeanor softened just a fraction. Unbeknownst to Tang Tian, she was oblivious to the subtle shifts in Lu Xiaoji's expression, merely sensing that it was time for a fresh basin of hot water. However, she could feel the tension emanating from Lu Xiaoji, who seemed to resent her proximity to Xin Yanli. The latter's posture was defensive, making it difficult for Tang Tian to overlook. Ignoring Lu Xiaoji's apprehension, Tang Tian settled onto a nearby sofa, idly waiting. Their manager had instructed her and Lu Xiaoji to remain and care for Xin Yanli, so she could not leave. Lu Xiaoji continued her ministrations, nearing completion. With nothing else to occupy her, Tang Tian resigned herself to waiting. Once Lu Xiaoji finished, Tang Tian instinctively picked up the basin and entered the washroom, deliberately taking her time to tidy up. It wasn't that she was slow, rather, she intended to prolong the task, as there was no urgency. Her role was simply to keep watch over Xin Yanli. Emerging from the washroom, she returned to her previous spot. Lu Xiaoji, seated opposite her, paid her no mind, occasionally casting tender glances at Xin Yanli, gently arranging his dark locks. Tang Tian observed this seemingly idyllic scene, recalling that in the original narrative, Lu Xiaoji harbored a secret affection for Xin Yanli. She often tended to him as she did with the other 3 affluent members of the boy band, ultimately winning their hearts. Resting her chin on her hand, she quietly watched Lu Xiaoji care for Xin Yanli. Outside the window, the occasional chirping of birds and the calls of cicadas can be heard. The sunlight is blinding, yet the room remains eerily silent. As she gazes into the emptiness, her eyelids begin to engage in a gentle struggle. After a few rounds of this eyelid duel, Tang Tian finds herself sinking into the sofa, succumbing to a deep slumber.
Chapter 3. Bringing fruits into the room, the fading rays of the sunset filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow upon the sofa. Lying there, Xin Yanli furrowed his brows and gradually opened his eyes, just as he was about to lift his hand to massage his aching temples. His gaze fell upon the woman reclining on the opposite sofa, and he froze for a moment. There lay a woman with a tranquil expression in her slumber, her beauty rivaling that of a blooming flower or a radiant moon, captivating even in her dreams. The uniform she wore could not conceal her alluring figure, and her graceful silhouette was impossible to ignore. Xin Yanli's eyes wandered down her elegantly long legs, so delicate that a mere pinch might leave a blush upon them. His expression grew pensive, lost in thought. At that moment, Lu Xiaoji, who had been resting nearby, awakened and noticed Xin Yanli's eyes were open. "Mr. Shun, you're awake?" Her voice was soft and gentle. Xin Yanli diverted his gaze from the enchanting Tang Tian to respond in a husky voice. "Did Sister Wu ask you to watch over me?" As he posed his question, Tang Tian stirred awake, rubbing her eyes, still half-dazed and unaware of the unfolding scene. "For your safety, Sister Wu instructed me and Tang Tian to keep you company," Lu Xiaoji replied, pouring a cup of warm water for Xin Yanli. Tang Tian remained seated, opting not to assist. If she were to help with the water, it would appear as though she was vying for Xin Yanli's attention, which was unnecessary. After all, this was a tender moment shared among the heroine and the 4 male leads. She, as the antagonistic supporting character, should not steal the limelight. Thus, Tang Tian chose to be a silent observer, merely playing her part. As Lu Xiaoji poured the water, she couldn't help but glance at Tang Tian. Historically, Tang Tian had often sought to ingratiate herself with the gentlemen, frequently vying for their attention. This time, however, Lu Xiaoji braced herself for Tang Tian to snatch the cup from her hands. Yet, until she passed the cup to Xin Yanli, Tang Tian remained seated, suppressing a yawn without any inclination to rise. Xin Yanli followed Lu Xiaoji's gaze and glanced back at the opposite sofa. Tang Tian was lifting her delicate fingers to cover her face, yawning before she finally noticed that both Shun Yanli and Lu Xiaoji were watching her. Her misty eyes darted between the two, her expression one of confusion. Was it truly against the rules to yawn while working? Surely, such a ludicrous regulation could not exist. Shin Yanli scrutinized her, recalling how she had previously posed provocatively before him, laced with flirtation and subtle implications. Now, her dark eyes appeared innocent and clear, prompting him to furrow his brow, suspecting she was attempting to retreat only to advance. Leave, Shin Yanli commanded coldly towards Tang Tian. The air in the room instantly froze. Lu Xiaoji dared not speak, casting a sideways glance at Shun Yanli before feeling a twinge of satisfaction as she looked at Tang Tian. Lu Xiaoji assumed that Tang Tian would feel immensely embarrassed or heartbroken to the point of tears. To her surprise, Tang Tian swiftly rose from the sofa, displaying neither displeasure nor sorrow, but rather an eagerness that was palpable in her rapid speech. "All right, Mr. Shun." Under the watchful gazes of Shun Yanli and Lu Xiaoji, she left the room without a trace of reluctance. After closing the door behind her, Tang Tian exhaled a long breath, relieved to escape the confines of Shun Yanli's room, where every movement felt exceedingly awkward. Light-heartedly, she bounded down the stairs, only to find that the cleaning staff had already departed, leaving the villa, soon to be enveloped in darkness, in complete silence. With unfinished work awaiting her, returning to her room was not an option. A discovery by the housekeeper would result in a deduction from her wages. On the second floor, only Shin Yanli and Lu Xiaoji remained in his room. Lu Xiaoji, shy to the point of avoiding his gaze, watched as Shun Yanli rubbed his temples and said, "You may go about your tasks. I do not require anyone to keep me company." Unlike his indifference towards Tang Tian, Shin Yanli's demeanor towards Lu Xiaoji was evidently much gentler. Lu Xiaoji's every action radiated a gentle grace as she nodded, rising to her feet while reminding him, "Mr. Shun, if you feel unwell at any moment, do not hesitate to call me. Otherwise, I shall be quite concerned." After casting a cautious glance at him, uncertain whether her concern would be unwelcome, she prepared to leave. Shin Yanli leaned back against the sofa, closing his eyes with a simple, just as Lu Xiaoji felt a thrill of joy and turned to exit the room. She was halted by the husky voice of the man behind her. "When I was intoxicated, did I inadvertently pin you beneath me?" A tightness gripped Lu Xiaoji's heart as her mind replayed the scene she had witnessed upon entering. Tang Tian, ensnared beneath him, calling out to her. Almost instinctively, Lu Xiaoji nodded. "I am unharmed. Mr. Shin need not worry." Shin Yanli did not question the veracity of her words. I shall make amends." Elated yet cautious, Lu Xiaoji was keen to avoid revealing her true identity, knowing she could not accept his so-called compensation without risking exposure as an imposter. "No need for compensation. Please do not dwell on it," she replied, understanding that retreating would garner Shun Yanli's attention. After this incident, she anticipated a shift in her standing within his heart. With this thought, her excitement surged. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in Shun Yanli's room on the second floor. Having just finished slicing fruits into 4 beautifully arranged plates, she meticulously noted each of the 4 men's preferences and aversions, ensuring to include only what they favored. Earning a high salary was not easily achieved, and being a servant was no simple task. Reflecting on this, Tang Tian carefully placed the 4 portions into the refrigerator to chill, intending to deliver them to their respective rooms later. A soft thud resonated as the expensive refrigerator was gently closed. She handled it with care, fully aware that any damage would be beyond her means to repair. Tang Tian was just about to turn around and tidy up the bar when the girl she had encountered while collecting laundry at noon stood coldly behind her. Casting a fleeting glance her way, Tang Tian chose to ignore her, returning to the bar to turn on the faucet, unperturbed, and began cleaning the cutting board and fruit knife. Zheng Liu, experiencing the sting of her first encounter with Tang Tian's indifference, had always been the one to cast disdainful looks since Tang Tian started working here. It was usually Tang Tian who complimented her, hoping to pry information about the 4 gentlemen from her, and even attempting to entice them. Tonight, delivering a fruit platter, Zheng Liu speculated that she would make another move. Just the other day, she had displeased Mr. Pei, and it was uncertain what trick she would employ this evening. However, she had no intention of intervening. It would be best if Sister Wu could get Tang Tian dismissed as well. The steward had announced that it was her turn to deliver Mr. Pei's fruit platter tonight. Zheng Liu's tone and demeanor were notably haughty, clearly harboring contempt for Tang Tian. The sound of running water scarcely drowned out the irritation in Zheng Liu's words, while Tang Tian methodically continued to wash the cutting board. Without lifting her head, she calmly responded to Zheng Liu's remark with an indifferent "oh." Zheng Liu expected her to behave as before, flattering her and begging for the fruit delivery task, but after standing there for a considerable time waiting, all she heard was that single "oh" and no further word from Tang Tian. Once she had tidied the bar, Zheng Liu remained, staring vacantly at Tang Tian. Confused by her fixed gaze, Tang Tian passed by her, casting a curious glance before leaving on her own. Zheng Liu, perplexed, watched her departure, astonished that she hadn't attempted to seize the task tonight. Had she perhaps altered her approach to seduction? Having left the kitchen, Tang Tian walked briskly into the staff dining area, aware that dinner time was approaching and eager to eat quickly. She retrieved the staff meal prepared for them by the chef, selecting the portion that was placed on top, tearing off the plastic wrap, and placing it in the microwave to heat. In no time, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Tang Tian, in high spirits, took her meal from a microwave and settled into a nearby chair to enjoy it. In these past few days, aside from the generous salary, the aspect she appreciated most was the staff meals. The chef's culinary skills were exceptional, successfully winning over her palate. Chapter 4. Astonishing Tang Tian was savoring her meal when a figure entered through the door. Lu Xiaozhi, upon noticing her presence, displayed no signs of surprise. Zheng Liu, still pondering the changes in Tang Tian, felt a surge of joy upon encountering Lu Xiaozhi in the staff cafeteria and approached her with a smile. "Sister Xiaozhi, have you finished your work?" Lu Xiaozhi turned with a smile, replying, "Mr. Shun is concerned I might go hungry, so he asked me to come down for a meal first." With that, she cast a discreet glance at Tang Tian, who was quietly dining. It was evident that Zheng Liu shared a closer bond with Lu Xiaozhi and that Lu Xiaozhi was more at ease in the presence of the four gentlemen. She quickly complimented, "Mr. Shun treats Sister Xiaozhi so well, unlike me and Tang Tian, who are often looked down upon by the gentlemen. As long as you genuinely care for the gentlemen, they will eventually recognize your sincerity," Lu Xiaozhi reassured her, offering encouragement. Zheng Liu uzlavia nuda ernasli. Absorbing her words, "Thank you, Sister Xiaozhi. I will strive to earn the gentleman's trust soon." Lu Xiaozhi smiled tenderly at her, and at that moment, as she turned towards the refrigerator, she cast a meaningful glance at Tang Tian. Clearly, her words were not solely intended for Zheng Liu, but also served to subtly flaunt the gentleman's preferential treatment towards her in front of Tang Tian. Tang Tian was wholly absorbed in her meal. It was impossible for her to miss their conversation, and she understood the insinuations embedded within Lu Xiaozhi's words, suggesting that the gentleman treated her with kindness while she herself faced their indifference. As for how to gain the gentleman's trust, Tang Tian expressed no interest. She was merely a servant in this villa, and once her contract expired, she would depart swiftly. What need had she for the gentleman's trust? However, each individual harbored different aspirations. Her path diverged from that of Lu Xiaozhi and Zheng Liu. The food was delectable, and in a short while, she had consumed nearly half of her meal. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor signaled Lu Xiaozhi and Zheng Liu choosing seats in close proximity to her, engaging in idle chatter without including Tang Tian in their conversation. Accustomed to her solitude, Tang Tian did not feel isolated. After all, it was only natural for those familiar with one another to converse. After finishing her dinner, she rose leisurely and made her way to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Zheng Liu, reluctant to wash the dishes herself, contemplated asking Tang Tian for assistance, but hesitated, as Tang Tian had always initiated washing the dishes in the past. By the time she entered the kitchen with greasy dishes in hand, Tang Tian had already placed the clean dishes in the sterilizer. Upon seeing Zheng Liu enter, she offered a neutral glance and pulled out 2 paper towels to dry her hands. Zheng Liu stood there for half a minute, waiting for Tang Tian to offer her help, but Tang Tian showed no inclination to do so. Tang Tian, do you want to know if Mr. Wen has a girlfriend? Just as Tang Tian discarded the paper towels into the trash, she heard this unexpected question and turned her gaze towards Zhang Liu. I do not wish to know. Why should she concern herself with whether when Xiao Han had a girlfriend? It was a peculiar question. Zhang Liu was left speechless, unsure of how to proceed after being met with such a blunt response. Previously, Tang Tian had shown much interest in the gentleman's romantic affairs. Yet now she claimed she did not wish to know. After experiencing an awkward moment, Zhang Liu began to question the authenticity of her own indifference. You wash my bowl. Tonight, I shall speak a few kind words on your behalf in front of Mr. Pei. Who knows, perhaps tomorrow evening he will allow you into his chamber. Zhang Liu was fully aware that upon uttering these words, Tang Tian would undoubtedly take the bowl from her hands. Thus she loftily extended the bowl forward. She was deceiving Tang Tian. Mr. Pei held such disdain for her that she would never advocate for Tang Tian in his presence. Tang Tian glanced at the bowl and chopsticks in Zhang Liu's hands, realizing the peculiar question stemmed from her unwillingness to wash dishes. No need, she replied without hesitation. With that, she disregarded Zhang Liu and exited the kitchen. Zhang Liu displayed a look of astonishment. She had actually refused. Just 2 days prior, she had flirted with Mr. Pei. Did Tang Tian truly not wish to present herself before him again? Lu Xiaoji entered the kitchen and noticed Zhang Liu, still holding the bowl and chopsticks, staring blankly at the door. What is the matter? Lu Xiaoji inquired. Zhang Liu snapped back to reality, her expression contemplative as she posed a question to Lu Xiaoji. Sister Xiaoji, don't you think Tang Tian seems rather quiet today? Typically, Tang Tian was not disruptive. She would occasionally vanish for a while, only to reappear at her workstation, always accompanied by her signature fragrance and heavy makeup. She never presented her face bare before anyone. Today, there was an absence of the sharp perfume, and her breathtakingly beautiful visage appeared as pure as a lotus flower after rain, stunning in its simplicity. Zhang Liu recognized her beauty, yet she was unaware of how poorly Tang Tian had previously applied her makeup. Such a lovely face had been overshadowed by layers of heavy cosmetics, diminishing her splendor by a fraction, the eyeliner resembling a caterpillar. It was hardly pleasing to the eye, but fortunately, her beauty shone through despite any attempts to mask it. Lu Xiaoji did not perceive anything amiss with Tang Tian. Perhaps she fears being dismissed by Sister Wu. If Tang Tian continues down this path, Sister Wu might very well terminate her. It is only natural for her to choose to quiet down. However, Zhang Liu hesitated to voice her thoughts further. Although she shared a relatively close relationship with Lu Xiaoji, it had not yet reached the point of complete openness. Noticing Lu Xiaoji awaiting her response, Zhang Liu ultimately refrained from continuing to question Tang Tian. She had intended to discuss whether Tang Tian had altered her seduction tactics. But if Lu Xiaoji were to bring it to Sister Wu's attention, claiming she was gossiping about a colleague, Zhang Liu knew she would surely face reprimand. Perhaps I am overthinking it, Zhang Liu reassured herself. Lu Xiaoji, with a gentle smile, suddenly recalled an incident from 2 nights prior. Regarding the events of that night, Tang Tian likely did not intend to provoke Mr. Pei. Sister Xiaoji, please do not defend Tang Tian any further. She is deliberately trying to entice Mr. Pei. She is not as simple as she appears. Do not be deceived by her beauty, Zhang Liu thought to herself, reflecting on Lu Xiaoji's naivety and kindness. Even as Tang Tian's intentions were glaringly obvious, Lu Xiaoji appeared ready to continue her defense of Tang Tian. Zhang Liu believed wholeheartedly that she had indeed been deceived by Tang Tian's appearance. She intended to use that face to allure others, and Sister Xiaoji should be wary of Mr. Shun falling under her spell. The last sentence was uttered in a hushed tone, for she feared being overheard. She was aware of Lu Xiaoji's secret affection for Shun Yanli. Lu Xiaoji understood that Shun Yanli would never be drawn to a woman like Tang Tian. Yet outwardly, she displayed a semblance of concern. Tang Tian was not the sort of person. Zhang Liu, growing anxious, candidly remarked, Sister Xiaoji, you are too kind. I will keep an eye on Mr. Shun and do my utmost to prevent Tang Tian from having the opportunity to entice him, all the while seeking to ingratiate herself with Lu Xiaoji. In response to her words, Lu Xiaoji hesitated, struggling to articulate even a single word of refusal. Zhang Liu took this as an affirmative nod, pulling her along to wash the dishes, thus solidifying their bond as good sisters. As night fell, it was Tang Tian's turn to deliver fruits to the four gentlemen's rooms. Before long, she pushed the dining cart into the elevator, followed closely by Zhang Liu, who was responsible for delivering fruit to Pei Ju. The two remained silent in the elevator. Tang Tian planned to endure until the contract's conclusion before severing all ties with the residents of the villa. For her, Zhang Liu was merely an exceedingly ordinary colleague. She had no intention of forging deep connections, nor even a nodding acquaintance. Although Tang Tian's demeanor was somewhat dull, she could still perceive Zhang Liu's disdain toward her. Zhang Liu's expression was one of confusion as she occasionally glanced at Tang Tian, until she pushed the cart out of the elevator, did not cast a single glance in her direction. This left Zhang Liu feeling somewhat displeased, suspecting that Tang Tian was merely putting on an act and trying something new. Tang Tian, you should come with me to Mr. Pei's room. Zhang Liu was well aware that Tang Tian was waiting for this moment, her desire to entice Mr. Pei was known to everyone in the villa. However, to her surprise, Tang Tian had no intention of following. Upon hearing Zhang Liu's words, she released her grip on the dining cart. You can take the cart. I will first deliver to Mr. Wan, she stated, picking up one of the fruit platters and heading down the right corridor. The second floor was spacious. To the right were the rooms of Pei Ju and Wan Xiaohan, while to the left lay the rooms of Shun Yanli and Fu Shi. Chapter 5. Entering the room, as Tang Tian gracefully held the fruit platter, she paused before Wan Xiaohan's door. Zhang Liu's expression reflected unmistakable surprise. What was she thinking? Had Tang Tian shifted her seductive focus once again, ignoring Zhang Liu's presence? Tang Tian gently rapped on Wan Xiaohan's door. After a few seconds, a warm and courteous male voice emanated from within, inviting her to enter. As Tang Tian turned the doorknob, Zhang Liu pushed the dining cart forward, her questioning gaze fixed on Tang Tian. Upon opening the door, she was met with a bedroom adorned in cool tones, the dim lighting casting an oppressive atmosphere at first glance. On the sofa, Wan Xiaohan lounged in casual home attire, his tall figure exuding a lazy yet elegant demeanor that effortlessly captivated all attention. Upon hearing the door's movement, Wan Xiaohan lifted his gaze. The subdued lighting enveloped the woman entering, accentuating her striking beauty and curvaceous form under his scrutiny. His expression remained as gentle as ever, yet his gaze held a newfound clarity, evidently recalling the incident from a few days prior. Was she the maid who had displeased Pei Ju? When Xiaohan's eyes remained fixed on Tang Tian as she approached, his demeanor calm. Indeed, on the surface, she possessed captivating qualities. Sensing his assessing gaze, Tang Tian felt no anxiety as she placed the fruit platter on the coffee table. Mr. Wen, please enjoy, she said, and without hesitation, she turned to leave. Even as she softly closed the door behind her, Wan Xiaohan offered no response. Just as Tang Tian shut the door, she glanced to her right and noticed Zhang Liu hastily exiting Pei Ju's room, her expression one of evident distress. Tang Tian had no intention of approaching her. She awaited Zhang Liu to bring the dining cart over. When Zhang Liu finally pushed the cart in front of her, annoyance flickered across her face. If it weren't for Tang Tian's flirtation with Mr. Pei, he wouldn't be so difficult to deal with now. Cold and silent, his piercing gaze made Zhang Liu feel as though she had turned to ice. Delivering the fruit platter nearly brought her to tears under Pei Ju's dark expression. This is for you, Zhang Liu said with a harsh tone, forcefully pushing the cart toward her, her disdain laid bare. Tang Tian cast a sidelong glance at her, unfazed by the tone, and guided the cart down the left hallway. It was better to finish her tasks quickly and rest, for arguing with Zhang Liu would only squander time and dampen her spirits. Zhang Liu had anticipated a confrontation, yet to her surprise, Tang Tian merely shot her a glance before walking away. This only intensified her frustration, like striking a fist against cotton, infuriating yet unsatisfying. Tang Tian arrived at Fu Shi's door and, as before, she knocked gently. Who is it? Fu Shi's breathy voice drifted through the door. Tang Tian detected no abnormalities. Mr. Fu, I have brought you a fruit platter. Wait a moment, came the response, tinged with impatience. Standing outside the door, Tang Tian was oblivious to the impatience laced within his words. After all, separated by a door, she could only discern the audible fragments of his speech. After a brief pause, Fu Shi's voice finally resonated. Come in. Only then did Tang Tian twist the doorknob, lifting the fruit platter from the dining cart as she entered Fu Shi's chamber. He appeared to have just emerged from shower, his thick black hair slightly damp, and his handsome face was etched with irritation. Dressed in a silk satin men's pajama set, he lounged on the sofa, legs splayed, fingers incessantly manipulating the television remote. Beside the sofa rested a box of tissues. Having never been in a romantic relationship, Tang Tian was unaware of what Fu Shi had been engaged in moments prior. Upon recognizing her, his already impatient demeanor was further tinged with faint anger, clearly displeased with her presence at such an inopportune time. You again? He remarked, his distaste for her evident. Tang Tian placed the fruit platter upon the coffee table and, undeterred by his disdain, replied nonchalantly, Today it's my turn to deliver fruit platters to several gentlemen. If Mr. Fu does not wish to see me, he may inform Sister Wu. For the sake of her generous salary, she resolved to act as an emotionless automaton, secretly hoping to alleviate her workload. Fu Shi glanced up in annoyance, only to be unexpectedly met by her pair of clear, shimmering eyes, as if genuinely puzzled by his previous actions. All right, you may leave. After setting down the fruit platter, she had retreated a considerable distance, clearly wishing to sever any ties with Fu Shi. The moment his words fell, Tang Tian promptly turned to exit his room. Fu undicesimo, contemplating her graceful silhouette, found himself amused. Why would he concern himself with the actions of a mere servant? He scoffed and quickly dismissed her from his thoughts. Exiting Fu Shi's room, Tang Tian pushed the dining cart to the door of Shun Yanli's chamber, raising her hand to knock. Come in. Upon opening the door, the sound of a guitar filled the air. Peeking inside, she entered the room with the fruit platter in hand. Shun Yanli, cradling the guitar, exuded a relaxed charm with his slightly tousled hair. His striking face was lowered, fingers gliding over the strings with an elegance that was nothing short of exquisite. She remained silent, placing the fruit platter on the coffee table before quietly departing. The enchanting melody of the guitar continued uninterrupted from her arrival to her departure. Shun Yanli never lifting his gaze, indifferent to the identity of the intruder. Gently closing the door, Tang Tian hummed a tune as she pushed the dining cart towards the elevator. Finally, her workday was drawing to a close. The hours had been lengthy, yet the generous salary was undeniably enticing, more than a third higher than her previous job, which had been far more arduous. Tang Tian was easily content, bound by the constraints of her contract, unable to distance herself from the male and female leads. Thus, she thought it prudent to save some money, anticipating the day her contract would reach its conclusion. The lobby on the first floor was desolate, despite the illuminated lights. The vastness of the villa rendered it cold and empty. As Tang Tian emerged from the elevator, she hastened her steps to return the dining cart to the kitchen, heading straight towards her room. As she traversed the desolate hall, an inexplicable sound of pattering echoed from somewhere, conjuring memories of all the horror films she had ever watched. A sudden chill enveloped her as she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, her feet moving as if propelled by a whirlwind, swiftly darting across the hall. Just then, Fu Shi, who had just descended the stairs to procure a drink, observed Tang Tian's abrupt flight, his handsome features etched with confusion. Upon returning to her room, Tang Tian retrieved her nightgown and indulged in a soothing hot bath, feeling quite fatigued. She soon succumbed to slumber as she lay on her bed. Her dreams flitted in and out, and when she finally awoke, the dawn had already begun to break. The butler had stipulated that while the four gentlemen enjoyed their breakfast, the servants were to stand by, ready to provide any necessities. Due to her previous misstep that had displeased Mr. Pei, the butler had instructed her to refrain from appearing before him for the time being, which is why she had not joined the others in the dining area the previous day. Thinking this morning would follow suit, she prepared to head to the staff cafeteria for breakfast. However, halfway there, she was called to a halt by the butler. Tang Tian, where are you going? He inquired, noticing her leisurely pace towards the cafeteria. "I'm going to have breakfast," she replied candidly. The butler, unfazed, responded, "You can eat later. The dining area is quite busy. Please assist for now," fearing that her presence might again irk Mr. Pei, especially after a servant had been dismissed the day before. The butler recalled how chaotic the breakfast had been without her. Tang Tian reminded him, "Butler, regarding Mr. Pei, she had no desire to provoke Mr. Pei's wrath so early in the day, as the consequences could be dire, including a potential deduction from her wages." The butler reasoned that the incident had occurred 2 or 3 days prior, and Mr. Pei's anger should have subsided by now. Moreover, Tang Tian had been notably subdued in the intervening days. "You will stand behind Mr. Shan," he decided after some contemplation, attempting to keep her distant from Mr. Pei. Tang Tian hesitated, then ventured to ask, "If Mr. Pei does become angry, he wouldn't deduct my wages, would he?" The butler, amused by her tentative inquiry, chuckled softly. "Of course not." Yet, his demeanor grew serious again as he added, "However, such incidents must not recur." Tang Tian immediately nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I shall not act in that manner again." Satisfied by her sincerity, the butler felt considerably relieved. In the dining area on the first floor, 4 exceptionally handsome men, distinguished by their grace and poise, sat around an expansive table. They engaged in the occasional brief conversation, though their exchanges were notably sparse. Chapter 6. Pei Zhu and Lu Xiaozhi were engaged in the tender act of pouring milk for several gentlemen. The butler brought Tang Tian into the dining area, signaling her to stand behind Shan Yinli. Unnoticed by anyone, Tang Tian quietly tiptoed to stand close behind Shan Yinli, occasionally catching a whiff of his fragrance. The entire dining room remained oblivious to her presence until breakfast was served. At that moment, Tang Tian reached out from beside Shan Yinli to arrange his breakfast and napkin, her delicate, pale hands gracefully adjusting their positions for his convenience. Shan Yinli's gaze lingered on her slender fingers, and after a few moments, he diverted his eyes, noting Tang Tian's earnest profile as she withdrew her hand after completing her task. Throughout this process, she remained unaware of the man beside her. Shan Yinli quickly returned to his breakfast in silence. Lu Xiaozhi had intended to position herself behind Shan Yinli, but upon observing Tang Tian already standing there, she felt a twinge of annoyance and discomfort. Tang Tian, enchanted by the enticing aroma of breakfast, could only watch them eat, relieved that her hunger was not overwhelming. Across from Shan Yinli, Fuxi had just finished his meal and, upon lifting his gaze, was struck by Tang Tian's lackluster demeanor, which still radiated beauty. He considered teasing her, but ultimately refrained, casting a glance towards Pei Zhu and abandoning the thought. Tang Tian, oblivious to Fuxi's scrutiny, began to feel drowsy while standing. At last, as the gentlemen neared the end of their breakfast, she thought she could finally partake in a meal. "Tang Tian, come help me." A gentle voice called from behind one Xiao Han, clear enough for everyone at the table to hear, including Pei Zhu, who sat opposite him. Instantly, nearly all eyes turned to Tang Tian. Fuxi noted her startled reaction, the bewilderment and astonishment evident in her beautiful eyes, making it difficult for him to look away. Tang Tian's fatigue vanished in an instant as she turned her head, noticing Lu Xiaozhi's plate dangerously close to falling. Uncertain whether this was intentional, she braved the collective gaze and stepped behind when Xiao Han to take the plate from Lu Xiaozhi's hands. Lu Xiaozhi let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Thanks to you." Tang Tian remained silent, acutely aware of Pei Zhu's icy stare directed at her from across the table. Yet, she doubted he would express his anger in public. As she had anticipated, Pei Zhu merely shot her a few cold glances before rising from the table. Pei Zhu's frosty demeanor did not faze Tang Tian. She felt indifferent. Fuxi stood up, casting a derisive glance at Lu Xiaozhi, recognizing that none of them were simple characters. Tang Tian did not wish to engage in these subtle power struggles, feeling there was nothing worth contending for. However, she was not a pushover, and since Pei Zhu had not erupted in anger, she felt little need to dwell on it. As Shan Yinli departed, whether intentional or not, his gaze lingered on her for several seconds, but Tang Tian, with her strong sense of oblivion, remained unaware. As they departed from the dining area, Tang Tian bowed her head to tidy the table, while Lu Yao, with her strikingly beautiful visage, wore an expression devoid of emotion. Zhang Liu felt a pang of disappointment that Mr. Pei had not been incensed. It seemed his temper had considerably abated. Tang Tian, Mr. Pei isn't angry with you. Why not deliver some fruits tomorrow evening? Would you care to go? Zhang Liu recalled last night's chilling encounter with Mr. Pei, which had nearly left her with psychological scars. His icy demeanor had been truly frightening. Before Tang Tian could decline, Lu Xiaoji interjected, I shall go. Sister Wu mentioned that during this period, Tang Tian should not enter Mr. Pei's room. Tang Tian acquiesced, sparing herself the need to refuse. Zhang Liu regarded Lu Xiaoji with genuine appreciation. Sister Xiaoji, you are truly kind-hearted. Lu Xiaoji responded with a bashful smile. I am delighted to be of assistance. What they conversed about thereafter escaped Tang Tian's hearing. She finished clearing the table, and with the aid of a dishwasher for the dishes, the other staff would handle the rest, tasks that lay beyond her purview. Tang Tian hastened to the staff cafeteria. Famished after merely watching others dine, she could finally enjoy her breakfast in peace. The cafeteria was sparsely populated during breakfast hours, and as she sipped her warm soybean milk, someone sat beside her. Turning her head, she noticed a girl with a ponytail, clad in the same uniform as hers. Placing her tray beside Tang Tian. Tang Tian, that was a close call, just now, Lu Huihua remarked, echoing Zhang Liu's earlier disappointment over Mr. Pei's lack of anger. Having anticipated a spectacle, Tang Tian rummaged through her memories, realizing that this maid shared no familiarity with her. They were merely strangers working in the same establishment. The sudden conversation caught her off guard. Indeed, Tang Tian replied nonchalantly. Lu Huihua paused, then provocatively stated, Sister Xiao Ji cannot possibly be unaware of what transpired a few days ago. I was right next to her when she called for your help instead of mine. Lu Huihua had long harbored disdain for Lu Xiaoji, feeling overshadowed by her position, and had hoped that with Tang Tian's arrival, she would supplant Lu Xiaoji in the gentleman's favor. To her dismay, Tang Tian appeared even less competent, a mere pretty face. To avoid prolonged complications, Lu Huihua resolved to undermine Tang Tian, envisioning a scenario where both Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji would be dismissed. Tang Tian, however, remained solely focused on her steaming breakfast, entirely unfazed by Lu Huihua's insinuations. The moment Lu Xiaoji had called for her assistance seemed deliberate, yet Mr. Pei had not directed his ire at her again. She took a bite of her youtiao and replied with an air of indifference. Is that so? Lu Huihua scrutinized her several times, perplexed by her calm demeanor. Why was she not angry? Some things I cannot articulate too plainly, Lu Huihua continued to imply. Did Tang Tian grasp the essence of her words? Tang Tian swallowed her soybean milk and replied, I understand. Thank you for your concern, before returning to her breakfast. Undeterred by the drama unfolding around her, Lu Huihua pondered, is she truly clever or not? She had been stirring trouble before, yet now she seems remarkably clear-headed. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Lu Huihua, Tang Tian finished the last sip of her soybean milk and rose from the table. Typically, the gentlemen would not return to the villa during lunchtime. Recently, they had declined numerous engagements, immersing themselves in their creative pursuits. Only work that was unavoidable or of significant benefit would be accepted, otherwise, they might not be seen for 10 days to half a month. The thought of such extended absences saddened Tang Tian, particularly since she had arrived while several male leads were deeply engrossed in their artistry. The prospect of seeing them only once every 10 days or so made her ponder how leisurely this job might be. Alas, she could only entertain such thoughts. The daytime was filled with trivial tasks. She busied herself here and there, and time passed swiftly. By the time she rested on the sofa in the side hall, dusk had already settled. The kitchen was bustling with activity, preparing dinner for the male leads, as they were to gather for a communal meal later that evening. Soon, the sound of car horns echoed outside the villa, and Tang Tian knew without looking that the gentleman had returned. Several figures swept past the villa's entrance. It was Lu Xiaoji and her companions, perfectly timed with 4 servants who went to greet them, leaving Tang Tian to abstain from joining the commotion. She leisurely finished the cherries placed on the coffee table before making her way to the dining area. In the restaurant, several men were already indulging in drinks, and the prepared dishes were being served onto the table. Tang Tian's eyes were drawn irresistibly to the delectable spread, its aroma tantalizing. Regrettably, it was not meant for her. Tang Tian, Mr. Shun is calling for you, Lu Huihua remarked, wishing desperately that Mr. Shun had called her instead, her anxiety palpable. Tang Tian snapped back to reality, turning to Shun Yanli. Mr. Shun, she acknowledged. Noticing her fixation on the dishes, Shun Yanli remarked flatly, bring a hot towel. Tang Tian turned to fetch the hot towel and presented it to him for hand cleansing. As he wiped his slender, elegant hands, he inquired, haven't you had dinner yet? Tang Tian was aware that her earlier gaze had likely betrayed her hunger. No, but I did consume a plate of cherries. They're quite filling here. Across from her, Fu Shi chuckled. You were nearly about to bore holes into those dishes with your stare. Pei Ju glanced at her momentarily, his gaze lingering for merely half a second before he averted his eyes, his chiseled features bearing an icy demeanor, as if he wished to avoid seeing Tang Tian altogether. Even with her thick skin, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, her face flushing uncontrollably. Fu Shi looked up at the striking beauty before him, her porcelain skin tinged with a delicate pink, even her ears slightly reddening. He raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that her beauty was indeed a rare sight. Let us eat, Shun Yanli said, his expression remaining impassive. Yet to Tang Tian, it sounded like a heavenly melody, her smile radiantly bright, dazzling enough to captivate Fu Shi, who found himself unable to look away. Chapter 7. A collision with when Xiaohan Tang Tian was oblivious to Fu Shi's unwavering gaze and promptly responded to Shun Yanli's words. All right, Mr. Shun. After speaking, she turned and placed the items in her hands onto the cart. Her expression was visibly radiant, starkly contrasting with the previous air of despondency. The other three at the dining table paid little attention to the presence of the servant nearby. Apart from Fu Shi, the other two did not even bother to lift their eyes. Zheng Liu and Lu Huihua stifled their amusement, refraining from revealing their eagerness in front of the gentleman, as they too were equally hungry. Just as Tang Tian was joyfully preparing to leave, Lu Xiaoji's voice interjected. Tang Tian, you all go ahead and eat. I can wait here. Lu Xiaoji's considerate words and gentle smile poured over Zheng Liu and Lu Huihua like a bucket of cold water, leaving them momentarily unsure whether to stay or depart. Lu Xiaoji's suggestion stemmed from her understanding of Tang Tian. She knew Tang Tian would not allow her to shine in front of the gentleman without wanting to reciprocate. She confidently looked at Tang Tian, yet, oh, all right. Tang Tian was not surprised. The protagonist was indeed designed to be empathetic, winning the admiration of the four male leads. At such a moment, how could she possibly abandon them? She acquiesced and directly exited the dining area. Lu Xiaoji. Fu Shi's expression was somewhat taken aback as he observed her slender legs moving briskly, as if fearing they might call her back at any moment. He glanced again at Lu Xiaoji, whose face now bore not only surprise, but also a faint hint of displeasure. Fu Shi could not help but chuckle, realizing how amusing the dynamics among the servants were. Shun Yanli cast a sidelong glance at Fu Shi. What are you laughing at? Fu undicesimo replied, nothing, just noticing something amusing. Shun Yanli's eyes reflected curiosity, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. Lu Huihua and Zheng Liu exchanged glances and followed Tang Tian out of the dining hall, leaving Lu Xiaoji, who remained seated, with an expression that was decidedly grim. She could hardly believe that Tang Tian, who had always envied her, would disregard the opportunity to showcase her kindness and beauty before the gentleman. Shun Yanli did not look at Lu Xiaoji. You should eat as well. We do not require anyone here for the time being. Lu Xiaoji, suppressing her displeasure, nodded at Shun Yanli as if she had no choice in the matter. In the staff cafeteria, Tang Tian was already heating dinner, with Lu Huihua and Zheng Liu trailing behind her, fully aware that this was Tang Tian's doing, and thus refrained from making pointed remarks as they had before. Ding! The microwave chimed, and Tang Tian retrieved the steaming dishes, ignoring Lu Huihua and Zheng Liu as she moved to a nearby table to eat alone. Before long, Lu Xiaoji entered, deliberately observing Tang Tian's reactions as she passed by. Tang Tian, however, was entirely focused on her meal, only acknowledging Lu Xiaoji's presence without concern for her actions. The chef's culinary skills were truly exceptional, thoroughly captivating Tang Tian's appetite. As she diligently savored her meal, the sound of chair being pulled back echoed beside her. Lu Xiaoji took a seat next to her. While Lu Huihua and Zheng Liu exchanged surprised glances at Lu Xiaoji's unexpected approach towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian cast a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore her presence. Lu Xiaoji. If the housekeeper learns about what happened earlier, you might end up bearing the blame. Lu Xiaoji feigned difficulty in informing her, unable to tolerate seeing Tang Tian eat so contentedly, and thus sought to burden her psychologically. Tang Tian continued to eat without pausing her chopsticks, seemingly indifferent. "It doesn't matter. I'll finish my meal first," she replied nonchalantly. Lu Xiaoji was left speechless, watching as her appetite remained unaffected, leading to a pang of frustration in her heart. "Actually, your actions." Lu Xiaoji hesitated, wanting to admonish her in hopes of instilling guilt. "I don't want to hear it." Tang Tian efficiently cut off any further chatter. Once again, Lu Xiaoji found her words stifled, her momentum extinguished entirely. Tang Tian ignored Lu Xiaoji, having no patience for her attempts to unsettle her mindset, deeming it unnecessary to indulge her. After her brusque dismissal, Lu Xiaoji refrained from provoking comments, even falling silent until the meal was finished. Tang Tian, upon completing her meal, rose and entered the kitchen, turning on the faucet to clean her plate. Lu Huihua and Zheng Liu exchanged glances towards the kitchen, then looked back at the visibly displeased Lu Xiaoji, opting not to approach her at that moment to avoid collateral damage. After dinner, Tang Tian retrieved a portion of fruit from the refrigerator, standing before it as she devoured strawberries and chunks of cantaloupe. The quality of the meals here was commendable, and Tang Tian found herself quite satisfied. Once she had eaten her fill, the few male patrons in the dining area continued to sip their drinks. Tang Tian and Lu Huihua returned from the staff dining area to the main dining section. She stood behind Fu Shi, waiting for them to finish their conversation before she could leave for the day. When Shun Yanli expressed his intention to depart, his gaze inadvertently caught Tang Tian's. She appeared drowsy, her eyes fluttering as if on the verge of closing. Shun Yanli, momentarily taken aback, noted the raucous chatter from the men around them. How could she possibly be dozing off amid such noise? Though Shun Yanli was not particularly fond of her, he did not possess a penchant for making others uncomfortable. After clinking glasses with the other three men, he took the initiative to suggest they retire for the evening. "Rest early. We have work tomorrow," he remarked. At the mention of work, Fu Shi's expression flickered with impatience. Originally wishing to retreat into seclusion for his creative endeavors, he found himself unable to decline commitments that had been arranged months in advance. "You go ahead. I'll sit for a while longer." Fu Shi leaned back against his chair, his handsome features appearing somewhat aloof, exuding an air of rebellious charm. Lu Huihua stole a glance at him, her heart fluttering with excitement. She had a secret admiration for Fu Shi, as among the four gentlemen, he was the most approachable. In contrast, Shun and Wen seemed amiable on the surface, but were, in truth, cold and uninviting, while Pei was even more intimidating, with a chilling demeanor that struck fear into the hearts of many. As Shun Yanli was preparing to ascend the staircase, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the figure behind Fu Shi. Upon hearing his intention to retire upstairs, Tang Tian was jolted to awareness, her eyes sparkling with renewed vitality. When Fu Shi suggested lingering a while longer, she instinctively pouted slightly, her demeanor deflating. Shun Yanli's lips curled into a subtle smile, amused by the emotions so plainly etched across her face. He adjusted his sleeve, disregarding the servant opposite him, and departed from the dining room. Pei Ju and Wen Xiaohan promptly followed suit. Wen Xiaohan, seated beside Fu Shi, had to pass behind her as he made his exit. Just as he was about to navigate past Fu Shi, the latter, who had just suggested remaining a bit longer, lost her desire to linger upon seeing them leave. She shifted in her chair and stood up. Tang Tian, realizing that Wen Xiaohan was about to depart from that side, instinctively stepped forward to clear the path. Consequently, she found herself uncomfortably close to Fu Shi's chair. Unexpectedly, Fu Shi stood as well, intending to leave. In her fluster, Tang Tian retreated half a step to avoid a collision with the chair, but her right side collided with a solid wall of flesh. The slight impact on her right shoulder caused a minor ache, a sensation she could easily dismiss. Yet, she could not fathom why, given the spaciousness of the dining room. When Xiaohan would not step aside a bit more. Clearly, he had not anticipated this turn of events either. His brows furrowed as he looked down at Tang Tian, mistakenly assuming her actions were deliberate. However, upon seeing Tang Tian rubbing her right shoulder, her stunningly beautiful face slightly pale, as if startled, when Xiaohan reconsidered. She did not appear to have intended to bump into him. Perhaps she was merely acting well? He refrained from making any hasty judgments, instead knitting his brow and ignoring the hesitant words that hung on Tang Tian's lips as he strode out of the dining room. Watching when Xiaohan's retreating figure, Tang Tian let out a silent sigh of relief, grateful that she had not collided with Pei Zhu, who would surely have flown into a rage, likely believing her actions to be intentional. When Xiaohan was known for his humility and generally good temper, yet this incident was not entirely her fault. Who could have anticipated that she would suddenly rise from her chair? She had scarcely had time to react. Chapter 8. Delivering milk to Pei Zhu as events unfolded with remarkable swiftness by the time the others at the dining table comprehended the situation. When Xiaohan had already stridden out of the restaurant, She cast a discerning glance at Tang Tian, recognizing that her actions were unintentional. After all, his abrupt rise coincided with Xiaohan's close passage, making a collision rather unsurprising. Observing her instinctively rubbing her right shoulder with her left hand, he noted her delicate frame, the exposed collarbone pristine and exquisite. "Are you all right?" She unusually expressed concern, perhaps feeling a twinge of sympathy for indirectly causing her discomfort. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them, realizing he was addressing a woman who might misinterpret his intentions. Tang Tian took his inquiry as mere politeness, dropping her hand from her shoulder. "I'm fine, it doesn't hurt." A flicker of surprise crossed Shi's eyes as he scrutinized her anew. As Tang Tian pushed her chair back beneath the table and looked up, she caught Shi staring at her as though she were a rare specimen. "What?" Her immediate reaction was to touch her face, wondering if something was amiss. "Mr. Fu, is there something else?" Her complexion was smooth and unblemished. What could possibly warrant his gaze? Shi snapped back to reality, his tall figure standing erect, exuding a languid demeanor that radiated an air of condescension. "Nothing," he replied curtly before departing. Tang Tian glanced at his retreating figure, her expression one of confusion, yet she dismissed it as inconsequential. Among the four male leads, it seemed only when Xiaohan exhibited a semblance of stability on the surface, while Shen Yanli, despite appearing refined, was imbued with an air of superiority. Pei Zhu and Shi were distinct. The former was cold and unyielding, while the latter oscillated between moods, both being the object of admiration. It appeared essential for her to maintain a respectful distance from these male leads, even in a professional setting. The earlier incident of her unintended collision with Wen Xiaohan had been witnessed by Lu Xiaoji, Zheng Liyu, and Lu Huahua. Given their understanding of Tang Tian and her previous antics, they concluded she had deliberately bumped into Wen Xiaohan. Their gazes now held an accusatory tint, as they believed she had not relinquished her pursuit and had seized the opportunity to entice the gentleman. Tang Tian scanned the trio, aware that they were indulging in baseless conjectures. Uninterested in their speculations, she tidied up her section of Shi's table, preparing to clock out for the day. Just as she finished her shift, stretching her limbs, Lu Xiaoji hurried towards her. Assuming she too was there to clock out, Tang Tian stepped aside to let her pass. "Tang Tian, Sister Wu wants you to deliver a cup of milk to Mr. Pei." Lu Xiaoji relayed the incident of Tang Tian's inadvertent encounter with Wen Xiaohan to their manager, Sister Wu. A perceptive woman, Sister Wu only believed half of what she heard and suggested that Tang Tian deliver milk to Mr. Pei as a means to gauge her response. Tang Tian did not accept this at face value. She checked her phone and confirmed that Sister Wu indeed had tagged her in the work group, instructing her to go upstairs with the milk for Pei Zhu. "All right, I'll go," she responded without further ado, making her way towards the bar. Lu Xiaoji firmly believed in her heart that she could not possibly pass Sister Wu's test. she felt assured that Tang Tian's departure was imminent. Tang Tian entered the elevator with a cup of milk, ascended to the second floor, and rapped lightly on Peiju's door. "Come in," came the flat, icy response from within. Tang Tian opened the door but did not step inside. Instead, she lingered at the threshold and said, "Mr. Pei, Sister Wu asked me to bring you a cup of milk." She emphasized the name Sister Wu, implying that it was not her eagerness that prompted the delivery. She would have preferred not to bring it at all. Upon hearing her voice, Peiju shifted his gaze from the company's new project proposal to the door, and upon realizing it was her, his brows furrowed in displeasure, though he did not express outright anger. Tang Tian merely wished to place the milk on the table and leave work as quickly as possible. She walked in without casting a glance around, setting the warm milk on the coffee table instead of his desk. As she turned to depart, Peiju's cold voice pierced the silence behind her. Tang Tian turned back, puzzled. Under the soft glow of the lights, her dark, sparkling eyes seemed capable of ensnaring a person's heart. Peiju paused for a few seconds and commanded, "Bring the milk to me." Understanding his chilly demeanor, Tang Tian promptly walked over to the coffee table and set the warm milk beside his desk. She refrained from asking if he needed anything else and courteously remarked, "Rest early, Mr. Pei." Without lingering for a moment, she swiftly exited the room, her steps light as if pursued by some unseen menace. Peiju cast a sidelong glance, his chiseled features reflecting extreme indifference. After that fleeting moment, he resumed his examination of the proposal before him. Outside his door, Tang Tian carried the tray down the stairs, relieved that no further complications had arisen. Finally free to enter shift. Among the four male protagonists, only Peiju managed to balance the demands of the Pei group while flawlessly pursuing his musical aspirations. It was no wonder he was both exceptionally talented and affluent, in addition to possessing striking looks. Had she been born in Rome, she would have undoubtedly chosen a life of leisure. In her 2 lifetimes, she had always found herself financially destitute. In her previous life, after painstakingly saving enough to rest for a time, she never anticipated the unforeseen calamity that would cost her everything. The more she pondered, the more disheartened she became, prompting her to dismiss such thoughts. As she reached the ground floor, Peiju's phone vibrated on the second floor. He rubbed his weary brow and picked up his phone. It was a message from his agent. "Agent, Mr. Pei, did that maid trouble you earlier?" He scanned the message and swiftly typed a response. "Bei hui, no." After replying, he disregarded any further messages from the agent, clearly indifferent to the maid who had delivered the milk. As Tang Tian descended to the first floor, she caught sight of 2 individuals standing by the stairwell, Lu Xiaoji and Zheng Liu. She did not approach them, but returned to the bar to wash the tray and place it in the disinfection cabinet. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoji and Zheng Liu, who had been waiting for Peiju's outburst, had been stationed downstairs since Tang Tian had gone upstairs with the milk. Until Tang Tian departed from the second floor, she did not hear Peiju's furious voice, a result that left Lu Xiaoji and Zheng Liu quite astonished. The 2 exchanged glances as they observed Tang Tian carrying a tray towards the bar. "Xiaoji, it seems Tang Tian has ceased her attempts to entice Mr. Pei. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so composed," Zheng Liu remarked. Lu Xiaoji's previously furrowed brow relaxed before Zheng Liu could catch her gaze. With a perceptive understanding, she responded, "Perhaps the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. It wouldn't hurt for Tang Tian to deliver fruits and milk to Mr. Pei from time to time. How could it possibly be a misunderstanding? Mr. Pei is not one to lose his temper frivolously. Tang Tian's intentions are unmistakable," Zheng Liu retorted, her attention swiftly reverting to the previous incident, restoring her contempt for Tang Tian. Lu Xiaoji, despite her evident discomfort, refrained from defending Tang Tian further. She felt a profound disappointment at the current tranquility, sensing that Tang Tian had grown more cautious. Contemplating Tang Tian's remarkably stunning beauty, Lu Xiaoji wished fervently for a means to rid them of her presence, harboring an intense dislike for Tang Tian's visage and alluring figure. In a room occupied by a maid on the first floor, Tang Tian glanced at the clock, noting it was barely 9 o'clock. She retrieved chilled cherries from the small refrigerator in her room and indulged in them while binge-watching a series. Both the original owner and she had few close friends, rendering her social media platforms eerily silent, a reflection of the original owner's life as well. Tang Tian relished her solitude. The absence of friends was inconsequential to her. As the clock approached 10, Tang Tian finished her shower and lay down on her bed, utterly exhausted from the day, and drifted into a dreamless slumber. Chapter 9. Sharing an umbrella with Pei Ju. The weather in June is notoriously fickle. One moment the sun shines brilliantly, and the next, dark clouds unleash a torrential downpour. Tang Tian stood beside the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing vacantly at the relentless rain outside. The sound of car horns and the hurried footsteps echoing within the villa jolted her back to reality. Turning her gaze, she spotted Lu Xiaoji and Lu Huihua, each clutching an umbrella, their expressions fraught with urgency, seemingly anxious to shield the gentleman from the rain. Tang Tian initially believed that their number sufficed and had no intention of joining them. Yet Lu Huihua's keen eye soon caught sight of her. It was not that Lu Huihua possessed particularly sharp vision, but rather that Tang Tian, standing by the window, appeared entranced, resembling a beautiful and exquisite sculpture, captivating all who beheld her. Aside from Lu Xiaoji, who was solely focused on the gentleman, the others noticed Tang Tian, though their gazes did not linger excessively upon her. However, Lu Huihua could not abide Tang Tian's leisurely demeanor. Although there were enough people to hold umbrellas for the gentleman, what did that matter? Tang Tian, come here. There's still an umbrella, Lu Huihua called out, urging Tang Tian to assist in shielding the gentleman from the rain. Without hesitation, Tang Tian acquiesced, making her way towards the villa's entrance while saying, "You all go ahead, I'll follow closely behind." Seeing her compliance, Lu Huihua ceased to be difficult, raising her umbrella and stepping into the downpour. As Tang Tian exited the door, she sees two umbrellas hanging on the stand outside, an open one, the cascading raindrops blending seamlessly with the deluge beyond. The few servants ahead hurriedly pressed onward, and Tang Tian was but a few steps behind them. Tilting her umbrella slightly, she raised her eyes to the darkening sky, realizing that this rain would not cease anytime soon. Several luxurious vehicles were parked not far away, and the first to alight was Wen Xiaohan. Closest to him, Lu Xiaoji hesitated, wishing fervently for multiple selves to prevent the other servants from shielding the gentleman from the rain. Just as Zheng Liu was about to extend her umbrella, she noticed the driver had already rushed to cover Wen Xiaohan's head with the umbrella. The driver shot them a reproachful glance, as if to say, "Why are you moving so slowly?" He had already exited the vehicle, yet no one had yet shielded Mr. Wen from the rain. Wen Xiaohan, known for his gentle nature, remained unperturbed despite being slightly dampened. Lu Huihua and Zheng Liu understood the driver's admonishing look and felt a wave of grievance. It was not their slowness that caused the delay, but rather Lu Xiaoji's indecision that left them wavering. After taking a few steps towards the villa, Wen Xiaohan noticed Tang Tian, who had fallen behind, and the memory of their prior encounter flooded back to him. The fleeting moment when her hand had brushed against his. Tang Tian, noticing his gaze, greeted him softly, "Mr. Wen." He acknowledged her with a slight nod as they passed each other. "Tang Tian, come here." The window of the luxury vehicle lowered, revealing half of Wu Jie's face in Tang Tian's line of sight. She hastened over. Wu Jie, Nuya, observing the cluster of servants crowded around Shan Yanli's car, was nearly exasperated. What were they all doing there? By a stroke of coincidence, the only umbrella in the car had been left by the driver at the office. Tang Tian glanced back at the rear seat, where Pei Ju sat. "Sister Wu, I took two umbrellas. I'll share one with you, which means we'll trouble Mr. Pei to manage his own umbrella." Upon hearing this, Sister Wu's temper, usually so volatile, was soothed. From her vantage point outside the car, Tang Tian appeared far from the scheming type. Her beauty was undeniable, and had it not been for her humble origins, Sister Wu might have contemplated signing her on. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced. As the entanglements of interests were far too intricate, Tang Tian had once served as a maid in this very villa, which would unequivocally preclude her from entering the entertainment industry. All right. Sister Wu exited the vehicle and accepted the umbrella Tang Tian offered, opening it with a sudden thought. She instructed, "You go fetch Mr. Pei back to the villa. Don't let him get caught in the rain." Tang Tian was perplexed. Clearly, Pei Ju was tall and could easily manage with one umbrella on his own. Why must she be the one to hold the umbrella for him? Wouldn't tea that leave her drenched? As those words lingered on her lips, Sister Wu had already traversed through the curtain of rain towards the villa. With a resigned sigh, Tang Tian thought, if I get wet, so be it. I can change back into my work uniform later. She approached the left side of the rear seat and gently tapped on the window. Mr. Pei, Sister Wu has sent me to escort you back to the villa. She emphasized Sister Wu's directive, hoping to dispel any notion that she harbored ulterior motives in seeking closeness or attempting to allure him. The rear door swung open, revealing Pei Ju's austere visage. Clad in a perfectly tailored, expensive suit, he exuded an air of cool elegance that was both imposing and intimidating. He towered over her, creating a palpable sense of pressure. Tang Tian lifted the umbrella, barely able to shield his head, yet the slanting rain poured down upon her. Pei Ju cast a downward glance at her, reaching out to seize the umbrella from her grasp. The umbrella now stood between them, tilted towards her side. Tang Tian's expression transformed into one of astonishment as she surveyed her surroundings. The torrential downpour barely touched the hem of her clothing, while Pei Ju's dark trousers were drenched, as if they had been washed. Mr. Pei, Sister Wu said you mustn't get wet. She pondered whether Sister Wu might deduct from her wages on account of this. He held the umbrella silently as they walked back to the villa together. Due to the limited coverage of the umbrella, maintaining an appropriate distance proved challenging. She could neither draw too close nor stray too far, lest they both succumb to the rain. Thus, they walked in close proximity, and in addition to the scent of rain, Tang Tian caught a whiff of his cool, fragrant aroma. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoji stood under Shen Yanli's umbrella, shyly inching closer to him. Raising her head, she spotted a strikingly handsome man, shielding Tang Tian from the rain, ensuring she remained dry. Lu Xiaoji was taken aback. Was Mr. Pei truly holding an umbrella for Tang Tian? Shen Yanli also noticed this, though he displayed no signs of surprise, as if it were entirely natural for Pei Ju to act thus. As Fu Shi stepped out of the car, the rain intensified, cursing the wretched weather. He followed Lu Huahua back to the villa. At the villa's entrance, Fu Shi grumbled. It was clear blue skies, and now it's pouring. He detested rainy days, though fortunately, he had managed to avoid getting too wet. Lu Huihua, who held an umbrella for him, was drenched by the rain, feeling utterly disheveled. She exchanged a few words with Sister Wu before retreating to her room to change her clothes. Among all the servants, only Tang Tian had the least amount of her body soaked. Tang Tian observed Pei Ju, who was nearly soaked through as he changed his shoes, prompting Sister Wu to call her aside. Tang Tian assumed Sister Wu intended to deduct from her salary, considering Pei Ju's state of drenching. Sister Wu, could you possibly deduct less? She ventured, attempting to negotiate, fully aware that while her salary was generous, excessive deductions would be burdensome. Sister Wu was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry, then realized her implication and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you thinking? Am I the kind of person who is unreasonable? Mr. Pei's wetness is not your fault. Rest assured, your salary will not be affected. Tang Tian visibly did not set. Expressing her gratitude, thank you, Sister Wu. Sister Wu continued, the reason I called you here is to convey that I will not hold past matters against you, nor will I test you again. However, you must ensure that such thoughts do not arise again. Sister Wu's tone was both commanding and gentle. Tang Tian nodded vigorously, unaware of any prior tests Sister Wu had conducted on her, but recognizing this as a positive turn. No one wishes to remain in an environment rife with suspicion. I won't, she assured. Chapter 10. The ointment. Lu Xiaoji's possessiveness flared up once more as she observed Mr. Pei holding an umbrella for Tang Tian, while Tang Tian remained relatively dry. Mr. Pei was drenched on one side. This sight filled Lu Xiaoji with disdain for Tang Tian, especially when she noticed Sister Wu calling Tang Tian aside, anticipating a reprimand that would leave Tang Tian in tears. To her surprise, the scene unfolded differently. Tang Tian was smiling sweetly at Sister Wu, who gently patted her arm in a comforting manner. Lu Xiaoji felt a tightness in her chest, struggling to conceal her feelings. Why was Sister Wu so amicable with Tang Tian? A person like her, shouldn't she be scorned? Ever since Fu, she uncovered the little tricks among the servants. He had taken to observing the undercurrents between them whenever he passed by. This provided him with inspiration for his next song, which he found rather amusing. The servant beside him, Zheng Liu, was about to reach out to brush the raindrops from his clothing when Fu Shi stopped her. He despised being touched by others. After drying off the rainwater from his body and noticing that no new conflicts had arisen among the servants, he lost interest in continuing to watch the unfolding drama. As several gentlemen had been caught in the rain, the butler promptly instructed the preparation of warming ginger soup to be delivered to their rooms. Since Tang Tian had not gotten wet, she alone remained outside to change into her work uniform. It was her turn that day to be responsible for delivering fruits and other items to the gentlemen. Pushing the dining cart from the elevator on the second floor, she began delivering ginger soup, starting from the left. She knocked on Shun Yanli's door. "May I come in? Mr. Shun, I am bringing you ginger soup to ward off the chill." She opened the door, announcing her presence. She had heard about the live dinner party scheduled for the next few days, where Shun Yanli and Fu Shi were set to perform, and she knew that catching a cold would adversely affect their vocal condition. "I'll leave it here for you to sip at your leisure," she added. Shun Yanli was strumming a guitar, his gaze fixed on it, not lifting his eyes to meet hers. "All right," she said, placing one bowl of ginger soup on the coffee table and slightly tilting the lid so that it wouldn't scald when consumed. Her subtle gesture caught Shun Yanli's attention, and he glanced at her. She was strikingly beautiful, and her serene demeanor while working brought an inexplicable sense of comfort. Believing he was solely focused on his guitar, Tang Tian tiptoed out of his room, wishing not to disrupt his creative flow. Unlike other servants, she had not sought his notice or approval, behaving as though she were attuned to his artistic process. While other servants might have interrupted him with questions or applause upon entering, she was perceptive, choosing not to linger and leaving quietly, mindful not to disturb his inspiration. Over the past few days, Shun Yanli had begun to view her in a different light. At this moment, Tang Tian had already entered Fu Shi's room. Fu Shi was distractedly leaning against the sofa, engrossed in his phone. "Mr. Fu, I have brought you ginger soup," she announced. Hearing her voice, Fu Shi set his phone down without responding, his gaze sweeping over her with a hint of arrogance. Tang Tian placed the ginger soup on the coffee table, saying, "Please take your time with it," before turning to leave. "Wait," he called out to her. Tang Tian turned to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion. "Is there something you need, Mr. Fu? Why have you come here to work as a servant?" He asked casually. "Could it be that you've taken a fancy to one of them?" "Paid you," Tang Tian replied candidly. "The pay is high and the benefits are excellent. No matter how expensive the fruits are, they are plentiful. If it weren't for her role as the malicious supporting character in this story, which necessitated keeping her distance from these male leads, she could have continued working here for several more years." Fu Shi was utterly taken aback by such an answer, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "All right, I never expected you to speak the truth." Clearly, he found it hard to believe her words. "I am speaking the truth," Tang Tian insisted, regardless of whether he believed her or not. Fu Shi seemed to see right through her. "Your previous flirtations with us were hardly as indifferent as you claim." Tang Tian found herself at a loss for words, feeling awkward for a few seconds before stating, "What happened before is in the past. My thoughts have changed now. Mr. Fu need not worry about me acting in such a manner again." After saying this, she disregarded Fu Shi's expression and turned to leave his room. Fu Shi made no attempt to stop her, a smile playing on his lips, dismissing her words as mere excuses stemming from her fear of being dismissed. Upon exiting Fu Shi's room, she pushed her cart to Wen Xiaohan's door, which was slightly ajar. Noticing this, Tang Tian knocked gently. "Come in," came Wen Xiaohan's voice from within. She entered, holding a bowl of ginger soup. "Mr. Wen, please have some ginger soup first." She placed the bowl on the table beside him. He glanced at her and replied, "I will drink it later." Tang Tian nodded, ready to leave when he called out, "Wait a moment." A bit dazed, she wondered what was going on today, as both men had summoned her. "Help me with the medicine," Wen Xiaohan requested. Tang Tian was taken aback. "Medicine? I hadn't heard that you were injured." Rather than probing into the reason for his injury, she asked, "Where is the medicine?" Wen Xiaohan scrutinized her with measured intent. "In the drawer over there." Tang Tian walked over, bending down to open the drawer and retrieving the medicine. It was a medicated patch. Upon checking the instructions, she noted it was for sprains and strains. When Xiao Han loosened his shirt, the gesture exuding a certain allure. From behind him, Tang Tian could see the tautness of his muscles as he lifted his shirt. The manner in which he removed his shirt was rather provocative, akin to a scene from a film. She noticed a bruise on his fair back. "Is it here?" she inquired, hesitant to apply the patch incorrectly. Gently, she touched the bruise with her fingertip, feeling his body tense up instantly. She thought she might have pressed too hard, but it was merely a light touch. Perhaps his injury was still painful. When Xiao Han remained stiff for several seconds before replying, "Yes, that's the spot. All right, I will be as gentle as I can." She then tore open the medicated patch and carefully applied it to the bruise. As her warm palm pressed the patch against his skin, her fingers inadvertently brushed against him, causing his body to tense up once more. Tang Tian was oblivious to this subtle detail, believing that her firm touch was the source of his discomfort. "Apologies, I pressed too hard." Her words were laced with remorse. After a moment, when Xiao Han's voice took on a somber tone, "It's nothing." He donned his shirt, while Tang Tian discarded the used adhesive patch into the waste bin, placing the remaining ointment back into the drawer from whence it came. By the time he turned around, when Xiao Han had already dressed, and he looked toward Tang Tian. "Thank you for your trouble." Tang Tian replied, "Not at all. I shall go deliver the ginger soup to Mr. Pei now. It has taken too long. The soup is bound to cool down." When Xiao Han detected no other emotions on her face, it seemed that assisting him with the patch was merely a routine act, devoid of seduction or bashfulness. There was a significant shift from her previous, deliberate flirtations, suggesting that she had indeed turned over a new leaf. "Go ahead." He resumed his perusal of the book in hand. Tang Tian exited when Xiao Han's room and knocked on Pei Ju's door. "Mr. Pei, the butler asked me to bring you ginger soup." Unlike the other three male protagonists, she always felt compelled to clarify that it was not her whim to enter his quarters. "Kumin," the perpetually cold tone echoed from beyond the door. Tang Tian pushed the door open and approached the coffee table with the ginger soup in hand. Pei Ju appeared to have just emerged from a shower, a hint of steam still clinging to him. He seemed to favor formal attire. Even in casual wear, he donned a shirt, exuding a mature elegance. His features were strikingly perfect, surpassing the allure of many male fashion models. "Thank you for earlier." She set the soup on the coffee table, feeling compelled to express her gratitude. Pei Ju, unusually, diverted his gaze from the computer screen. "What are you thanking me for?" Tang Tian replied, "I barely got wet. You, on the other hand, are nearly drenched. You came to fetch me. There is no need for thanks." Pei Ju stated coldly, offering no further glance. Tang Tian chose not to speak further, quietly leaving his room. Her impression of him had improved somewhat. After all, she had been the least drenched among them. Moreover, his clear articulation of the situation when she expressed her gratitude was unexpected, given his status as a favored scion. It was quite rare to encounter someone so self-aware and grounded. Chapter 11 locked within the art studio with Shun Yanli. Jiang Tang had just delivered the meal when Tang Tian pushed the dining cart downstairs. After placing the cart back near the kitchen, Zheng Liu approached her, presenting a set of keys. "Tomorrow, it will be your turn to clean the art studio." Tang Tian, recalling the memory in her mind, accepted the keys, acknowledging the task at hand. "Very well." As Zheng Liu departed, her expression concealed an unease that Tang Tian failed to perceive. In the early morning, she awoke just as dawn broke, tidied up, and decided to have breakfast. She had risen too early. The chef had only just begun his shift and asked her to wait a moment before breakfast. Reluctantly, Tang Tian made her way to the art studio first, intending to tidy it up before her meal. The studio was not far from the villa, a standalone sunroom that, aside from occasional visits from the gentleman who would sketch and paint, was typically devoid of foot traffic. Originally, it was assigned to the daytime cleaning staff. But after a series of unfortunate incidents where several paintings had been unintentionally damaged, the butler deemed it unwise to allow those maids near the studio again. Instead, a more meticulous housekeeper was appointed to maintain the studio, which, despite its modest size, required some effort to clean. The sunroom stood amidst a tapestry of flowers and greenery, resembling a beautiful oil painting. As Tang Tian arrived at the entrance of the sunroom, she opened the door and stepped inside. The space was neither excessively dirty nor chaotic, with numerous canvases covered by cloths. The sunroom was larger than she had anticipated, housing some plants taller than herself, which limited her view of the entire area. Without lingering, she located a broom and mop, diligently sweeping the floor until the entire sunroom gleamed. The sunroom also featured a terrace accessible via a staircase. Upon discovering it, she found herself on the opposite side of the sunroom and decided against traversing back. She fetched a bucket of clean water, carrying both the mop and bucket as she began to wipe down the paintings. Just as she finished cleaning the frames, she found herself beneath the terrace. Placing the cloth into the water bucket, she lifted the mop bucket and ascended the stairs to the terrace. The scenery was captivating, but it paled in comparison to the figure that stood upon the terrace, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Mr. Shun?" she gasped. Shun Yanli, bathed in the golden light of the sunrise, turned to face her. Dressed in work attire, his form exuded a refined elegance. She found herself slightly breathless, her heart racing as she perceived the allure of the moment. His gaze met hers, and for a fleeting instant, he considered capturing her image on canvas. But the recollection of her past demeanor quelled that thought, sparing him the potential for complications. He maintained his characteristic aloofness. Tang Tian was astonished by his early rising. Had he truly come to paint at such an hour? Yet, he pursued his art while she attended to her chores, reflecting inwardly. Such is life. One must embrace their own mediocrity. As she nearly finished cleaning the terrace and passed behind him, she stole a glance at his painting, which depicted the sunrise, showcasing a remarkable skill worthy of exhibition. It is no wonder he rose so early. He was capturing the sunrise on canvas. Just as she prepared to descend the stairs, a muffled thud and a click resonated from below. Suddenly, Tang Tian recalled the door latch outside when she entered. That sound unmistakably resembled the latch being engaged. A sense of foreboding gripped her. She returned the mop to its bucket and hurried down to the sunroom door. Indeed, it was closed. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the doorknob and twisted it, noting that the lock could be opened. Yet the latch outside was firmly secured, rendering her efforts to push the door futile. It then dawned on her that she had noticed a subtle expression on Zheng Liu's face when she handed her the key, indicating that she had been waiting for Tang Tian here. Casting aside her anger, she pulled out her phone to call the butler or another servant, but upon dialing, it displayed no signal. Tang Tian thought to herself, no wonder they wanted to confine me here. Meanwhile, Zheng Liu, fresh from her misdeeds, felt a pang of anxiety. The previous day, she had witnessed Lu Xiaozi in tears and had inquired about her distress. Lu Xiaozi was tight-lipped, yet her demeanor grew more aggrieved upon seeing Tang Tian pass by. Zheng Liu recalled the moment when Shun Yanli held an umbrella for Lu Xiaozi. Indeed, Mr. Shen treated her with a distinct tenderness. The thought that Lu Xiaozi might ascend to Mr. Shen's favor ignited a spark of ambition in Zheng Liu. If she could confide in Lu Xiaozi now, the benefits would surely be substantial in the future. Thus, she divulged her plan to confine Tang Tian in the sunroom. Lu Xiaozi hesitated, expressing her disapproval, but Zheng Liu detected her ambivalence and recognized her genuine disdain for Tang Tian. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around in the morning, the plan succeeded. Although Zheng Liu felt uneasy, the prospect of ingratiating herself with the future missus, she made it worthwhile. Little did they know, Tang Tian was not the only one trapped in the sunroom. Shun Yanli was also confined within. Inside the sunroom, Tang Tian pondered how to escape. The expansive room shockingly lacked a single window. Moreover, she could not fathom why a latch was designed on the outside. Shouldn't it be installed on the inside of the door? She felt utterly perplexed. What to do now? With no signal on her phone, was she to jump from the second-floor terrace? Despite her thoughts, she was afraid of heights, and, even without that fear, she would not dare leap down. The prospect of injuring herself or suffering a fracture was unthinkable. As she lamented her predicament, no signal, no window, Shun Yanli's voice emerged from behind her. Turning around, she saw him composed and unruffled, which brought her a sense of calm. She realized she was not alone in this confinement, and he appeared unfazed, suggesting he had a plan for their escape. How shall we get out? she inquired. Shen Yanli gazed out the glass window and replied, "We wait for someone to come." Tang Tian felt a flicker of irritation. She had hoped for a more immediate solution. What if no one came? The stifling atmosphere of the sunroom was becoming increasingly unbearable, and with the sun soon to rise, it would only grow hotter and more oppressive. "Fear not. I shall accompany you in this ordeal," he jested. Tang Tian's eye twitched slightly. Was he still in mood to jest? "It's so stifling," she murmured. Shen Yanli cast a glance at her, then proceeded in a particular direction, pulling open the drawer beneath the table to retrieve the air conditioning remote control, activating the cooling system in the sunroom. In the stillness of the sunroom, the distant hum of the outdoor air conditioning unit became apparent. It was then that Tang Tian noticed several air conditioning units, discreetly positioned in the corners. "Just a moment," Shen Yanli said as he set the remote down. Tang Tian walked over to a wooden chair, resting her chin on her hand in a daze. After being subjected to such antics early in the morning, who could possibly be in good spirits? The only suspects who could have confined her to the sunroom were the few household servants. After all, at this hour, those responsible for cleaning were likely still en route to work. Moreover, only Zheng Liu and a handful of others were aware that she intended to tidy up the sunroom today. Tang Tian let out a soft sigh. Such tricks were truly vexatious. Seated in the wooden chair opposite her, Shen Yanli observed her intently. "Do you wish to know who it was?" he inquired. "You know who it is?" Tang Tian replied, taken aback. He had been on the terrace at the time, presumably capable of seeing who entered and exited the sunroom. "I saw," he stated, though he did not directly reveal the name. "You saw? Who was it?" The sunroom lacked surveillance cameras. Only the villa itself was monitored. However, given the villa's expanse, it was not difficult to circumvent to the sunroom. Shen Yanli remained silent. Noticing his lack of response, Tang Tian pressed on. "You aren't going to shield that person, are you? Could it be the female lead, Lu Xiaoji? That'll make sense, considering Shen Yanli is one of the male leads. Yet, would Lu Xiaoji really commit such a foolish act? This matter would undoubtedly be exposed. How could Sister Wu possibly retain a servant capable of such underhandedness? After all, this is no trivial issue. Should any misfortune occur, leading to a loss of life, Sister Wu would surely take that into account. Lu Xiaoji could not possibly be oblivious to the consequences of her actions. "No," he replied succinctly. Tang Tian found his unhurried demeanor increasingly exasperating, prompting her to urge him to speak. "Let us go up to the terrace. I shall be your model for a painting." Shen Yanli set the terms, making it abundantly clear that she would not pry the name from him without compliance. Lacking experience as a model, in order to extract information from him without undue effort, she nodded in agreement. She recalled that in the television dramas, models for painters maintained a single pose without moving. Upon reaching the second-floor terrace, she surveyed her surroundings. "I do not wish to stand," she declared, uncertain of how long he intended to paint. She feared that standing for too long would leave her legs numb, so she preferred to sit. Shen Yanli, in a rare show of gallantry, positioned a chair on the terrace for her, instructing her to sit with her back to the view. "No need to stand, just sit." He adjusted her position, stating, seated in the chair, Tang Tian felt his gaze upon her, prompting her to awkwardly cross her arms. Shen Yanli was amused by her defensive posture. "Relax. Place your hands at your sides, legs extended, right leg forward." Following his instructions to adjust her posture was not overly complicated. "Once you finish my head, do let me know. I shall take a little nap. Rising so early and having tidied the sunroom has left me quite drowsy." Shen Yanli, for reasons unbeknownst to him, found her remark about finishing the painting of her head rather jarring and could not help but chuckle. "Very well." Chapter 12. Tingling delight. Tang Tian was oblivious to the passage of time as she succumbed to slumber upon hearing him say, "You may take a nap." The sunlight flooded the terrace, enveloping her in its warm embrace. A gentle breeze stirred her raven locks from behind, causing the loosely tied silk scarf to slip away. Cascading down her hair, against the backdrop of sunlight, she sat gracefully on a wooden chair, her strands dancing lightly in the wind. Her exquisite face illuminated by the radiant glow, and her eyes softly closed, embodying a serene and beautiful repose. In that fleeting moment, Shen Yanli found himself harboring an absurd desire to keep her hidden away. His hand, clutching the paintbrush, tightened unconsciously, yet he remained unaware. After a brief interval, he rose and approached Tang Tian, lifting his hand to delicately sweep away the strands of hair resting upon her chest. The locks seemed to play a game of hide-and-seek, returning to their original position with every gust of wind. Shen Yanli, displaying remarkable patience, tucked the hair behind her ear, his fingertips grazing her skin, particularly her ear, causing her to flinch slightly. Tang Tian appeared to be in a deep and tranquil sleep, undisturbed by his presence. As Shen Yanli withdrew his hand, preparing to resume his painting, he turned only to find the wind once again tousling her hair across her chest. Shen Yanli thought to himself, "I cannot ruin this rare masterpiece," and patiently continued to brush her hair aside. At that moment, Tang Tian felt a tickling sensation, mistaking it for a mosquito, and instinctively pressed her hand against her chest. Startled, she opened her eyes, only to discover that her hand had rested upon a rather large hand. As she recognized the figure before her, Shen Yanli met her lively gaze, and his breath caught, a tingling sensation stirring within him. Her cheeks flushed, and she promptly pushed his hand away. "Why you? Weren't you painting? How'd you end up in front of me?" Shen Yanli, sliding his hand back into his pocket, explained, "You were sleeping, and the wind blew your hair forward. I merely intended to move that strand aside." In a daze, Tang Tian nodded, understanding now, and took a moment to collect herself. "Then please continue painting." She was cooperative, eager to see the completed piece. After all, one cannot present a half-finished work. "Very well," Shen Yanli replied, allowing a few moments to soothe his stimulated hand before immersing himself once more in his art. As fate would have it, just as Shen Yanli laid down the final stroke, a series of knocks echoed from the door downstairs. "Mr. Shen, are you in there?" "Mr. Shen?" Lu Xiaoji's urgent calls reached the terrace, prompting Tang Tian to stretch languidly, thinking at last someone had arrived. Shen Yanli, unhurried, completed his painting before guiding Tang Tian downstairs. Walking behind him, Tang Tian noticed that the previously locked door now stood ajar, evidently opened by the person searching for them from the outside. Lu Xiaoji hurried over, her expression suggesting she was on the verge of tears. "Mr. Shen." Shen Yanli maintained an indifferent demeanor, replying, "It's nothing." Lu Xiaoji's heart raced, fearing he might discover that she had known of the plan since yesterday, and it was because of her that he and Tang Tian had been confined in the sunroom. Regret washed over her. No one could have anticipated that someone would arrive so early to the studio. She cast a wary glance at Tang Tian, who stood behind Shen Yanli, her apprehension intensifying. Tang Tian's gaze flitted across Lu Xiaoji, Lu Huihua, and Zheng Liu. Who among them could be responsible? Shen Yanli remarked that Sister Wu would arrive shortly, instructing them to prepare. His words were intended to destabilize Zheng Liu's composure. He detested such theatrics, particularly when he found himself inadvertently entangled in them. Both Lu Xiaoji and Zheng Liu's expressions shifted. The former maintained a strong facade, revealing only a hint of unease, while cold sweat trickled down Zheng Liu's spine. Fear gripped her. Tang Tian felt like a ghost, unnoticed as none of them expressed concern for her well-being. Yet, she had anticipated their indifference. They seldom acknowledged her, so why would they care now? It was likely that those who had confined her in the sunroom were unaware of Shen Yanli's presence within. The unfolding situation now hinged on how Manager Wu would resolve this predicament. Upon returning to the villa from the sunroom, it was already noon, and the three men in the dining room were engaged in their meal. Upon seeing Shen Yanli return, when Xiaoan glanced at Tang Tian behind him, "What happened?" he inquired. Fu Shi paused his eating, shifting his attention to them, his brow raising as he noticed Tang Tian's distressed state. Pei Ju looked up briefly, confirming her well-being before resuming his meal. As Shen Yanli took a seat, he stated, "Someone locked Tang Tian in the studio." "So, that person was unaware you were also inside?" Fu Shi asked with keen interest. "Indeed, I was locked in with her," Shen Yanli replied. Fu Shi cast a meaningful glance at Tang Tian, jesting, "It seems you did not seize the rare opportunity." Tang Tian retorted, "I was already annoyed." "Master Fu, eat more." It might just suffocate you, she quipped. Fushi was momentarily taken aback by her boldness before bursting into laughter. I quite enjoy your retorts. They are rather amusing, he said. Tang Tian thought to herself. Does he really have such a peculiar taste? Meanwhile, Shun Yanli recalled the sensation of her hand on his left. The softness and fullness that had left his arm tingling even now, alongside her passionate gaze and countenance. When Xiaohan noticed Tang Tian's pallor, her complexion lacking vitality. Enough teasing her. Let us eat, he urged, snapping Shun Yanli back to reality. Tang Tian, feeling slightly faint, nodded listlessly and made her way to the staff cafeteria. It was a rare sight to witness her in such a state, prompting even Pei Ju to furrow his brow. Who was responsible for the lock? Pei Ju inquired of Shun Yanli. Shun Yanli nodded in acknowledgement. I happened to be on the terrace of the studio and saw it. I've already informed Sister Wu to handle it. The matter of employing domestic help fell under Sister Wu's purview. It involved significant complexities, and only she knew the subsequent steps required for dismissing a servant. Indeed, Zheng Liu could no longer feign composure. She never imagined that Shun Yanli would also be inside the sunroom. Given his involvement, she was certain that she would face severe repercussions. She looked at Lu Xiaoji with a plea for help, but Lu Xiaoji had regained her composure and chose to disregard her silent request, fearing entanglement. In the staff cafeteria, Tang Tian finished her lunch and drank a bowl of bird's nest soup that the steward had offered her, immediately recognizing its exquisite quality. This helped her emerge slightly from her state of hypoglycemia, and she settled on a sofa in the side hall to rest for a while. Sister Wu arrived, having learned the details of the situation from Shun Yanli's messages. Tang Tian, you should return to your room and rest well today. You have a half-day paid leave. Sister Wu began to soothe the visibly distressed Tang Tian. Tang Tian nodded. Thank you, Sister Wu. No need for thanks. Just go and let the kitchen know what you want to eat, Sister Wu replied. Tang Tian shook her head. I've already eaten. I think I'll head back to my room for a nap. Very well. Sister Wu felt a pang of sympathy for her. Such a fine young lady. Maligned and locked away in the sunroom while trying to work. Prejudice truly inflicts deep harm. Upon returning to her room, Tang Tian first took a shower and then lay back down. Her dreams were tumultuous and almost unbelievable. She gazed upward in desperation as a handsome, imposing man in her dream approached her with an unsettling intensity. Suddenly, she jolted awake, gasping for breath as she processed the nature of her dream. Lacking any experience in romance, and having never even held hands with a man, the thought of deeper experiences was daunting. Should she seek a boyfriend? Perhaps it was best to abandon that idea. Her current focus was to survive the contract period and distance herself from these male protagonists to ensure her escape from the fate of a malicious female antagonist. Chapter 13. Mischief. Tang Tian glanced at the clock on the wall and realized she had unknowingly slept for several hours. It was now 5:30 in the afternoon. Feeling a sense of weakness, she was grateful that Sister Wu had granted her a half-day off. Otherwise, she might have fallen ill. She wondered how the events of the morning had unfolded. Who had locked her in the sunroom? These questions remained a mystery to her. As dinner time approached, she decided to venture out and inquire. As soon as she stepped out of her room, she noticed 3 figures standing at the door of the adjacent room. Lu Xiaoji, Zheng Liu, and Lu Huihua. Notably, only Zheng Liu was dragging a suitcase, her eyes red as she bid farewell to the other 2. Take care, Lu Xiaoji expressed, her words laced with reluctance. Lu Huihua, however, remained silent, leaving Tang Tian disappointed that it was not Lu Xiaoji who was departing. Tang Tian found it hard to believe that Zheng Liu would be so foolish as to lock her in the sunroom without reason. While she could sense Zheng Liu's disdain for her, it didn't seem to warrant such spiteful behavior. Thus, she suspected that Lu Xiaoji must have a hand in this affair. Observing the scene, Tang Tian surmised that Zheng Liu was indeed the one responsible for confining her. She could not comprehend why, if Zheng Liu disliked her, she would engage in such self-sabotaging actions. Yet, Zheng Liu had done exactly that. As Tang Tian stood by, Zheng Liu caught sight of her while saying goodbye to Lu Xiaoji. Their eyes met, and Lu Xiaoji and Lu Huihua turned to look. The atmosphere became instantly awkward, and Tang Tian maintained a stoic expression. Zheng Liu did not apologize. Instead, she wiped her tears and departed with her suitcase. She had no intention of offering an apology to Tang Tian, and she would return, as Lu Xiaoji had mentioned that she would plead for Zheng Liu's reinstatement to the gentleman in the future. Therefore, all she needed to do was ingratiate herself with Lu Xiaoji, who might one day become the owner of the villa. There would be no need for her to bow to a mere servant. Eventually, it would be Lu Xiaoji who held the power, and Zheng Liu, feeling guilty, would undoubtedly favor her. Tang Tian watched coldly as Zheng Liu left the villa, disappearing through the main gate, without so much as a word of apology. With the gentleman absent, Lu Xiaoji clearly lacked the motivation to feign warmth, showing indifference toward Tang Tian and not deeming Zheng Liu's lack of an apology as inappropriate. Lu Huihua grew increasingly puzzled. What deep-seated animosity could Zheng Liu possibly harbor against Tang Tian? It seemed as though she viewed her as a thorn in her side. Contemplating the situation, Tang Tian realized that Zheng Liu's refusal to apologize left her powerless. The thought of Zheng Liu being dismissed and losing her lucrative position could be seen as Sister Wu's way of addressing the matter. Perhaps it was best to let it be, avoiding unnecessary turmoil. Feeling hungry, Tang Tian bypassed Lu Xiaoji and Lu Huihua, heading toward the staff cafeteria. Unbeknownst to her, Fushi sat on a sofa in a side room, having witnessed the entire exchange. He found it amusing. The antics of these servants were becoming increasingly entertaining. The maid who had just been dismissed had apologized to Sister Wu, and to him and Shun Yanli. Yet she had failed to extend an apology to one of the victims, Tang Tian. Fushi rotated her phone, seemingly lost in thought. She believed that the matter had passed, following the incident in the sunroom the previous day. In the dining hall, Tang Tian approached Fu Shi from behind, as she had been responsible for Fu Shi's meals over the past few days. When Shun Yanli glanced up and caught sight of her, he stared at her for a moment. "You are standing beside me," he remarked to Tang Tian. She even thought he might not be addressing her, turned to look around, realizing she was the only one in that direction. "Mr. Shan is talking about me?" she inquired. "Yes," Shun Yanli responded, casting a glance at Fu Shi, who also appeared surprised, and added, "He will tease you." Tang Tian recalled Fu Shi's playful banter from the previous day upon her return. Consequently, she moved to Shun Yanli's side, offering him a warm towel. Fu Shi interjected, "Don't make it seem like I'm the villain here," she complained with discontent. At the table, no one paid heed to her self-defense. Her sharp tongue was well known. Lu Xiaoji had initially intended to stand behind Shun Yanli, but now, her eyes glistening with tears, she stood behind Wen Xiaohan, casting a sorrowful glance toward Shun Yanli. Tang Tian did not perceive Shun Yanli's call as anything special directed at her. It was merely part of a servant's duties to attend to one individual, and she felt indifferent about whose meal she was responsible for. She had simply followed the lead given by Shun Yanli. It wouldn't do for both parties to feel awkward just because others spoke up. Moreover, Shun Yanli had approached her with concern when she inadvertently met Lu Xiaoji's gaze. Filled with longing, she momentarily froze, realizing too late that Lu Xiaoji might think Shun Yanli harbored other intentions toward her. Tang Tian chose to disregard this and had no intention of offering any explanations. In the afternoon, she rested in a side room. Her phone, tucked in a pocket of her work uniform, rang. She retrieved it to find a call from Zheng Liu. "She is calling?" Tang Tian recalled Zheng Liu's expression as she left yesterday. "Hello," she answered the phone. "Tang Tian, I am the one who locked you in the sunroom." "I apologize," Zheng Liu said sincerely. Her tone was drastically different from when she had left the day before. Tang Tian was puzzled as to why Zheng Liu suddenly called to apologize, firmly believing that her earlier attitude was the genuine one. She doubted Zheng Liu would experience a change of heart overnight. However, since an apology had been made, there was no need to dwell on whether the other party truly felt remorseful. She replied without elaborating further. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness, Zheng Liu quickly ended the call. As Tang Tian was about to leave the side room to consume the durian given by the housekeeper, before it froze for too long and lost its flavor, someone entered from the right corridor. She looked over to see Fu Shi approaching her with a smile, one hand in her pocket and the other waving her phone. "Guess who made that servant apologize to you?" Tang Tian's expression turned to one of surprise. "You? Why would he?" Fu Shi had reached her side, satisfied with her reaction, and put away her phone. "I merely acted against injustice," she stated. "I'm not as unscrupulous as Xin Yanli claims." He leaned closer, observing her expression with a smile. "What do you think? Are you on the verge of tears?" Tang Tian replied, "Not really." Fu Shi displayed a hint of disappointment. "What a pity. I was hoping to see you move to tears." Tang Tian found herself both amused and exasperated. "Thank you for this, Mr. Fu." She had assumed it was Sister Wu who had asked Zheng Liu to apologize to her, never imagining it would be Fu Shi. He leaned in even closer, mere inches from her face. "Shall I offer myself in devotion?" Fu Shi skillfully wielded his voice to beguile her. Tang Tian gazed at his magnified, handsome face, momentarily taken aback, her ears flushing crimson. "And no, that's not necessary," she stammered, startled. It was the first time she had seen her so bashful, and from his playful demeanor, his expression gradually shifted to something inscrutable. They were in close proximity. Fu Shi's gaze drifted downward, fixating on her full, rosy lips. Tang Tian was left in shock by his actions. "Fu Shi," a serious voice called from behind him, belonging to Xin Yanli. Fu Shi straightened his tall frame, languidly replying, "Ah, here comes the hero to the rescue." Xin Yanli disapproved of his teasing of Tang Tian. "Don't go too far." Fu Shi glanced at the still Tang Tian. "It's just a joke. She wouldn't take it seriously." "Would you, Tang Tian? Your name is quite sweet, just like you." Tang Tian regained her composure. "Of course not. I have to get back to work now. You gentlemen may continue your conversation." With that, she hurriedly exited the parlor. She vaguely heard Xin Yanli cautioning Fu Shi not to make such jokes in the future, but she was too swift to catch his reply. Tang Tian dismissed Fu Shi's playful words from her mind, quickly forgetting them. Over the next few days, other domestic servants took turns delivering fruits or coffee to the gentlemen. The newly hired domestic workers were diligent and, like Tang Tian, spoke little, having a low profile. Lu Xiaoji was initially wary, fearing the new hires might be formidable, but after a day of observation, she felt reassured. The only source of her unease remained Tang Tian. Meanwhile, Lu Huihua intended to instill a sense of hierarchy in the new domestic workers. As one of them approached the bar with an empty bowl, Lu Huihua brushed past, deliberately bumping into her shoulder. Coincidentally, Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji were at the bar, busy preparing fruits. Chapter 14. Intimidation. The servant, caught off guard by Lu Huihua's deliberate collision, fumbled the bowl in her hands, which fell and shattered on the floor. The clatter of porcelain striking the ground startled Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji, who were preparing fruit, prompting them to turn and witness the unfolding incident. The new servant, having just joined the household, was already anxious about her work environment, and now, having broken a bowl, an expensive item in a wealthy family, she felt utterly flustered and confused about Lu Huihua's intentions. The new servant's panicked expression seemed to amuse Lu Huihua, indicating that her aim to intimidate had been achieved. "Mind your step," Lu Huihua remarked with a mocking tone, crossing her arms as she sauntered away from the fruit bar. Lu Xiaoji, typically perceived as kind and innocent by outsiders, turned away coldly, disregarding the new servant's distress, and carried the fruit platter upstairs. The fruit bar was left with only Tang Tian and the tearful new servant. Observing the new servant trembling as she attempted to gather the porcelain shards. "Tang Tian sai sopti." She covered the washed fruits, dried her hands, and picked up a broom and dustpan from the corner, approaching the new servant's side. The new servant looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting Tang Tian's, and was taken aback by the presence of the usually reserved and low-profile woman. Gently, Tang Tian brushed aside the new servant's hands, saying, "Please do not pick them up with your hands. It's easy to cut yourself. Let me handle this." The new servant, timidly expressing her gratitude, reached out to take the broom from Tang Tian. "Sister Tang Tian, allow me to do it," she insisted, feeling unworthy of Tang Tian's assistance. Tang Tian continued sweeping without raising her head. "You should wash your hands. The tiny shards can embed themselves in your skin, and that would be quite painful." The new servant wiped her tears away. "Thank you, Sister Tang Tian." It turned out that the usually taciturn Tang Tian was, in fact, quite warm-hearted. "Prepare me a bowl of hangover soup." A voice tinged with the remnants of alcohol rang out near Tang Tian and the new servant. stopping her actions. Tang Tian lifted her gaze to the entrance of the fruit bar, where Pei Zhu stood with an air of aristocracy, his expression haughty. "Yes, Mr. Pei," she replied. Pei Zhu, with one hand nestled in his suit pocket and the other massaging his weary brow, strode towards the second floor. Tang Tian promptly cleaned up the shards, washed her hands, and set about making the hangover soup. Instead of delivering it herself, she entrusted the task to the new servant who had just been startled. She sent a message to the new servant, summoning her over. The new servant quickly approached, her expression noticeably brighter upon seeing Tang Tian. "Sister Tang Tian, you called for me?" Tang Tian handed her the tray containing the hangover soup. "Take this to Mr. Pei and make a good impression." The new servant, suppressing her excitement, recognized that despite her short tenure, it was a rare opportunity for newcomers like herself to serve the gentlemen in their rooms. Making a favorable impression in front of them was indeed a fortunate circumstance. "I'll deliver it right away," she said, adjusting her work uniform carefully as she gingerly accepted the tray from Tang Tian. On the second floor, the door to Pei Zhu's room was knocked upon, and the brief response from the man inside revealed his profound indifference. Guomin, the new maid, visibly anxious, gingerly placed the hangover soup beside Pei Zhu. "Mr. Pei, the hangover soup has arrived. Please enjoy." The bearer of the soup was not Tang Tian, and Pei Zhu, rarely opening his eyes, cast a fleeting glance at the nervous new maid. You may leave." The new maid, eager to comply, nodded hurriedly, a hint of fear evident in her demeanor as she swiftly exited his room. Pei Zhu did not immediately partake in the soup. Instead, he rubbed his temples, recalling a scene he had witnessed at the fruit bar. Perhaps the former Tang Tian had been too flirtatious in his presence, and her ingrained image was not one that could be altered overnight. He remained, as ever, emotionally distant. The following day, the butler convened a morning meeting for the staff, specifically commending a new maid, the same one who had been intimidated by Lu Huahua the day prior. "Your performance yesterday was commendable, and as a reward for your efforts this month, the new maid bonus is yours, Sonyu." Newly employed and already bullied by her colleague Lu Huahua, Sonyu was taken aback by the butler's praise and the unexpected windfall of the new maid bonus, her mind swirling in disbelief. Was she dreaming? She had braced herself to account for the broken bowl, yet the butler had not even mentioned the incident. Another new maid gazed at her with envy, pondering how fortunate it would be to be in Songyu's position. Lu Huahua could hardly have anticipated that the new maid she had so recently intimidated would not only earn the butler's commendation at the morning meeting, but also receive a bonus. Just as Lu Huahua was about to cast an irritable glare at Songyu, her eyes met those of the butler, whose keen gaze seemed to pierce through her scheming. Fearful, Lu Huahua immediately averted her eyes, no longer daring to act arrogantly. "I hope you all perform your duties diligently, avoiding unnecessary drama that could tarnish our work environment." The butler's words were a clear admonition directed at Lu Huahua, who understood this as a warning against further workplace bullying. She bowed her head even lower, resolving to conduct herself more appropriately in the future. Standing at the edge, Tang Tian had heard from Sister Wu on the new maid's first day that the butler intended to establish a newcomer award. There could not have been a more opportune moment than having Songyu deliver the hangover soup to Pei Zhu yesterday. As anticipated this morning, not only did Songyu receive praise, but the newcomer bonus also found its way into her hands. As for Lu Huahua's attempts to intimidate the new maid, the butler was certain to be aware, especially given the recent incidents involving Zheng Liu. This was a time when he was most vigilant, apprehensive of a recurrence of such events. Lu Xiaoji noticed Songyu occasionally casting joyful glances at Tang Tian. It seemed she was eager to express her gratitude. Lu Xiaoji surmised that Tang Tian had assisted the new maid, and a cold smile crept upon her lips as she thought, who would believe Tang Tian could be so benevolent? Everyone knows her true intentions lie not in her work, but in seducing several gentlemen. As the morning meeting adjourned, several gentlemen remained on the second floor, still in slumber. Tang Tian made her way to the staff cafeteria for breakfast. She casually selected a seat and began to eat, when soon after, Songyu approached, carrying her breakfast and sitting down opposite her. "Sister Tang Tian, thank you." Song Yu believed that her ability to rise and shine was entirely due to the guidance of Sister Tang Tian. Tang Tian sipped her warm soy milk and replied, "No need for thanks. It is you who sees the opportunity." Song Yu nodded gratefully, feeling deeply moved. Just yesterday, her situation was shrouded in darkness, but today, it was as if the skies had cleared completely. This remarkable transformation was largely thanks to Sister Tang Tian. Lu Huihua cast a disdainful glance at Song Yu, thinking, is she really trying to curry favor with Tang Tian? Does she truly believe that Tang Tian can assist her? After all, Tang Tian herself was in a precarious position, with the constant threat of dismissal looming over her. Chapter 15. Astonishment. Lu Huihua regarded Song Yu with a glance of disdain. The butler had subtly warned her, and although she felt a tinge of discomfort, she no longer harbored thoughts of intimidating the newcomer. More than she wished to see Song Yu falter, her desire was for Lu Xiaoji to depart. As for Tang Tian, she was merely an inconsequential ornament. Tang Tian and Song Yu appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation, much to Lu Xiaoji's irritation. She hoped that the entire household would isolate Tang Tian. As Song Yu was washing the dishes, Lu Xiaoji approached her. "Congratulations on receiving a bonus," she remarked, her understanding demeanor indistinguishable from her usual self. Song Yu, busy with the dishes, turned to see Lu Xiaoji smiling gently at her. The previous day's cold indifference seemed to be a distant memory. Though Song Yu had limited experience, her intuition signaled that Lu Xiaoji was not to be underestimated. "Thank you," Song Yu replied with a smile, returning to her task. "You are new here and unaware of many things. I advise you not to get too close to Tang Tian." Song Yu halted her dishwashing, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Why?" Lu Xiaoji merely shook her head with a smile. "Keep her distance from her. You will thank me later." Her confidence in this forewarning was palpable, as if she believed that should Song Yu disregard her advice, she would inevitably be dragged down by Tang Tian. Skeptical, Song Yu thought, hearing is one thing, seeing is another. Given that Tang Tian had been so helpful to her the previous day, she deemed her a kind-hearted individual. Noticing Song Yu's evident disbelief, Lu Xiaoji continued with a smile, "If you wish to know what Tang Tian has done in the past, let us discuss it outside this place tonight. This is not suitable for conversation." Intrigued, Song Yu agreed to her proposition. Lu Xiaoji's eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph as she discreetly glanced at Tang Tian, who was still leisurely enjoying her breakfast. The gentleman had not yet risen, so Tang Tian took her time, believing that eating too quickly was detrimental to one's stomach. Initially uncomfortable, she was gradually acclimating to the residence and environment of the villa, while the thought of leaving once her contract expired lingered. She felt less anxious than when she first arrived. She constantly reminded herself to minimize her presence, ensuring that once her contract was over, she could depart safely. As long as she distanced herself from the protagonists, it signified her escape from the fate of a vicious, supporting character within the narrative. Half an hour later, Tang Tian stood behind Wen Xiaohan, ready to serve him milk or food. Pei Zhu and Fu, she were already dining, while the seat opposite Wen Xiaohan remained vacant, reserved for Shen Yanli. Tang Tian glanced at the warm milk and breakfast across the table, just as Wen Xiaohan finished his milk and she slowly poured him another glass. A few minutes later, Shen Yanli entered the dining room, his strikingly handsome demeanor marked by fatigue, suggesting he had not slept well the previous night. Lu Xiaoji gently pulled out a chair for him. "Good morning, Mr. Shen." Shen Yanli nodded absently as he took a seat, his gaze falling upon Tang Tian, who stood across from him. She wore the same work uniform as usual, her stunning face devoid of makeup, her skin smooth and radiant, illuminating the room with her beauty. Shen Yanli lifted his eyelids and gazed at her for a moment. In the dream from the previous night, her skin was exquisitely fair and soft. Tang Tian's attention was entirely focused on Wen Xiaohan, so she could promptly discern his needs. It was Fu Shi who noticed the way Shen Yanli looked at Tang Tian, assuming that she had once again enticed him. With a curious and theatrical gaze, he glanced at Tang Tian, who was the object of Shen Yanli's fixation. However, Tang Tian remained oblivious to Shen Yanli's stare, her thoughts solely on Wen Xiaohan, not sparing a single glance toward him. Fu Shi was momentarily taken aback, then continued to observe with astonishment. Tang Tian's demeanor was entirely natural, showing no signs of playing hard to get. Taking a sip of milk, a playful smile lingered at the corners of his lips. This was turning out to be quite entertaining. "Mr. Shun? The breakfast will get cold soon," Lu Xiaoji softly reminded him. Only then did Xin Yanli withdraw his enigmatic gaze and slowly begin to eat. Lu Xiaoji looked across at Tang Tian, pondering the earlier moment when Xin Yanli had fixated on her for an extended period. An unprecedented sense of crisis washed over her, rendering her expression grim. Why had he been staring at Tang Tian for so long? What had transpired between Xin Yanli and Tang Tian in the glass room? Lu Xiaoji regretted her strategy of confining Tang Tian to the glass room, feeling as though she had lost both a person and a battle. When Xiaoan, having leisurely finished his breakfast, remarked, "Take your time," Fushi nodded and asked, "No activities today? Are you returning to the Wen Corporation?" When Xiaoan placed the used towel beside the table. "I won't be going back. I'm going upstairs to compose." "Fu undicesimo understood." "All right, we won't disturb you today." As when Xiaoan rose from the table, he paused after a couple of steps and turned to Tang Tian, instructing, "Later, bring a fruit platter to my room." Tang Tian responded like a robot, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Understood, Mr. Wen." She refrained from smiling, to avoid being perceived as trying to entice someone. As she prepared to leave the dining area, she inadvertently met Fu Shi's teasing gaze, which left her feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed he had once again assumed she was playing coy, concocting an elaborate drama in his mind. Tang Tian, uninterested in his antics, waited until when Xiaohan had exited the dining room before she followed suit, maintaining a certain distance from these central figures. With the spectacle concluded, Fu Shi turned to the ever-silent Pei Ju, inquiring, "President Pei, are you returning to the Pei Corporation today?" Pei Ju did not lift his gaze. "Yes." Fu Shi silently acknowledged him, recognizing the relentless work ethic that had undoubtedly contributed to Pei Corporation's status as a leader in the business world. It was no wonder that under such a president, Pei Corporation had ascended to the pinnacle of industry. Meanwhile, Shun Yanli was wiping the warm towel, yet his gaze remained fixed on Tang Tian's departing figure, shrouded in obscurity. Lu Xiaoji maintained an outwardly gentle demeanor, yet inwardly, she was fiercely gripping the tray in her hands, determined to expel Tang Tian from the villa, depriving her of any opportunity to entice Xin Yanli. Having already left the dining room, Tang Tian remained unaware of the peculiar intensity of Shun Yanli's gaze upon her. She continued to attend to her remaining tasks, and an hour later, she brought a fruit platter into Wen Xiaohan's room. Hearing him say, "Come in," she entered as quietly as possible, striving to disturb him as little as possible while he composed. Her carefulness was such that even the act of closing the door was nearly soundless, a fact noted by Wen Xiaohan, who regarded the now-closed door with a smile. His perception of her altered slightly. After Tang Tian ascended to the second floor to deliver a fruit platter to Wen Xiaohan, she descended back to the first floor, where the butler called her over, needing to convey instructions to her and Lu Huihua. "Mr. Fu is scheduled to swim early tomorrow morning. Which one of you will be keeping watch?" Tang Tian remained silent, for she had no desire to engage. Not only did she wish to maintain a respectful distance from the principal character, but Fu Shi's insufferable demeanor made her yearn to keep as far away as possible. Chapter 16. It's you. Unlike Tang Tian, Lu Huihua's reaction was markedly different. Fu Shi was the object of Lu Huihua's secret affection, and naturally, she yearned to draw closer to him. Thus, she raised her hand with remarkable speed. "Butler, I shall guard Mr. Fu tomorrow." Tang Tian exhaled in relief, as she had no intention of going. However, the butler, after glancing at the eagerly raised hand of Lu Huihua, turned his gaze towards Tang Tian, who remained silent and visibly relieved. "Tang Tian, you will guard Mr. Fu tomorrow. Should anything arise, you may come to me." The butler directly appointed Tang Tian. Lu Huihua's expression fell instantly. She thought she had misheard, and upon seeing Tang Tian frown in reluctant discontent, she realized her previous assumption was incorrect. The butler had chosen Tang Tian, not her, to watch over Mr. Fu. "Butler." Lu Huihua stared at him in disbelief. She had raised her hand. Why was she not granted the opportunity? Instead, it was given to Tang Tian, who did not wish to go. The butler sighed softly, You would do well to relinquish your feelings for Mr. Fu. It is painfully obvious. Who could fail to notice? With your disposition, could he possibly feel at ease in trusting you with his care? While Mr. Fu may not be interested, you would be an encumbrance to him. Furious yet begrudgingly compliant, Lu Huihua shot a resentful glare at the unwilling Tang Tian, thinking it was unfairly advantageous for her. Tang Tian was averse to the notion, as simply delivering refreshments to Fu Shi's room was a far cry from being by the poolside, where she would have to accompany him while he swam and promptly drape a towel over him. Butler, could we not select someone else? Tang Tian pondered for a few moments before voicing her concern. The butler's tone was resolute. It is you. From now on, you shall oversee the gentlemen during their swims. Tang Tian felt as though she were about to shatter. How could this be? The responsibilities were multiplying rather than diminishing. Butler, I do not wish to go, she stated plainly, expressing her reluctance. At that moment, Lu Huihua eagerly interjected, Butler, I am willing. This is a golden opportunity that cannot fall into Tang Tian's hands. The butler remained unmoved. This matter is settled as such. You both may return to your respective tasks. With that, he busied himself instructing other servants, disappearing from their view without leaving room for negotiation. You truly are fortunate. Lu Huihua scoffed sarcastically at Tang Tian, her annoyance palpable. Tang Tian, already troubled, grew increasingly impatient in the face of Lu Huihua's derision. She cast a cold glance at Lu Huihua, retorting, My luck exceeds yours. Lu Huihua, incensed by her frosty demeanor, shot back you. Do not even think about attempting to charm those gentlemen again, or I shall report you to Sister Wu. I will have her dismiss you. Tang Tian responded calmly. It is you who wishes to ensnare those gentlemen. If you desire to entice them, simply admit it. Your earlier anxiety was quite telling, but alas. The butler saw through your intentions and assigned the task to me. Fuming with rage, Lu Huihua felt the urge to lash out at her. Tang Tian, do not get too carried away. Once I gather evidence of your flirtations with those gentlemen, prepare to be dismissed by Sister Wu. Tang Tian indeed harbored a desire to be dismissed by Sister Wu, as this would spare her from paying the penalty for breach of contract and enable her to gracefully escape the fate of the malevolent female antagonist within the narrative. You may seek out Sister Wu. If you manage to facilitate my dismissal, I would be profoundly grateful, she mused. In truth, she contemplated feigning seduction towards several protagonists to provoke Sister Wu's ire, yet she hesitated, wary of mirroring the original ending that befall her character. Thus, she resolved to bide her time and fulfill her contractual obligations, with only 5 months remaining. Maintaining a low profile and exercising utmost caution during this period should not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, upon vacating the villa, she would possess a substantial nest egg, allowing her to establish a quaint little shop and lead a life of blissful contentment. When Tang Tian spoke these words, her expression and tone radiated earnestness, suggesting she was not merely jesting. Lu Huihua was taken aback, then recalled her past actions, leading her to believe Tang Tian must be concealing some cunning scheme, perhaps intending to ensnare her in the process. I shall not fall for your trickery. Unable to contend with Tang Tian, Lu Huihua could only storm away, seething with resentment. The thought of having to endure the presence of Fu Shi the following day filled Tang Tian with dread. His notorious sharp tongue had recently taken to mocking her, seemingly deriving amusement from it. As for the butler's mention of her having to attend to the other 3 gentlemen, Pei Ju, Wen Xiaohan, and Shun Yanli, she felt reassured, knowing they seldom ventured to swim. Turning a corner back to the bar, Tang Tian prepared to wash the tray she had just used. At that moment, Song Yu entered the fruit bar, appearing preoccupied. Noticing Tang Tian washing the tray, she hurried over to share the information that Lu Xiaoji had relayed to her the previous night. Although Song Yu lacked extensive experience, she recognized Tang Tian as the one who had genuinely aided her. Lu Xiaoji's intent was to isolate Tang Tian, hoping to skew Song Yu's perception of her. Throughout Song Yu's recounting, she scrutinized Tang Tian's expression, initially expecting an outburst of anger. Yet to her astonishment, Tang Tian's demeanor remained unchanged upon hearing the news. Tang Tian, I thought you might be furious, Song Yu remarked, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Tang Tian turned off the faucet and placed the clean tray on the drying rack. Song Yu, what Lu Xiaoji said is indeed factual. Although those actions were those of the original character, I now embody her. Song Yu was left speechless, taken aback by Tang Tian's candid admission. Tang Tian, I understand you must have your reasons, or there must be some misunderstanding. Yet Tang Tian interjected, in truth, I once aspired to seduce several gentlemen, longing for boundless wealth to elevate my social standing. However, I subsequently recognized the futility of such ambitions and relinquished them. Now, I content myself with my work, harboring no further illusions regarding the gentleman. Her voice was clear, boldly acknowledging her past intentions. Thus, I have no ulterior motives, nor is there any misunderstanding. Song Yu could only respond with a hesitant, Tang Tian, the past is the past. Now, and in the future, there will be no risk of dismissal if one refrains from seducing several gentlemen. Tang Tian did not anticipate that Song Yu would express such sentiments. She had assumed that Song Yu would distance herself, yet, upon hearing Tang Tian's earlier words, Song Yu became increasingly convinced that Sister Tang Tian is indeed a good person. Moreover, these gentlemen possess wealth, power, and fame, being both tall and handsome, with significant influence in the entertainment industry as well as in the business realm. Who wouldn't be enamored by such individuals? Who wouldn't desire their affection? How many could resist such temptation? As Song Yu spoke, she began to comprehend why Sister Tang Tian had previously entertained thoughts of enticing these gentlemen. Tang Tian chuckled softly. These words must not reach a third party, lest they suspect that you and I are conspiring to seduce several gentlemen. Song Yu quickly glanced around, relieved to see that the fruit bar was occupied solely by herself and Sister Tang Tian. In any case, I shall always stand by your side, Sister Tang Tian, regardless of what others may say. Tang Tian was genuinely surprised that a kind gesture from the day before would lead to the formation of a friendship. She smiled radiantly at Song Yu, saying, Thank you. The breathtaking beauty before her caused Song Yu's eyes to widen in awe, and she could not help but hold her breath, fearing that she might disturb the stunning Tang Tian. Song Yu believed that Sister Tang Tian was perfectly matched with any of the gentlemen, for she had never encountered such an extraordinarily beautiful woman as Sister Tang Tian. Chapter 17. Cast into the pool by her the following morning, Tang Tian emerged from her room, just as she was about to close the door. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a tall figure standing in the corridor not far away. She focused her gaze and realized it was Shun Yanli, who was staring at her intently. Tang Tian was perplexed as to why he was standing there watching her. Hadn't they always treated her with disdain and indifference? She averted her gaze, closed her door, and turned towards the pool. After taking a few steps, she noticed Shun Yanli approaching her. Assuming he had something to discuss, she paused to wait for him. Shun Yanli, with his long legs striding towards her, presented an imposing figure, tall and well-built. His broad shoulders and narrow waist exerted a palpable pressure on Tang Tian. Unconsciously, she took a half step back. Mr. Shun, do you need something? Shun Yanli glanced at her room. Which room do you occupy? Tang Tian looked back at her room, bewildered, and hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. Yes, Mr. Shun. She presumed he was concerned that she lived too close to them and wanted her to move further away. Shun Yanli fixed his gaze upon her almond-shaped eyes. And after a moment, he said, If you require anything, please inform the housekeeper. Tang Tian was even more puzzled by his unexpected concern. Why was Shun Yanli behaving this way? Hadn't he always detested her? She couldn't fathom how the sunlight room could bridge any gap between them. Nor did she wish to draw closer to him. Distancing herself was her priority. Thank you, Mr. Shun, but I have no needs. Shun Yanli dismissed her polite refusal. Are you heading to breakfast now? Tang Tian shook her head. Mr. Fu is going for a swim. I need to prepare towels and other supplies. Fu, she was going for a swim? Shun Yanli typically preferred working out in the gym at the villa rather than swimming. Go ahead, he said, not wishing to disturb her further. Tang Tian nodded, and, as she turned to leave, walked slowly at first, then quickened her pace. Feeling for the first time that Fu, she wasn't as daunting as she had thought. Today, Shun Yanli was truly inscrutable, evoking an indescribable sensation within her, as if she had caught his attention. She tapped her head, lost in thought. What was she thinking? Someone of Shen Yanli's stature likely loathed her. A mere glance from him was probably laced with disdain. Perhaps he found her residence too close for comfort and intended to have the housekeeper arrange for her to be relocated. As for his earlier concern for her, it was likely just a polite remark, a casual utterance. Tang Tian prepared the towels and drinks, wheeling the cart to the poolside, where she settled onto a lounge chair to await Fu Shi's arrival. After 10 minutes, Fu Shi appeared in a white bathrobe, and his voice reached her before he drew near. "Look who we have here." Tang Tian suppressed the urge to roll her eyes heavenward. "Good morning." Fu Shi approached her with a smile. "I was wondering why you haven't been flaunting yourself in front of us lately. It seems you've genuinely changed your strategy." He playfully lifted her chin with a finger, the silky touch of her skin momentarily startling him, before he regained his composure and scrutinized her beautiful face. A feigned retreat to entice? Or a strategic withdrawal? His breath seemed to compel her, quickening her heartbeat. Tang Tian endeavored to disregard her uncontrollable shyness, for she had never been so close to a man before. Her ears flushed crimson as she evaded his hand, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Mr. Fu, I have only heard your songs. I have not seen your acting. If you were to pursue acting, you would undoubtedly achieve success." Fu Shi delighted in her spirited retorts, laughing heartily as he replied, "I understand your subtle jibe regarding my theatricality, but," leaning closer to her, as he had done previously, he gazed intently at her increasingly flushed face and remarked, "You are still shy." Fu Shi's gaze shifted from her face to her earlobes, which were pale, yet tinged with pink. A fleeting, tantalizing thought crossed his mind, causing the teasing smile to vanish from his lips. Tang Tian, her face burning with embarrassment, retreated. "Mr. Fu, are you here to swim or to tease me?" Fu Shi straightened his robust figure, looking down at her with a scoff. "I regret to inform you that you lack the allure of the swimming pool." Tang Tian exhaled in relief. He had finally returned to his senses. Seeing her relaxation, Fu Shi was further amused. "Your acting is truly remarkable. You have mastered the art of feigned retreat." Tang Tian could no longer tolerate his antics and took 2 steps forward to pull at his bathrobe. Hey, wait. Why are you pulling at my bathrobe? You shameless woman. Are you so eager to see my abs?" Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Tian's soft, fair foot pressed against his posterior clad in swim trunks. Fu Shi, quick to react, grasped her foot, feeling its delicate softness, entirely capable of enveloping it with one hand. Tang Tian wished to kick him into the pool, but his reflexes were astonishingly swift, and he seized her foot instead. Her cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. "Why you?" "Let go." Fu Shi did not overstay his hold. As soon as she spoke, he released her foot. The next moment he was propelled into the pool, sending a splash of water into the air. Tang Tian was inevitably drenched, though her work uniform remained only slightly damp and would dry soon. Fu Shi emerged from the water, wiping droplets from his face, and accused her. "Tang Tian, you lack decorum." He had released her, yet she dared to kick him. "Just swim. You talk too much," Tang Tian retorted, lounging on a beach chair with her chin resting on her hand, gazing at the troublesome figure in the pool. Fu Shi narrowed his eyes. "Do you dare to stain me?" Tang Tian, feeling rather indifferent, replied, "I do dare. What do you do about it?" Fu Shi studied her for a moment before breaking into a hearty laugh. "I can do nothing. You are far more entertaining than I had anticipated." Tang Tian maintained a stoic expression. "Mr. Fu, please demonstrate your swimming technique." Fu Shi, amused by her exasperation, couldn't help but chuckle, his desire to playfully torment her intensifying. She was simply delightful. "Today, consider yourself fortunate. I shall show you my world-class swimming style." Tang Tian responded with silence. Fu Shi swam for nearly 40 minutes, and during his break, Tang Tian offered him a drink and draped a towel over his shoulders. When he resumed swimming, she retrieved the towel and cup. She sat on a beach chair, surrounded by the tranquil sound of the pool, devoid of any other noise. The sound of the water was akin to white noise, lulling her into a gentle slumber as she rested her chin on her hand. Her consciousness drifted through several dreamscapes, until suddenly she became aware of her presence by the poolside, hastily opening her eyes. Before her loomed a shadow. Fu Shi had emerged from the pool, clad in a pristine white bathrobe. Water dripped from his thick hair, and his striking countenance lacked the usual air of nonchalance. His elongated peach blossom eyes were now dark and foreboding. This glance filled Tang Tian with trepidation, making her almost forget Fu Shi's typical playful demeanor, which masked a rather ruthless nature beneath. "Mr. Fu, have you finished swimming?" she stammered. For some unknown reason, Fu Shi's gaze remained fixed on her bare feet. Tang Tian, feeling a sense of unease, instinctively shrank back her exposed toes. Chapter 18. The bath towel. At that moment, Shun Yanli's cool voice echoed from the entrance of the pool. "Fu Shi, I need to talk to you." As Shun Yanli approached, Tang Tian distinctly sensed a peculiar atmosphere dissipate. Fu Shi resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor, hands tucked into the pockets of his bathrobe, his tone languid as if the tension that Tang Tian had just felt was nothing but a figment of her imagination. "What did you possibly want?" As Shun Yanli drew near, his indifferent gaze swept over Tang Tian, revealing her anxious expression. "Let us discuss this upstairs." Fu Shi casually picked up a towel resting on a beach chair, drying his hair with nonchalance. Tang Tian wished to intervene, but found it too late. The towel he had taken was the very one she had used to wipe her neck and the splashes from her clothes. The thought of him using it to dry his hair sent shivers down her spine. She recalled Fu Shi's obsession with cleanliness and could hardly imagine the fury he would unleash if he discovered the towel had been in contact with her. Seeing him already using it, she opted to feign ignorance to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fu Shi set the towel down, turned to Tang Tian, and offered a teasing smile. "I'll come and play with you again next time." With that, his ambiguous gaze passed over her feet before he draped his long arm over Shun Yanli's broad shoulder. Shun Yanli detested this carefree demeanor, swiftly pulling his arm away. He shot Fu Shi a cold glance. "Do not toy with Tang Tian again. Am I really that kind of person? Fu undicesimo fiend innocence." "You are," Shun Yanli retorted. Fu Shi suddenly burst into laughter. "You understand me well, Li Ge. It's not my fault." That reaction from Tang Tian was simply too amusing for me to resist. Behind them, Tang Tian thought, "Is he speaking so loudly out of fear that he might not be heard? Exercise some restraint. Don't frighten her." Shun Yanli disapproved of Fu Shi's antics, frowning as he urged him to temper his behavior. Tang Tian felt as though she had just fought a fierce battle. Dealing with Fu Shi was more exhausting than a day's labor. She quickly gathered her things and pushed her cart away from the pool. As she exited the pool area, she noticed Lu Huihua diligently polishing a vase. Yet, while cleaning, her eyes persistently darted towards the pool visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tang Tian was well aware of her intentions and halted her cart, clearing her throat. Lu Huihua, startled, immediately withdrew her inquisitive gaze and resumed her task. When she turned to see Tang Tian, her frustration was palpable. Tang Tian said nothing, merely regarding her with an all-knowing stare. In a fit of anger, Lu Huihua snatched the cloth and stormed off, the vase already gleaming under her efforts. Infuriated, she tossed the cloth onto the sink, lamenting her tardiness that had cost her the chance to see anything, especially with Tang Tian catching her in the act. However, she found solace in the thought that the gentleman had little regard for Tang Tian. Mr. Fu, in particular, likely held the strongest disdain for her. With this thought, Lu Huihua felt a sense of relief. No matter how alluring Tang Tian's methods might be, the gentleman would never be swayed by someone like her. That afternoon, as Fu Shi lay asleep, his brow furrowed and veins subtly visible, it seemed that the events of his dreams troubled him deeply. As he awoke from his slumber, Fu Shi's handsome face wore a dark expression as he tossed aside the air-conditioning blanket, muttering a curse under his breath. He grasped the tissue box from the bedside table and, with his elongated peach blossom eyes cast downwards, his demeanor was ominously somber. Merely recalling a fleeting moment from the dream he had just experienced, Fu Shi's gaze grew heavy. The image of Tang Tian's clear, doe-like eyes flitted before him. Indeed, she had piqued his interest of late. Tang Tian had been busily engaged in activities within the villa, blissfully unaware that Fu Shi had dreamt of her in a rather peculiar manner. As several gentlemen gathered for dinner that evening, Tang Tian entered the dining room, standing behind Wen Xiaohan, who was unoccupied. Directly across from Wen Xiaohan sat Shun Yanli, who, upon noticing Tang Tian standing behind one, furrowed his brow momentarily in displeasure, yet chose not to voice his thoughts. Tang Tian, like a mechanical doll, repeated her usual actions, oblivious to the expressions of the other gentlemen around her. Occasionally, Shen Yamli would lift his gaze to glance at her, but Tang Tian remained engrossed in her tasks, oblivious to the fact that he had stolen several glances in her direction. Beside him, Fu Shi maintained his usual languid demeanor, yet unlike before. He no longer observed the scene with amusement, nor did he mock Tang Tian with his eyes. Han Yi, pass me a few pieces of the sweet and sour ribs in front of you, Fu Shi said, gesturing toward the dish on Wen Xiaohan's table. Wen Xiaohan motioned for Tang Tian to bring the entire plate to Fu Shi. Lazily, Fu Shi raised his eyes to Tang Tian, who was preparing to serve the ribs, and for reasons unknown, he frowned, clicking his tongue and saying, "You need not bother. Go fetch the sweet and sour ribs yourself." He directed his words at Lu Huihua, who, unable to contain her excitement, shot a triumphant glance at Tang Tian, convinced that Fu Shi had indeed grown completely weary of her. Lu Xiaoji, with a gentle smile, looked at Tang Tian, her disdain barely concealed, likely thinking that Tang Tian had once again attempted to entice Fu Shi this morning and had consequently irked him. However, Tang Tian remained oblivious to any awkwardness and did not feel embarrassed. Instead, she placed the sweet and sour ribs down. For Fu Shi's disdain for her was not a recent development, particularly after their earlier confrontation. Shen Yanli, with a tinge of sympathy in his gaze, observed that Tang Tian seemed unfazed by her public humiliation, continuing with her tasks, which only deepened his belief that Fu Shi's actions were excessive. Wen Xiaohan also harbored some dissatisfaction with Fu Shi's behavior. Although Tang Tian was a domestic servant, she deserved dignity as well. Tang Tian, from now on, do not heed anything Fu Shi instructs you, a voice interjected, breaking the silence. It was Pei Ju, who had been quietly dining, startled by Pei Ju addressing her. Tang Tian paused her work and turned her gaze toward him. "All right, Mr. Pei." It was only upon raising her head that she noticed the somewhat awkward atmosphere in the dining room, and she glanced curiously at Fu Shi. Fu undicesimo, with his tongue pressed against his cheek, cast a sidelong glance at Tang Tian before shifting his attention back to Pei Ju, remaining silent. Lu Huihua, who had previously been reveling in schadenfreude, now found herself at a loss for words, astonished that Mr. Pei was speaking up for Tang Tian. The astonishment on Lu Xiaoji's face deepened gradually. Pei Ju, who should have been the person most averse to Tang Tian, how could he? Shen Yanli withdrew his gaze, seemingly unaffected by Pei Ju's defense of Tang Tian. Breaking the stalemate, Wen Xiaohan addressed Lu Xiaoji, who stood opposite him. "Xiaoji, please inform the housekeeper that we have friends visiting the villa tomorrow and arrange for refreshments and pastries." Lu Xiaoji, entrusted with this important task, displayed an even gentler expression. "I will convey Mr. Wen's message to the housekeeper." Chapter 19. The gathering Lu Huihua grew increasingly agitated upon witnessing the elevated status of others before several gentlemen. Both Lu Xiaoji and Tang Tian seemed to possess a higher standing than her. While Lu Xiaoji was well-liked, she could not fathom why Mr. Pei would speak on behalf of a mere decorative figure like Tang Tian, especially considering Mr. Pei's previous disdain for her. Surely, Tang Tian must have said or done something to elicit his support. Tang Tian, however, was devoid of any convoluted thoughts. She completed her tasks diligently, relishing in moments of rest when available, and promptly moved on to her next duty when not. She approached her work with a straightforward mentality, disinterested in the psychological dynamics of those around her. For her, it was a matter of performing her duties well. Immersing herself emotionally was unnecessary. She epitomized the quintessential worker's mindset. After the gentlemen finished their meal, Tang Tian washed her hands and made her way to the staff cafeteria. By 4 in the afternoon, hunger had set in, yet the rain had compelled her to assist in moving flowers indoors. By the time her task was completed, her hunger was unbearable. It was only now that she could finally partake in dinner, and she savored several hearty bites to alleviate her hunger. Lu Huihua slammed her tray down opposite Tang Tian before taking a seat, but Tang Tian remained unfazed, not even casting a glance in her direction. Lu Huihua's frustration intensified at Tang Tian's indifference, Even in adversarial relationships, she struggled to tolerate such coldness. What transpired this morning? Why was Mr. Fu so resistant to your approach this evening? Lu Weihua nearly inquired directly whether Tang Tian had been flirting in front of Mr. Fu. Having finished her meal, Tang Tian, still unsatisfied, eyed the steak and cod on Lu Huihua's plate. She met Lu Huihua's gaze and asked, curious to know, surprised by the ease of the exchange. Lu Huihua nodded in affirmation. If you relinquish your steak and cod to me, I shall divulge the details. Lu Huihua hesitated, reluctantly glancing at her plate, then, with a determined bite, conceded, fine, I will serve it to you. Tang Tian quickly interjected, no need for you to bother. I can manage myself. Lu Huihua observed as Tang Tian not only claimed the steak and cod, but also a considerable portion of the pasta. Lu Huihua felt a pang of regret. Leave me some, she implored. Finally relenting, Tang Tian paused her chopsticks and returned a small portion of pasta to her. Lu Huihua stared at the meager pasta on her plate, feeling despondent. Had she known, she would have refrained from her inquisitiveness, especially since Mr. Fu had already shown his disfavor towards Tang Tian. Lu Huihua had been anticipating Tang Tian's account of the morning's events by the poolside. However, Tang Tian leisurely finished her meal and meticulously wiped her lips. This nonchalance only heightened Lu Huihua's anxiety. She wished for Tang Tian to hasten her tale instead of prolonging the suspense. Once Tang Tian discarded her napkin into the trash, she finally revealed, this morning Mr. Fu had a few words with me before he went for a swim, which lasted around 40 minutes before he departed with Mr. Shun. And then, that was it. Lu Huihua pressed. Tang Tian nodded, as if it were the most natural conclusion. Indeed, that was all. Lu Huihua scrutinized her. What prompted Mr. Fu to speak to you? Tang Tian was aware that Fu she still believed she had not abandoned her intentions of seducing them, often mocking her with biting sarcasm. However, she was resolute in not divulging these remarks to Lu Huihua. Lu Huihua, feeling rather inquisitive, remarked on her fruitless inquiries. Tang Tian, feeling quite satisfied after her meal, rose to wash the dishes. She had worked hard today and planned to take an early bath and retire for the night after work. The villa at night lacked the warmth of sunlight and picturesque views, enveloped instead in a solitude that felt profoundly isolating. Even with the lights aglow, the chill of the night seeped in, creating a palpable sense of desolation. Pei Ju, his eyes betraying weariness, descended the stairs in search of a glass of ice water. The fruit bar was occupied solely by Tang Tian, who was tidying up. Please bring me a glass of ice water. Pei Ju's unexpected voice startled Tang Tian, rousing her from her drowsiness. Certainly, Mr. Pei, she replied. As she reached for the ice cubes, her gaze lingered on the milk in the refrigerator, tempting her with its allure. Yet as a servant, she knew she could not indulge in its sweetness without permission. Mr. Pei, would ice-cold milk be acceptable? It can aid sleep, she tentatively suggested. Pei Ju, misinterpreting her words as a shift from seduction to gentle persuasion, replied curtly, anything cold will suffice. His voice, heavy with fatigue, left no room for her subtle maneuvering. Tang Tian's smile brightened as she switched from addressing him as you to your, a clear indication of her uplifted spirits. Pei Ju's gaze swept over her as she promptly poured a glass of ice-cold milk. He took a sip and began to leave the fruit bar, but in truth, he merely paused at a corner, out of her sight. Believing he had ascended to the second floor, Tang Tian finished the remaining milk in her glass, savoring each sip. Content. She wiped away the milk stains with a tissue, humming a tune as she prepared to retreat to her room for a bath and sleep. Meanwhile, Pei Ju silently observed the glass of milk in his hand, realizing that her concern was not for him, but rather for her own desire to drink it. The July weather was oppressively hot, occasionally interrupted by torrential downpours. When Xiaohan mentioned that friends would be arriving at the villa for a gathering, and the housekeeper had arranged everything with meticulous detail, treating it as a grand party. By 4 o'clock, an array of luxury vehicles began to arrive at the villa, bringing with them an assortment of young men and women, all offspring of affluent families. The usually tranquil villa was unusually lively that day, with Tang Tian bustling about, delivering drinks and guiding guests to find various gentlemen among them. In contrast, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Huihua simmered with jealousy, knowing that the friends of these wealthy young men were also affluent heiresses. Several of these young ladies had their sights set on a few gentlemen, which only served to deepen Lu Xiaoji and Lu Huihua's discontent. The sharp gazes of the wealthy heiresses were unmistakable, and Lu Xiaoji's forced smile did little to disguise their understanding of the situation. However, they dismissed any notion of threat. After all, what could a mere maid offer that would attract the attention of Pei Zhu and his companions? Yet, when the wealthy heiresses set their eyes on Tang Tian, an involuntary gasp escaped their lips, and an acute sense of competition surged within them. Do not speak of the entertainment industry. They have encountered all manner of beauties. Tang Tian, with her enchanting visage, merely needs to cast a smile to attract throngs of admirers. It was only when Tang Tian's figure faded from view that the several wealthy young ladies on the sofa exchanged glances, falling into silence. We did not see her during our last visit. She must be a new addition to the staff. The affluent young ladies refrained from directly addressing the crisis instigated by Tang Tian. Fong Siyu placed her wine glass upon the tray offered by a servant, suggesting, "Why not summon her and find out?" "That may not be appropriate," when Xiaohan's cousin remarked, feeling that such actions were excessive. Fong Siyu replied with a smile, "What are you thinking? Do you believe I am the sort to bully others?" When AI understood Fong Siyu's character well enough to know she would not engage in such behavior. "I merely wish to ascertain whether she harbors any ulterior motives towards Pei Zhu and the others. Should she possess such intentions, the maid stands a high chance of succeeding. I cannot fathom someone being indifferent to Pei Zhu and his companions. And if she does?" Fong Siyu chuckled. "Then let us have a conversation with Sister Wu." When AI was taken aback, aside from requesting Sister Wu to dismiss the maid, what else could they discuss? Very well, in pursuit of Pei Ge, she must eliminate all temptations surrounding him. Chapter 20. Under scrutiny as Tang Tian passed by several affluent young ladies, she was summoned by Fong Siyu. "Come here for a moment." Tang Tian approached, inquiring, "Ladies, would you care for something to drink?" Fong Siyu, known for her keen perception, was taken aback by the striking beauty of the maid before her. Despite her alluring figure, it was her exceptionally clear and sincere ebony eyes that truly captivated. "Where's Pei Ge?" Fong Siyu asked. Upon hearing that they were seeking Pei Zhu, Tang Tian, well acquainted with the surroundings, calmly directed them. "Mr. Pei is in the adjacent hall." Her tone was steady, devoid of any signs of displeasure or wariness. When AI inquired, "And where is Fu Shi?" she playfully glanced at the young lady seated beside her, a member of the Zhong family. The Zhong heiress shyly tugged at her arm, scrutinizing Tang Tian's expression. "Mr. Fu is in the billiards room." Tang Tian had just taken someone there to find Fu Shi. When AI looked towards Fong Siyu, who gently shook her head in response. The Zhong heiress asked, "What about Li Ge?" Tang Tian replied, "He is also in the adjacent hall." Fong Siyu then queried, "And where is Xiao Han?" Just as Tang Tian was about to respond, she noticed when Xiao Han striding towards them, smiling as he approached. When Xiao Han caught their attention, and one of the wealthy young ladies, secretly infatuated with him, struggled to contain her excitement. "What is happening?" he asked Tang Tian. Smiling, she replied, "The ladies are looking for you." Meanwhile, Fong Siyu continued to observe Tang Tian, who appeared genuinely indifferent to Pei Zhu and the others. Vian Shuohan, noticing his cousin when AI's guilty expression, realized they were up to no good. "You may resume your activities," he said coldly. Tang Tian noted but before she could turn away, the butler called for her, prompting her to hurry off without glancing back at the group. When Xiao Han shifted his gaze back to the young ladies, warning them, "If you are too idle, go find something productive to do, and refrain from causing trouble on my turf." Fong Siyu chuckled nervously. "Xiao Han, there's no need to be so fierce. We haven't done anything to her." When AI remained silent, fearful of her older cousin, who had always been intimidating. "You may entertain yourselves as you wish, but do not disrupt others' work." When AI was nearly jostled by the girl beside her, who was enamored with Xiao Han, causing her discomfort. Reluctantly, she spoke up, "Cousin, we assure you we mean no harm. We merely wish to observe that beautiful maid and discern if she harbored any ulterior motives towards you." Vian Shuohan, aware of their childish antics, disapproved of their behavior. He had noticed that Tang Tian showed no signs of distress, indicating they were not overtly crossing boundaries. With a resigned shake of his head, he stated, "There shall be no next time." The affluent young ladies eagerly agreed, grateful for the opportunity to retreat gracefully. Once when Xiao Han departed, Fang Suyu expressed her curiosity. The maid does not seem to be putting on an act. Could it be that she is genuinely uninterested in Pei Zhu and the others? When AI shook her head, expressing her fondness for the girl's amiable disposition. However, she admitted that prolonged exposure to her beauty dulled her awareness of the surrounding environment. You cannot harbor feelings for her. Just now, Xiao Han reprimanded us because of her. After all, she is merely a maid. Can't one ask a few questions? The daughter of the Li family, secretly infatuated with Wen Xiao Han, felt quite displeased. The fact that when Xiao Han spoke of her, a mere maid, in such a manner filled her with indignation. When AI sighed, "If your words reach my cousin's ears, it will tarnish your impression in his eyes." The Li heiress pouted in response. That is exactly the case. When AI advised her, "You should redirect your affections away from my cousin and seek another. He does not favor someone like you. Then what type does he prefer?" Several other heiresses leaned in with curiosity. After a moment of reflection, when AI replied, "It appears my cousin has never engaged in romantic pursuits. I have heard no tales of his affections for anyone." The Li heiress felt a surge of hope, determined to win Wen Xiao Han's heart. Yet, when AI poured cold water on her enthusiasm, stating, "However, I do know the type of girl he does not favor, someone of your ilk. When I spoke his sincerity, grounded in the family's principle of respecting all legitimate professions, believing it was essential for their family business to thrive." Conversely, the Li heiress's mindset clashed with the values of the Wen family. Feeling as though the sky was collapsing around her, tears brimmed in her eyes, and she appeared on the verge of weeping. Alarmed, when AI quickly reached to wipe her tears away, softly comforting her, Fang Suyu silently rejoiced that Tang Tian hailed from a non-aristocratic background. Had she been a daughter of a prominent family, she could effortlessly captivate countless affluent suitors. It was not merely the men who found her irresistible. Even women could hardly resist Tang Tian's beauty, particularly her sparkling eyes, which, when met with another's gaze, brought a sense of tranquility and joy, devoid of desire or impurities, pure and untainted. In the adjacent hall, as Tang Tian departed, a wealthy young man beside Pei Zhu fixated on her. Not alone in his attention, several influential figures discreetly observed her. "Hey, does that maid have a boyfriend?" Xinyan Li's drinking paused momentarily, only to hear Pei Zhu reply, "I do not know. You may inquire with her." Xiao Fu, intrigued, followed Tang Tian's retreating figure, unaware of the hidden gem residing within the villa. Pang Tsong, the eldest son of the Pang family, remarked on Pei Zhu's seemingly unfeeling demeanor, jesting about his perpetual coldness. "Pei, with such a celestial beauty beside you, how can you remain so indifferent?" Xiao Fu was keen to ensure no one else coveted the maid, particularly Pei Zhu and Shun Yanli. Thus, he interjected, "You have known him for ages. He has never shown interest in any female." Pang Tsong too found it perplexing why Pei Zhu lacked interest in women. Xiao Fu added, "It would be a marvel if he ever showed interest. One wonders which extraordinary person could capture his attention." The words of Xiao Fu piqued the curiosity of the wealthy young gentleman present. Who could this remarkable woman be, capable of captivating the elusive Pei Zhu? Chapter 21. Coveting what's on your mind, Xiao Ge? Someone inquired meaningfully of Xiao Fu. He did not conceal his desire for Tang Tian, admitting, "I do have some thoughts." The usually silent Shun Yanli finally spoke up, "Xiao Fu, we are all well aware of your character. I cannot interfere with your numerous affairs, but keep your hands off my territory." Xiao Fu understood that he was not a paragon of virtue. Before Pei Zhu and Shun Yanli, he felt as exposed as if stripped bare, as they knew him inside out. "I assure you, if I pursue her, I will certainly amend my ways." Xiao Fu was genuinely fond of the maid he had just encountered, who did not display any obsequiousness or flirtation due to his wealth and power. When she looked at him, it was as if he were an ordinary person. This was the first time Xiao Fu had met a beauty who did not wield her allure as a weapon, especially one of lower status. and he yearned for the opportunity to engage with her more deeply and understand her better. Shen Yanli remained silent, lowering his gaze to savor a sip of wine, its rich aroma blossoming on his palate. Pei Zhu appeared disinterested in Xiao Fu's assurances and instead cast a knowing glance at Shen Yanli, observing him with depth. This was the first occasion Xiao Fu had sought the approval of others in his pursuit of a woman. But given that the maid was in the villa of Shen Yanli and Pei Zhu, it would be prudent to gain their consent for smoother progress in the future. Many wealthy scions present had secretly set their sights on Tang Tian, and Xiao Fu was eager to seize the opportunity before them, which naturally would not be permitted. Young Master Xiao, you have made similar promises before, haven't you? Perhaps you should refrain from pursuing that enchanting lady. Pang Song chuckled, mocking Xiao Fu's vow to Shen Yanli. Do you believe it yourself, Brother Xiao? For a playboy like you, lasting 3 months would be a testament to your devotion. The wealthy youths around them erupted in laughter, their jests revealing how deeply ingrained Xiao Fu's roguish reputation was among them. Frustrated, Xiao Fu urged them to be silent. Why wouldn't I believe it? A wayward son returning home is priceless, isn't it? Pang Tsong retorted with a laugh. A wayward son returning home? That phrase would falter in your case. His words incited even more teasing from the gathered young men. Ignoring their banter, Xiao Fu focused solely on Shen Yanli and Pei Zhu's reactions. Yet, despite his anticipation, both remained mute. Shinge, don't trust Xiao Fu. You know my character. If you introduce me, I will not disappoint her. What is your situation? Why should I introduce her to you? I was the first to arrive today. I had my eye on her first. How dare you all compete for her? Shen Yanli, exasperated, interjected, prioritize me. I am not fickle. Pei Zhu's expression grew colder than usual, his voice firm as he commanded, enough. The men, who had been bickering just moments before, fell silent. Pei Zhu, both in business and social standing, towered above them, instilling a sense of trepidation due to his reputation for calculated yet decisive actions, which had never known failure. Shen Yanli placed his glass on the tray presented by the maid, questioning, "What do you all consider her to be? An item that can be effortlessly controlled?" His words rendered the other affluent young gentlemen speechless, as they felt a sense of guilt that silenced any attempt at retort. Regardless of their admiration, she was merely a maid, and her beauty could not alter the fact that she belonged to the lower echelons of society. The wealth they carelessly tossed aside was likely beyond her means to earn in a lifetime. Shen Yanli was acutely aware of the characters of those before him. While they excelled in their careers, they were notoriously fickle in matters of the heart. He would not grant them even the slightest opportunity to approach Tang Tian. Although he held no particular fondness for her, he certainly did not wish to see her harmed. Initially, it seemed that Pei Zhu and Shen Yanli's dismissive attitudes were sufficiently clear, yet unexpectedly, when Jin Shu stepped forward. "Mr. Shen, Mr. Pei, I wish to understand the young lady from earlier with the intention of marriage." Jin Shu's demeanor was courteous and gentle, and he enjoyed an excellent reputation in the business world. He was of the same ilk as Pei Zhu and Shen Yanli, focusing solely on his career and never indulging in fleeting beauty. This was his first infatuation with a woman, and to hear such words escape his lips was indeed rare. In an instant, the young gentleman present displayed varied expressions. Could Jin Shu truly be serious? Before Shen Yanli could respond, Pei Zhu slowly lifted his eyelids, his dark gaze seemingly capable of piercing through the hearts of men. "Mr. One, she is not suitable for you." Jin Shu adjusted his glasses, offering a warm smile. "How can one know without trying? She merely works at your villa. You may suggest, but you have no authority to decide for her." If Pei Zhu was the ruthless wolf of the business world, then Jin Shu was a smiling tiger, devouring without leaving a trace. Pei Zhu's expression revealed little of his emotions. Whether one has the right to judge is not for you to determine. Jin Shu was taken aback that Pei Zhu, who typically exhibited little interest in women, would staunchly defend the maid. At that moment, Fu Shi approached from elsewhere, casually draping an arm over Shen Yanli's broad shoulder. Sensing the atmosphere was somewhat tense, he had just arrived and was unaware of the unfolding situation, but it appeared far from pleasant. "Why the silence? Let us drink. Let us drink." Fu Shi urged them to partake in libations. In the villa's rear garden, Several young ladies adorned in luxurious attire savored exquisite pastries while discussing various topics concerning the upper class. Tang Tian gazed at the distant setting sun, its afterglow casting a radiant beauty upon her. Finally, she could take a moment to rest, despite her busyness. She could not help but feel the scrutinizing gazes of numerous wealthy heirs. She wished to avoid their attention and had no desire to appear before those affluent young masters again. Just then, Lu Xiaozi and Lu Huihua expressed a desire to switch areas with her, and seizing the opportunity to rest, she readily agreed, relishing this rare moment of leisure. As night swiftly replaced the evening glow, Tang Tian, exhausted from a day of toil, longed for nothing more than to wash up and collapse in a bed for a deep slumber. As she pushed her cart around a corner, the cart veered slightly, causing a cake server to tumble out, its crisp sound echoing in the expansive hallway. Just as she bent down to retrieve it, a long hand reached out from behind her, picking up the cake server before she could. Tang Tian was taken aback, straightening up to see a gentleman clad in a bespoke suit, with a gentle and handsome visage, possessing an overall appearance and demeanor reminiscent of Wen Shaoan. The other party smiled gently and innocuously. "Here you go." Tang Tian accepted the cake server with a polite thank you, and without thinking, placed it back on the cart's shelf, only for it to fall to the ground. She set it aside for the moment. A handsome stranger extended his hand towards her amicably. "Allow me to introduce myself, Wen Jinshu." Tang Tian struggled to recall any significant plot related to this name. It seemed to lack substantial involvement, yet caution was warranted. The protagonists and supporting characters in the narrative were not entirely virtuous, each harboring a shadowy side. And this man was no exception. Judging by his attire, demeanor, and eloquence, coupled with his presence at the protagonist's gathering, his status was unmistakable, either wealthy or noble. He was not the main character, yet he appeared to play a noteworthy role. Tang Tian offered an apologetic smile. "Mr. Wen, my hands. They are rather rough from prolonged labor, so perhaps a handshake is unnecessary." Wen Jinshu seemed taken aback by her refusal and her self-deprecating remark, yet in an instant, he reverted to his customary, gentle demeanor. "Do not speak like that. There is no shame in working with one's hands," he replied, retracting his hand. Tang Tian, feeling somewhat bashful, nodded slightly. "I must attend to my duties now. I wish you a pleasant time, Mr. Wen." As she turned to push the cart away, Wen Jinshu stepped closer once more. "Could we exchange contact information?" Tang Tian halted, surprised by his request for her contact details. She felt quite apologetic, as the house rules prohibited adding the contacts of guests from a gathering. Her second refusal caught Wen Jinshu off guard. He scrutinized her with profound interest, noting her stunning beauty. A strong sense of wariness enveloped Tang Tian towards the man before her, though she endeavored to avoid offending him. After speaking, she hastened her movements and footsteps, distancing herself from Wen Jinshu. This time, he did not impede her, but instead observed her retreating figure until she vanished from sight. He had anticipated that the servant would be within his grasp, only to encounter unforeseen resistance at every turn. When Jinshu approached Fu Shi, inquiring whether it was true, as Tang Tian had claimed, that servants were not permitted to add the contacts of guests. Fu Shi, though fiercely independent by nature, possessed sharp intellect and emotional awareness. He responded promptly to Wen Jinshu. "That is indeed the case." Fu Shi then teased him, "What? Have you taken a liking to my villa servant?" Wen Jinshu appeared somewhat resigned. "What does it matter if I have? Your rules are quite clear." Fu Shi patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. "You are the admired Mr. One in the eyes of women. You can simply find another." After offering his reassurance, his attention seemed to drift elsewhere as he walked away with one hand tucked into his pocket. "Where are you off to, Mr. Xiao?" Wen Jinshu regarded Fu Shi's retreating figure with calm eyes, as if the earlier frustration was merely a figment of another's imagination. Chapter 22. Wen Jinshun, as the gathering began to disperse. Wen Jinshun adjusted his glasses and placed the wine glass he held onto the tray offered by a servant. He lowered his gaze thoughtfully, fixating on the servant before him. The tray bearer, Lu Huihua, felt a flutter of shyness under Wen Jinshuan's intense gaze, mistakenly believing he had taken a liking to her. "May I have your contact information?" Wen Jinshuan's voice was gentle and magnetic, a tone few could resist. Lu Huihua's heart swelled with delight. Indeed, she possessed a certain allure. Although unfamiliar with the man before her, she recognized that anyone attending such a gathering must be either affluent or of high standing. Just as she was about to acquiesce, she recalled the housekeeper's instruction to the servants half an hour prior. They were forbidden from sharing their contact details with guests, regardless of any requests. After careful consideration, Lu Huihua hesitated, realizing she could not guarantee that when Jin Shun genuinely fancied her, to share her contact information would mean relinquishing her current position. Sir, there are regulations against privately sharing guest contact information. She declined, her words echoing those of Tang Tian. Yet the emotions in her eyes told a different story, one of reluctance and admiration. In contrast, Tang Tian's gaze had been devoid of any impurities or desires. When Jin Shun maintained his gentle facade, "It's all right," without awaiting a response, he departed. Lu Huihua watched his retreating figure with a sense of longing, lamenting the sudden imposition of such a rule that thwarted her opportunity. Half an hour earlier, Tang Tian was busy at the fruit bar when the housekeeper's voice crackled in her earpiece, announcing that all servants were prohibited from sharing their contact information with guests, even if requested. The news left her momentarily dazed. How could this new regulation mirror her earlier excuse for denying someone's request for contact details? Even as the gathering concluded, Tang Tian could not comprehend the uncanny coincidence. Before leaving the villa, when Jin Shun noticed Tang Tian busily attending to her tasks, surrounded by an array of affluent and attractive individuals, yet she stood out, captivating in her own right. He glanced towards the housekeeper. Just as when Jin Shun was about to converse with the housekeeper, he noticed a tall, striking figure approaching Tang Tian. Pei Ju, handsome and unparalleled. Tang Tian, prepare a bowl of sobering soup and bring it to my room, Pei Ju commanded. Tang Tian was engrossed in her work when his voice broke through, causing her to look up in confusion. Mr. Pei now? Pei Ju rubbed his brow, his graceful neck accentuating the movement of his Adam's apple. Yes, now. He stated this without pausing, striding towards the elevator leading to the second floor. Tang Tian replied with a faint acknowledgement. All right. For a brief moment, she sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint the cause. She placed the final glass onto the cart, pushing it toward the kitchen while mulling over the curious timing of the newly imposed regulation. With no time to dwell on the peculiar behavior of Pei Ju, she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the sobering soup for him. Beside her, Lu Huahua gazed longingly at Wen Jin Chu, lamenting the departure of the affluent gentleman who had almost been within her grasp. She pondered why that absurd regulation could not have been postponed, which had led her to miss a promising match. Did Mr. Wen just call for me? The butler obstructed Wen Jin Chu's view of Tang Tian's silhouette. As Wen Jin Chu locked eyes with the dignified butler before him, he was taken aback by the clarity and sharpness of the butler's gaze, as if he could see straight through his thoughts. With a gentle and courteous demeanor, Wen Jin Chu replied, "It's nothing. I shall take my leave." The butler, with utmost politeness, nodded in acknowledgement. Do visit again. He watched as Wen Jin Chu settled into the back seat of the car. And only when the vehicle had departed from the villa did the smile on his face begin to fade. As the butler turned to return, he cast a few stern glances at Lu Huahua, who was still peering outside, his expression growing increasingly grave. In the kitchen, Tang Tian had prepared a hangover remedy. But the chef had already left for the day, having changed out of his work attire by the time she arrived. It fell upon her to concoct the soup. Once it was ready, she placed it on a tray in the cart before heading upstairs. At the door of Pei Ju's room on the second floor, Tang Tian knocked twice. "Mr. Pei, the hangover remedy you requested." Gumin. Upon hearing his response, she opened the door and stepped inside. Regardless of how many times she entered, the cold tones of his room always evoked a sense of desolation. To put it simply, it left her feeling icy from head to toe. She was reluctant to linger in his chamber for even a moment longer. Placing the remedy on the coffee table and departing as quietly as possible, striving to avoid drawing his attention. She feared that even a moment's delay might lead Pei Ju to misconstrue her intentions. Wait. Pei Ju's deep voice resonated behind her. Tang Tian braced herself for potential reproach, reflecting on her behavior, which seemed entirely proper. Could it be that he had discovered her borrowing milk from him last night? Surely he couldn't be that petty over a mere half bottle. He inquired, "Did any guests at the gathering request your contact information?" Leaning elegantly against the back of his chair under the soft illumination, Pei Ju, with his legs crossed, posed the question while still avoiding her gaze. Tang Tian was taken aback by his inquiry and responded honestly, "Yes, that did happen." Only then did Pei Ju turn his head to meet her gaze. "What was your first impression of him?" Tang Tian, puzzled, asked, "Which gentleman does Mr. Pei refer to?" This afternoon, as the gathering neared its conclusion, several men had sought her contact information, all of whom she had declined with the same excuse. Pei Ju appeared unfazed by her answer. Wen Jinshu. The surname Wen rang a bell for Tang Tian. He was the gentleman who had helped her retrieve a cake spoon in a corridor. After some contemplation, she shook her head. "I have no particular impression of him. I can't even recall what he looks like." Pei Ju noted her earnestness during her recollection, sensing no deceit in her words. He spoke slowly, no impression. Tang Tian nodded in agreement. "In the corridor, the cake spoon fell from the cart, and that gentleman picked it up for me. Afterward, he asked to exchange contact information, which I declined." Pei Ju stared at her unblinkingly for several seconds. "You refused?" Chapter 23. Is there regret? Her response elicited a raised eyebrow from Pei Ju, seemingly catching him off guard. He regarded her with a steady gaze, scanning her from head to toe. Why the refusal? Tang Tian met his gaze, her eyes reflecting confusion. "Why should I not refuse?" Pei Ju was momentarily taken aback, the sternness in his brow softening slightly. "Have you heard of the Wen group?" Tang Tian searched the depths of her original self's memories and the narrative, finding nothing of significance. It appeared that Wen Jinshu indeed had little involvement. "No." Upon receiving her answer, Pei Ju's expression remained unchanged as he continued. "The Wen group's market value approaches $2 trillion, and he is the ruler of this empire." Upon hearing such astronomical figures, it was impossible for Tang Tian not to feel a twinge of envy. Yet aside from that, her mind was unclouded by any other thoughts. "Mr. Wen is quite remarkable," she remarked, offering a compliment in passing. Pei Ju asked her in a measured tone, "Do you have any regrets?" Tang Tian shook her head. "Mr. Pei, rest assured, for some time now, I have harbored no thoughts regarding you or the other three gentlemen, nor do I entertain any notions about your friends." She was keen to avoid the tragic fate that befell her original character. Thus her tone carried an urgency, fearful that Pei Ju might think her heart was still entangled. Pei Ju regarded her with his customary indifference. "You may leave." Tang Tian promptly exited his room. She felt no surprise at his inquiry. After all, her striking appearance could easily be a means to ascend the social ladder through affluent suitors. She believed Pei Ju was subtly warning her against harboring any delusions of grandeur, particularly regarding his friends. Descending to the kitchen on the first floor, she returned the cart to its rightful place, as her shift was nearing its end. Approaching the clock-in station, she arrived just in time. After clocking out, she encountered Song Yu. Song Yu discreetly pulled Tang Tian aside. Just now, Sister Xiao Ji was reprimanded by the butler, and she was brought to tears. Tang Tian was astonished. The butler was quite fond of the female protagonist. Lu Xiaoji. How could he bring himself to speak harshly to her? There seemed to be no significant blunders at tonight's gathering. Song Yu continued. "I heard the butler was admonishing Sister Xiaoji for behaving inappropriately in front of the friends of several gentlemen, which displeased them." Before Tang Tian could respond, Song Yu whispered, "At tonight's gathering, I personally saw Sister Xiaoji's eyes welling up in front of Mr. Shun and Mr. Wen. She seemed unhappy about the number of girls invited to the villa." Song Yu, perhaps holding back for a long while, relayed all this in one breath. Tang Tian, noticing her curious glances, couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly composed herself. "Let us refrain from gossiping about such matters in the future. It's not appropriate." If Lu Xiaoji were to find out about Song Yu's chatter, she would undoubtedly retaliate. Song Yu nodded vigorously. "I only shared this with you, Sister Tang Tian. But why does Sister Xiaoji act this way? I truly don't understand." Tang Tian simply replied, "She has her reasons. You should head home and get some rest." There was no way to explain that Lu Xiaoji was the protagonist of the narrative, and that none of the four pivotal male characters wished to let her go. In today's gathering, an overwhelming number of rivals for Lu Xiaoji's affections were present, all affluent young women of high social standing. Lu Xiaoji not only felt pangs of jealousy, but was also beset by a profound sense of crisis. For her circumstances paled in comparison to those of the wealthy ladies attending the soiree. Her true adversaries were never the original persona, but rather the exquisite heiresses befitting the lineage of the four male protagonists. Tang Tian saw, through the facade, several signs of wealthy families sought her contact information that evening. Yet she declined without hesitation, fully aware of the significance of social parity. Despite her striking beauty, Tang Tian lacked remarkable abilities, and upon leaving the villa, she would find herself merely a lowly employee or a small shopkeeper. She inhabited a world entirely distinct from those privileged young men, and moreover, an overly captivating appearance could attract the predatory gaze of wolves and leopards. Without sufficient skill or fortune to discern right from wrong, and lacking the willpower to resist temptation, such beauty could easily become a snare, dragging her into an abyss. Tang Tian had never been particularly fortunate, and now she found herself trapped in the tragic fate of a malicious supporting character. The only course of action was to distance herself from these powerful heirs. Even if one among them could elevate her status, her resolve would remain unshaken. She dared not place her trust in anyone. Cognizant of her ordinariness, Tang Tian understood she lacked the protagonist as halo, thus she refrained from making any impulsive decisions. Seeing Song Yu's door open and shut next door, she finally returned to her own room. After a refreshing bath, as she lay in bed, drowsiness enveloped her, and the image of Pei Zhu asking her to prepare a hangover remedy floated in her mind. It appeared that Pei Zhu was particularly wary of her, specifically requesting her presence in the kitchen to caution her against harboring any inappropriate thoughts towards his friends. Yawning, she soon fell asleep, seemingly impervious to the day's events that could have stirred her inner turmoil. July remained a rainy season, with morning fog mingling with a gentle drizzle. The servants in the villa were bustling about early in the day. In the dining room, as before, Tang Tian stood behind Wen Xiaoan. Lu Huihua, standing behind Fu Shi, was distracted, regretting her decision to reject a gentleman the previous evening, a rare opportunity indeed. Fu Shi cast an irritable glance at Tang Tian, who was standing next to Wen Xiaoan, perplexed as to why she chose to position herself beside him, despite arriving earlier than Wen Xiaoan. Observing her poised demeanor, devoid of any past flirtatiousness, it was evident she was not infatuated with Wen Xiaoan. Meanwhile, Shun Yanli, enjoying his breakfast, listened as Fu Shi recounted that last night, when Jin Shu had sought Tang Tian's contact information, only to be rebuffed. Shun Yanli was somewhat taken aback by Tang Tian's refusal. When Jin Shu's background and appearance were exceptional, and he bore no scandal, few would dare to turn down his advances. Yet, Tang Tian had done just that. Shun Yanli recalled Tang Tian's previous subtle flirtations, which persisted even after being reprimanded by the housekeeper, as she continued to exhibit her charms before them. Shun Yanli furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze towards Tang Tian, who was absent-mindedly yawning, her eyes cast downwards, devoid of the flirtatious glances she used to send his way. Just as Tang Tian was about to stifle another yawn, her eyes met those of the man across from her, and she noticed Shun Yanli observing her with a look of complex emotions. Confused, she wondered why he was staring at her. After all, she had not conversed or interacted with him in the past couple of days, nor had she made any gestures or actions to entice him. As Shun Yanli diverted his gaze, Tang Tian felt a wave of relief wash over her, fearing she had somehow offended the esteemed young master Shun again. The day passed in a flurry of activity, particularly swift in its passage, and by the time Tang Tian found herself with a moment of respite, it was nearly time to clock out. She hurried to the back garden, eager to carry a flower pot inside, when the voice of Lu Xiaoji reached her ears, causing her to halt and seek the source of the sound. The cool night breeze, fresh from the rain, caressed her skin as Tang Tian gazed towards the unlit lawn. Lu Xiaoji stood with her back to her, facing another tall figure. Tang Tian squinted into the darkness, attempting to discern who it was. Miss Wu intends to dismiss me, Mr. Shun. I implore you to assist me. I do not wish to leave the villa, nor do I wish to part ways with the gentleman, Lu Xiaoji pleaded, though she dared not voice the last sentiment aloud. The previous night, the housekeeper had merely mentioned her, yet by noon, Miss Wood summoned her for a conversation, indicating that her dismissal was under consideration and that she should prepare herself mentally for it. Lu Xiaoji had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent, and in her desperation, she sought out Mr. Shun, pouring out her heart and begging him to intervene. Shen Yanli, however, only frowned, offering no promises. Was it due to the gathering from the night before? Lu Xiaoji nodded. I merely have some concerns. It is not as the housekeeper suspects that I harbor ulterior motives towards you all. As she uttered these words, she could not even bear to raise her gaze. Shen Yanli was well aware of her true intentions, yet he chose not to expose her. To him, it mattered little who served as a maid. However, he vaguely recalled an incident from that night of intoxication when he had found himself atop someone. Upon awakening, he had mentioned he would compensate her. Shen Yanli was not one to go back on his word. He said, "Do you remember the compensation I mentioned that day?" Lu Xiaoji had nearly forgotten the incident, but as he brought up compensation, she instinctively recalled the time she had impersonated Tang Tian. "I do remember," she replied. "Consider this as that compensation," he stated. Lu Xiaoji nodded slowly in agreement. Tang Tian, unable to discern the conversation clearly, noticed it was Lu Xiaoji and Shen Yanli, so she buried herself in her work, repeatedly moving flower pots and refraining from glancing in their direction once more. Chapter 24. The gentle touch, just as Tang Tian was about to carry the last 2 pots of flowers back to the villa, she bent down, and a figure approached from the side. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a pair of long, elegant legs. The first thing that caught her attention being the expensive, high-end leather shoes. Before she could react, a pair of slender, fair hands lifted the flower pot before her. Straightening up, Tang Tian gazed at Shen Yanli's silhouette, her expression one of astonishment. Was he helping her? Where had Lu Xiaoji gone? She glanced around, realizing that Lu Xiaoji, who had been nearby moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Assuming Shen Yanli was merely lending a casual hand, she did not expect him to return, so she made her way to the other side to pick up the last pot. Just as her fingers brushed against the pot, the light before her dimmed, and the warm palm of a man enveloped her slender hand, accompanied by the rich, dark fragrance of his presence. Tang Tian froze for several seconds. The warmth on her hand felt almost like a burn, causing her ears to flush crimson as she hurriedly withdrew her hand from the pot. He stood very close to her, his tall figure seemingly enveloping her entirely. The intense aura of Shen Yanli made her heart race, the overwhelming sense of his presence rendering her breathless. "Mr. Shun?" Tang Tian stammered, stepping back to create some distance between them. Shen Yanli appeared oblivious to her retreat, his strikingly handsome features partially obscured by the night. "Finish your work early and rest," he suggested, his voice resonating in the quiet night like the soothing sound of a cello, captivating and intoxicating. Tang Tian nodded. "I should handle it myself. It feels inappropriate to have the boss do our work while we draw salary." She reached to take the pot from his hands, but Shen Yanli, with long strides, walked toward the villa, silently refusing her offer. Reluctantly, she followed him inside, cautious not to walk too quickly, her mind swirling with confusion as to why Shen Yanli would assist her. Neither the text nor the memories of the original owner suggested that Shen Yanli was the type to act in such a manner, which left Tang Tian feeling unsettled. Shen Yanli set down the flower pot, perhaps noticing the soil on his hands as he slightly furrowed his brow. Tang Tian stood behind him, caught in indecision, unsure whether to speak her gratitude. "Mr. Shun, thank you for your assistance." Shen Yanli turned to face her, observing her slightly anxious expression. "No need for thanks. Please have a cup of warm milk ready for me in my room by 7 a.m. tomorrow," he replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder he had helped her. It was simply a request for her to prepare milk for him. She readily agreed. "All right, Mr. Shun. Wait." At that moment, a languid voice emerged from behind her, and Tang Tian turned in surprise. Fu Shi, with a perfect model's physique clad in casual attire, stood there with his hands in his pockets. A pair of headphones adorned his long, fair neck, and his charmingly handsome face radiated a relaxed demeanor as if he had just stepped out of the gym. Shen Yanli regarded Fu Shi's approach with calm composure, neither angered nor upset. Tomorrow morning, I'm going swimming. I fear you might need to find a different servant to deliver your milk, Ligue. Fu Shi casually attempted to drape his slender arm over Tang Tian's delicate shoulder. However, Tang Tian swiftly sensed his intention and deftly evaded his encroaching arm. Fu Shi clicked his tongue, clearly displeased by her evasive maneuver. Fu Shi, be mindful, Shen Yanli interjected sternly. Tang Tian is of the opposite gender. Exercise restraint. Fu undicesimo. Somewhat irritable, replied, of course I am aware she is of the opposite gender. I was merely testing her. Through her days of acquaintance with Fu Shi, Tang Tian had discerned that while he presented a frivolous facade, he indeed lacked decorum. Mr. Fu, there is no need for further testing. Henceforth, I shall maintain a distance of at least 3 steps when conversing with you, ensuring no physical contact. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, questioning her intent to delineate boundaries. He took a few steps closer to her, only to be restrained by Shen Yanli, who prevented him from advancing towards Tang Tian. True to her word, Tang Tian retreated 3 steps, distancing herself from him. Fu Shi found her reaction amusing, chuckling, Tang Tian, come here, noting the challenging expression on his face. She refused to approach. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, she declared, turning to exit, yet she was thwarted in her attempt to escape. Fu Shi countered with a remark about the month's servant bonus, prompting Tang Tian to promptly pivot back, donning a polite smile. May I inquire if there are any further instructions from you, gentlemen? Her demeanor signaled her resilience, but the allure of financial gain was undeniable. The servant bonus was not trivial, amounting nearly to her entire monthly wage. Until now, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Huihua had both faced reprimands from the steward, rendering them ineligible for the July bonus, thereby increasing her chances of acquiring this substantial sum. Amused by her swift change of demeanor, Fu Shi teased Tang Tian. Once you sought our attention, now you pursue monetary gain. Quite astute. Tang Tian maintained her polite smile. I have come to realize that my earnings are far more reliable. Fu Shi narrowed his eyes, assessing her, and was about to reach out to pinch her tender cheek when Shen Yanli intervened once more. With a cold glance at Fu Shi, he turned to Tang Tian, stating, ignore him. The steward will arrange for another servant for him tomorrow. Fu undicesimo, displeased, insisted. You must come tomorrow. After uttering this, he turned to meet Shen Yanli's gaze, and it was at that moment Tang Tian first sensed the palpable tension between the two. Confused, she pondered why this villa did not house only her as a servant. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Xiaoji, returning, overheard Shen Yanli and Fu Shi disputing over Tang Tian. Lu Xiaoji assumed that the gentlemen were unaware that there were other servants still on duty. She hurriedly approached, positioning herself before the 2 gentlemen. Mr. Shen, I shall bring hot milk to your room in the morning. Both Shen Yanli and Fu Shi were keen to minimize Tang Tian's interactions with them. Yet if forced to choose, Lu Xiaoji would favor Shen Yanli. Observing Lu Xiaoji's approach, Shen Yanli pressed his lips into a straight line, choosing silence. Meanwhile, Tang Tian was pleased. She had just contemplated messaging the work group to inquire which of the other household servants would be willing to take on the milk delivery task when Lu Xiaoji had appeared. Tang Tian was unable to manage 2 tasks simultaneously. The butler had previously stated that she was responsible for supervising the swimming sessions of several gentlemen. Thus, the only task she could relinquish was delivering milk to Shen Yanli. Fu Shi observed Tang Tian with an enigmatic smile, for he found great amusement in watching the unfolding drama. Tang Tian's reaction was subtle, yet he noticed it. Was she, perhaps, sighing in relief? Chapter 25. Gazing at her in a fleeting moment, Fu Shi felt astonished. The disparity in her demeanor compared to her recent behavior was striking. Had she truly come to a realization, rather than engaging in a strategy of feigned retreat? Lu Xiaoji accepted the task of delivering milk the following morning, convinced that Tang Tian would be aggrieved, as she had usurped Tang Tian's opportunity to draw nearer to the 2 gentlemen. She awaited the display of Tang Tian's ire, eager to seize the moment to reveal her true nature to Shen Yanli and Fu Shi once more. However, upon turning around, she found Tang Tian's expression unchanged, still adorned with a polite smile. "Unless there's anything else, I shall take my leave," Tang Tian stated, her movements brisk as she turned to depart, seemingly fearful of them. This time, neither Fu Shi nor Shun Yanli attempted to hinder her. The performance Lu Xiaoji had meticulously prepared was stifled within her. She was infuriated, yet could not exhibit her frustration. She had not anticipated that Tang Tian would simply walk away. Was Tang Tian not upset that she had taken the opportunity to approach Shun Yanli? This reaction was uncharacteristic of her. Lu Xiaoji speculated that Tang Tian must have a hidden agenda. Shun Yanli's gaze remained fixed on Tang Tian's slender silhouette as she departed. Although he did not outwardly express his displeasure, the subtle nuances on his handsome face betrayed his unease. He silently made his way towards the elevator. Lu Xiaoji wished to utter something to Shun Yanli, but he had already left. Fu Shi turned to Lu Xiaoji with a semblance of a smile, stating, "You handled that quite well." Lu Xiaoji was taken aback by Fu Shi's praise, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Without lingering, Fu Shi strode to catch up with Shun Yanli, slinging an arm over his shoulder in an attempt to console him. "Li Gu, Xiaoji is quite fond of you. She'll be bringing you milk in the morning." "Isn't that fortuitous? I remember you've never been fond of Tang Tian." Shun Yanli offered no reply, and Fu Shi, ever the audacious one, further inquired, "Since when did you develop a habit of rising early for hot milk?" "It's usually consumed during breakfast." Shun Yanli remained silent, indicating that his spirits were indeed low. In the dead of night, Shun Yanli stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the inky darkness of the sky. Memories of Tang Tian's reaction upon hearing about the servant's bonus flickered in his mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Much of his irritation over Fu Shi's interference with Tang Tian had dissipated. On the first floor of the villa, Tang Tian returned to her room after a long day, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. After a refreshing shower, she wrapped herself in the air-conditioning blanket, drifting into sleep until dawn. In the morning, at the pool, Tang Tian wheeled a cart into the area, where Fu Shi, clad in a bathrobe, stood by the poolside. Upon her arrival, Fu Shi's previously disinterested demeanor seemed to rekindle with amusement. Stunned, Tang Tian halted her cart at the sight of him. "He was here so early?" She greeted him softly. "Mr. Fu." Fu Shi regarded her with a silent smile as she approached. Tang Tian was aware of his penchant for playful banter, and she suspected he was concocting some teasing remark. As she busied herself preparing towels and beverages for him, Fu Shi's figure drew nearer, followed by his voice. "Why did you reject Wen Jinshu?" Not only Pei Zhu, but also Fu Shi was equally astonished by her rejection of Wen Jinshu. Tang Tian momentarily felt bewildered, pondering who Wen Jinshu was, before recalling the man who had helped her retrieve her cake spoon at the gathering. Why were both Pei Zhu and Fu Shi inquiring about the same matter? Was her refusal truly so astonishing? Tang Tian looked up at Fu Shi, her clear eyes filled with confusion. There was no reason. As Fu Shi met her gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. She did not appear to be lying. "I exist in a realm distinct from you, Mr. One, and the gentleman at the gathering who sought my contact information, and there will be no intersection between our worlds." Tang Tian spoke with calm assurance, articulating her thoughts sincerely. Fu Shi, for reasons unknown, gazed at her in silence for a moment. With a click of his tongue, he realized she had genuinely come to this conclusion. Tang Tian began preparing a drink for him. "Why do you think that way?" he inquired, recalling how she had recently been flirting in his presence. It had been but a short while since she had seemed so eager. Tang Tian capped the drink before responding. "Because I have come to understand that the world of ordinary people encompasses aspiration, simplicity, fortune, and perseverance. Yet it harbors no fairy tales." After finishing her statement, she returned to her tasks, grateful to escape the narrative's conclusion. She had never dared to dream of mingling with those of privilege, and distancing herself was a priority. Fu Shi observed her quietly, reflecting on the words he had never anticipated hearing from a woman who had previously flirted with him. His gaze deepened as he considered her. She truly intrigued him. The sound of splashing water from the pool broke the silence, and Tang Tian, seated on a sun lounger, yawned. She had been excessively fatigued the previous day and had risen too early today. She fantasized about the bliss of sleeping until noon on a day off. When she returned to her senses, she noticed the once lively pool was now eerily quiet. Startled, she focused her attention and saw Fu Shi leaning over the edge of the pool, his elongated, alluring eyes fixed intently on her feet. Confused, she called out to him, "Mister." Fu Shi slowly lowered his eyelids, obscuring the heavy desire in his gaze. "Bring me a glass of ice." Tang Tian promptly stood, poured a chilled drink, and handed it to him, unaware that as Fu Shi sipped, his enchanting eyes lingered on her delicate, fair feet that day by the pool. Apart from a few inquiries from Fu Shi upon her arrival, their interactions were sparse. Yet at times, Tang Tian sensed a complex and indistinct emotion in Fu Shi's gaze, dismissing it as mere illusion. His attention had shifted since her earlier remarks. He no longer teased her, as he had before. At lunchtime, while enjoying her meal, Tang Tian noticed Lu Huihua and Lu Xiaoji seated at the adjacent table along with a new maid. Though savoring her lunch, she overheard their animated discussion, indicating that some event had transpired. Tang Tian, who typically shunned gossip, was invariably the last to learn of various happenings. A newcomer settled beside her, and she turned to see it was Song Yu. Song Yu's expression was brimming with excitement as she eagerly set down her plate to share the news with her. "Sister Tang Tian, in 2 days, several gentlemen will be heading abroad for a vacation, and I heard they will be flying on a private jet. The housekeeper mentioned that 2 domestic servants will accompany them." Tang Tian glanced over at the neighboring table where Lu Xiaoji and Lu Huihua were seated. It was no wonder that Lu Huihua, who usually held a grudge against Lu Xiaoji, was now so closely aligned with her. "Sister Tang Tian, who do you think the housekeeper will choose to go along?" Tang Tian shook her head. "It depends on the housekeeper's selection. Regardless, I have no desire to go." Song Yu was eager to join, yet she was acutely aware of her status as a newcomer, still unfamiliar with many areas of the villa, let alone the various habits of the gentleman. "Sister Tang Tian, I believe you'll definitely be among them," she whispered conspiratorially into Tang Tian's ear, winking playfully. Tang Tian chuckled and shook her head. "I am certain I will not." Confused, Song Yu wondered how someone as competent as Tang Tian could possibly be excluded. "Why not?" Tang Tian replied with a mysterious smile. "You will understand the housekeeper's choice soon enough." At the neighboring table, Lu Huihua was engaged in conversation with Lu Xiaoji, determined to secure a spot for the trip abroad. She cast a wary glance towards Tang Tian's table, fully aware that the most likely candidates to accompany the gentleman were Lu Xiaoji and Tang Tian. Thus, she sought to ingratiate herself with Lu Xiaoji, oblivious to the fact that Lu Xiaoji was on the brink of losing her position, nearly dismissed by Sister Wu if it hadn't been for Shun Yanli's intervention. The following day, at the morning meeting of the servants, Tang Tian was mistaken. She assumed the housekeeper would make the selections, only to discover that Sister Wu had come personally to choose the servants. What she had once felt confident about had suddenly become shrouded in uncertainty. Sister Wu was also apprehensive. The day after the previous gathering, the daughter of the Fong family and Wen Xiaohan's cousin, Wen Ai, had approached her office, alleging that the domestic servant she had hired had ulterior motives, especially that servant named Lu Xiaoji, who regarded them with hostility. One might think the villa belonged to her, as she clearly viewed them as rivals. At that moment, Sister Wu had politely seen off the 2 heiresses but was troubled for days before deciding to terminate Lu Xiaoji's employment. She could perceive some of Lu Xiaoji's intentions. Yet because she had not acted overtly, Sister Wu chose to overlook it. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiaoji had been rather oblivious at the gathering. The reason Sister Wu had not dismissed Lu Xiaoji until now was due to a phone call from Shun Yanli, who mentioned he owed Lu Xiaoji a favor, and thus, this time he would let it slide. Sister Wu found it perplexing what favor Shun Yanli could possibly owe Lu Xiaoji, but since he had said so, she had no choice but to drop the matter of dismissal. This time, she had to select 2 servants who would not cause any trouble. Chapter 26, Vacation Last Night. When the housekeeper inquired about volunteers, Tang Tian eagerly raised her hand, exuding an air of impatience, fully aware that the housekeeper would likely overlook her. After all, she had witnessed Lu Huihua enthusiastically volunteering in front of the housekeeper, only for the housekeeper to choose her, who had remained silent, to supervise the gentlemen during their swimming. Tang Tian speculated that the housekeeper preferred a more indifferent servant. Thus, she decided to adopt the opposite approach today. To her surprise, it was Wu Jie who would be making the selections. Tang Tian was unfamiliar with Wu Jie and was uncertain of the criteria she employed for choosing individuals. What if her enthusiastic gesture led to Wu Jie actually selecting her? Wu Jie's gaze settled on Lu Xiaoji, who lowered her head in shame. Whether they were new or existing servants, nearly all looked at Wu Jie with hopeful anticipation. Even Lu Xiaoji, who had narrowly avoided dismissal, was determined to go this year after having gone the previous year. Only Tang Tian remained stiff, resembling a student fearful of being called upon in class. Too timid to even glance upwards, Wu Jie, upon noticing her demeanor, felt an urge to laugh, uncertain whether Tang Tian wished to participate or not. Recently, she had not heard any reports of Tang Tian behaving inappropriately, suggesting that perhaps she had turned over a new leaf. Lu Huihua, you will accompany the gentleman abroad, Wu Jie announced. Lu Huihua was overjoyed. She endeavored to suppress her bubbling excitement, fearing that Wu Jie might change her mind. Tang Tian stood then, for Wu Jie was approaching her. Fortunately, Wu Jie positioned herself before Songyu. Your name is Songyu? You were the one who received the new servant bonus last time? Wu Jie inquired. Songyu nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wu Jie continued. You will take the remaining spot. Thank you, Wu Jie. Songyu exclaimed, elated at the prospect of traveling abroad with the gentleman, flying on a private jet, and enjoying enhanced personal safety. The benefits of being a servant in this villa were truly remarkable. As Wu Jie cast a final glance at Tang Tian, she remained unmoving, making it difficult to discern her true feelings about participating. All right, it's settled then. As Wu Jie turned to leave, her peripheral vision caught Tang Tian finally moving. She seemed to have quietly exhaled in relief. Wu Jie paused, recalling a recent incident where Lu Huihua had made things difficult for the new servant, Songyu. The arrangement of these two individuals seemed rather inappropriate. She then redirected her gaze towards Tang Tian, who appeared to notice that Wu Jie had not departed and began to hold her breath once more. Tang Tian's movements were subtle, almost imperceptible, but Wu Jie had been discreetly attentive to her all along. Wait a moment, let us change Lu Huihua to Tang Tian, while Songyu remains as is. Wu Jie had altered her decision, and Lu Huihua was not pleased. Wu Jie, you initially chose me. Why are you changing your mind? Lu Huihua demanded, furious. Why must you substitute me with Tang Tian? Tang Tian felt an immense headache coming on, just as she thought she had successfully evaded the situation. She found herself being chosen again. Wu Jie, however, patiently explained her reasoning. It was you who made things difficult for the new servant, Songyu, was it not? Lu Huihua's anger deflated instantly, leaving her speechless. Who could she blame? She had narrowed her own path. At this moment, Tang Tian raised her hand, indicating that she had something to say. Sister Wu felt increasingly satisfied, thinking to herself, she understands the rules. Tang Tian, do you have something to say? Tang Tian, not that. Sister Wu, I am not suited for this, and I hope you can choose someone else. Instantly, the servants regarded her as if she were a curious spectacle. How could Tang Tian possibly refuse such a splendid opportunity? Tang Tian was perplexed as to why Sister Wu did not select Lu Xiaoji, who, in the narrative, always accompanied the male leads abroad. Yet Sister Wu declared, this matter is settled. You will go with Songyu. Her attitude was evidently firm, leaving no room for Tang Tian to decline again. Tang Tian, after much deliberation, found herself as the malevolent supporting character, still going. She vaguely recalled that in the original story, the protagonist had gone abroad with Lu Xiaoji for a vacation, where numerous events unfolded, causing Lu Xiaoji's relationship with the male leads to flourish rapidly. The original character, consumed by jealousy, resorted to scheming against the protagonist, seducing the gentleman, and ultimately being expelled from the villa. These actions, once revealed, rendered her a pariah. The overseas vacation was pivotal, and Tang Tian sensed that this trip would inevitably lead to unforeseen circumstances, prompting her desire to evade it assiduously. Tang Tian appeared somewhat dazed, clearly demonstrating her reluctance to go. Sister Wu required a servant like her. The less she wished to engage with the gentleman, the more Sister Wu appreciated her. The morning meeting was soon concluded, and Sister Wu approached Tang Tian, patting her slender arm. Work well. And this month, I will grant you and Song Yu an extra half-month of salary. Tang Tian's eyes brightened momentarily, only to darken again as she realized that half a month's salary paled in comparison to her life. Meanwhile, Song Yu, upon hearing of the salary increase, joyfully expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Wu. I will take good care of the gentleman. Sister Wu nodded with a smile, casting a final glance at the still unenthusiastic Tang Tian before departing contentedly. Lu Xiaoji had considered the possibility of being excluded from this opportunity. Yet she was taken aback that Sister Wu had not even mentioned her name. Why should Tang Tian be allowed to go when she could not? Just recently, Tang Tian had been ousted from the room for attempting to seduce Pei Zhu. How could Tang Tian possibly qualify? Lu Xiaoji approached Sister Wu, who was about to leave, her expression one of sorrowful beauty. Sister Wu, the matter of the gathering was a misunderstanding. I was merely in a bad mood that day. Sister Wu did not entertain her explanation. This handling served as a warning, a hope that she would no longer harbor fantasies regarding the gentleman. Sister Wu, I am fine with not being included this time, but considering Tang Tian was just expelled by Mr. Pei, are you certain you want her to accompany you? Her words piqued Sister Wu's interest, prompting her to observe Lu Xiaoji, signaling her to continue. Lu Xiaoji, believing Sister Wu was receptive, carefully elaborated, abroad is not like here. There is no housekeeper, no constraint from you. Who knows what Tang Tian might do? Sister Wu smiled, gently patting her. Tang Tian is capable of recognizing her mistakes and correcting them. Currently, she neither works nor behaves as if she harbors any intentions towards the gentleman. All right, I have other matters to attend to, and shall take my leave. Sister Wu has only taken a brief moment to come here. She is incredibly busy and has no time to deal with these matters. The words spoken by Lu Xiaoji about Tang Tian must stem from her fear of being dismissed, prompting her to feign her current demeanor. This thought lingered in her throat, with no opportunity to convey it to Sister Wu, ultimately swallowed in silence. Meanwhile, Song Yu was excitedly calculating her earnings, envisioning half a month's salary. Wouldn't her paycheck this month be substantial? She turned to share her revelation with Tang Tian regarding her anticipated high earnings, only to notice her despondent expression. Sister Tang, do you truly not wish to accompany the gentleman abroad for a vacation? Song Yu was perplexed by Tang Tian's vehement resistance. It was evidently a favorable opportunity that others longed for, yet she persistently evaded this assignment with Sister Wu. Tang Tian, feeling anxious, nodded. At this juncture, she could only hasten to accept the reality and contemplate how to evade a fate akin to that of cannon fodder. By exercising constant caution, perhaps she could circumvent unforeseen calamities? Tang Tian pondered again. The narrative depicted an overseas vacation where the protagonist, Lu Xiaoji, was prominently involved, yet this time she was absent. Could this imply that even the dire fate of the malicious supporting character might be altered? The answer remained elusive, and Tang Tian was still plagued by concerns, desperately wishing to escape the conclusion that awaited her original self in the narrative. During lunch hour, Fu Shi was the first to arrive at the dining hall, leisurely taking a seat and awaiting the arrival of others. Tang Tian and Lu Huihua soon followed into the restaurant. Fu Shi was curious to see whom Tang Tian would choose to stand behind, as when Xiaohan had gone out earlier that morning and had yet to return. He was eager to observe who Tang Tian would align herself within when Xiaohan's absence. However, Tang Tian did not deliberate as Fu Shi had anticipated. She directly positioned herself behind Pei Zhu. This choice was purely because Lu Huihua was already standing behind Fu Shi, and it was universally accepted that the servant standing behind Xinyanli was Lu Xiaoji. Naturally, she would not choose to stand behind Xinyanli. Fu Shi cast a discontented glance back at her, his gaze fixed on Tang Tian across the table. Pei Zhu entered the dining hall, and, upon spotting Tang Tian, his gaze lingered on her for several moments before shifting away. He sat down with deliberate calmness, and Tang Tian offered him a warm towel, which he accepted, using it briefly to wipe his hands before commencing his meal. As Pei Zhu dined, he inadvertently caught sight of her delicate, slender hands arranging his meal. Her hands were fragile and pale, the skin resembling fine jade, with wrists so frail that they seemed incapable of withstanding even a gentle fold. The faint blush at her fingertips beckoned one to gently grasp them, to witness her flustered and bashful demeanor. Peiju's actions faltered momentarily, a frown creasing his brow as he discreetly diverted his gaze. Chapter 27. Unable to look away after a meal. The faint fragrance of flowers emanating from Tang Tian lingered in Peiju's senses. Tang Tian was wholly immersed in her work, and when Fu Shi raised an eyebrow at her from across the table, she chose to ignore him. She knew that if she stole a glance at Fu Shi, he would become quite the nuisance. Xin Yanli had grown accustomed to seeing Tang Tian across from him. However, today, upon lifting his gaze, he found the seat opposite him empty, her figure obscured by Peiju's tall and handsome stature. He pressed his lips together, casting a few fleeting glances at Tang Tian, only to look away thereafter. As night fell, when Xiaohan returned, just as a fine drizzle began to fall outside, the moisture in the air causing their clothes to feel damp. Tang Tian, please go fetch Mr. Wen. The butler promptly instructed her to take an umbrella and meet Wen Xiaohan. Grabbing the umbrella from the entrance, she hastily ran into the rain, arriving at the car door just as he stepped out. Wen Xiaohan was quite tall, and although Tang Tian stood at 168 centimeters, she still fell short beside him. She raised the umbrella high, striving to shield him completely from the rain. In her neglect, the slanting drizzle fell unimpeded upon her, soaking her slender back. When Xiaohan noticed her, his gaze sweeping over her focused profile, seemingly oblivious to her drenched back, he took the umbrella from her hands, tilting it toward her side. With a gentlemanly and gentle demeanor, he said, "No hurry, take your time." Surprised, Tang Tian lifted her gaze to him, slowing her pace, only to refocus on her feet. The rain made the ground slippery, and she could not afford to slip in Wen Xiaohan's presence, lest it be misconstrued as an attempt to seduce him. On the second floor of the villa, Shun Yanli and Fu Shi savored their wine, both men's attention fixed on the scene unfolding below. Fu Shi teased Wen Xiaohan. "When did you become so considerate?" Shun Yanli, his gaze still locked on the fleeting figure beneath the umbrella, asked, "Was it you who dealt with when Jinshu approaching Tang Tian?" That day, Fu Shi had merely informed Shun Yanli that Tang Tian had rejected Wen Jinshu, and they had not delved deeper into matter. Fu Shi remained non-committal. It was just a matter of convenience, hardly an act of assistance. They both understood Wen Jinshu's unscrupulous nature and the consequences for Tang Tian. A rare beauty in his clutches would be dire. Xin Yanli pressed his lips together, his gaze still fixed on the now empty lawn below. Fu Shi continued, "While I do not hold women like Tang Tian, who wield their beauty to entice, in high regard, Wen Jinshu's interest in her is our doing, and we ought to protect her. If she were not employed in this villa, she would not have encountered Wen Jinshu." Xin Yanli remained silent, listening intently. Fu undicesimo. Pondering something, smiled slightly. "I never anticipated that Tang Tian would turn down Wen Jinshu. If she were not sufficiently aware, I could not protect her." He recalled her words from the pool the day prior, each one vivid in his memory. Seemingly struck by an amusing thought, Fu Shi turned to Shun Yanli. "Do you know what she said to me yesterday?" Meanwhile, Peiju, seated on the sofa and attending to company matters, appeared disinterested in their conversation. Shun Yanli took a sip of wine, his gaze shifting from the floor below to Fu Shi, prompting him to continue. Fu Shi meticulously recounted Tang Tian's words, and upon finishing, he wore an intrigued smile. Tang Tian was indeed quite to his liking. However, Shun Yanli remained silent for a considerable time, eventually remarking, "Her clarity of thought makes her rejection of Wen Jinshu unsurprising." Fu Shi found it peculiar. Not long ago, her demeanor towards them was evident, and the incident with Pei Gu had shown her true colors. He resolved to inquire with Tang Tian about the stark contrast, in terms of appearance, family background, and social standing. Wen Jinshu was not inferior to their quartet. Why, then, did she flirt with them, yet so decisively reject Wen Jinshu? Xin Yanli remained taciturn, his lowered eyelids concealing his thoughts. In the lobby on the first floor, Tang Tian accepted the umbrella handed to her by Wen Xiaohan, placing it on the stand. The back of her work uniform was drenched by the rain, the the soft fabric clinging to her form and accentuating her alluring curves, rendering her an irresistible sight. When Xiaohan's gaze lingered on her for a few seconds before he removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders, the sudden warmth left her momentarily stunned, and she instinctively glanced at the jacket now resting on her. "Mr. Wen?" She turned to him, her eyes reflecting her confusion, when Xiaohan gently suggested, "You should return to your room and change into another work uniform." Tang Tian suddenly recalled how her wet back made the work dress appear rather indecorous. She nodded in a fluster, too embarrassed to meet his gaze. "Thank you, Mr. Wen. I will return your suit after it is dry cleaned." A charming smile graced when Xiaohan's handsome face, the faint blush on his ears having dissipated. Tang Tian hurried back to her room, glancing in the mirror at her soaked work attire, which resembled a seductive wet garment. A flush crept onto her cheeks, grateful that only when Xiaohan had witnessed her embarrassment. Otherwise, it would have been mortifying. She swiftly changed into another work uniform, placing Xiaohan's suit in the dry cleaning area, labeling it with his name, and hanging it up. She busied herself at the fruit bar, as several gentlemen were upstairs and needed a fruit platter delivered. Tang Tian arranged the platter, and without asking who would deliver it, Lu Xiaoji placed the platter on the cart and pushed it away. Tang Tian concealed her emotions, neither displaying happiness nor discontent. She preferred to remain inscrutable to Lu Xiaoji, wishing for fewer tasks, particularly those that required her proximity to the male leads. As the end of her shift approached, Tang Tian went to clock out. Stretching her aching neck, she was suddenly interrupted by the sound of Song Yu's weeping. She halted, hastening towards the source, stopping at the corner of the hallway. A few steps away, Song Yu was in front of the steward, her eyes swollen with tears, her words muffled by sobs, even at such proximity. "It's all my fault. I cannot go." Tang Tian strained to hear, unable to approach, standing there anxiously. What could have happened to provoke such intense crying? The steward sighed, "I will find someone else for this matter. Just be cautious in the future. There is no need for self-reproach." Song Yu wept softly, nodding her head. Once the steward departed, she found herself in a state of despair upon seeing Tang Tian, and she rushed into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Tang Tian could only tenderly stroke her hair, softly inquiring, "What troubles you? Who has wronged you?" The sight of her distress tugged at the heartstrings. Emerging from Tang Tian's embrace, Song Yu wiped her tears and recounted the events that had just transpired. I don't quite understand what happened. This evening, the cup was so slippery that I accidentally dropped it in front of several gentlemen. The hot milk nearly spilled at Mr. Pei's feet, and I was so frightened that my face turned pale. When I attempted to gather the shattered pieces, Mr. Wan, who was nearby, stopped me. "Tang Tian, why am I so clumsy?" Song Yu cried, breathless with frustration at her own awkwardness. Tang Tian offered her a tissue to dry her tears, remarking, "Who asked you to deliver the milk?" She recalled that it was Lu Xiaoji who had brought the fruit platter, and later Lu Huihua who delivered the hot milk. How had it ended up as Song Yu's responsibility? Sister Huihua told me that I would be accompanying several gentlemen abroad for a vacation tomorrow, saying it was an opportunity for me to familiarize myself in advance. At that moment, Song Yu had believed Lu Huihua's intentions to be benevolent, expressing her endless gratitude, unaware of the cup's treacherous nature. Tang Tian then asked, "Does this mean you can no longer go on the foreign vacation?" Song Yu nodded through her tears. The steward said, "I cannot go this year. He will choose someone else." Tang Tian sighed inwardly. Her fears had materialized, and once again, it was she and Lu Xiaoji who would be going. Previously, Zheng Liu had been used by Lu Xiaoji, and now Lu Huihua had taken her place, with the benefits once more accruing to Lu Xiaoji. Tang Tian could only console her. She wished she could relinquish her opportunity, but if she approached the steward, he would only become more resolute, and there was essentially no room for negotiation with Sister Wu. Despite this, Tang Tian still sought out the steward. "Steward, She hadn't even finished her sentence when he anticipated her intent and interrupted. "Tang Tian, do not shy away. Currently, there are very few skilled housekeepers. If you refuse, who should I turn to?" With a sigh, he continued, "Song Yu dropped the cup in front of the gentleman, nearly spilling it on Mr. Pei. She cannot go." Tang Tian hesitated, ultimately pointing out a discrepancy. This is not Song Yu's first time delivering milk or coffee to the gentleman. Logically, she should not have made such a mistake. She described the incident, stating that the cup was exceedingly slippery. The steward was astute enough to recognize that something was amiss. Yet he acknowledged, however, Song Yu remains inexperienced. Time and again, she has been manipulated, and her ability to handle unexpected situations lacks steadiness. He added, I understand, which is why I advised her not to blame herself. Tang Tian was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, the steward, with his years of experience, had seen countless individuals and could discern the underlying peculiarities. You are different. You are steadier than them. With you accompanying me, Sister Wu and I can rest assured. After observing over the past few days, the steward found his greatest satisfaction not in Lu Xiaoji, but in Tang Tian, a revelation that surprised both him and Sister Wu. Especially at that gathering, the butler was taken aback to find that the one who spoke the most idle gossip among the powerful youths was none other than Tang Tian. The eldest son of the Wen family was not easily trifled with, should he discover that Tang Tian had concocted an excuse to reject him. It would not merely contravene the rules of the servants, but would also ignite within him a formidable desire for conquest, leading to dire consequences. Fortunately, Mr. Fu had timely instructed him to establish new regulations for all the servants before the eldest son of the Wen family could inquire among them. Do not dwell on such matters. You must rise early tomorrow, so get some rest, the butler declared before departing. Tang Tian remained in place, her exquisite brows tinged with a hint of sorrow, for it seemed she could not evade her fate. Chapter 28. At a loss as the prospect of an overseas vacation was unavoidable, Tang Tian resolved to muster her spirits and exercise greater caution starting the following day. Upon returning to her chamber, she meticulously packed several thick garments, having heard that the destination was currently enveloped in snow and ice. She stuffed her warmest clothes into her suitcase, including a substantial down coat, determined not to succumb to the cold. Before dawn had fully broken, the villa was aglow with lights, and several gentlemen were already partaking in breakfast in the dining room. To conserve time, only Lu Huahua and 2 other maids attended to the gentlemen's needs. Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji accompanied a group of male assistants and bodyguards responsible for transporting their luggage, while also ensuring their own belongings were loaded into the vehicle. Due to the considerable weight of the gentleman's luggage, the male assistants and bodyguards did not permit them to assist. Before long, Pei Zhu and the others boarded their cars, making their way to the private plane's tarmac. Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji, as domestic servants, shared a car with a male assistant. Throughout the journey to the tarmac, no words passed between Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji. Tang Tian gazed out the window, while Lu Xiaoji harbored a disdain for Tang Tian, feeling even the shared ride was distasteful. Lu Xiaoji anticipated that if Tang Tian were to initiate conversation, she would seize the opportunity to belittle her in front of the driver and the male assistant. She expected Tang Tian to display a naivety of someone unfamiliar with the world, but was taken aback by her unusual silence. Not only was Tang Tian quiet, but she also sat at a distance from Lu Xiaoji. Throughout their stay at the villa, she had scarcely engaged with Lu Xiaoji, let alone during their outing. Upon their arrival at the tarmac, the imposing figure of the private jet came into view. Tang Tian disembarked, observing the well-privileged silhouettes of the gentlemen already boarding the aircraft. The domestic staff, along with the male assistants and bodyguards, would have to wait before they could board. Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji occupied seats towards the back and were seated with the male assistants. After a lengthy wait, the plane finally took to the skies. Tang Tian sat by the window, with Lu Xiaoji seated in front of her. Given the abundance of seating in the cabin, there are no strict regulations on their seating arrangements. The male assistants engaged in lively conversation amongst themselves, largely ignoring Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji. Tang Tian did not perceive this excursion as a vacation, but rather as a transition to a new workplace, one that posed significant risks for her. She hoped to navigate it without incident, yet the thought of the original character and Lu Xiaoji embarking on their own overseas holiday loomed over her. Regardless of the events that transpired along the way, the outcome would likely mirror the narrative's trajectory. Tang Tian felt a throbbing headache, her previous confidence waning as uncertainty clouded her mind regarding the potential for evading the dismal conclusion of the story. This upcoming international retreat had rekindled her anxieties. The male assistants discussed luxury goods, while Lu Xiaoji occasionally interjected with soft comments, swiftly ingratiating herself with them. Meanwhile, Tang Tian remained silent, as if forgotten by all. She had no desire to engage in their conversation. She needed to proceed with utmost caution, speaking little to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. The flight would last a day and a night before reaching their destination, allowing Tang Tian the opportunity to eat and sleep as needed. On the airplane, there were flight attendants, yet there was no need for them or Lu Xiaoji to oversee Pei Zhu and his companions' daily lives. A day and night swiftly elapsed, during which she and Lu Xiaoji had no opportunity to meet the gentleman. Tang Tian's attitude towards this situation was one of relief, while Lu Xiaoji longed for their presence. The proximity, yet inability to meet, was a torment for her. Upon landing at the airport in Country B, Pei Zhu and his companions found themselves in a cabin equipped not only with a cloakroom, but also with a changing room. As mere attendants, Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji, along with several male assistants, either donned their clothing in the restroom or simply put on right there. The male assistants, without hesitation, slipped into their thick garments, deeming the restroom unnecessary. Lu Xiaoji, feeling bashful, seized the restroom first. Logically, changing clothes would be a swift endeavor. However, she took an unusually long time to emerge. It was only when someone announced that it was time to disembark that Lu Xiaoji finally exited the restroom. Her intention was to create difficulties for Tang Tian, ensuring that she would be delayed in changing. As everyone prepared to disembark, it was only then that Tang Tian entered the restroom to change, causing a delay that would undoubtedly draw blame upon her, especially from the merciless male assistants. Lu Xiaoji was already poised to relish Tang Tian's misfortune, but when she returned to her seat, she was met with a surprising sight. Tang Tian was already clad in her thick coat, hat, and gloves. Without so much as a glance at Lu Xiaoji thought to herself, how audacious of her, with several male assistants present. She dared to put on her heavy attire right before them. For her own convenience, Tang Tian had opted for long pants, and while seated, she had effortlessly donned her thick clothing and thermal pants, quickly enveloping herself in warmth. She was oblivious to when Lu Xiaoji had even gone to the restroom. The male assistants expressed their dissatisfaction with Lu Xiaoji's prolonged changing time. Xiaoji, I thought you'd fallen into the toilet while changing. Your pace is exasperating. I was nearly suffocating waiting for you. One of the assistants complained as he rushed toward the restroom, casting a reproachful glare at Lu Xiaoji for her sluggishness. Lu Xiaoji was taken aback to find herself the target of their reproaches, her attempts to inconvenience Tang Tian backfiring and leaving her humiliated instead. She could only simmer with suppressed anger, enduring the cold jests from the male assistants nearby. Throughout the ordeal, Tang Tian did not spare her glance. Despite any schemes Lu Xiaoji might concoct, she remained unresponsive, leaving her adversary at a loss. As they disembarked from the plane, a biting chill struck her face, prompting Tang Tian to pull down the brim of her hat. The harsh wind stung her cheeks. Everyone hurriedly boarded the vehicle, with Tang Tian trailing behind. Amidst the howling cold, Lu Xiaoji closed the car door and turned to address the driver. Everyone is here. The driver, not questioning further, started the car towards the vacation villa. In no time, Tang Tian's figure diminished until it vanished into the swirling snow. Lu Xiaoji maintained a gentle smile, feigning ignorance of Tang Tian's absence from the vehicle. Tang Tian found herself abandoned in place, an occurrence she had not anticipated. The moment she arrived at the vacation villa, such an incident transpired, as if foretelling that this holiday would not be tranquil. She retrieved her mobile phone, intending to seek assistance from the butler or Sister Wu. The reason she did not contact any of the male protagonists was due to her lack of their contact information, let alone that of their male assistants. It was imperative to make the call swiftly. Fortunately, she was dressed warmly, for otherwise, she would soon be chilled to the bone. Suddenly, a horn sounded behind her, prompting Tang Tian to step back a few paces as a sleek black luxury vehicle came to a gradual halt before her. The window descended, revealing the strikingly handsome visage of Yanli. who regarded her with a commanding gaze and instructed her to get in. Tang Tian promptly nodded and circled to the other side of the car. As she entered, the rich aroma of his dark fragrance enveloped her, permeating her senses with each breath. Clad in a black overcoat, Shun Yanli exuded an air of refined elegance, his noble demeanor rendering those around him feel insignificant. "Thank you, Mr. Shun," Tang Tian expressed gratefully. "Why didn't you get in the car?" he inquired. Tang Tian recounted the truth. "I was about to open the door when the vehicle drove off." She had witnessed Lu Xiaoji utter a few words to the driver, and although the cold wind howled outside, she had heard clearly what Lu Xiaoji said. "Everyone has arrived." Lu Xiaoji had directed her words at her, and Tang Tian recognized the malice behind them, yet there was no surveillance to substantiate her claims. Therefore, she refrained from accusing Lu Xiaoji before Shun Yanli. Lu Xiaoji was the heroine of the story, while she was merely a wicked foil, and Shun Yanli was one of the male leads. It would be akin to courting disaster for a mere antagonist to confront the male lead about the heroine. Hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Shun Yanli's brow. He pressed his lips together and took out his phone to send a message. A minute later, Tang Tian heard his voice, deep and resonant like a cello, echoing in her ear. "I will ensure this matter is addressed." She turned to the man beside her in astonishment, thinking she must have misheard. Shun Yanli met her gaze, his dark eyes in the dimly lit car, drawing her in. He continued, "It is frigid outside, and being stranded in a foreign land is a grave matter that cannot be taken lightly." Tang Tian felt somewhat flustered under his scrutiny and quickly averted her gaze. Then, "I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Shun." Chapter 29. Like an electric shock with his gaze cast downwards, Shun Yanli concealed the murky depths of his eyes beneath lowered lashes, enveloping the compartment in a renewed silence. Tang Tian sensed an unusual atmosphere, but refrained from delving into further thoughts. The journey from the helipad to the holiday villa would take approximately 30 minutes, during which she dared not glance around or engage him in conversation. The ambience within the vehicle was quiet yet subtly charged. "Is your hometown in Z City?" Shun Yanli's deep voice broke the stillness once more. Tang Tian was taken aback by his inquiry about her origins. Indeed, she was born in a small town in Z City, the child of ordinary citizens. She nodded in affirmation. Yes, a small town in Z City. Her impressions of Shun Yanli lingered in the realm of her second day in this world. After awakening from inebriation, his cold indifference had been palpable, as he barely cast a glance in her direction, brusquely instructing her to leave. Later, when they were trapped in the studio, he painted a portrait of himself, a piece she had yet to behold. Their most recent encounter involved him questioning whether a particular room was hers, and the way he looked at her then bore a resemblance to the intensity of their shared gaze just moments ago, exuding a sense of danger. Yet, Tang Tian understood this was merely a misperception. Despite his aloof demeanor, Shun Yanli harbored no animosity towards her that would lead him to wish her harm. Thus, when he spoke of providing her with an explanation, she found herself astonished. His disdain for her was evident, yet it also signified his principled approach to matters. His melodious voice pulled her wandering thoughts back. "Next time, I shall visit your hometown." Tang Tian assumed it was merely a polite gesture and smiled. The town is in close proximity to the renowned West Lake, renowned for its picturesque scenery. The world she had entered also boasted a West Lake, albeit distinct from the one in her previous life, yet equally beautiful. Shun Yanli turned his gaze, quietly admiring her delicate profile, a beauty that the dimly lit carriage could not obscure. As Tang Tian reminisced about the landscapes of her hometown, she felt the warmth of his fingertips graze her ear, sending an electrifying sensation straight to her heart, nearly eliciting a gasp. In a flurry of confusion, she turned to Shun Yanli, only to notice the dried grass in his hand and muttered her thanks. Thank you. It might have been the strong winds when I disembarked the plane that caused me to forget my hat." Embarrassed, she extended her hand to take the dried grass from him, but he deftly avoided her reach. Shun Yanli placed the grass into a cleaning bag, and Tang Tian observed his poised demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. For reasons unknown, a sense of restlessness began to envelop her. As 30 minutes elapsed, the car halted at the entrance of the villa. There stood Lu Xiaoji, lamenting to Fu Shi and Wen Xiaohan, engrossed in self-reproach, bemoaning her failure to notice certain details. Just as Fu Shi and Wen Xiaohan alighted from the vehicle, they were suddenly informed that Tang Tian had been left behind, in a foreign land, amidst the icy expanse. The risk to her personal safety was significantly heightened. Fu Shi and Wen Xiaohan wore serious expressions, while Lu Xiaoji continued to emit distressing sobs. Furrowing his brow at the potential mishaps that could occur, Fu Shi seized the car keys from the driver and, accompanied by several bodyguards, made his way to the helipad. At that moment, Pei Ju emerged from the vehicle, his gloved hand firmly grasping Fu Shi, who was about to open the car door. With a furrowed brow, Fu Shi insisted, "Tang Tian is still at the location. I must go retrieve her." Pei Ju, however, replied, "There's no need. They have arrived." He then released his grip on Fu Shi. A sleek black luxury car halted at the entrance of the vacation villa, and alighting from it were Shun Yanli and Tang Tian. Lu Xiaoji, still weeping, could hardly believe her eyes as she saw Tang Tian emerge from Shun Yanli's vehicle. How could this be possible? How could Tang Tian be stepping out of Shun Yanli's car? Shock coursed through Lu Xiaoji, igniting a fiery jealousy within her. Why would Mr. Shun be willing to assist Tang Tian? Tang Tian had always been flaunting herself to allure them. As Tang Tian stepped out of the car unharmed, Fu Shi and Wen Xiaohan breathed a sigh of relief. Her safety was paramount. Noticing her well-being, Wen Xiaohan had already entered the villa, with Pei Ju being the first to step inside, seemingly indifferent to Tang Tian's situation. "Tang Tian, I heard from Xiaoji that you were left behind at the airport, and I was worried and ready to send someone to find you." Fu undicesimo lind closer. His smile bright and charming. "How are you feeling? Were you moved?" For once, Tang Tian offered a sincere smile, genuinely responding, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Fu. It was Mr. Shun who found me." Fu Shi was momentarily taken aback by her enchanting smile, which was indeed breathtaking, yet a tinge of jealousy struck him. Why was it always about Li Ge? The last time she was trapped in the studio, it was also with Li Ge. However, Fu Shi refrained from teasing her further, realizing that being a girl abandoned in a foreign land, amidst frigid surroundings, must have been terrifying for her. Shen Yanli interjected, "Let us discuss this inside. It's cold out here." Tang Tian nodded and followed them into the villa. As she passed Lu Xiaoji, she noticed a chilling glare. This matter would likely end in unresolved ambiguity. If Lu Xiaoji made a scene, the male leads might perceive her actions as an intentional attempt to frame Lu Xiaoji, which would unwittingly steer the narrative towards its typical trajectory. In this situation, Tang Tian knew that she must act with caution, lest she turn reason into folly. At that moment, Lu Xiaoji was so furious that her nails nearly dug into her flesh. All her efforts seemed futile. What was worse? Why was it Shun Yanli who brought her back to the villa? Shun Yanli was the person Lu Xiaoji cared for most, yet he was the one involved. Meanwhile, the villa's steward guided them to their respective rooms. Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji's rooms were adjacent to one another, and after assigning them their accommodations for the following days, the steward advised them to quickly adjust their mindsets, as they were to enter work mode the next day. As Tang Tian entered the room, she noticed Lu Xiaoji standing by the door of the adjacent room, who had been discreetly observing her. Lu Xiaoji had begun to regain her composure, yet the fear of potential exposure started to creep in. Uncertain whether Tang Tian had overheard her conversation with the driver, she felt a surge of apprehension. Tang Tian maintained an indifferent demeanor, not uttering a word about the incident near the helipad, leading Lu Xiaoji to believe it might merely be a coincidence. This left her perplexed about Tang Tian's thoughts. If Tang Tian truly had heard her, why did she choose to remain silent, not even inquiring about it? On this wintry night in a foreign land, with snowflakes swirling outside and the biting cold enveloping her, Tang Tian found no joy in the surroundings. Unlike the male leads who were here for leisure and inspiration, she was solely focused on her work. That evening, she retired early to take a bath and sleep. By 6:30 the next morning, the sky remained shrouded in gray, with snow continuing to fall, albeit intermittently and lightly. Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji rose early to fulfill their duties, which involved attending to the needs of several gentlemen. Lu Xiaoji, wary of Tang Tian being assigned to care for Shun Yanli, sees an opportunity to say, "I will take care of Mr. Shun and Mr. Pei." "You." Tang Tian responded with an unremarkable mem. She was indifferent to whom she was responsible for during these days, but she wished to conceal her nonchalant attitude from Lu Xiaozhi. Otherwise, Lu Xiaozhi would incessantly plot against her. Tang Tian was keenly aware that she needed to steer clear of the narrative's trajectory. Any conflict would serve no benefit for her as a mere antagonist, only harm. She yearned to turn the tide and confront Lu Xiaozhi recklessly. Yet the consequences would see her cast as the malicious female supporting character who ensnares the empathetic protagonist. Once the storyline unfolded, no one would care whether she was truly wronged or if it was Lu Xiaozhi who instigated the situation. Tang Tian understood that if a commotion erupted, she would stand alone, blamed for seeking trouble with Lu Xiaozhi and plotting against her. Thus, she resolved to bide her time, waiting for a more opportune moment, at least not now. Lu Xiaozhi, observing Tang Tian's aloofness, couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her. Tang Tian's delicate features and flawless figure, coupled with her unique aura, lent her an air of beauty and defiance, embodying an indescribable vitality. Although Lu Xiaozhi had always despised her as a mere pretty face, Tang Tian's striking appearance posed a significant hidden threat. Chapter 30. A shudder, especially since she no longer exhibited her previous intentions to entice the gentleman. Lu Xiaozhi grew increasingly wary of Tang Tian. Lu Xiaozhi was determined to ruin Tang Tian's reputation swiftly, ensuring that she could no longer engage with the gentleman. It was evident that their attitudes towards Tang Tian had softened. Half an hour later, Tang Tian became engrossed in her tasks. Aside from her unfamiliarity with the arrangement of the utensils, everything else proceeded smoothly. The gentlemen had come to this retreat to inspire their creativity, requiring their meals to be delivered to their rooms at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The villa was equipped with an elevator, making it convenient to traverse the floors. Tang Tian went to the kitchen to collect the lunches for Fu Shi and Wen Xiaoan, placing each dish on the dining cart as she made her way to the second floor. Lu Xiaozhi had already ascended ahead of her. As Tang Tian pushed the cart toward the elevator, she had to navigate a long corridor. Alongside the hallway were expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing a courtyard blanketed in pristine white snow. A tall, handsome figure was outside, building a snowman. Fu Shi tied a scarf around the snowman's neck, and with a glance from his charming peach blossom eyes, he noticed Tang Tian as delicate silhouette pushing the cart. He brushed off the snow from his leather gloves and strode into the villa. As Fu Shi approached Tang Tian, the remnants of cold air clung to him, and upon drawing near, she could feel his chill. Tang Tian initially intended to ignore him, but upon his approach, she mustered a polite smile. "Mr. Fu," she greeted. His peach blossom eyes curved slightly as he smiled alluringly. "Wait a moment." Tang Tian, puzzled, insisted, "Mr. Fu, I am delivering lunch for you and Mr. Wen. If I delay, the food will get cold." Seeing her attempt to move past him, Fu Shi grasped her left arm, the softness of her skin beneath his fingers causing his heart to flutter. Regaining his composure, he lazily tilted his chin toward the window. Tang Tian had been struggling to free her arm from his grip, but his gesture diverted her attention. Following his indication, she noticed the snowman he had just built, adorned with his deep brown scarf. Suddenly, Fu Shi leaned in closer, his presence overwhelming, and his peach blossom gaze swept over her stunning visage. He softly inquired, "Does it resemble you?" Tang Tian, gazing at the round snowman draped in the brown scarf, found it hard to see the resemblance. With a hint of exasperation, she retorted, "It looks more like you." Fu Shi seemed taken aback by her response, a laugh escaping him as he tightened his grip around her slender arm, attempting to drape it over her shoulder. Tang Tian deftly evaded, stating, "Mr. Fu, it is inappropriate for men and women to engage in such familiarity." He had a penchant for casually placing his arm around others, even the old butler, as if they were close friends. However, he had not exhibited such behavior towards the opposite sex until recently, when he began to adopt this habit with her. Though Fu Shi ceased his advances, he couldn't resist teasing her languidly. "You didn't say that when you were hinting to me before." The memories of her original self reverberated within her mind. accompanied by suggestive words that caused Tang Tian to blush. The former owner of her body possessed an extraordinary charm and a remarkable audacity. At that moment, she remained oblivious to how enticing her bashful demeanor appeared. Fu Shi's gaze remained fixated upon her, his heart racing beyond his control. That was in the past. Tang Tian, feeling flustered, hurriedly pushed the dining cart towards the elevator, intending to ignore him. He was in no rush for lunch, as when Xiaohan awaited her arrival with his meal. Fu Shi leisurely followed her, entering the elevator side by side. He suddenly leaned closer, diverting his gaze to her, and said, "If you were to suggest something to me now, I might just agree to be your boyfriend." His voice, languid and magnetic, exuded a captivating allure. Tang Tian dismissed his words, assuming he was merely teasing her. A humble servant like her could never aspire to the esteemed status of Mr. Fu. She had long abandoned such fantasies. After speaking, she exited the elevator with the cart, while Fu Shi trailed behind her, miraculously silent. She gave it little thought, as Fu Shi's temperament was unpredictable, and she was too weary to speculate. When Xiaohan's room lay further down the corridor, and Tang Tian first entered Fu Shi's suite. He lounged on the sofa, his long arm draped over the backrest, gazing at her with a carefree demeanor. In his peach blossom eyes lingered a dangerous desire. Tang Tian remained unaware of the peril concealed within his gaze. She generally felt at ease around Fu Shi, perhaps due to his habitual levity, which dulled her sense of caution. She swiftly arranged the lunch on the dining table with delicate movements. Fu Shi's suite was incomparable to her modest quarters. It boasted a study, a living room, and a bedroom, exuding opulence. Likely, the other gentlemen's rooms were similarly lavish. "Mr. Fu, please enjoy your meal," Tang Tian said before departing his room with the cart. Fu Shi remained silent on the sofa, his usual nonchalant expression replaced by a dark and inscrutable demeanor, leaving his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Tang Tian stood at Wen Xiaohan's door, knocking lightly. Moments later, the door opened, and Wen Xiaohan glanced at her and the dining cart before inviting her in. "Come in," he said. Tang Tian nodded and wheeled the cart inside. As she had anticipated, Wen Xiaohan's suite mirrored Fu Shi's, a testament to the luxurious lives of the affluent. In no time, she arranged the lunch on the table, also wishing him to enjoy it before preparing to leave. However, she was halted by Wen Xiaohan's voice, assuming he had further instructions. "Mr. Wen, do you need anything else?" she inquired. He replied, "Please take note of my number." Tang Tian froze, aware of the housekeeper's strict rule against maintaining personal contact with any of the gentlemen. Such actions were strictly prohibited. "Mr. Wen, there are regulations in place. As a household servant, I am not permitted to add your contact information. If discovered, I could face a deduction in wages, and in severe cases, termination along with a penalty for breach of contract." She was not afraid of dismissal, but dreaded the financial repercussions. She simply had no means to compensate. When Xiaohan appeared to overlook the servant's regulations as he paused briefly before entering the bedroom. He retrieved a mobile phone from the table and handed it to Tang Tian, who stood in the living room. "I apologize for my oversight. This phone contains my contact information. Should anything arise, please reach out to me immediately. The password is 123456. Tang Tian hesitated, contemplating whether to accept it, considering his good intentions. Noticing her dilemma, Wen Xiaohan had no intention of violating the servant's rules. He added, "If you fear any misunderstandings, simply return it to me before you leave the country." With this reassurance, Tang Tian finally accepted the phone, surprised by his kindness. "Thank you, Mr. Wen." Wen Xiaohan smiled graciously. "Go ahead with your tasks. I shan't disturb you." Tang Tian, with a gentle smile in her eyes, nodded at him, her perception of him shifting slightly. Until that moment, her impressions of Wen Xiaohan aligned with the descriptions in literature, cultured and refined on the surface, yet colder than anyone else beneath. To her astonishment, she realized she had misjudged him. His treatment of a humble servant indicated a character that was both upright and kind-hearted. Tang Tian accepted the phone, driven by various concerns, ensuring she would not find herself forgotten in some corner again. Having Wen Xiaohan's contact information would be far more efficient than seeking assistance from Sister Wu or the butler back home. She quietly closed the door to Wen Xiaohan's room, and pushed the dining cart toward the elevator. After placing the cart beside the elevator, she prepared to enter Fu Shi's and Wan Xiaoan's room to collect the dinnerware. At that moment, another dining cart was already positioned next to the elevator. Tang Tian planned to go downstairs and return in an hour. The deep, magnetic voice of Pei Zhu echoed from the corridor to her right. Tang Tian, take away the dishes. Tang Tian halted her movement towards the elevator, glancing around to ensure Lu Xiaoji was not present before pushing the cart toward Pei Zhu's room. Lu Xiaoji was responsible for Pei Zhu's daily needs, and he bore no fondness for Tang Tian, preferring to avoid her presence altogether. Tang Tian was well aware of this, so she endeavored to stay out of his way. However, she found herself unable to refuse his request. After all, she could not tell Pei Zhu, Lu Xiaoji is absent. I'm not responsible for your dishes. The delineation of duties among servants was paramount. The butler had instructed her that she must not disturb the gentleman's emotions. Except for matters that crossed boundaries, she was to meet their reasonable daily needs to the best of her ability. Entrine Pei Zhu et suite. Tang Tian began to clear the table of its dishes. At that moment, Pei Zhu stood tall and aloof before the window, which was ajar, seemingly displeased by the lingering aroma of food in the room. Stealing a glance at his silhouette, Tang Tian thought, indeed, he is the male lead with the most severe cleanliness obsession. Allowing food to linger on the living room table must be his utmost limit of tolerance. Chapter 31 Restraint. Tang Tian hastened her movements, fearful that lingering even a moment longer might lead to accusations of ulterior motives and impure intentions. Just as she was about to finish tidying up, the sound of a window being closed reached her ears. She continued her task, pushing the dining cart towards the door. Tang Tian, Pei Zhu called out to her, inexplicably halting her progress. Almost immediately, she heard the sound of his footsteps approaching from behind. Realizing this, Tang Tian turned around. Curiosity piqued. Pei Zhu extended a business card towards her, saying, "Take it. Call if you need anything." His expression was calm, as if he were merely engaged in a trivial task of no concern to him. When Tang Tian regained her composure, she found the business card resting in her palm. Pei Zhu had seated himself on the sofa, adorned in a high-neck black sweater and black trousers, his chiseled, cold features resembling a sculpted masterpiece. His every movement was a graceful blend of relaxation and elegance, rendering him utterly captivating. Tang Tian struggled to divert her gaze, focusing instead on the card in her hand, which bore Pei Zhu's phone number. Unsure of how to proceed, she contemplated whether accepting it constituted a breach of protocol. The rules for servants did not expressly forbid possessing several gentlemen's business cards. They simply prohibited adding their contact information, regardless of the implications. This was not something she had requested from Pei Zhu. It was a gift he had offered her, in the event of an emergency abroad. Should she be unable to reach Wan Xiaohan, having Pei Zhu's number would provide an alternative, a safeguard. However, as she glanced back at the man seated on the sofa, she found his actions surprising. It was evident how much he despised her. Perhaps he was simply averse to any potential mishap involving staff, and out of consideration for the greater good, felt compelled to extend his assistance. Regardless, his intentions seemed benevolent. Tang Tian tucked the card into the pocket of her work uniform and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Pei, for your concern." She dare not say more, fearing that excessive words might lead him to believe she harbored inappropriate thoughts. Pei Zhu's gaze shifted from his laptop to her as she pushed the dining cart away. Although she was clad in long sleeves and trousers, her graceful figure remained undeniably apparent. The door emitted a soft sound as it closed behind her, leaving him alone in the room. The aroma of food had dissipated, replaced by a floral fragrance that mirrored her essence, delicate and inviting. Pei Zhu pressed his thin lips together, steadying his thoughts, and sipped his iced Americano, continuing to tackle what appeared to be an endless stream of work. At the elevator on the second floor, Lu Xiaoji observed Tang Tian emerging from Pei Zhu's room with the dining cart, convinced that Tang Tian had seized the opportunity to approach Mr. Pei in her absence. Although Tang Tian was still some distance from the elevator, she could sense Lu Xiaoji's icy gaze upon her, filled with disdain and anger, allowing her to perceive the hostility keenly. Unperturbed, she pushed the cart to the elevator, knowing it would be a while longer before Fu Shi and Wan Xiaohan finished their meal. Lu Xiaoji spoke to her in a gentle tone. Tang Tian, if you wish to take responsibility for Mr. Pei's daily life, you need only say so. There is no need for. She subtly insinuated that Tang Tian's earlier actions were an attempt to usurp duties, seeking to make an impression before Pei Ju. Tang Tian, barely lifting her eyelids, replied, "That is something you ought to clarify. You have spent more time in the villa than I have, so you should be more familiar with Mr. Pei's habits. You need to promptly clear away the dishes. Yet when Mr. Pei expressed his needs, where were you?" Tang Tian fixed her gaze on Lu Xiaoji, each word striking her like a hammer. "If there is any fault in this matter, you alone bear the full responsibility. And you should be grateful that I lent you a hand." Although Lu Xiaoji had taken on additional tasks, she still attempted to reproach Tang Tian over this incident, which was quite presumptuous. Tang Tian was not so easily swayed. Lu Xiaoji was left speechless, taken aback by Tang Tian's sharp retort, which left her no room for counterargument. Ignoring Lu Xiaoji's astonished expression, Tang Tian continued, "There is no need for thanks. You can just clean up the dishes in Mr. Fu's room later, and we shall consider this matter settled." Meanwhile, Fu Shi, who had been leaning in the hallway observing the scene, felt the smirk that had previously graced his lips vanish in an instant. His narrow, almond-shaped eyes darkened, seemingly displeased by Tang Tian's words. Having finished her remarks in a rapid-fire manner, Tang Tian paid no further attention to the stunned Lu Xiaoji, stepping into the elevator to seize the moment and head downstairs for a few bites of the cut fruits. She too felt hunger gnawing at her. Knowing she needed to complete these tasks before indulging in lunch, Lu Xiaoji, staring at the closed elevator doors, was consumed by a mix of anger and helplessness, though furious. She could not refute Tang Tian's earlier statements. Logically speaking, Tang Tian clearing away the dishes in Mr. Pei's room was indeed a favor to her. Yet, who could ascertain whether Tang Tian had ulterior motives? She had always been flirtatious with Mr. Pei and his associates. How could she possibly relinquish that now? In the hallway, despite losing interest in the spectacle, Fu Shi couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Xiaoji's struggle to contain her rage. He had long seen through her fade of gentility. It was all an act, and she was indeed quite burdened, engaging in less than clean dealings behind the scenes. When it came to manipulation, Lu Xiaoji would have to consider him her master. He found such games tedious. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Fu Shi concluded that Tang Tian was far more intriguing, both playful and entertaining. On the first floor of the vacation villa, after indulging in a few pieces of fruit and lingering for 20 minutes, Tang Tian finally returned upstairs to gather the dishes. As she pushed the cart out of Wen Xiaohan's room, she found Fu Shi's tall, handsome figure leaning against the hallway wall, his eyes cast in shadow under the light, watching her intently with a mysterious glint. Initially startled by his gaze, Tang Tian soon recognized his languid and carefree demeanor. For a fleeting moment, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her, instinctively exhaling in relief. Grateful it was merely an illusion, she had no desire to offend someone like Fu Shi. His temperament was unpredictable, shrouded in enigma, and fraught with danger. A playful jibe with him would likely not pique his interest or desire for conquest. Tang Tian called out, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fu." She pushed the dining cart past him, and Fu Shi's large hand grasped the handle of the cart. His pampered hands were pale and delicate, even more slender and appealing than those of a hand model. He cast a sidelong glance at her and inquired, "Why did you send Lu Xiaoji to my room to collect the dishes?" He was exceedingly displeased with this matter and insisted on demanding an explanation from her. Without hesitation, he and Wen Xiaohan, along with Tang Tian, had handed the task over to Lu Xiaoji. Tang Tian, in a somewhat perplexed tone, remarked, "Mr. Fu, it's because Mr. Wen's room is situated behind yours." Fu Shi seemed taken aback by her simplistic reasoning, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly. "Is that all?" he asked. Tang Tian noted that up fi my see, believing the matter to be resolved, as it was trivial beyond measure. She continued to push the cart forward, but suddenly, her right arm was seized by a strong hand. At the moment Fu Shi grasped her, the softness of her arm compelled him to tighten his grip slightly, the veins on the back of his hand becoming pronounced due to his restraint. Chapter 32. Blushing Tang Tian once again halted her steps, feeling the constriction in her right arm alongside the warmth emanating from the man's grip. Though separated by her sleeve, she could not suppress the heat rising to her face. After struggling a few times without success, she turned to the man standing to her right, perplexed. Did Mr. Fu have other inquiries beyond the earlier incident? Yet she was merely his servant, privy to little knowledge and few affairs. Mr. Fu lowered his voice. In the past, you always stood behind Hangu in the dining hall. Is it the same now? Initially, Tang Tian did not comprehend his question, but gradually grasped that he was referring to her usual position behind when Xiao Han, attending to his meals. She assumed Mr. Fu's interrogation was a warning against drawing too close to his brother, akin to the way Pei Zhu had questioned her intentions regarding Wen Jinshu, both seemingly cautious of her harboring any designs on their close friends. Feeling the firm grip on her right arm tighten, she sensed a slight sting from the pressure. She mused that Mr. Fu was genuinely anxious about his friend, fearing she might tarnish his companion's reputations. After all, only Mr. Wan and Mr. Pei lacked a dedicated servant standing behind them, and due to a past grievance with Mr. Pei, she refrained from positioning herself behind him, opting instead for Mr. Wen's side. Tang Tian spoke nothing but the truth to Mr. Fu, assuring him that she harbored no ulterior motives towards Wen Xiao Han or any of their privileged circle. Mr. Fu continued to hold her arm, whether reluctant to release her or fearful of her departure. Only he could ascertain. Her words prompted him to gaze at her intently for an extended moment, leaving her uncertain of his beliefs. She could not decipher his thoughts. Harboring no intentions? To reassure him further, she reiterated, Mr. Fu, I assure you, I have no ulterior motives towards you or the other gentlemen, including your friends. Rest assured, I'm solely focused on performing my duties well and will not repeat previous incidents. After speaking, she thought to herself that this should put his mind at ease. Her expression was earnest, devoid of any pretense. Upon hearing her words, Mr. Fu's demeanor shifted subtly. He released her arm, seemingly perturbed by certain phrases she had uttered. He fell silent, leaning against the corridor as he observed her push the dining cart away. Before Tang Tian departed with the cart, she noticed that Mr. Fu's expression had grown even more somber than before. Leaving her bewildered, he still seemed to doubt her sincerity, regardless of his belief or disbelief. The conversation had reached its conclusion, and she resolved to let him think as he pleased. Lu Xiaozhi awaited Tang Tian at the elevator. Having learned from their earlier encounter not to allow Tang Tian any proximity to Mr. Shun or Mr. Pei, the sound of the cart's wheels was barely audible as Tang Tian pushed it to the elevator, completely disregarding Lu Xiaozhi as if she were air. Unable to confront someone so intent on causing her harm, she felt no inclination towards Lu Xiaozhi. As the elevator doors opened, Tang Tian entered with the cart. Lu Xiaozhi had already returned the cart to the first floor, watching Tang Tian in the elevator with a wary gaze. Yet, Tang Tian paid her no mind. As the doors closed, they effectively severed the vigilant scrutiny directed her way. Tang Tian pushed the dining cart towards the kitchen, where dedicated staff were responsible for cleaning the dishes, allowing her to take a moment to enjoy her meal. At the elevator on the second floor, Lu Xiaozhi observed Tang Tian's departure, preparing to head to the first floor. As the elevator opened, a hurried figure emerged, none other than the driver who had taken her back to the vacation villa the previous day. Lu Xiaozhi was instantly struck with terror, her complexion paling as she trailed behind the driver, watching him knock on Mr. Shin's door. When the door swung open, she instinctively hid behind a pillar, observing as the driver entered Shun Yanli's room. Why would Mr. Shin choose this particular driver for a meeting? Could it be that her deliberate abandonment of Tang Tian had been uncovered? Lu Xiaozhi's mind raced. If Mr. Shun were to learn the truth, her image in his eyes would undoubtedly shatter. She gripped her hands tightly, unwilling to accept being overshadowed by Tang Tian, who had also engaged in her fair share of tempting behavior. Why had she not been dismissed? After a brief passage of time, the driver exited Shin Yanli's room. At that moment, Lu Xiaozhi's phone vibrated, and she retrieved it to find a message from the butler, instructing her to visit Shun Yanli's room. Fear washed over her. Had Mr. Shun discovered everything? In the dining area of the first-floor side hall, Tang Tian sat with other foreign chefs and servants, partaking in her meal, devoid of any exchanges as they were all unfamiliar with one another. having just satisfied her hunger. Her phone vibrated several times, prompting her to check the message. It was from the butler, summoning her to Shun Yanli's room. As she pondered the message, she wondered if he had swiftly uncovered the truth. Yet there should have been no surveillance in the car, right? After washing her hands, she ascended to the second floor and stood before Shun Yanli's door, gently knocking several times. "Come in," Shun Yanli's voice called from within, and Tang Tian pushed the door open. The scene that greeted her was startling. Shun Yanli sat on the sofa, while Lu Xiaoji stood in the center of the living room, softly sobbing. Upon her entrance, Shun Yanli slowly lifted his gaze toward Tang Tian, who was closing the door behind her. Having not seen her for a day and a night, he noted her winter work uniform, a pale blue ensemble that accentuated her beauty. Her skin as smooth and radiant as jade, and her eyes shimmering like waves when they met his, a sight most delightful. "Mr. Shun," Tang Tian approached and softly called to him. His eyes remained fixed upon her as he replied in a low voice, "I have clarified the events of yesterday." Tang Tian was taken aback by his promptness. How could he have uncovered the truth so quickly? It felt surreal. She glanced at Lu Xiaoji, who continued to weep. Through her tears, Lu Xiaoji implored, "Tang Tian, I didn't mean to forget you outside the car." Tang Tian regarded her, unmoved by her tears. "Lu Xiaoji, I heard what you said in the car. At that moment, you looked out the window at me and instructed the driver to leave." Lu Xiaoji had not anticipated that Tang Tian could hear her. The tumultuous wind and snow outside had created a cacophony, and she never imagined Tang Tian would recount those details, leaving her increasingly anxious. "Tang Tian, I assure you, it was not my intention. Yesterday, while in the car, I genuinely believed you had already boarded. Please forgive me. I did not wish to face dismissal." Lu Xiaoji, however, remains unwilling to admit her fault, weeping inconsolably. Others may presume that Lu Xiaoji is certainly destined for dismissal, yet Tang Tian holds a different perspective. Setting aside the fact that Lu Xiaoji is the protagonist of the narrative, how could the heroine possibly depart from the villa or abandon the several male leads? Furthermore, if Shun Yanli truly intended to terminate her, then Lu Xiaoji would not even have the opportunity to stand here pleading on her behalf. Although Tang Tian may not be exceptionally astute, her perceptiveness is not to be underestimated. Like you, I am merely a servant. The decision to dismiss you is beyond my purview. Chapter 33. I want to try. Tang Tian's intentions were unmistakably clear. Lu Xiaoji could not possibly be oblivious to the fact that she was not the one in control. Lu Xiaoji indeed adopted this subservient demeanor deliberately, intending for Tang Tian to appear as a cold-hearted individual before Shun Yanli. Moreover, her pitiful weeping would render it difficult for Shun Yanli to make a heartless decision. As Shun Yanli observed the scene unfolding in the living room between Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji, he seemed unfazed by Tang Tian's indifference. He addressed Lu Xiaoji, stating, "I will discuss this matter with Sister Wu." He refrained from elaborating further, leaving the question of Lu Xiaoji's potential dismissal shrouded in uncertainty. Just as Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji were about to take their leave, Shun Yanli spoke again. "Tang Tian, you stay." Lu Xiaoji was aware that she would not be dismissed, yet she wished to limit Tang Tian's interactions with Mr. Shun. Despite her discontent with Shun Yanli's decision to retain Tang Tian, there was little she could do. Tang Tian remained, fully cognizant of Shun Yanli's motives for keeping her, presumably to ensure Lu Xiaoji's job security. She had never entertained the notion that Lu Xiaoji might be dismissed. Even if Shun Yanli were to terminate her, there would likely be a turn of events that would allow Lu Xiaoji to remain. Much like the previous occasion when they were headed to the vacation villa, despite selecting Song Yu, it ultimately ended up being her and the protagonist Lu Xiaoji who visited the villa. Tang Tian had come to understand that regardless of the process, the outcome would remain unchanged. Consequently, she began to worry whether her fate would mirror that of the characters in the narrative. Shun Yanli maintained a prolonged silence as he scrutinized her before inquiring, "I mentioned I would provide you with an explanation once the matter was clarified." "Tang Tian, note that." "Thank you, Mr. Shun." At that moment, Shun Yanli shifted his crossed legs, leaning back against the sofa, adopting a posture that exuded an air of aggression. He asked, "How do you wish to handle her?" Tang Tian thought to herself. As I suspected, the decision rests solely with Mr. Shun or Sister Wu. Shun Yin Li remained silent, his gaze assessing her with intensity. Very well, I will consult with Sister Wu. Tang Tian nodded again, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, but she sensed that his gaze held emotions beyond mere examination. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Shun Yin Li, however, responded calmly, a little more conversation will not hinder your work. Tang Tian retracted her raised foot, glancing at the man on the sofa. At some point, Shun Yin Li's gaze had become opaque, which only heightened her anxiety. Mr. Shun, I am merely a servant. I know nothing of music, much less the business world. Tang Tian was bewildered, unsure of the purpose behind his inquiry. Was it a test of her? Noticing her discomfort, Shun Yin Li seemed to sense her apprehension regarding his interest in her. I distinctly remember your previous explicit remarks, he remarked, causing Tang Tian to flush crimson, recalling the candid words she had once uttered to Shun Yin Li, which had been even more suggestive than those directed at Fu Shi. Tang Tian had never anticipated he would bring up such a matter, leaving her momentarily speechless. She stood in the living room, enveloped in awkwardness and uncertainty. At that moment, she heard Shun Yamli's meaningful words directed at her. I want to try. His statement struck her like a bolt of lightning, causing Tang Tian to widen her eyes in sheer astonishment as she gazed at Shun Yamli on the sofa. The intensity of his unabashed gaze, deep and enigmatic, left her momentarily speechless, her mind a blank slate. I do not comprehend Mr. Shin's intentions. There are still tasks unfinished. I shall take my leave. Tang Tian finally managed to regain her voice, casting a fleeting glance away as she almost sprinted towards the door. Shun Yanli made no effort to pursue her. His words were merely intended to prepare her mentally in advance. Recently, he had been plagued by dreams of her, often reminiscing about her and closely observing her every move. Thus, he chose to heed his heart's desire. Before the door to Shun Yanli's room on the second floor, Tang Tian could hear her heart racing uncontrollably. What did Shun Yanli mean by that? What did he wish to try? Fearful thoughts clouded her mind as she struggled to comprehend his sudden declaration. Why would he, who despised her so intensely, express such sentiments? Tang Tian was riddled with confusion, her heart besieged by 1,000 unanswered questions regarding the unfolding events. Shun Yanli, the malicious pawn in their game, indicated a desire to explore the crude words she had previously uttered. The mere thought sent a rush of warmth to her ears. In a flurry, she entered the elevator to the second floor, and upon reaching the ground floor, she found Lu Xiaoji waiting for her. Yet in her restless state, Tang Tian failed to notice Lu Xiaoji approaching her, and when the latter called out to her, she was startled. Lu Xiaoji eyed her curiously, inquiring about what Mr. Shun had said. Upon recognizing Lu Xiaoji, Tang Tian lacked the inclination to engage in conversation. She had no desire to discuss matters with her. Tang Tian! Lu Xiaoji called after her, but Tang Tian continued to walk briskly, her mind a chaotic whirlwind, unwilling to expend energy on idle chatter. As for how Sister Wu and Shun Yanli would handle Lu Xiaoji, she felt powerless to influence the outcome and held little hope for any justice to be served. Since leaving Shun Yanli's room, Tang Tian found herself in a daze throughout the day. Fortunately, she did not make any mistakes in her work. She felt relieved that she was not responsible for Shun Yanli's daily affairs. That night, as she slept deeply, she suddenly awoke, staring blankly at the ceiling. Was Shun Yanli testing her? Her mind cleared from the remnants of sleep as she turned onto her side, contemplating the likelihood of this notion. It made sense why he had previously shown such disdain towards her, only to suddenly utter ambiguous words today. Yawning, she concluded that this must indeed be the case. First, Peiju and Fu she had issued veiled warnings, and now it seemed Shun Yanli was probing her intentions. Clearly, they were genuinely apprehensive about her harboring ulterior motives. Having deduced their intentions, she resolved not to dwell on the matter any longer. The following morning, after a couple of days of intermittent snowfall, the flurries finally ceased in the early hours. Tang Tian rose early to prepare breakfast for Wen Xiaohan and Fu Shi. Wen Xiaohan maintained a regular routine. while Fuxi's habits fluctuated unpredictably. She first delivered breakfast to Wen Xiaohan's room before arriving at Fuxi's door. Raising her hand, she knocked lightly. "Good morning, Mr. Fu. I brought you breakfast." She stood outside for a moment, preparing to leave when a languid voice emerged from within. "Gumin." Tang Tian pushed the door open and wheeled the cart into his room. Fuxi appeared to have just awakened, clad in a black bathrobe, seated on the sofa with tousled hair that, despite its disarray, did not detract from his handsome visage. The robe hung loosely at the collar, subtly revealing his fair, well-defined chest. "Morning." Fuxi's voice was hoarse, clearly roused by her call. "Good morning, Mr. Fu," Tang Tian replied, arranging the breakfast on the dining table. Without lingering for a moment, she pushed the cart and prepared to exit. Chapter 34. Captivated at a glance Fu, she leisurely called out to her, "Don't rush to leave." Tang Tian had grown accustomed to his playful banter, as if he could not feel at ease without teasing her. "Mr. Fu, I'll let you wash up and have your meal without interruption," she replied, attempting to depart. Yet, it appeared that Fuxi found her far more intriguing than his breakfast. With a languid demeanor, he seductively prompted, "Are you truly not considering enticing me once more? Perhaps this time it would be successful." In Tang Tian's eyes, he was unlike Xinyanli. She never took his words seriously, knowing well his penchant for jesting. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Fu, I shall refrain from any impropriety." Fuxi clicked his tongue in response, wooden-headed. His insinuations seemed to suggest a test, leaving her in a quandary about how to respond. Tang Tian, having not clearly heard his words, pushed the dining cart away from his room. As she passed Xinyanli's door, she instinctively quickened her pace, as if the door concealed a beast of great terror. By the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Tang Tian was resting in the side hall, while Lu Xiaoji sat across from her. Apart from managing the daily meals of the gentlemen, they had little else to attend to, which is why they eagerly vied for opportunities to vacation abroad with the gentlemen, free from concerns about personal safety. Enjoying cherries while watching television, Tang Tian felt quite content, no longer plagued by the unease that had marked the previous day. Conversely, Lu Xiaoji's mood was far less cheerful. Following the revelation of Tang Tian's abandonment, neither Xinyanli nor Sister Wu had made any remarks, leaving her uncertain about the possibility of being dismissed. Lu Xiaoji attributed all her worries to Tang Tian. Had Tang Tian been expelled from Mr. Pei's room, the current troubles would have been averted. Tang Tian, oblivious to Lu Xiaoji's inexplicable resentment, was preoccupied either with counting her remaining cherries or checking how many minutes were left in the episode. It seemed she had not registered the presence of another in her vicinity. Lu Xiaoji's mournful gaze was disregarded by Tang Tian, causing her frustration to mount. Since Tang Tian's ejection from Mr. Pei's quarters, it was as if she had transformed, becoming indifferent to the gentleman and less eager to seek praise, making her more challenging to handle. In the side hall, only the television filled the silence. When the butler's voice crackled through the headphones, Tang Tian perked up, attentively listening. "The gentleman will dine in the first-floor restaurant tonight. The chef and servants should prepare accordingly." Tang Tian recalled Xinyanli's words from the previous evening, relieved to realize that it had merely been a test. Otherwise, their subsequent encounters would have been exceedingly awkward. "Tang Tian," the butler messaged in the group chat, "the gentlemen are not fond of other servants approaching. You and I must delineate our duties clearly." Anticipating further clarification, Tang Tian awaited the continuation of the message, which indeed followed. Lu Xiaoji resumed her considerate tone. "Let's adhere to our division of labor from the past 2 days. You will continue to be responsible for Mr. Fu and Mr. Wen, while I shall oversee Mr. Shun and Mr. Pei." Tang Tian maintained her composure, revealing no excessive emotion as she acknowledged, "All right." Lu Xiaoji observed her expressionless demeanor and assumed that Tang Tian was harboring unexpressed anger, indicating that she was perhaps more affected than she let on, merely better at concealing her emotions than before. After a brief flurry of activity, dinner time soon arrived. In the dining hall on the first floor, the seating arrangements of Pei Zhu and his companions were still unknown, leaving Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji to wait by the side. Pei Zhu and Wen Xiaohan arrived first, with Tang Tian, as per usual, standing behind Wen Xiaohan, while Lu Xiaoji attended to Pei Ju's dining needs. Lu Xiaoji felt that her chances of impressing Pei Ju were exceedingly slim. However, she refused to concede defeat, believing that one day he would be moved by her efforts. Pei Ju lifted his gaze momentarily to glance at the focused Tang Tian across from him, but after just a second, he averted his eyes, as if his glance had been accidental. Shen Yanli and Fu Shi entered the dining hall in succession, both turning their attention to Tang Tian, who was engrossed in her tasks. Her appearance and aura were strikingly ethereal, captivating all who beheld her. There was an empty seat beside Wen Xiaohan, and Fu Shi, fearing that Shen Yanli might occupy it first, swiftly took his place next to Wen Xiaohan. Shen Yanli merely cast a casual glance at Tang Tian, who remained oblivious to his presence, before settling down opposite Fu Shi. Throughout the meal, Tang Tian was incessantly occupied, as she was tasked with serving two individuals simultaneously, leaving no room for error. She scarcely had the energy to divert her attention to Shen Yanli, who was seated diagonally opposite her, unaware of the slight frown that had formed on his brow as he observed her. Pei Ju finished his meal first, his gaze falling upon the fine sheen of sweat on Tang Tian's forehead. At that moment, her skin appeared fair and radiant, accentuating her delicate beauty. "Tomorrow, I will speak to the housekeeper and arrange for 2 additional servants." Pei Ju's words drew the attention of both Fu Shi and Wen Xiaohan towards Tang Tian. In contrast to Tang Tian's bustling activity, Lu Xiaoji found herself comparatively at ease. Pei Ju and Shen Yanli required little assistance from her, only needing her to pass the hot towels occasionally. This was one of the reasons Lu Xiaoji insisted on taking charge of their dining experience. On the other hand, Tang Tian's responsibilities with Wen Xiaohan and Fu Shi were far more demanding. While Wen Xiaohan was manageable, Fu Shi's multitude of habits made him rather burdensome, often reluctant to lift a finger. Tang Tian was primarily occupied with Fu Shi, leaving no room for her to slack off in tending to Wen Xiaohan. Lu Xiaoji watched Tang Tian with a sense of secret delight, relishing the challenges she faced. Pei Ju's comments caused Shen Yanli to frown slightly, as he had intended to voice something that Pei Ju had preempted. Tang Tian, belatedly realizing their gazes were fixed upon her, wondered if Pei Ju's remarks stemmed from concern over her busy state. Confused, she met Pei Ju's eyes, which were dark and indifferent, unchanged from their usual demeanor. He was the first to avert his gaze and strode out of the dining hall. Fu Shi was not intentionally making things difficult for her. It was simply his nature. Moreover, Tang Tian rarely ventured close to him, making this rare opportunity one he wished to exploit to get to know her better. As a result, seeing her perspire profusely from her exertions prompted a twinge of regret for his earlier behavior. Having nearly finished his meal, he reached for a hot towel, and at that moment, a towel was promptly placed beside him. Fu Shi raised her eyes along the towel, a rare look of surprise illuminating her features, her delicate complexion and exquisite beauty immediately catching the eye. Tang Tian naturally extended the warm towel to Fu Shi, feeling no sense of grievance. Her mindset had always been commendably composed. With such a generous salary, this little fatigue was hardly worth mentioning. However, upon reflecting on the 2 sentences spoken by Pei Ju, which seemed to stem from genuine concern for her, her heart was stirred at that moment. It appeared that Pei Ju was not as heartless and unfeeling as she had initially perceived. Chapter 35. Obscure as dinner concluded, Tang Tian busied herself with the final tasks. Perhaps due to indulging in too many cherries earlier in the afternoon, she found herself lacking in appetite. By chance, she lifted her gaze and met the penetrating stare of Shen Yanli from across the table, who seemed to have been observing her in silence for quite some time. His words, "I want to see," echoed in her ears, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes. His gaze remained as enigmatic as it had been when he looked at her yesterday. The intensity of the man as scrutiny felt like a searing heat, igniting every inch of her skin. Tang Tian, feeling inexplicably anxious under his gaze, hastily gathered her things and departed from the dining hall. Standing behind Shen Yanli, Lu Xiaoji watched Tang Tian leave with a rare sense of satisfaction. Tang Tian had been so flustered yesterday. Surely, Mr. Shen must have said something to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be avoiding him as she was now. Tang Tian's thoughts began to spiral chaotically as she walked through the corridor, where Fu Shi had been waiting for her. He intercepted her, towering over her with his hands in his pockets, his tall figure casting a shadow that made her feel somewhat uneasy. "I didn't mean to act that way during dinner," he said. Tang Tian, still in a state of confusion, froze at his sudden approach. He must have been referring to her incessant busyness while they dined. She replied, "Mr. Fu, please don't feel burdened. It's part of my job." However, Fu Shi's lips gradually curled into a smile as he leaned closer, captivated by the surprise reflected in her wide eyes. In a low, alluring voice, he remarked, "Why are your ears and cheeks so flushed?" Tang Tian's complexion, fair as a peach blossom, turned crimson in an instant, and she quickly stepped back to distance herself from him. In nothing, she stammered before swiftly circumventing him to leave. Aware that she had yet to have dinner, Fu Shi refrained from pursuing her further. It was not Fu Shi who left Tang Tian flustered, but rather Xin Yanli. His gaze felt like it held more than mere curiosity. Perhaps she was overthinking it. To be on the safe side, she resolved to keep her distance from Xin Yanli in the future. After finishing her dinner, she prepared to return to her room for some rest when she unexpectedly encountered a tall figure that dispelled her fatigue entirely. Tang Tian halted in her tracks, continuing toward her room. As they brushed past one another, she could not pretend she hadn't seen him. With a somewhat stiff demeanor, she greeted him, "Mr. Shun." Shun Yanli paused, replying, "Bring me a cup of warm milk to my room tomorrow morning." Tang Tian considered saying she would relay the message to Lu Xiaoji, but she feared Xin Yanli would insist on her delivering it personally. Contemplating this possibility, she swallowed her words. Uncertain whether Xin Yanli was testing her or if there were other motives at play, she knew her only course of action was to avoid him as much as possible. "Understood, Mr. Shun," she replied as she turned to head back to her room, but his grip tightened around her left wrist. His touch was not as warm as Fu Shi's. Rather, it felt cool, akin to jade. Her heart fluttered, and she hurriedly attempted to free herself from his grasp. Why was he holding on to her? Xin Yanli maintained his hold, gazing down at her for an extended moment before speaking with a calm tone. "I was not joking yesterday." Tang Tian, trembling with fear, stuttered, momentarily forgetting to struggle. No, what are you joking about?" Just as Xin Yanli was about to speak again, a voice interjected. "Yanli, what has happened?" When Xiaohan approached slowly from the end of the corridor, his gaze falling upon Xin Yanli's large hand gripping Tang Tian's. Xin Yanli cast him a sidelong glance and gradually released Tang Tian, the sensation lingering in his palm, evoking an insatiable yearning, a desire to hold her and indulge in the moment. Tang Tian greeted Wen Xiaohan with a brief, "Mr. Wen," and, feeling overwhelmed, quickly turned away from Xin Yanli. Hastening back to her room, Xin Yanli clenched his right hand, which had just held her wrist, suppressing the wave of tingling sensations that coursed through him. It seemed that Wen Xiaohan was oblivious to Xin Yanli's burgeoning interest in Tang Tian, as he inquired, "What has she done to provoke you?" Xin Yanli lowered his gaze, concealing the tumult of emotions beneath, and casually replied, "Nothing." Noticing Xin Yanli's reluctance to elaborate, Wen Xiaohan, understanding the unspoken boundary, refrained from pressing further. "I've composed a piece. Let us head upstairs to listen," he suggested. Subsequently, both men ascended to the second floor. Back at her room, Tang Tian glanced down at her slightly reddened wrist, the mark left by Xin Yanli's grip. Did his words from yesterday truly not carry the weight of jest? The disbelief in her eyes was palpable. What did Xin Yanli truly mean? She could not fathom that he might actually harbor feelings for her. Their interactions had been minimal, primarily limited to moments in the sunroom and a brief episode where a drunken Xin Yanli was aided by her and others into the bedroom. She had only tended to him for a short while, and upon waking, he had promptly ushered her out. Their exchanges had been fleeting, with the only significant physical contact occurring in the sunroom when he had brushed her hair aside, his hand inadvertently resting against her heart. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could Xin Yanli's sudden declaration of wanting to try a relationship stem from that moment in the sunroom when he unintentionally pressed against his own chest? It was a tenuous connection, yet it seemed more plausible than any notion of affection or attraction. As night deepened, Tang Tian lay exhausted in bed, resigned to yet another night filled with dreams. The following morning, a fine snow began to fall outside. On the second floor, a knock echoed on Shun Yanli's door. Come. The door, not locked, swung open as a figure entered quietly. Snowflakes danced outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, while Shun Yanli, clad in a black silk robe, lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a book. This scene brought joy to Lu Xiaoji, who placed a warm glass of milk on the coffee table. Mr. Shun, here is the warm milk you requested. Shun Yanli did not look up, merely gesturing, leave it. After a prolonged silence, Lu Xiaoji remained rooted in place until Shun Yanli finally raised his gaze from the pages. Is there something else? Lu Xiaoji adopted an expression of reluctant concern, compelled to voice her thoughts. Mr. Shun, should you have any instructions in the future, please feel free to convey them to me directly, as Tang Tian is rather reluctant to relay them. Lu Xiaoji's intention was to incite Shun Yanli to blame Tang Tian, even if only in his heart. Shun Yanli closed the book, his tone remarkably calm. Have her come up. Upon realizing her objective had been achieved, Lu Xiaoji promptly responded, I'll go fetch her. Moments later, Tang Tian entered, her palms clammy with anxiety. As she stepped through the door, Lu Xiaoji brushed past her, her gaze brimming with schadenfreude. At this moment, Tang Tian was in a state of turmoil. She stood in the center of the living room, facing Shun Yanli on the sofa, when suddenly the door was shut behind her. Chapter 36. Be my girlfriend on the sofa. Shun Yanli's gaze remained fixated on the text before him. Tang Tian stood apprehensively in the center of the living room, his silence and lack of eye contact heightening her unease. She could not articulate the source of her nervousness. Her instincts warned her that Shun Yanli was somewhat perilous. After a moment, he gradually lifted his gaze. Shun Yanli placed the book on the coffee table. Reclining against the back of the sofa with his long legs crossed, hands clasped elegantly upon his lap. His demeanor exuded a languid grace, yet his eyes, calm yet shrouded in obscurity, were fixed on her. Tang Tian dared not meet his gaze, instead focusing on the floor as she struggled to speak. At that moment, he broke the silence, asking in a composed tone, Why did you have Lu Xiaoji deliver it? Tang Tian explained, Lu Xiaoji and I divide our tasks. She is responsible for Mr. Shun and Mr. Pei, while I attend to Mr. Fu and Mr. Wen. So I informed her that you requested a warm glass of milk this morning. Shun Yanli's response was merely silence. Tang Tian felt an eerie chill under his unnaturally calm scrutiny. Yet as long as he refrained from suggesting any tests or trials, she would pretend this conversation never occurred. However, reality was far from her assumptions. Shun Yanli finally spoke again. I am serious. I want you to be my girlfriend. His voice was deep and resonant, capable of driving voice enthusiasts to madness. Yet, Tang Tian took a step back in fright, her exceptionally beautiful features marred by panic, evoking a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. She forced herself to regain her composure, but his words exploded in her mind like thunder, leaving her astounded. Shun Yanli seemed to relish the expression on her face, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. After a lengthy silence, Tang Tian finally found her voice and hurriedly replied, Mr. Shun, what happened that day in the sunroom was an accident. It was not your fault. I was not fully awake and pressed your hand, which led to that moment. Her mention of that day in the sunroom conjured countless dreams Shun Yanli had experienced at night, deepening his gaze. He swallowed hard, and when he spoke again, Tang Tian detected a rasp in his voice. Yet, inexplicably, she did not dwell on this detail. It was the implication of his words that truly left her flustered. He stated, You are right. I should take responsibility for you. Tang Tian quickly waved her hands in denial. There is no need for responsibility, Mr. Shun. I am merely a servant and truly unworthy of your status. Shun Yanli frowned. Do not belittle yourself. What a being is servant. I am fond of you. The sincerity in his words dispelled any notion of jest or testing, causing her fingertips to tremble. The proposal of him wanting her as his girlfriend was something she could never have anticipated, leaving her thoughts in disarray. Tang Tian took a deep breath to quell her anxiety and gently declined. Mr. Shun, I currently have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. As a man of exceptional stature, Shun Yanli was accustomed to having his desires fulfilled effortlessly. Yet he remained unhurried, No rush. Take your time to consider it carefully. Tang Tian immediately shook her head. I've already made my decision. I cannot reciprocate your feelings. She currently seeks to extricate herself from the narrative, having never contemplated the possibility of engaging in a romance, especially with one of the male protagonists. As the malevolent, supporting character within the story, the thought of embarking on a relationship with one of the male leads is utterly unimaginable, with the eventual outcome likely to be catastrophic. Shen Yanli disregarded her refusal, simply stating, starting tomorrow, deliver a cup of warm milk to my room each morning. Tang Tian believed this matter would be swiftly resolved, secretly exhaling in relief. Very well, Mr. Shun. Noticing her eagerness to depart, Shen Yanli added in a deep tone, do not pass this task on to Lu Xiaoji. Tang Tian, caught off guard by his remark, awkwardly acquiesced and hastily exited his room. As she closed the door behind her, she stood at the threshold, cold sweat trickling down her back. Once she composed herself, she heard footsteps drawing near, halting to her right. Turning her head, she spotted Wen Xiaohan clad in casual attire, his tall and athletic figure boasting proportions even more perfect than a model's. His demeanor and handsome visage radiated warmth and gentility, embodying the image of a refined gentleman. His gaze swept over her startled expression, and he inquired, what are you doing standing at Yanli's door? Tang Tian replied, I just came from Mr. Shun's room. When Xiaohan paused for a moment, glancing at the door on the left. Did he trouble you? Tang Tian hurriedly shook her head. No, mister. She merely asked me a few questions. When Xiaohan scrutinized her for a long while, but did not press further. If you need anything, call me. Do not be afraid. I will assist you. His words enveloped Tang Tian in warmth, for Wen Xiaohan truly was a gentleman, a kind soul. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Wen. Tang Tian's beautiful, watery eyes sparkled, always evoking goodwill, making one feel an irresistible urge to draw closer to her. Wen Xiaohan maintained a smile. No need for formality. After Tang Tian left to attend to her tasks, she was unaware of Wen Xiaohan's gentle yet inscrutable gaze following her slender silhouette. Upon returning to the first floor, having resolved her matters, Tang Tian's spirits lifted considerably. Lu Xiaoji had anticipated witnessing her in tears. However, the Tang Tian who emerged from Shen Yanli's room displayed no signs of embarrassment from reprimand. Rather, her mood had improved. Lu Xiaoji's secretly elated mindset began to crumble as she warily observed Tang Tian's relaxed demeanor and body language. While Tang Tian enjoyed her breakfast, Lu Xiaoji sat unusually beside her. Tang Tian was acutely aware of her presence. Lu Xiaoji was undoubtedly there to probe into her conversation with Shen Yanli. She continued her meal, treating Lu Xiaoji as though she were merely a figment of her imagination. When faced with someone who harbored intentions to harm her, the only recourse was indifference. Tang Tian, what did Mr. Shen tell you? Lu Xiaoji pressed. Tang Tian swallowed a spoonful of porridge. We discussed how to handle the matter of you abandoning me near the helipad. Lu Xiaoji. Her gentle expression nearly faltered as she seethed with frustration at the woman before her, fully aware that Tang Tian was jesting and not speaking the truth. Despite her anger, Lu Xiaoji could only continue the charade. What did Mr. Shen say? Tang Tian abruptly halted her breakfast, turning her expressionless face towards her, causing Lu Xiaoji to feel a chill run down her spine. However, Tang Tian chose to keep her cards close to her chest, cryptically stating, you will know soon enough. Despite being fully aware that Tang Tian was deliberately trying to frighten her, Lu Xiaoji found herself shaken. Was it possible that Mr. Shen had indeed discussed this matter with Tang Tian? She pressed on with her inquiries. Did Mr. Shen mention anything else to you? Continuing to savor her meal, Tang Tian seized a moment to inform her, Mr. Shen has requested that I bring him warm milk every morning and insisted that this task should no longer fall to you. By deliberately sharing this information with Lu Xiaoji, Tang Tian knew that Lu Xiaoji held Mr. Shen in such high regard that she would never allow her to deliver milk to him each morning. Thus, she was certain that Lu Xiaoji would intervene, seizing the opportunity to take over the milk delivery herself. Chapter 37. Ears burning as Tang Tian had anticipated. Lu Xiaoji's expression suddenly changed. She tightened her grip on the chopsticks, questioning why Mr. Shun would request Tang Tian to deliver milk to her room each morning. After finishing her breakfast, Tang Tian rose to take her plate to the kitchen, unperturbed by the situation, for she knew that Lu Xiaoji would not remain passive. Regardless of whether Xin Yanli was genuinely interested in her or merely testing her, she resolved to minimize her interactions with him to avoid becoming entangled in the tumultuous affairs of the protagonists. At noon, after retrieving the meal from the kitchen, Tang Tian pushed the dining cart upstairs, with Lu Xiaoji trailing behind her. The two of them arrived at the elevator, waiting for it to arrive. As the elevator descended from the third floor to the first, Tang Tian prepared to push the cart inside. Lu Xiaoji, seemingly prepared, hastily maneuvered the cart into the elevator and pressed the button to close the doors just as Tang Tian was about to enter. The elevator was quite responsive. Standing behind the cart, Tang Tian was unable to press the button to open the doors in time, and they slid shut before her eyes. Tang Tian had not anticipated Lu Xiaoji would employ such cunning in this matter. She felt no anger, knowing that the next elevator would arrive in less than 2 minutes. It appeared that without her usual fa-ade of gentleness and understanding, Lu Xiaoji could no longer maintain her composure. Calmly, she pressed the button to summon the elevator back down to the first floor. At that moment, Tang Tian sensed someone approaching and turned her head in bewilderment. She had unexpectedly appeared behind her, the distance between them so minimal that he could simply lean in to touch her. Tang Tian was bewildered by his sudden presence. When had he arrived? How had he done so silently? Clad in a deep brown coat and wrapped in a dark striped scarf, his handsome, sharply defined features wore a smirk that was both playful and enigmatic. Leaning closer, he invaded her personal space, his breath warm against her right ear, causing her heart to race and her breath to falter. Once again, she found herself being teased. He had just returned from outside, carrying the chill of the snow, yet his breath remained fervent, as if it could melt her sensitive skin in an instant. Struggling against the intensifying tremors coursing through her, she swiftly stepped to the left. Mr. Fu, she managed to greet him, her body stiff with nervousness. She slowly straightened, standing beside her, his gaze lingering on her exquisite features with an intensity that made her acutely aware of the elevator, which had yet to descend to their floor, seemingly to his delight. As he was at a loss for the right moment to tease her, with a sidelong glance at the elevator display, he reached out to gently pinch Tang Tian's cheek. The touch of his fingertips soft and delicate, more exquisite than the finest silk. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she instinctively grasped his large hand. Although it did not hurt, his intimate gesture felt inappropriate. "Mr. Fu, please, let go." She, however, refused to release her, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "The elevator is still stuck on the second floor. It seems she's still bullying you." Only when he sensed her anger did he finally relent, revealing her cheeks, which were still tinged with red from his earlier gentle pinch. The sparkle in his enchanting eyes dimmed slightly as he observed her soft and delicate demeanor. Tang Tian, feeling a surge of indignation, contemplated biting his hand. "Mr. Fu, please maintain proper decorum. Men and women should not engage in such intimacy." Her pouting expression only elicited a chuckle from Shi, who found her utterly adorable, to the point that he was tempted to nibble on her cheek. "Why are you so easily bullied? With such a tender and fragile disposition, anyone would be inclined to tease you." Tang Tian chose to ignore him. At last, Lu Xiaoji upstairs had released her grip, and the elevator swiftly descended to the first floor. She pushed the dining cart into the elevator, with Shi trailing beside her, his playful gaze lingering on her, his eyes seemingly holding laughter. "Are you not upset with how she treated you?" Shi had witnessed the entire episode, and Tang Tian's demeanor remained remarkably composed. She appeared entirely unfazed by Lu Xiaoji's provocations. In truth, Tang Tian hardly took it to heart. Even if she were to feel anger, it would bear little consequence. After all, Lu Xiaoji had deliberately abandoned her near the helipad, a situation fraught with risk. The following day, Lu Xiaoji's actions were exposed. Yet what of it? It had no bearing on Lu Xiaoji at all. As for the elevator incident, she could confront Lu Xiaoji, but the moment Lu Xiaoji shed tears, Tang Tian would be rendered the unreasonable one, with others likely to remark on her sensitivity over trivial matters, which would only serve Liu Xiaoji's agenda. Alas, such is the plight of the villainous supporting character in contrast to the protagonist. Fortunately, she chose not to dwell on it, opting instead for a stance of indifference. Liu Xiaoji, too, needed to deliver meals and would eventually tire and cease her endeavors. All Tang Tian had to do was wait, for it was merely a matter of a few extra minutes. Liu Xiaoji was even more concerned about the food in the cart growing cold. Fu Shi seemed taken aback by her admirable composure. His gaze lowered as he suppressed the urge to embrace her. Unbeknownst to Tang Tian, the man beside her harbored ulterior motives. She pushed the dining cart out of the elevator, and upon reaching the entrance of the corridor, Liu Xiaoji, upon hearing the elevator doors open, halted her cart, turning sweetly to provoke Tang Tian. However, as she turned, her gentle smile vanished, replaced by a grimace as she beheld the tall man beside Tang Tian. Tang Tian paid Liu Xiaoji no mind, directing the cart towards the room of Fu Shi and Wen Xiaohan. In contrast, Fu Shi smirked, raising his voice. "This elevator has made me wait quite a while today. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoji?" Liu Xiaoji's complexion drained of color. How could Fu Shi have come up with Tang Tian? Fu Shi reached out to drape his arm around Tang Tian's slender shoulders, but she quickly sensed his intention and hastened her pace to evade him. He clicked his tongue in displeasure, refraining from attempting to embrace her again, and continued speaking loudly. "It seems we need to have a word with Sister Wu." Liu Xiaoji watched the retreating figures of the two, gripping the handle of the dining cart tightly. Why was Fu Shi with Tang Tian? Why was he advocating for her? Meanwhile, Tang Tian pushed the dining cart into Fu Shi's room, setting the lunch upon the dining table in the living area. "Mr. Fu, please enjoy your meal," she said. After a moment's reflection, she added, "Thank you for earlier." Chapter 38. Grasping her wrist Fu, she hung his scarf and coat on the coat rack, disregarding the sumptuous lunch laid out on the table. His captivating peach blossom eyes once again fixated on Tang Tian. Capturing the moment, she turned to express her gratitude. He settled into the sofa, his long legs spread apart, exuding an air of dominance. "Do not rush to leave just yet. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice," he said. "Tang Tian, posset." Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Fu Shi. "Mr. Fu, please proceed," she replied. With a slight curl of his lips, Fu Shi continued. "To ensure you are not bullied in the future, I reluctantly consent to you becoming my girlfriend." Tang Tian responded with a forced smile. "There is no need for your concern, Mr. Fu." She turned to push the dining cart away without a trace of hesitation, fully aware that Fu Shi was teasing her, albeit the extent of his jesting was becoming increasingly audacious. Little did she know, every word Fu Shi uttered bore the weight of sincerity, devoid of jest. As the door opened and then closed again, Fu Shi leaned forward, arms resting on his knees, irritably running his fingers through his hair. His expression darkened, the usual brightness of his brows and eyes replaced by clouds of gloom. Tang Tian doubted him, believing he was merely joking. How exasperating. That afternoon, Liu Xiaoji faced a reprimand from the butler regarding the elevator incident, announced in the group chat. Not only was her salary docked, but she was also required to write a reflection to be posted in the group. For a veteran employee, this was an immense embarrassment. Upon seeing the messages in the work group, Tang Tian had just delivered coffee to Wen Xiaohan and was waiting for the elevator when her phone vibrated. She took it out to check the notifications. Just as she finished reading the butler's announcement, she heard Pei Ju's voice coming from the corridor. "Tang Tian, I would like an iced Americano," he called. Pei Ju stood at the doorway, rubbing his brow, seemingly fatigued. Upon noticing her, his tall figure turned and retreated into the room. Watching the door close, Tang Tian resignedly made her way downstairs to fetch an iced Americano. The first floor had a barista employed exclusively for the gentlemen, and all she needed to do was collect the drink and deliver it to their rooms. Tang Tian mused to herself. What a coincidence that Pei Ju encountered her here at the elevator twice. She hurried down to the first floor, retrieved an iced Americano, and ascended to Pei Ju's room on the second floor. Knock, knock. She rapped gently on the door, awaiting a response from within. "Come in." Pei Ju's voice, hoarse and weary, drifted through the door. Tang Tian pushed it open, finding the living room empty. She stood still with the tray, holding the iced Americano. Where is he? She felt reluctant to look around. After all, this was someone else's room. Come to the study. His voice summoned her from the left side of the room. Following the sound, Tang Tian entered the open study. She placed the iced Americano next to his left hand. Aware that he was left-handed, Pei Zhu appeared quite exhausted, occasionally raising his hand to rub his temples. The narrative described him as a workaholic, amidst his demanding schedule. He not only propelled the Pei Corporation to greater heights, but also found time for music, earning Tang Tian's genuine admiration. She seized a rare opportunity to offer. Take care of yourself, Mr. Pei. Pei Zhu raised his gaze, observing her graceful silhouette as she departed. After a moment of contemplation, he called out to Tang Tian. Wait a moment. Hearing the man's voice behind her, Tang Tian halted and turned to meet his eyes. Mr. Pei, is there something else? Leaning against the armchair, Pei Zhu's voice resonated with a rich timbre. Would you mind giving my head a gentle massage? Tang Tian noticed the fatigue evident in him. Is Mr. Pei experiencing a headache? Pei Zhu seemed to inquire casually. If it's inconvenient, then never mind. Tang Tian hesitated. I can, as long as you don't think I have ulterior motives. Pei Zhu opened his eyes to regard her, his chest subtly vibrating as he replied, Very well. I will increase your salary. With his approval, Tang Tian stepped lightly behind him, marveling at the perfection of his head, unsure of where to begin. Pei Zhu's deep voice broke the silence. Just do as you please. Her hands trembled slightly as they ventured into his thick, dark hair, applying gentle pressure. Pei Zhu leaned back in the chair, his arms resting on the armrests, fingers interlocked before him. With his eyes closed, it was uncertain whether he had drifted into slumber. The study exuded a calming fragrance, as Tang Tian's delicate hands endeavored to cover every inch of his head. Lowering her gaze, she observed the long, pale nape of his neck. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her right hand there. Perhaps it was her imagination, but at the instant her hand made contact, Pei Zhu's tall frame seemed to shudder slightly. Cautiously, she kneaded a few times, but his stillness led her to conclude it was merely a figment of her mind. She began to meticulously massage his nape, and after approximately half an hour, her hands grew unbearably weary. As she prepared to lower her right hand and shake it out, her soft fingertips glided down to his right shoulder. In that moment, Pei Zhu's large hand grasped her wrist, causing her to tremble at the warmth of his palm. Mr. Pei, he rasped, his voice deep and resonant. That will be sufficient. Believing he had found some relief, Tang Tian, too, felt her hands aching, discreetly shaking them as she exited the study. Unbeknownst to her, Pei Zhu's breathing had grown heavier, and a noticeable change lingered in the air. On the first floor, with some free time, Tang Tian settled in the side room to indulge in some fruit. She was alone, as Lu Xiaoji had retreated to her room in tears. Moments earlier, Lu had rushed past her, face buried in her hands, and Tang Tian paid her no mind, indifferent to her emotional outburst. Later that evening, as she prepared for bed, her phone vibrated, revealing a message from the butler of the vacation villa. She opened it. The butler's message read, Tang Tian, tomorrow you and Lu Xiaoji will accompany several young masters to go skiing. Please take good care of them, and remember to ensure your own safety. I have already informed Lu Xiaoji. Tang Tian replied, received. She placed her phone on the bedside table and lay down. Reflecting that aside from the minor incident caused by Lu Xiaoji, the day had proceeded relatively smoothly. She turned over and soon drifted into slumber. In the early morning, Tang Tian rose early, eagerly awaiting Lu Xiaoji to take over the task of delivering milk. By 7:30, she had yet to catch a glimpse of Lu Xiaoji. Resigned to her fate, she placed the warmed milk upon the tray and ascended to the second floor. Chapter 39. Gloomy Tang Tian raised her hand and knocked on Shun Yanli's door. After approximately a minute, a response emanated from within. The door was unlocked. She twisted the doorknob with one hand and stepped inside. The living room was devoid of any presence, and Tang Tian intended to set the milk on the coffee table before departing. As she reached the living room, Shun Yanli's magnetic voice, laced with the huskiness of someone just awakening, resonated from the bedroom. He commanded, bring it to the bedroom. Tang Tian hesitated in her place, daunted by the prospect of entering Shun Yanli's private sanctuary. Perhaps sensing her reluctance, he reiterated, "Come in." With no other option, she ventured into his bedroom, where the air was thick with his distinctive scent. The enveloping aroma of dark agarwood heightened her anxiety. From the moment she crossed the threshold into his private space, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her, which she attributed to the natural apprehension of intruding upon someone else's intimacy, unaware that Shun Yanli's gaze was fixed upon her. The large bed was impeccably made, undisturbed, reflecting the tranquility of its owner's slumber. Tang Tian inadvertently cast a glance at the bed. She did not scrutinize it closely. Fearing to linger too long, she placed the milk on the bedside table to the right and turned to exit the bedroom. Suddenly, she heard a light chuckle from the bed, causing her to instinctively look back. Shun Yanli seemed amused by her cautious demeanor. In that fleeting moment, Tang Tian found herself ensnared by his enigmatic gaze, which, despite its stillness, exuded an undeniable sense of encroachment. She averted her eyes hastily, murmuring, "Good morning, Mr. Shun." Her gaze was drawn to the ajar door, feeling exposed and uncomfortable in his presence. In a calm tone, he inquired, "Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Tang Tian focused on the edge of the bed, avoiding direct contact with his eyes as she nodded. It was fine. Just as she was about to convey her intention to leave, he leisurely asked, "Are you going skiing today? Have you ever skied before?" Tang Tian shook her head once more. "I have never skied." In her previous life, she had scarcely encountered snow, let alone engaged in skiing. He replied, "I will teach you at the ski resort." Tang Tian immediately shook her head vigorously, hastily declining. "The gentleman can ski. I am merely here to assist with your needs, be it food or otherwise." She was there for work, not leisure, and felt it imperative to maintain that boundary. Shun Yanli did not press the matter further. Casting a glance towards the wardrobe, he instructed, "Fetch a set of clothes from the wardrobe." Tang Tian was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Me?" In the next instant, she observed Shun Yanli unbuttoning the collar of his nightgown. Shocked, she swiftly turned her back, stammering, "Mr. Shun, which two pieces will you be wearing today?" From behind her, he replied, "Choose as you wish." Eager to exit swiftly, she took small steps to the wardrobe, sliding open the door to reveal an array of Shun Yanli's garments, predominantly in shades of gray and black. Though the colors were similar, she found herself overwhelmed by the choices before her. At last, she painstakingly selected a shirt and a thick sweater, and in the area designated for trousers, she chose the heaviest pair of long pants. As she turned around to place these 3 garments on his bed, she was taken aback to see Mr. Shun had already discarded his nightgown, revealing his fair, muscular torso, which vividly captured her gaze. Tang Tian raised her hand in astonishment to cover her mouth, nearly losing her grip on the clothing. Fortunately, amidst her flustered attempts, she managed to keep the 3 items from tumbling to the floor. Feigning composure, she approached the bed with the garments in hand, oblivious to how her evasive glances and flushed cheeks betrayed her. The closer she drew, the more the rich scent of agarwood emanating from Shun Yanli quickened her heartbeat. Not daring to lift her gaze, she placed the clothes on the bed and stiffly made her way towards the bedroom door. At that moment, Shun Yanli's voice, low and teasing, pierced the air. "You used to attempt to touch me, yet you appear quite different now." Tang Tian gapet. The images he conjured flashed vividly in her mind, and instantly, she felt herself blush from head to toe. I was, she struggled to articulate a defense, standing awkwardly under his scrutinizing gaze. Shun Yanli donned the shirt she had chosen and casually inquired, "I'm about to change my pants. Do you wish to watch?" Still dazed by his question and the memories flooding her mind, Tang Tian found herself at a loss, momentarily forgetting to flee. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She hastily dashed out of his bedroom. After closing the door behind her, she took a deep breath, her face still warm, feeling as though delivering a glass of milk was tantamount to facing a trial. She resolved never to bring milk into Shun Yanli's room again. Emerging from his quarters, Tang Tian was lost in thought, entirely unaware that while she had ascended the stairs with a tray, she now descended empty-handed. Upon reaching the first floor, she encountered Lu Xiaozhi, who was pushing a dining cart towards the second floor. Lu Xiaozhi, whom she saw daily, should have been accustomed to her stunning beauty by now. However, at that moment, Tang Tian's exquisitely refined features, accentuated by the lingering blush on her cheeks, appeared as if she had donned a subtle makeup, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating depth, rendering her irresistible and causing the beholder's heart to skip a beat. Lu Xiaoji, harboring an intense dislike for her, found herself nonetheless captivated. Tang Tian, I shall take care of delivering breakfast upstairs to the 4 gentlemen today. You're responsible for preparing the takeout fruits. Without pausing her stride, Tang Tian replied, all right. At the fruit bar in the vacation villa, she busied herself, aware that the fruits available in this region were unfamiliar to Pei Zhu and his companions, who had grown accustomed to extravagant delicacies since childhood. After slicing the fruits and taking out an elegant bento box, she was just about to arrange them inside when she sensed someone behind her. As she turned to clarify, she unexpectedly collided with a warm chest. Chapter 40. Approaching the subtle scent of dark agarwood lingered longer than the warmth of flesh. Tang Tian halted her movements, suddenly aware of the identity of the figure behind her, and swiftly turned around. Mr. Shun? She called out, but received no response. Shen Yanli stood tall behind her, his gaze lowered, a certain emotion smoldering within his eyes. If their eyes were to meet at that moment, it would likely startle her profoundly. Despite the room's temperate atmosphere, Tang Tian felt a bead of sweat form on her brow, urgency prompting her to shift to the right. Yet, Shen Yanli's arm rested on the bar, seemingly unwilling to withdraw it. To her left lay the work area of the bar, leaving her with no other option. Mr. Shun, where Yushi began, but Shen Yanli had already placed the tray she had inadvertently left in the room on the bar, just to her right. He appeared unperturbed by the proximity between them. This morning, the tray ended up in my room. His voice resonated through the close quarters, and the vibrations reverberated within her, making her acutely aware of their closeness. Tang Tian's gaze fell upon the tray beside his right hand, but the intimacy of their position felt exceedingly ambiguous, a situation she wished to avoid. Furthermore, the warmth emanating from a man behind her grew increasingly palpable. In a fluster, she turned slightly, but the remaining space was too constricted, each movement threatening to brush against him. Mr. Shun, we are too close. Could you possibly step back a bit? I'm afraid I might step on your foot. Barely had her words escaped her lips when Shen Yanli distanced himself. His countenance remained unchanged. I apologize. I intended merely to observe the fruits you prepared. Tang Tian exhaled silently in relief, offering him a gentle smile. Would you like to have some first? Shen Yanli's gaze drifted from her dark, expressive eyes to her full, soft lips. After a moment of silence, he swallowed slowly. No need, you carry on. With that, she turned back, donning disposable gloves to arrange the fruit platter. Once she completed her task and turned around again, he had vanished. Noticing his departure, she busied herself with other matters. A group set off for skiing, and Tang Tian, along with Lu Xiaoji, took a separate vehicle, as they were not of rank to share a car with any of the gentlemen. Inside the vehicle, Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji sat together, yet remained indifferent to one another. The holiday villa was merely a few minutes' drive from the nearest ski resort, and soon they arrived. As Tang Tian stepped out of the car, she surveyed the ski resort before her, far more expansive than she had anticipated. At the entrance, a throng of visitors clad in various thick, warm garments bustled about. She and Lu Xiaoji entered through the general ticketing lane, while Pei Zhu and the others drove in, parking in an area distinct from that of ordinary guests. Dressed in a black down jacket, black thermal pants, and black snow boots, Tang Tian opted not to wear a separate hat for convenience. Instead, she pulled the hood of her jacket over her head, tightening the drawstring to expose only her reddened nose and the beautiful eyes hidden beneath. In her arms, she cradled a bento box filled with fruit, its insulated bag also black. Had it not been for the necessity of visibility, Tang Tian would have preferred not to reveal a single inch of her skin. In stark contrast, Lu Xiaoji's attire was meticulously chosen. She donned a pink down jacket paired with white down pants, complemented by designer footwear, adorned with a plush pink hat that accentuated her gentle and delicate features. She drew the attention of passers-by far more than the dark and unassuming Tang Tian. Throughout their journey, numerous individuals approached Lu Xiaoji, eager to engage with her. Meanwhile, Tang Tian stood alone in the biting wind and snow, patiently awaiting the opportunity for strangers to request Lu Xiaoji's contact information. Inside the VIP lounge of the ski resort, Pei Ju and the others had already changed into their skiing attire. Fushi was playfully draping his arm over Wen Xiaohan's shoulder, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Shun Yanli, clad in his ski suit, sat elegantly on a chair, leaning forward with his arms resting casually on his crossed legs, his long fingers intertwined in front of him, exuding a magnetic charm. He turned his gaze towards the entrance. "Ligo, what are you looking at?" Fushi inquired, following Shun Yanli's line of sight toward the door. Suddenly, he recalled Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji's whereabouts. Just then, two figures emerged from the entrance of the VIP lounge. Upon spotting them, Lu Xiaoji joyfully removed her pink hat and quickened her pace. Tang Tian, still dazed by the cold, had yet to acclimate to the warmth indoors. Her shoes still adorned with ice, making her movements appear clumsy, much like a penguin clutching a thermos. Chapter 41. Catching her. Tang Tian, clutching a thermos bag, trailed behind Lu Xiaoji. Meanwhile, Shun Yanli, Fu Shi, and Wen Xiaohan observed as the two entered through the doorway. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow at Lu Xiaoji before turning his attention to the slowly moving Tang Tian. Her gait and attire provoked a hearty laugh from Fu Shi, who could hardly contain himself as he strode forward and playfully grasped her arm, exclaiming, "What are you wearing? You look like a country bumpkin." With a chuckle, Fu Shi tugged at her black down jacket, while Tang Tian, one hand clutching the thermos bag and the other swatting away his mischievous hand, came to a halt beside Pei Ju and the others, patiently awaiting their turn to go skiing. Pei Ju shot her a cold, indifferent glance, seemingly unimpressed by the humor of the situation. Fu Shi continued to tease her, "We pay you quite well. You ought to invest in a better down jacket. Just look at what you're wearing. It seems as if we've been neglecting you." Tang Tian felt no shame in her attire. It was merely not a designer piece. And her down jacket, even if not extravagant, cost a few hundred yuan, far from cheap. Yet for the elite among them, it was indeed a trivial matter. Observing her head bundled up comically, Fu Shi couldn't help but laugh, though a twinge of sympathy tugged at him as he playfully tugged at her hat. "Look at you. Can't you buy a more stylish hat?" Tang Tian, her head unmoving, shot him a glare with her bright, soulful eyes. The expression was devoid of menace and instead radiated an endearing charm suitable for an emoji. Fu Shi found her even more adorable, fighting the urge to pull her into an embrace and ruffle her hair. Still fiddling with her hat, Tang Tian felt a surge of annoyance and nearly bit his hand in protest. "Stop tugging at my hat," she exclaimed, swatting away his hand. Fu undicesimo persisted, loosening her hat while questioning, "Why are you wearing a hat indoors?" Tang Tian conceded, "Well, it seems that way." In an instant, Fu Shi had removed her hat, revealing her slightly tousled dark hair and her extraordinarily beautiful, radiant face. He playfully poked her cheek, remarking, "You look frozen." His gaze then fixated on her soft, rosy lips, and he found it difficult to divert his attention. Tang Tian sensed his teasing nature and felt bemused by his persistent banter. Fu Shi leaned closer, his eyes not meeting hers, but rather lingering on her full, supple lips. "Are you short on money?" Tang Tian neither confirmed nor denied, as she was not truly lacking but also not affluent. She replied candidly, "I want to save money." Fu Shi observed as she continued to cradle the thermos bag, unable to suppress another chuckle as he playfully tugged at the bag she held so tightly. "Why are you still hugging that? Even a thermos bag looks rather shabby." Tang Tian lightly swatted his hand away. "Don't pull at the thermos bag. It's filled with fruits prepared for you all." With that, she turned her back to avoid his antics, as she needed to take a photo for the butler, who had promised a bonus if she performed well today. Fu Shi paused, realizing that she was so protective of the fruits prepared for them. Was that the reason she clutched it so diligently? As she cradled the lunchbox protectively, Fu Shi's captivating peach blossom eyes remained fixed upon her, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within. On the sofa, Shun Yanli lowered his gaze, his jaw clenched, seemingly enduring Fu Shi's multiple advances towards Tang Tian. Without rising, he extended his hand to pull Fu Shi back, saying, "Enough, do not tease her any further." When Xiaohan, observing Fu Shi's antics with amusement, stepped forward to comfort Tang Tian as Shun Yanli intervened. Pay him no mind. His tongue has always been sharp. Your attire is quite charming and entirely appropriate, he remarked with refined elegance, genuinely believing that Tang Tian's appearance and demeanor were delightful. Having grown accustomed to Fu Shi's teasing, Tang Tian brushed it off, expressing her gratitude to Wen Xiaoan. Thank you for your comforting words, Mr. Wen. Fu Shi, feeling perturbed, retorted, cold brother, are you using me as a control group? When Xiaohan appeared puzzled by this comment, adjusting his glasses and inquiring politely, what do you mean by that? Tang Tian, still recovering from her earlier shock, was bewildered as to why Fu Shi seemed agitated with Wen Xiaoan. She hastened to interject, but was interrupted by Lu Xiaoji. With understanding, Lu Xiaoji reassured, Mr. Fu, Mr. Wen means no harm. He is merely comforting Tang Tian. Having her chance to speak usurped, Tang Tian wished to prevent any quarrel between them, fearing that the blame might unjustly fall upon her, rendering her plight more tragic than Douyi's. Just as Tang Tian was about to voice her thoughts, Fu Shi swiftly reached out, his long arm encircling her neck as he covered her soft lips with his hand. Raising an eyebrow, he instructed her, do not speak. Tang Tian, taken aback, widened her eyes in shock, frozen in Fu Shi's embrace. She glanced around at the varied expressions of those present, her mind blank. Shun Yanli rose with a shadowy countenance, while Wen Xiaohan's expression remained inscrutable. The most disconcerted was Lu Xiaoji, who had maintained a facade of gentleness since entering the VIP room, but at this moment, her composure shattered. Pei Ju intervened calmly. All right, shall we continue skiing? Upon receiving Pei Ju's stern gaze, Fu Shi clicked his tongue in displeasure and released his hold on Tang Tian. The moment his palm made contact with her soft lips, his entire arm felt inexplicably weak, and even after retracting it, he struggled to conceal the unusual feelings that had arisen within him. Chapter 42. Where has she gone? After being released, Tang Tian took a few deep breaths. He only covered her lips, allowing her to breathe, yet she was so startled that she completely forgot to inhale. Fu Shi, noticing her dazed state, chuckled and teased her while single-handedly lifting his snowboard, urging, time to snap out of it. Tang Tian suddenly remembered the intimate gesture he had just made in front of so many people. It was utterly embarrassing, regardless of the presence of others. Such intimate actions were inappropriate. Mr. Fu, men and women. Before she could finish her thought, Fu Shi interjected with a smirk, yes, yes. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Tang Tian, you are rather old-fashioned. I harbor no other intentions towards you. He spoke so casually, as if it were the absolute truth. Tang Tian was well aware that he could not possibly harbor feelings for her. Yet the matter at hand had little to do with affection and everything to do with personal space. Shun Yanli stood to her left, his brow furrowed in disapproval of Fu Shi's earlier conduct. You are right. Fu Shi, you must be mindful of boundaries and refrain from such closeness as before. Fu undicesimo, displaying a noticeable impatience, replied in a languid tone, understood. Shun Yanli gently grasped her right arm in a reassuring manner. It's all right. Just ignore him from now on. At that moment, Fu Shi, standing tall and imposing, narrowed his peach blossom eyes and stared intently at Shun Yanli's hand on Tang Tian's arm. In the blink of an eye, Shun Yanli released his grip, seemingly merely a gesture of comfort. Fu Shi's expression softened slightly, though his displeasure lingered. Tang Tian nodded in agreement, still oblivious to the underlying tension. When Shun Yanli withdrew his hand, she glanced at the already seated Wen Xiaohan, feeling a surge of embarrassment. His kind gesture of consolation had been misinterpreted by Fu Shi. About 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaoji donned her ski attire and boots, saying to Tang Tian, I will attend to a few gentlemen in the ski area. You stay here and ensure they have fruit and hot tea when they return for a break after skiing. Tang Tian, genuinely uninterested in skiing, agreed. Half an hour later, they picked up their snowboards and headed to the ski slopes, with Fu Shi eagerly leading the way out of the VIP lounge. Lu Xiaoji followed closely behind Shun Yanli and Pei Ju, determined to seize this opportunity. Several male assistants trailed behind, each capturing the moment on their cameras for vlogs. When Xiaohan lagged at the rear, rising from his seat only after the others had departed, clutching his snowboard. Tang Tian softly called out to him, "Mr. Wen." He turned to face her. Approaching him, Tang Tian felt a wave of apology wash over her. "I'm truly sorry about earlier." At a loss for words, she struggled to convey her feelings. When Xiaohan, seemingly understanding her sentiment, smiled gently. "It's quite all right. We have long grown accustomed to Fu Shi's temperament. He often behaves this way. I was more concerned about you. I hope he did not frighten you." Tang Tian quickly shook her head. "I was not affected. Then I am relieved." As when Xiaohan turned to leave, a faint smile graced the corners of his lips, unseen by Tang Tian. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Tian mused to herself, "When Xiaohan is genuinely a good person, devoid of any discernible flaws." One after another, they departed, leaving the VIP lounge eerily quiet. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, Tang Tian held a freshly purchased cup of hot beverage, quietly admiring the snowy landscape outside. Reflecting on the past month since her arrival, she realized it had been relatively smooth sailing, with a few close calls successfully navigated. If she could endure the upcoming months and extricate herself from the narrative, it should pose no significant challenge. At the ski resort, Fu Shi glided effortlessly down the slopes several times, searching for Tang Tian's figure, yet she eluded him. He only spotted Lu Xiaoji and called out to his assistant nearby. "Where has Tang Tian gone?" "I haven't seen her." The assistant glanced around, shaking his head. "I don't know. I haven't seen her." Who would pay attention to a maid's whereabouts? Fu Shi clicked his tongue in annoyance. Launching himself down the snowy incline, his figure halting abruptly before Lu Xiaoji, drawing the gazes of those around him. He was undeniably handsome. Lu Xiaoji was no exception. Captivated by his charm, Fu Shi's allure on the slopes contrasted sharply with the composed elegance of the other three gentlemen, who exuded a more restrained grace. She contemplated asking him to teach her skiing to bridge their distance. However, Fu Shi inquired, "Where is Tang Tian?" Lu Xiaoji's expression faltered slightly. "Tang Tian is in the lounge." Fu Shi directed his gaze toward the nearby building, asking again, "Is she alone?" Lu Xiaoji nodded, empathetically explaining, "I noticed she was cold, so I suggested she wait in the lounge." Surprised, Fu Shi regarded her. "Is that so?" Lu Xiaoji recalled their previous encounter in the elevator, which he had fortuitously witnessed, causing her smile to wane. "Earlier, I was indeed upset with Tang Tian, but in the past couple of days, I wanted to make amends." Whether Fu Shi believed her or not remained unclear. He simply replied, "All right." He turned aside, effortlessly spinning over another snowbank, while his assistant hurriedly followed, striving to keep pace with Fu Shi and thereby enhancing his own skiing skills. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoji gripped her ski poles tightly, recalling Fu Shi's past disdain for Tang Tian. Why was he now so concerned for her? What had Tang Tian done to invoke such interest? In the VIP lounge, Tang Tian sat comfortably on a sofa, legs crossed, leisurely sipping her hot drink. The indoor warmth was a welcome reprieve from the biting cold outside, making her grateful to forego skiing. To her surprise, the first to return was Fu Shi. She recalled having heard that he was a skiing enthusiast, relishing the sport. Thus, when she beheld his tall, handsome figure entering the lounge with ski equipment in hand, her astonishment was palpable. Tang Tian asked him, "Mr. Fu, are you tired from skiing?" She thought to herself, it shouldn't be possible. They had only just ventured out. He approached her, replying, "Yes, I came in to rest for a while." Fu Shi sat down beside her, with her assistant following closely to take a seat beside her. Although Fu Shi was not fond of this assistant acting as a third wheel, she refrained from instructing him to move elsewhere, as such a gesture would be too conspicuous. At that moment, Tang Tian rose to fetch the 2 cups of hot beverages she had purchased earlier, each adorned with labels inscribed with their names. As she handed the cups to Fu Shi and the male assistant, she softly remarked, "It's cold outside. Do enjoy some warm drinks." Chapter 43 Encounter Fu Shi took the warm beverage from her hands, inadvertently brushing against Tang Tian's fingers. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Shi raised an eyebrow, silently sipping his drink. Alongside him, a male assistant also received a cup, surprised by the thoughtful gesture. His previous misunderstandings and disdain for her left him feeling somewhat ashamed, revealing his own pettiness. The assistant captured a photograph of Fu Shi enjoying the warm drink, a rare sight as he typically favored cold beverages. Tang Tian endeavored to fulfill her duties and inquired, "Mr. Fu, would you like some fruit?" She glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that breakfast had elapsed 2 hours prior. Fu Shi, with a casual tone, replied, "Open it up," clearly uninterested in eating. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian opened the insulated bag and revealed one of the bento boxes for his inspection. Having prepared fruit for 4, she utilized 4 boxes to ensure everyone could partake at their convenience, mindful of the etiquette befitting those of their privileged status. Fu Shi noticed her efforts and lifted his gaze, questioning, "Did you prepare this?" Tang Tian nodded, asking, "Is it not to your taste, Mr. Fu?" She recalled his fondness for strawberries, cherries, and custard apples, having meticulously selected fruits he would enjoy. Fu Shi responded, "It's acceptable, you're quite attentive." He then took a fork, spearing a piece of custard apple and placing it in his mouth. Tang Tian smiled politely, pleased to see that it was indeed among his preferred fruits. At the ski resort, Lu Xiaoji's skiing skills were commendable. Her prior abandonment of Tang Tian at the airport had come to light, and the day before, Sister Wu had called her to discuss her impending dismissal upon her return from abroad. Lu Xiaoji was reluctant to lose her position, unwilling to part with the gentleman she admired. Seizing the opportunity presented by the skiing event, she was determined to turn the situation in her favor. She believed that the one who should be dismissed was not her, but Tang Tian. Lu Xiaoji trailed behind Yanli and Wen Xiaohan, biding her time for the right moment. Pei Ju's skiing prowess was of a competitive caliber, leaving her little chance to find an opportunity before him. In the VIP lounge, Fu Shi lingered for a while before exiting the ski area with his snowboard. As he left, he asked Tang Tian if she would like to join him. She declined, feeling too cold to venture outside. Fu Shi did not press her and departed with his assistant. Tang Tian lifted her gaze to the television in the lounge, which was airing a comedic variety show. She sipped her warm drink while waiting for their return after a tiring play. On the high-end ski slopes, the distance between Yanli and Wen Xiaohan was not considerable, both accompanied by assistants. Lu Xiaoji remained close by, and through his ski goggles, Yanli spotted her. He turned around in search of someone else's silhouette, but found none. Recalling the moments before leaving the VIP lounge, he remembered that everyone had changed into their ski attire and boots, while Tang Tian remained in her black down jacket. Yanli realized that Tang Tian was still in the lounge, seemingly having lost interest in skiing. After calculating the time, he acknowledged that he had been skiing for quite a while. He leaned forward and glided down the slope, preparing to return to the lounge, while his assistant struggled to keep pace with him. Just then, a tourist, intending to glide past the assistant, was unexpectedly shoved from behind. The tourist, already moving at a brisk speed, was propelled even faster by the push. The incident unfolded too swiftly for the tourist to halt in time, resulting in a direct collision with Yanli's assistant. Given how close the assistant was to Yanli, such a sudden impact would undoubtedly send the assistant crashing into him. With the high speed on the advanced slope, such a collision could easily lead to fractures. The assistant's face turned pale as panic surged through his mind. This is it. In that critical moment, Lu Xiaoji swiftly pulled the assistant aside, causing him to tumble onto the snow slope, while she gently fell against Yanli's back. Yanli frowned as he noticed her face had turned ashen. "My ankle," Lu Xiaoji grimaced in pain, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She said to Yanli, "Mr. Shun, my foot, I twisted it." Yanli remained silent, summoning the ski resort staff to carry her off the advanced slope and calling for a private doctor to tend her injuries. In the VIP lounge, Tang Tian suddenly spotted several ski resort personnel entering with a stretcher. She immediately stood up and walked over. On the stretcher lay Lu Xiaoji, who was placed aside by the staff, awaiting the arrival of the private orthopedic doctor. Lu Xiaoji lay there, her complexion pale, seemingly enduring significant pain. Aware of the risks of skiing, including the potential for fractures, and regardless of past grievances, Tang Tian poured a cup of warm water for Lu Xiaoji. "Here, drink some warm water." Lu Xiaoji appeared taken aback, turning her head to scan her surroundings. Aside from the ski resort staff, the other gentlemen and assistants were nowhere to be seen. Her expression reflected disbelief. How could Tang Tian possibly be so kind? Shouldn't she revel in her misfortune? As Lu Xiaoji regained her composure, she felt the comforting warmth in her hand, dispelling some of the chill. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Tian had already placed the paper cup in her grasp. Soon after, Shun Yamli entered, clad in a deep blue ski suit that accentuated his tall, elegant figure as if he were on a runway. He set his skis aside, removed his gloves, and approached Lu Xiaoji's stretcher. The assistant, who had just fallen on the snow, grimaced while clutching his injured abdomen, standing beside Shun Yanli in silent discontent, wary of voicing his grievances. Shun Yanli spoke to Lu Xiaoji in a low voice. The private doctor will arrive in 2 minutes. Lu Xiaoji offered her customary gentle smile, replying, "It's nothing serious. But I still appreciate you calling the doctor, Mr. Shun." He replied coolly, "This is a work-related injury. It is my responsibility." Lu Xiaoji smiled shyly, knowing that not only would she not be dismissed, but she might also find fortune in this misfortune. Shun Yanli turned his gaze towards Tang Tian, remaining silent yet observing her intently. Upon his glance, Tang Tian misinterpreted the situation. Noticing the look in Shun Yanli's eyes, she assumed he was displeased with her. Lu Xiaoji had encountered an accident while skiing with them, while she herself was comfortably enjoying the warmth of the lounge. Therefore, she believed Shun Yanli was blaming her for not being the one to face misfortune instead of Lu Xiaoji. Tang Tian pondered. It seemed the narrative within the text would assail her in a different manner. Yet, in this scenario, with Shun Yanli remaining silent, she dared not conclude what he truly thought. Moments later, the private doctor arrived to tend to Lu Xiaoji's sprained ankle. At that moment, Pei Zhu and Wen Xiaohan entered the lounge in succession, with Pei Zhu seeking to understand the entire sequence of events surrounding the accident. Strangely, Wen Xiaohan remained unusually quiet. Chapter 44. Soft-waist Shun Yanli succinctly recounted the events that transpired, prompting his assistant, sitting beside him, to interject with a few sarcastic remarks. I inquired of the male tourist, who explained that he could have passed by smoothly, but was unexpectedly shoved from behind, causing him to collide with me before he could regain his balance. The assistant, still grumbling while rubbing his stomach, remarked that it was truly unfortunate there were no cameras in that area. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoji pulling him back, he would have crashed into the boss, nearly sending him face first to the ground. Fortunately, he only bumped into me with his stomach. The assistant, still shaken, touched his face, relieved he had reacted quickly, or else his nose might have been broken. Pei Zhu and Shun Yanli were no simpletons. On the contrary, their perceptiveness and astuteness were extraordinary. In truth, Shun Yanli had already sensed something amiss, as the entire situation was rife with coincidences. Every step of Lu Xiaoji's scheme appeared flawless, save for one critical oversight. Although there were no surveillance cameras in that location, there were still witnesses. When Xiaohan remained silent, offering no words of comfort to Lu Xiaoji, knowing that during the incident, he and the assistant were nearby, the latter filming a vlog that fortuitously captured the entire sequence of events. One could only say that Lu Xiaoji had been too hasty. Pei Zhu seemed to grasp the situation's intricacies. He gazed at the pitiable Lu Xiaoji on the stretcher, concluding that since the matter originated with Shun Yanli, it was for Shun Yanli to resolve. As for the work-related injury, compensation would be duly administered, a mere triviality. Tang Tian listened to the assistant's complaints, her reaction muted, as she genuinely believed it was merely an accident. She overheard someone remark, "Lu Xiaoji, did you sprain your ankle?" Lu Xiaoji gently lifted her head, her expression momentarily stiffening upon noticing Fu, she standing closely behind Tang Tian. "Mr. Shun has already arranged for a doctor to tend to my injuries. There is no need for you to worry, Mr. Fu," Lu Xiaoji replied. Tang Tian was startled when she heard Fu Shi's voice from behind her, turning quickly to see how he had approached so silently. Their eyes met, and he playfully blinked at her with his charming, mischievous gaze before addressing Lu Xiaoji. "Make sure to rest well." Lu Xiaoji nodded subtly, unable to muster a smile at the sight. Even though her focus was not on Fu Shi, she could not bear the thought of Tang Tian winning his affections. Tang Tian, caught in the whirlwind of the moment, recognized that he was making advances again. She attempted to step forward, but found herself confined by Pei Zhu on one side and Shun Yanli on the other, with a sofa chair at her left and Fu Shi behind her. Realizing she was unexpectedly surrounded, she chose to sit on the sofa chair to avoid any misunderstandings, affording them space. However, unbeknownst to her, Fushi took the opportunity to sit beside her, their clothes brushing against one another in close proximity. Tang Tian sensed the discomfort. Fushi's playful demeanor seemed far too bold. Biting her lip, she quickly stood and moved to the other side, avoiding any further eye contact with him, fearful that he might genuinely harbor an interest in her. Noticing Tang Tian's evasiveness, Fushi clicked his tongue in displeasure but refrained from pressing further, understanding that he might scare her away. A certain individual quietly observed Tang Tian, finding amusement in the spectacle of her evasion from Fushi, which aligned perfectly with Shun Yanli's intentions. His cool demeanor softened considerably compared to earlier. Meanwhile, Tang Tian witnessed Lu Xiaoji having her injured right foot stabilized by a doctor with a splint. Though the injury was not severe, a month of rest was required. Lu Xiaoji was assisted into a vehicle to return to the vacation villa for recuperation. Believing that Pei Zhu and the others would also be heading home, Tang Tian attempted to board the vehicle, only to be halted by Fu Shi, who held her collar firmly, preventing her from entering. Bewildered, she watched the door close. Hearing Fu Shi's amused laughter nearby. "Where are you going?" "Tang Tian weekly in Guit." "Aren't we returning?" Fu Shi chuckled as he released her, explaining that since Lu Xiaoji was injured and needed rest, they, who were uninjured, would continue. Feeling embarrassed, Tang Tian's mind, already sluggish from the cold, struggled to process the situation. Fu Shi, through her tightly wrapped hat, playfully flicked her forehead, calling her foolish. Despite the hat's barrier, the gesture stung slightly. She shot him a glare and, pretending to walk past, attempted to step on his foot. However, the slippery snow caused her to lose her balance, nearly tumbling head over heels. Fortunately, Shun Yanli was nearby to catch her just in time. She doubled over with laughter, and both Shun Yanli and Wen Xiaohan could hardly contain their amusement. Tang Tian's face flushed crimson, a level of embarrassment she had never experienced before, hastily pulling down the brim of her hat as if to hide from the world. Pei Zhu, noticing her dazed state from the cold, shook her head in resignation. Clearly, she was ill-suited for skiing. "Are you all right?" Shun Yanli's deep, melodious voice whispered close to her ear, intimate enough to feel like a caress. Tang Tian gasped in surprise, only to realize his large hand was still resting on her sensitive lower back. The thickness of her clothing had initially masked the closeness of their proximity. I'm fine. Thank you for earlier," she stammered, quickly pushing his hand away and stepping back a few paces to distance herself from him. Shun Yanli's gaze deepened as he regarded her. Later, as they traveled back to the vacation villa, Lu Xiaoji suddenly recalled something, her expression turning notably grim. Being abroad with her injured foot meant that she had inadvertently benefited Tang Tian. Lu Xiaoji had completely overlooked this possibility, her anger boiling as she glared at the splinted foot, realizing she had unwittingly crafted a wedding dress for Tang Tian. Frustrated and breathless, she pondered how many enticing schemes Tang Tian might concoct in her absence. This could not stand. She needed to devise a plan. At the ski resort, Tang Tian was surprised to learn they would continue skiing, with lunch served at the resort's restaurant. During the meal, she sat at a table with several assistants, while Fu Shi, Shun Yanli, and Wen Xiaohan invited her to join them. However, she politely declined each invitation, preferring to maintain her distance from them. Respecting her choice, they did not press further. As the afternoon sun began to set, they prepared to take the cable car to view the sunset before heading back to the vacation villa, prompting Tang Tian to follow along with them. On her way to the cable car, she deliberately avoided Shun Yanli and Fu Shi, intentionally lagging behind a few assistants. She had no intention of sharing a cable car ride with the male leads, preferring instead to sit with the male assistants. Upon reaching the cable car, Fu Shi unexpectedly sought her out. "Where are you?" Tang Tian saw him parting the assistants, grasping her arm and pulling her closer to him. With a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, Fu Shi leaned in, whispering in her ear, hiding behind the assistants. "Did you think I wouldn't find you?" Chapter 45. The gentleman with the flawed character Tang Tian was taken aback by how effortlessly her thoughts were discerned. She feigned innocence, asserting, "Mr. Fu, you think too much. Why would I hide from you?" Fu Shi lowered his gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, choosing not to expose her pretense as he simply watched her, causing an inexplicable sense of anxiety to swell within Tang Tian. She averted her eyes from his penetrating gaze when, at that moment, a tall man interjected between her and Fu Shi, effectively separating the two. Xin Yanli's voice was cool and detached. "Let's stop chatting and head inside." He walked behind her, ostensibly urging her forward at a leisurely pace, but in reality, he had his arm wrapped around her. Tang Tian presumed he was merely concerned about delaying their ascent on the cable car, and began to feel a sense of urgency, quickly boarding the cable car. Thus, she failed to notice whether Xin Yanli was gently pushing her or holding her close. Seated at the innermost left position, Tang Tian was soon followed by Xin Yanli, who settled beside her. Fu Shi, visibly displeased, took a seat directly opposite her, his gaze contemplative as he scrutinized Xin Yanli, who appeared calm beside Tang Tian, seemingly pondering something. Pei Zhu sat beside Fu Shi, while Wen Shaoan occupied the vacant spot next to Xin Yanli. As the cable car doors closed, they began their ascent into the sky. Tang Tian gazed at the half of the heavens painted with crimson hues. With each passing moment, the scenery became increasingly magnificent. Yet, the higher they climbed, the less she dared to look down. Her hands instinctively gripped the railing beside her, her body tense, her delicate features betraying a palpable nervousness hidden beneath her hat. The cable car jolted slightly in midair, nearly causing Tang Tian to gasp in fright, though she managed to suppress the sound. In her trepidation, she mused that her fear of heights was insurmountable, at least for her. It was then that she inadvertently noticed Fu Shi aiming his phone at her, capturing her image while wearing an amused smile. A vivid image flashed in her mind of Fu Shi laughing at her timidity upon viewing the video. "Are you afraid?" Xin Yanli inquired softly, his concern evident. Tang Tian, still tense, nodded slightly, a bit afraid of heights. Hearing her admission, Fu Shi chuckled lightly. "You don't seem like just a bit afraid." Tang Tian felt the urge to glare at him, but just then, the cable car jolted again, rendering her momentarily speechless. Fu Shi's expression softened with concern. "Why didn't you mention your fear of heights earlier? Had we known before boarding, we could have altered our route. A sunset can be admired at any time." Tang Tian took a moment to compose herself, replying in a hushed tone, "It's nothing. I'll get over it." Fu 11 pausa in surprise, perhaps not expecting her to be so brave despite her evident fear. At that moment, Pei Zhu finally cast a glance at the visibly trembling Tang Tian. For just an instant, his gaze shifted to the scenery outside the cable car, his handsome features maintaining their usual indifference, seemingly unfazed by her fear of heights. The cable car soon reached its apex, and Tang Tian, her body trembling, stood to disembark. Pei Zhu and Wen Shaohan were the first to exit, with Wen Shaohan extending a hand towards her, gentlemanly reminding her, "Be careful." Tang Tian was not particularly afraid of the cable car, yet when Wen Shaohan kindly offered to assist her in disembarking, she felt it would be rather inappropriate to disregard the hand he extended in front of so many people. Thus, she opted to grasp his wrist instead. However, inexplicably, her hand ended up enveloped in his warm grasp. She had no choice but to leverage his support to step off the cable car quickly, as there were others waiting behind her, and lingering would be impolite. Wen Shaohan, with his strikingly handsome figure, remained perfectly still, the softness of her touch momentarily rendering him powerless. Oblivious to the subtle changes in Wen Shaohan's expression and unaware that it was Xin Yanli who had been protecting her from behind, Tang Tian's focus was entirely consumed by her struggle against her fear of heights, leaving no room for distraction. As soon as she alighted from the cable car, a gust of wind inflated her hat. Just as she was about to tighten the hat's drawstring, she realized that her hand was still held by Wen Shaohan. His hand was warm, in stark contrast to her own, which felt cold. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but it remained immobile in his grasp. Puzzled, she inquired, "Mr. Wen?" With a calm demeanor, he released her hand, remarking, "Your hand is quite cold." Tang Tian, still somewhat skeptical a moment ago, found her attention diverted by his words. Embarrassed, she confessed, "I tend to have poor circulation. I must have chilled you." When Xiao Han smiled gently, "It's nothing to worry about. Just as Tang Tian was about to respond, a strong wind swept through, causing her to squint against the force. Fortunately, the snow had ceased earlier in the afternoon. Otherwise, the ascent would have been sheer torment. She hurriedly secured her hat and tightened the drawstring. When she lifted her gaze again, the wind had lessened considerably, revealing a tall and elegant figure standing in front of her. Observing when Xiao Han, who was silently shielding her from the wind, her fondness for him surged. It appeared that the portrayal in the text was not entirely accurate, when Xiao Han was indeed a gentleman, far removed from the description of a refined rogue. After expressing her gratitude to one Xiao Han, she took out her phone to capture some photographs. Despite her fear of heights, she felt compelled to document her visit, adopting a mindset of making the most of the experience. As they were about to leave the mountaintop, Tang Tian noticed Fu Shi's expression was notably grim. He had been casually photographing her in the cable car, but it seemed he had lost interest in the scenery at some point, his demeanor now shrouded in a shadow of discontent. Tang Tian remembered the text depiction of Fu Shi as unpredictable and somewhat intimidating. Consequently, she maintained a respectful silence, avoiding any unnecessary interactions to steer clear of trouble. The moment of greatest apprehension arrived when they had to return to the vacation villa, necessitating another cable car descent. Standing beside several assistants, she took several deep breaths. The assistants boarded the cable car ahead of her, but as she approached to enter, Pei Ju's assistant stopped her, directing her towards the cable car behind. "You will ride with President Pei and the others." Before she could protest, the door was shut. Tang Tian thought to herself, "There's no escaping this." Reluctantly, she made her way to the back cable car, feeling the weight of four men's gazes upon her, and sat at the edge, too embarrassed to lift her head. Chapter 46. Hard to gauge, Tang Tian entered the cable car and instinctively occupied the vacant seat on her left. Preoccupied with the urgency of time and a sense of embarrassment, she failed to recognize the man seated beside her. As the doors of the cable car closed, Fu Shi smirked from across the aisle, languidly teasing her, "Why didn't you hide on the other cable car?" It seemed he had observed her various evasive maneuvers prior to boarding. Upon Fu Shi's inquiry, when Xiao Han, seated opposite Tang Tian, adjusted his glasses with a gentle smile that bore no malice, only kindness. At his question, Tang Tian instinctively pulled the brim of her hat forward, glancing at the cable car ahead, which was empty. Given the current weather, few would venture to ride the cable car, and it was likely that it would cease operations shortly. Fu Shi merely jested, but upon noticing her actually peering behind, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Tang Tian, do you think we would devour you? Must you be so fearful?" The mention of devour darkened Shun Yanli's expression for reasons unknown. At that moment, the cable car began its gradual descent, and Tang Tian clutched the railing tightly, terrified, raising her strikingly beautiful face and trembling as she closed her eyes. In that instant, regardless of what Fu Shi said or did, she was oblivious to it all. Seeing her discomfort, Fu Shi shifted his teasing tone. "Tang Tian, are you all right?" Pei Ju, seated beside her, could distinctly sense Tang Tian quaking uncontrollably. She neither leaned towards him nor sought assistance from others. Instead, she recoiled into the corner, seemingly apprehensive of disturbing anyone, a sight that stirred compassion. Tang Tian, acutely aware of the cable car's relentless descent, remained rigid for a while before shaking her head. I'm Yufine." Shun Yanli, positioned to Pei Ju's left, turned to observe her frightened demeanor, concern etched on his brow. However, the barrier of Pei Ju prevented him from offering her the comfort of his embrace. Pei Ju's voice was calm yet firm as he reassured her, "Just 2 more minutes." "Hold on." Tang Tian nodded, belatedly realizing that she had chosen to sit beside Pei Ju. In her fear, she choked on her thoughts, wondering if he might believe she had intentionally taken the seat next to him. When Xiaohan's gentle voice broke through her musings, "You're not high up now. No need to be afraid." Trusting him more than the others, she moved her stiff neck and glanced down. The cable car was nearing the ground, and the height was within her threshold of acceptance. Her hands and neck ached from her earlier tension. Placing her hands on her knees, she fidgeted slightly and, upon raising her gaze, noticed that besides Pei Ju, the other 3 men were quietly observing her. Assuming they were perturbed by her presence, disrupting their enjoyment of the sunset. She apologized, I'm sorry for ruining your sunset viewing. She felt quite embarrassed, having been so frightened merely by a cable car ride. Peiju's voice remained cold as he replied, There's no need to feel embarrassed. Just then, the cable car came to a halt, having reached the ground. When Xiaohan simply shook his head with a smile, saying nothing, and was the first to alight from the cable car. Tang Tian, wishing to avoid further troubling when Xiaohan, promptly followed him and descended the cable car. Observing when Xiaohan's behavior, Fu Shi felt considerably uplifted. He stepped off the cable car and playfully tugged at the strings of her hat. Despite being startled himself, he still apologized to them. His playful tug obscured Tang Tian's dark, luminous eyes beneath the hat. She turned around and adjusted the hat, chiding him, Please refrain from constantly fiddling with my hat. Fu Shi smiled slyly, verbally agreeing while the actual follow-through remained questionable. As Shun Yin Li noticed Fu Shi and Tang Tian growing closer, his handsome features hardened. His brows knitting together like frost on a winter's morn, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. At the parking lot beneath the cable car, the driver awaited their arrival. Tang Tian chose not to ride with her few assistants. Peiju had arranged a separate vehicle for her. Although she was uncertain as to the reason for the separate arrangement, she had little inclination to ponder it and hurried into the car to return to the vacation villa. In one of the villa's rooms, Tang Tian changed out of her outing attire and into her work uniform just as her phone rang. She adjusted her uniform and glanced at the caller ID, revealing it was her manager, Sister Wu. Tang Tian, Sister Wu began, I need to discuss something with you. Xiao Ji has injured her foot, and I am considering hiring 2 additional maids to replace her. After a brief pause, she continued, however, the gentlemen are unwilling to allow any other maids into their rooms. Sister Wu found herself in a precarious position. These young masters were indeed difficult to please. While Peiju was somewhat accommodating, the other 3 adamantly refused to accept new maids, stating that they could manage dining services in the restaurant but would not permit entry into their private quarters. Previously, they had not exhibited such fastidiousness in the villa, and Sister Wu, fearing it might disrupt their creative process, had to acquiesce to their demands. She had always been compliant with them, yet these particular gentlemen, each from a prestigious background, were solely in the entertainment industry for the love of music. She bore significant responsibilities. The incident involving Lu Xiaoji's injury had occurred so suddenly that Tang Tian had not had the opportunity to reflect on it. Now, upon hearing Sister Wu's words, an unsettling premonition washed over her. Indeed, Sister Wu's voice continued through the phone. I calculated the time, and in a week, you will return to the country. For this week, you will be responsible for delivering meals to their rooms. Tang Tian was left stunned, frozen in place, as the gravity of the situation sank in. Sister Wu added, Of course, I assure you the compensation will be satisfactory. She quoted an amount, and Tang Tian found herself hesitating, as it amounted to an extra month's salary. Sister Wu, lacking time for further negotiation, decisively concluded, It's settled then. You will be working hard this week. With that, she hung up before Tang Tian could respond, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Tang Tian remained with her mouth agape, realizing that Sister Wu was not seeking her input, but rather informing her of the decision. She raised a hand to her forehead, feeling exasperated. In the country, they had not allowed Song Yu or the new maid into their rooms. Why was it permissible only for her and Lu Xiaoji here? The hearts of men are inscrutable, and the intentions of these wealthy, privileged scions are even more elusive. Tang Tian can only resign herself to fate, hoping that nothing unexpected occurs in this week. Chapter 47. Grasping Tang Tian changed into her work uniform and, after resting for half an hour in a room, set out to fulfill her duties. Today, several gentlemen were exhausted from skiing and required their dinner to be delivered upstairs. Although she herself felt hungry, she knew she must complete the dinner service before attending to her own meal. Upon exiting her room, she first made her way to the kitchen. A chef, noticing her arrival, handed her a porcelain plate filled with freshly cooked cod fillets. A little something to tide you over, he offered in halting Chinese. Tang Tian accepted the plate with a radiant smile, expressing her gratitude with a heartfelt thank you. The chef, slightly bashful, was captivated by her enchanting smile. Standing nearby, Tang Tian waited as the chef prepared the gentleman's dinner while savoring the cod fillets in small bites. Having spent a considerable part of the day outside, she felt somewhat fatigued despite not having skied. However, the thought of her recent salary increase invigorated her spirit. It was a lucrative job, and she could only hold it for a few more months. If only her salary could continue to rise in the remaining months, how delightful that would be. As she loaded the dinner onto the service card, she dreamt of the amount that would accumulate in her savings account by the time she resigned, and her heart swelled with joy at the thought. Before long, she pushed the cart towards the elevator. Tonight, the cart felt heavier than usual, requiring her to proceed with greater caution. A spill could result in a deduction from her pay. Upon entering the elevator and ascending to the second floor, she first approached a room on the far right, Pei Ju's chamber. She knocked gently on the door. "Come in," came the reply. Stepping inside, she found the living room empty, likely indicating that Mr. Pei was busy in his study. "Mr. Pei, I have brought your dinner," Tang Tian announced, carefully arranging the meal on the table. Before departing, she added, "Please enjoy your meal before it cools." After her remark, she pushed the cart back towards the exit, but the study remained silent, devoid of any sound from Pei Ju. Next, she arrived at the door of Shen Yanli's room and knocked once more. A few moments later, she heard Shen Yanli's voice from within. "The door is unlocked, come in." Tang Tian turned the doorknob and entered with the cart. Shen Yanli was dressed casually, cradling a guitar and singing melodiously. His voice was bright and rich, showcasing impeccable vocal prowess. As Tang Tian set the dinner on the table, she listened to his enchanting song, appreciating the beauty of his performance, which undoubtedly garnered him countless admirers. Once she had arranged the meal, she prepared to leave, but his concluding notes were filled with poignant emotion. Tang Tian, moved by his talent, felt compelled to give him a perfect score in her heart. Yet at that moment, her role transcended that of a mere audience member. She was a servant and bound by the rules of her position. Once the room fell silent, Tang Tian spoke up. "Mr. Shun, your dinner is ready. Please enjoy." With that, she turned to leave, pushing the cart toward the door. Shen Yanli set his guitar aside and inquired, "Haven't you had dinner?" Tang Tian paused, her hand on the cart's handle. "I have already eaten," she replied. Shen Yanli was aware of the customary practices of the servants, who typically dined after their employers. He chose not to press the issue, sensing her desire to maintain distance. Shen Yanli silently observed her retreating figure for a long moment. Leaning against the sofa, his gaze dark and foreboding, hidden beneath a shroud of shadows. In a corridor on the second floor, the sound of the dining cart wheels was faint, yet it resonated distinctly in the tranquil passageway. At that moment, Tang Tian had already knocked on Fu Shi's door. Just half a minute had passed since her knock when the door swung open from within. Fu Shi, with his thick, damp black hair, stood before her, exuding a bright and handsome demeanor, his eyes sparkling like stars. His tall and upright figure resembled a sturdy pine tree, and under the soft lighting, the defined contours of his muscles were sharply etched into Tang Tian's astonished gaze. Flustered, Tang Tian hastily covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Fu Shi, who was clad only in a bath towel around his lower body. Observing her instantly reddening complexion, Fu Shi's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as his gaze gradually shifted away from her slender neck. He chuckled lightly. "Why the embarrassment? It's not as if you haven't seen before." Tang Tian stubbornly kept her hands over her eyes, stammering in response, "It's different. You were in the pool then." Fu Shi, not intending to pressure her too much, leisurely retreated into his bedroom. Only then did Tang Tian muster the courage to push the dining cart inside, hastening her movements to set the dinner upon the table. As she turned to exit Fu Shi's room with the cart, her right wrist was suddenly grasped by Fu Shi, who was now wearing a black bathrobe. Perhaps it was the lingering warmth from his recent shower, but the heat of his hand sent a wave of panic through Tang Tian's heart. She gazed at him in confusion, attempting to free herself from his grip. "Mister Fu Shi showed no intention of releasing her, his tone languid. "Why the hurry? I want tea bite." Tang Tian, realizing she could not break free, quickly explained, "There's still Mr. Wen's dinner in the cart. I need to deliver it before it gets cold." Fushi remained indifferent. If it's cold, then let it be. Why are you so concerned about him? His calm inquiry carried an unsettling chill. Oblivious to the underlying acidity of his words, Tang Tian hurriedly replied, "If the food gets cold, they will deduct from my salary." Only then did Fushi's tone regain its lightness. "That little salary, I'll cover it for you." Tang Tian refused his offer. She had no desire to be unjustly penalized or entangled further with Fushi, whose words struck her as peculiar. "Mr. Fu, please let go of me." He had a penchant for making intimate gestures towards her, and even Tang Tian, though somewhat oblivious, had begun to notice that his recent behavior was decidedly unusual. Fushi finally released her, observing the way her ears flushed crimson, his gaze deepening with intrigue. Tang Tian promptly pushed the card out of his room, relieved that he did not attempt to detain her. As she closed the door behind her, she raised the wrist that Fushi had held. Her delicate skin was marked with a faint red ring where he had gripped her, his hand warm and his hold surprisingly firm. Tang Tian pondered where she had gone wrong. Why Fushi seemed to harbor an interest in her? Previously, she had assumed he was merely teasing, never anticipating. She bit her lip, realizing she must exercise greater caution in the future. Regaining her composure, Tang Tian knocked on Wen Xiaohan's door. "Come in." She heard the gentle response from the man inside, her heart easing. After all, Wen Xiaohan was far more predictable. "Mr. Wen, I brought your dinner." Wen Xiaohan appeared to be engrossed in composing music, not turning his head to glance at her. He spoke gently, expressing appreciation for her efforts. Tang Tianxin thought to herself that he truly exuded normalcy, embodying the utmost gentlemanly demeanor. Observing his dedication to his craft, she delicately placed the dinner on the table and quietly pushed the cart away. As she departed, Wen Xiaohan adjusted his glasses and gradually lifted his gaze towards her slender figure, elegantly maneuvering the cart. His calm yet unervingly intense stare sent shivers down one's spine. As the night deepened, the vacation villa succumbed to silence. Tang Tian, weary from a long day, finished her hot shower and applied body lotion, her eyes becoming increasingly heavy with sleep. That night, she found herself once again enveloped in dreams. Chapter 48. Dream in her dream, her neck was warm and damp, and she found herself unable to push away the man kissing her neck. Tang Tian awoke in the middle of the night, feeling utterly drained, only to find herself surrounded by darkness. At some point, her head had rested against a pillow, the sharp corner pressing into her neck. Taking a deep breath, she raised a hand to massage her temples, perplexed by the nature of her dream. This was the second time since her arrival in this world that she had dreamt of spring. She turned over and quickly succumbed to the heavy embrace of sleep once more. When she awakened again, the sky was faintly brightening, and after a moment of gazing at the ceiling, she rose from her bed. The morning in the vacation villa remained quiet and desolate, for the area was sparsely populated. One could say there were hardly any souls around. Yawning, Tang Tian made her way to breakfast, where she noticed Lu Xiaoji had already appeared in the sitting room. Lu Xiaoji sat in a wheelchair, her gaze fixed on Tang Tian, as if she had something to communicate. Nevertheless, Tang Tian did not linger. She walked past the sitting room and headed to the kitchen, ignoring Lu Xiaoji's unwavering stare. The previous day, after twisting her ankle, Tang Tian had poured a cup of warm water for her, a small act of consolation for the injured. However, this did not signify any reconciliation with Lu Xiaoji, who had abandoned her in a foreign land amidst the snow. Merely based on that incident, reconciliation was out of the question. Tang Tian fetched her breakfast and took a seat at the dining table in the sitting room, savoring her meal at a leisurely pace. Before long, she heard the sound of the wheelchair scraping against the floor. Without casting a glance, she continued to eat. Lu Xiaoji, under the impression that Tang Tian had offered her warm water in a gesture of goodwill, was taken aback to find Tang Tian as distant as ever. Lu Xiaoji, known for her relentless pursuit of her goals, gently endeavored to befriend Tang Tian. "Good morning, Tang Tian." As Tang Tian consumed her breakfast, she sensed Lu Xiaoji's eyes on her throughout the morning, undoubtedly concocting some ill-intended scheme. Tang Tian pierced through her thoughts. "You've been staring at me all morning. If you have something to say, just say it." A gentle smile graced Lu Xiaoji's face. "I twisted my ankle. and I fear I shall have to trouble you moving forward. Tang Tian responded with a non-committal "oh," continuing her breakfast without interruption. Lu Xiaoji watched her eat with evident delight, her smile nearly faltering. With her ankle sprained, the responsibility of attending to several gentlemen now fell squarely on Tang Tian's shoulders, a situation that was likely to please her. After all, Tang Tian had been eager to capture the attention of those gentlemen, and now she had finally found her opportunity. Can you manage alone? I suggest you reach out to Sister Wu or the housekeeper. The two servants who arrived the day before yesterday would be quite helpful in assisting you with serving meals to the gentlemen upstairs. Without hesitation, Tang Tian picked up her phone to call Sister Wu. Lu Xiaoji's eyelids twitched, and she inquired, "What are you doing?" Tang Tian, with an air of certainty, replied, "I'm calling Sister Wu. You can discuss it with her." Lu Xiaoji exclaimed, and hurriedly moved to stop her, thankfully preventing the call from going through. Lu Xiaoji added, "Don't act impulsively." Tang Tian regarded her with an impassive expression. "Wasn't that your suggestion? If you truly cared about me, you would communicate directly with Sister Wu." Lu Xiaoji. She certainly does not truly care for her. Tang Tian's words rendered Lu Xiaoji speechless, leaving her at a loss for how to further incite her. Tang Tian tucked her phone into her pocket and finished the remaining breakfast, rising to leave. Lu Xiaoji, unwilling to relent, said, "Tang Tian, you are bearing too much alone." As Tang Tian stood up, she casually threw out a remark that infuriated Lu Xiaoji even more. "It's not hard. Sister Wu said she would grant me nearly a month's salary." Lu Xiaoji. Her face turned ashen with rage. Watching Tang Tian's departing figure, she struck the armrest of her wheelchair with her right hand. She realized that dealing with Tang Tian was becoming increasingly difficult. She was utterly impervious to persuasion. After finishing her breakfast and washing her hands, Tang Tian glanced at the time. It was 7:10 a.m., and nearly forgot to deliver milk to Shunyanli. She heated a cup of milk, placed it on a tray, and proceeded to the second floor to Shunyanli's room. Knocking lightly on the door, she entered upon hearing his response. The living room was empty, and Tang Tian intended to leave the milk on the coffee table and depart. It was uncertain whether Shunyanli had a knack for reading minds, as his hoarse voice emanated from the bedroom, instructing her to bring it in. Just as Tang Tian set the milk on the coffee table, she paused and said, "Mr. Shun, I cannot enter. I've left the milk on the coffee table." After waiting for about a minute without hearing a reply, she assumed his silence was acquiescence and took the tray, leaving Shunyanli's room. Descending to the first floor, Tang Tian began delivering breakfast to the second floor, so occupied that she scarcely had a moment to spare. However, considering the substantial raise she received, this minor task was hardly burdensome. Even double the workload would seem trivial. Fortunately, delivering breakfast to several male leads' rooms today was far less convoluted than the previous evening. After completing her deliveries, she swiftly exited their rooms without issue. Tang Tian wheeled the dining cart into the kitchen and handed it over to the maid responsible for disinfection and cleaning. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window in the hallway, she stretched her fatigued muscles. The butler of the vacation villa approached her, Tang Tian. Turning her head, Tang Tian replied, "Good morning, butler." The butler smiled and informed her, "Your performance yesterday was commendable. Your bonus will be issued alongside your salary for this month." Tang Tian felt an unprecedented surge of financial fortune. It was as if an unexpected windfall had graced her. Elated, she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, butler." The butler, pleased with her efficiency, remarked, "Keep up the good work. The young masters will not neglect you." Tang Tian nodded vigorously, affirming, "I will." At noon, the gentlemen were to have lunch on the first floor, and Tang Tian, alongside 3 maids, was responsible for their dining needs. Due to the necessity of background checks for hiring maids, particularly in the sparsely populated foreign locale, it was challenging to find suitable candidates on short notice. The 3 maids were originally assigned to other tasks within the vacation villa and had been temporarily reassigned to assist. Tang Tian continued to oversee when Xiaohan's meal, and upon noticing her choice, She maintained a low-pressure demeanor throughout the lunch, retreating upstairs to compose music once finished. The nearby maid, somewhat anxious, accidentally dropped a pair of chopsticks, which fell precisely behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian gently reassured her. It's all right. You carry on. I shall pick them up. The servant standing behind Pei Ju gazed at her with immense gratitude. As Tang Tian bent down to retrieve the chopsticks, a hint of her delicate waist was revealed. Her skin as fair and tender as snow, contrasting beautifully with her blue attire, which accentuated her porcelain-like complexion. She gathered the chopsticks and casually placed them beneath the dining cart. Turning around, Tang Tian found herself gazing blankly at the man before her. When Xiao Han had risen from his chair unbeknownst to her, his tall stature silhouetted against the light. The golden-rimmed glasses and the subdued gaze behind the lenses obscured all his emotions. Tang Tian, unaware of his presence, assumed she had merely blocked his path and deliberately stepped aside several paces. Chapter 49. Indistinguishable Tang Tian had already stepped aside, clearing the path for him, waiting for all the gentlemen to leave the dining hall before attending to the cleanup. When Xiao Han stood still for a moment, adjusting his glasses with a hand before striding out of the restaurant, Pei Ju maintained his usual demeanor, departing after lunch as well. Shen Yanli, seated diagonally across from Tang Tian, placed his napkin aside and, as he stood, cast a lingering glance at her. Tang Tian met his gaze momentarily, puzzled, unable to comprehend the reason behind his scrutiny. Watching his impeccably poised figure vanish from the dining hall, she dismissed her earlier confusion and began to assist the three servants nearby. Perhaps due to the chill from yesterday's outing, Tang Tian felt a slight ache in her bones. Upon exiting the dining hall, she intended to return to her room for a brief rest. However, passing through a small lounge, the winter sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the sofa and prompting her to pause. Her own room lacked sunlight, so she decided to bask in the warmth here. Knowing that the gentlemen and the Villa S staff were all resting at this hour, Tang Tian comfortably settled onto the sofa, leaning back and pressing her sore shoulders. The sun was so delightful that she shifted her position, turning her back to the light and reclining sideways on the sofa. Her eyes gradually fluttered shut as she relished the cozy afternoon. The sunlight made her silky black hair shimmer, and she occasionally massaged her aching shoulders and arms. In no time, she felt so relaxed that her consciousness began to drift. In her dreams, a pair of long, elegant hands caressed her delicate shoulders, gently kneading them. Strangely, the dream felt so vivid that she could hardly discern whether she was dreaming or awake. Tang Tian awakened from her slumber, her shoulders tender from the massage. Her eyes widened slightly as she regained her senses, hastily reaching up to grip the large hand still kneading her shoulders. Her fingertips trembled as she grasped the man's right hand, feeling the heat radiating from him, and quickly removed his hand from her right shoulder. Flustered, she turned around to find the tall, statuesque man standing behind her, his hands resting on her slender shoulders. "Shun, Mr. Shun," she stammered, bewildered. How could he? Her flustered and embarrassed demeanor was enchanting, especially her lips, which bore a tender, enticing red. Shen Yanli's deep voice, tinged with an inexplicable huskiness, remarked, "I noticed you were massaging your shoulders and thought you might be unwell." Tang Tian hurriedly rose, meeting his smoldering gaze. "I feel a bit sore, but sitting in the sun has helped." His gaze lingered on her flushed collarbone, and his throat tightened, his voice growing even more gravelly. "If you're feeling unwell, do let me know. I will arrange for a private physician to attend to you." Tang Tian noted VP then. I will. Even now, her mind remained in a state of confusion, unable to meet his gaze. Could it be that Shen Yanli truly held an interest in her? The memories of the original owner revealed that when she first arrived, Shen Yanli had exhibited a palpable disdain at the mere sight of her. How could he suddenly exhibit such intimate behavior? As Shen Yanli departed, the prominent veins and muscular contours of his arms, a testament to his restrained demeanor, were starkly evident. In the small hall, Tang Tian moved her head and shoulders from side to side, feeling a modicum of relief compared to earlier. She was uncertain of Shen Yanli's true sentiments towards her. The warm sunlight that had bathed her moments ago now felt stifling. Parched, Tang Tian approached the water dispenser and drained a cup of lukewarm water. Around 4 in the afternoon, the butler instructed her to prepare a fruit platter and deliver it to Fu Shi's room on the second floor. Selecting some of his favorite fruits, she arranged them neatly before ascending to the upper level. Upon knocking on Fu Shi's door, he lazily opened it and inquired, "You're here?" Tang Tian nodded, saying, "The butler mentioned you wanted some fruit, so I picked out a few of your favorites, Mr. Fu." Fu Shi, uninterested in the fruit, leaned against the wall, observing her as she entered the living room, his hands tucked in his pockets, trailing her closely. Setting the fruit platter on the coffee table, Tang Tian intended to leave the room. However, Fu Shi obstructed her path. Confused, she looked up at him, and he regarded her with an air of languor. As she attempted to sidestep to the left, he leisurely blocked her way. Moving to the right yielded the same result, his tall frame standing in her path. Tang Tian, feeling somewhat defeated, stood still and gazed up at him. "Mr. Fu, what is the meaning of this?" Fu undicesimo, slightly irritated, ran his fingers through his hair before fixing her with a brooding stare for an extended moment. "Have you cast a spell on me?" Tang Tian, her heart racing under his intense gaze, responded with confusion. "A spell? What do you mean?" Her eyes reflected her bewilderment at his words. Fu Shi did not clarify. Instead, he continued to scrutinize her, his gaze lingering on her flushed ears and then drifting over her neckline. Straightening his back, Fu Shi's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a mix of amusement and reproach. "You frequently invade my dreams, disrupting my peace. What do you propose we do about it?" Blushing furiously, Tang Tian stepped back, attempting to distance herself from his encroaching presence. Yet, as she retreated, Fu Shi narrowed his eyes and casually advanced another step closer, diminishing the space between them. It seemed he would not allow her any means of escape. Tang Tian, already flustered from her earlier encounter with Xinyanli, had not anticipated that delivering a fruit platter to Fu Shi would lead to such a disconcerting situation. I can prepare a calming soup for you. It should help prevent such occurrences." Feeling the pressure of his unwavering gaze, she struggled to formulate a response, her heart racing uncontrollably. Her answer evidently did not satisfy him. Fu Shi's expression remained dark, his silence amplifying the tension. Lacking the courage to meet his gaze, Tang Tian hurriedly stammered, "Mr. Fu, it was merely a dream. Please don't take it seriously. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Chapter 50. Claiming for oneself, Tang Tian hurriedly maneuvered around him, but as she took a step, Fu Shi's large hand grasped her right arm. He remained still. His right hand, which had been tucked in his pocket, now firmly held her slender arm, preventing her from leaving. His handsome features darkened, and with a displeased click of his tongue, he declared, "Tang Tian, I want to be your boyfriend." Tang Tian, flustered and tense, could hear the rapid beating of her own heart. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she attempted to free her arm from his grip. Her voice trembled as she replied, "That is impossible." The abruptness of the situation left her mind in disarray. She could not fathom why Fu Shi would suddenly express such sentiments. It seemed he was perturbed by her habitual choice of standing behind when Xiao Han, prompting him to claim her for himself first. In response to her panicked refusal, Fu Shi remained unfazed. "Nothing is impossible. I won't pressure you to decide right now, but you must provide me with a concrete timeline for your answer." Tang Tian quickly lifted her gaze to meet his. "I can assure you right now that I cannot be with you." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt his grip tighten once more, though it did not cause her pain. Fu Shi narrowed his enchanting eyes, his voice cold and harsh. "Provide a reason." Tang Tian glanced at the hand that held her captive. "Could you please let go of me?" Fu undicesimo replied, resolutely, "No." Tang Tian sighed, "I am merely your villa's servant. The disparity in our social standings renders it impossible for us to develop any other kind of relationship." Fu Shi chuckled lightly. "What sort of reasoning is that? The obstacles you speak of exist solely in your mind, in reality." At this point, he exerted a slight force, and she found herself unwittingly drawn into his embrace. With his left arm encircling her delicate waist, Tang Tian gazed up at him in astonishment. Her lips slightly parted in surprise. Fu Shi's eyes darkened as he fixated on her lips, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Once I kiss you, the reasons you mentioned will cease to exist." Hearing words that accelerated her heartbeat, she quickly tried to break free from his grip. His strength was overwhelming. She could feel the taut muscles in his arm, rendering her efforts futile. In a state of panic within his hold, she struggled incessantly. Fu Shi's breath was hot and ragged. He effortlessly lifted her off the ground. Mister Fu, Tang Tian exclaimed, startled as her feet left the floor. She quickly called his name, only to find herself pinned on the sofa a moment later. Mr. Fu, please get up. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she attempted to push him away, yet he was far too heavy. In the next instant, he propped himself on his arms, creating a slight distance between them. Hastily, she implored, You are being so sudden. I cannot believe it all at once. Could you grant me 4 months? During this time, I could try to cultivate some feelings for you. The last part of her request came out as a whisper, and she suddenly realized that she might respond better to gentler persuasion. She had to buy herself some time. To her surprise, she chuckled at her response. 4 months? By then, the flowers will have wilted. Tang Tian bit her lip, pondering for a few moments before she spoke. Give me 4 months, and after that, I promise to be with you. Please don't grow weary of me then. She gazed into her trembling eyes, acutely aware that her words were but a formality. Yet his heart softened, unwilling to press her too hard. After all, there would be ample time to win her over later. He slowly rose from the sofa, his voice hoarse as he replied, Very well, I shall grant you 4 months to foster our feelings. Tang Tian sat up, her exquisite face flushed with a delicate pink, too shy to meet his gaze. She nodded and quickly moved to one side. Mr. Fu, I shall take my leave to attend to my duties. Shi yearned for a closer connection with her, but at that moment, he desperately needed a cold shower to quell his rising agitation. He raked his fingers through his tousled hair and said, Go ahead. Tang Tian turned to leave, making her way towards the door, careful not to hurry too much, lest he discern her intentions of buying time. Once she had departed, Shi was left in a state of turmoil. He strode purposefully into the bedroom and opened the bathroom door. Tang Tian hurried out of Shi's room, not daring to linger outside his door. It was only when she reached the first floor that she took a moment to wash her face with hot water, attempting to regain her composure. Why had Shi suddenly treated her this way? What was it about her that had sparked interest from not just one, but 2 men? Tang Tian found herself perplexed, for despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, she could not fathom the intentions of Shun Yanli and Shi. There were countless beautiful heiresses of noble standing who could easily attract their attention. Why would they be drawn to a mere servant like her? Sitting on the sofa in the side hall, she nibbled on a piece of freshly cut cherimoya, shaking her head in disbelief. Even if their affections were genuine, she suspected they were merely fleeting whims. After all, she possessed no power, wealth, or status. Once they grew bored, they could simply cast her aside without a second thought. In her heart, Tang Tian resolved to keep Shi at bay for 4 months. By then, she would have resigned, and he would have no means to find her. As for Shun Yanli, she had sensed his proximity in recent days, yet she could not ascertain whether he harbored true feelings for her, as he had not openly expressed his intentions. The passing butler noticed her troubled expression while she savored the cherimoya and approached, intrigued. He picked up a nearby fork and sampled a piece himself. The butler let out a sigh of relief. It was quite sweet, dispelling his initial concerns about the fruit's quality, which must meet the highest standards to be presented to the gentleman. Tang Tian, is something bothering you? Snap back to reality. Tang Tian realized the butler was regarding her with concern. She shook her head, replying, It's nothing, butler. I'm just taking a moment to sit. Seeing that she did not appear ill, the butler felt reassured. You are new here, and it is easy to fall ill if you're not accustomed. Should your health falter, do not hesitate to speak up. You mustn't endure in silence. Observing how hard she worked and her quiet demeanor, he felt a sense of paternal instinct, as he himself had a daughter and wished to offer her a few more words of advice. Tang Tian expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your concern, butler. I will take care of myself. Watching him depart, she settled back down, aware that she would need to deliver dinner upstairs later on. Chapter 51. Bathroom. The mere thought of Shi's sudden pressure gave Tang Tian a headache, especially since she frequently had to enter and exit Shi's room, leaving her with no way to evade the situation. After finishing the custard apple from the fruit platter, the butler requested that she deliver a cup of iced Americano to Pei Ju's room. She fetched the coffee and ascended the stairs. finding Pei Zhu engrossed in work within his study. Upon entering, he did not even glance her way. Instead of placing the coffee on the coffee table, Tang Tian walked into the study and set it on the desk beside his right hand, making it convenient for him to reach for a sip. Throughout the entire process, Pei Zhu remained oblivious to her presence, his focus solely on his work. Quietly, Tang Tian exited the study and departed from his room. It was only after she had left for quite some time that Pei Zhu finally lifted his gaze from the computer screen. He picked up the iced Americano and took a sip, the bitter yet fragrant coffee alleviating his mental fatigue. On the first floor, Tang Tian opened her music app on her phone, searching for Pei Zhu's name as he had recently released a new song. She deliberately played the music video for this new song, which featured a segment of him playing the piano. While singing and playing, he exhibited the same serene beauty he carried in his daily life. She recalled reading that their boy band had been established during their university years, setting them apart from other groups. They were capable of performing together or releasing solo music, not fitting the conventional definition of a boy band. Their primary focus was on the quality of their creations. Aside from occasional gala events, award ceremonies, or concerts, they seldom participated in variety shows. This enigmatic boy band stirred considerable excitement in the entertainment industry, largely due to their melodious songs, outstanding live performances, and the revelation of their affluent backgrounds and connections to certain conglomerate heirs and CEOs, which further heightened their popularity, making them stand out in the industry. Even now, they maintain their position as a top-tier boy band, garnering admiration for their musical prowess and substantial financial backing, which left many in awe and rendered their rivals powerless. Tang Tian only remembered that the narrative described them as having formed during their university days. The rest of the information came from the original owner's memories. As nightfall quietly descended, Tang Tian lost track of time. The outside world gradually enveloped in darkness. She pushed the dining cart up to the second floor, following her earlier routine of delivering dinner to Pei Zhu's room before proceeding to the next door to deliver to Shen Yanli. After exiting Pei Zhu's room, she wheeled the cart into Shen Yanli's room, carefully arranging the dishes on the table. She sensed someone approaching and turned to look beside her. Shen Yanli had already stepped beside her, his voice low as he said, "Hand me your phone." As she placed the last dish on the table and heard his request, she pulled her phone from her pocket, only realizing halfway through what he meant. Confused, she replied, "Mr. Shen, what do you need it for?" He replied coolly, "To save my phone number. Call me if you need anything." Tang Tian hurriedly declined. "Mr. Shen, that's not necessary. It's against the rules for us servants to save any contact information for you gentlemen." Moreover, she already had the phone numbers for Pei Zhu and Wen Xiaoan, which sufficed. Shen Yanli pressed his lips together and reached for her phone. "What is the password?" he inquired. Tang Tian's mouth moved faster than her mind. 888999. Tang Tian. Damn, that subconscious reaction. She watched as his fingers swiftly tapped on the phone screen, and in the next moment, the device resting on the table began to ring. A minute later, Shen Yanli returned the phone to her, stating, "If you need anything, just call me." Tang Tian politely acknowledged him and tucked the phone away into her pocket. As an afterthought, he leisurely added, "Do not delete it." She suppressed the embarrassment of having her thoughts laid bare and nodded, "Of course not." Pushing the dining cart away from Shen Yanli's room, she stepped outside and promptly deleted the phone number he had left on her device. The butler would routinely check the servants' phones for any contact information of the gentleman, enforcing strict regulations. A week later, upon returning to the country, she feared she might forget, so it was prudent to delete it now. Otherwise, if discovered, even a minor penalty would result in a salary deduction, while a more severe infraction could lead to compensation for breach of contract. These wages were meant to be saved, and she would not risk any deductions. Tang Tian confidently pushed the dining cart to Fu Shi's door, taking a few deep breaths before knocking. It was once again Fu Shi who opened the door, and she dared not meet his gaze. "Mr. Fu, I have brought dinner," she announced. Fu Shi turned his tall figure to allow her entry. Under the intensity of his burning gaze, she maneuvered the cart into the room. Her steps quickened as she reached the dining table, with Fu Shi following closely behind, his footsteps echoing on her left side. She sensed his proximity, but refrained from turning to look at him, hastily arranging the dinner. "Enjoy your meal, Mr. Fu," she said, and turning to leave, She felt his grip on her right arm as she steadied the cart. He questioned in a low voice, "Didn't you say we should cultivate our feelings? Is this how we do it?" Her heart skipped a beat. That was merely an excuse she had devised to extricate herself. Seeking an escape, she replied, "I still need to deliver dinner to Mr. Wynn's room, and I am on duty. I cannot discuss personal matters." Just moments ago, he had urged her to cultivate feelings, yet now he released her, saying, "Go on with your work." Tang Tian was beginning to grow accustomed to his capricious temperament, and without a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly pushed the cart out of Fu Shi's room. Fu Shi, with a languid demeanor, pulled out a chair and sat down to begin his meal, leaving everyone to wonder what his true intentions were. Outside the door, Tang Tian dared not linger, fearing he might open it again and pull her back inside. "Knock, knock." She tapped on Xiaohan's door, receiving no response. The door appeared ajar, half open under her watchful gaze. Puzzled, she raised her hand to knock again. "Mr. Wynn?" After waiting 2 minutes with still no reply, she wondered if he was absent from the room. Just as she was about to close the door and return later, reasoning that if the dishes cooled, she could simply reheat them downstairs, she heard a voice from within, accompanied by the sound of running water. Tang Tian thought, "Is he in a shower?" She hesitated, unsure whether to enter, but when Xiaohan's voice urged her to come in. Moments later, Tang Tian entered the room, pushing a dining cart adorned with delectable dishes, her movements swift and steady. The sound of the bathroom door creaking open resonated in the bedroom, followed by the gentle trickle of water and the soothing, melodious voice of Wen Xiaohan. Tang Tian? Chapter 52. Overbearing in the living room. Tang Tian took a moment to process the fact that Wen Xiaohan was indeed calling her name. Assuming something was amiss, she hurriedly responded, "What is it, Mr. Wen?" He replied, "Could you come here and assist me with something?" Tang Tian hesitated as she approached the threshold of his bedroom. "Mr. Wen, may I inquire what the matter is? Did you perhaps fall in the bathroom?" However, she had not heard any significant noise. "I left my bathrobe on the bed. Could you please fetch it for me?" His gentle voice was utterly disarming, making it difficult to refuse. After her encounter with Fu Shi, Tang Tian had begun to be wary of them, particularly someone as astute as Wen Xiaohan. How could he forget his bathrobe? Moreover, he could easily wait until she had departed. He was alone in the suite and had no need for concern about her presence. Tang Tian found it hard to believe she possessed such allure. After all, the original owner had previously attempted to seduce them, only to be met with disdain. Additionally, none of them had any romantic history. How could a mere servant like her possibly exude such charm? Yet, given her experience with Fu Shi, she felt apprehensive. One Fu she was already challenging enough. How could she possibly handle another? After a brief moment, Tang Tian ultimately entered the bedroom. She picked up the white bathrobe from the bed. Then, closing her left eye with her hand, she cautiously made her way towards the bathroom, focusing on the ground. Standing before the bathroom door, she felt somewhat flustered. "W and Xiaohan, I have brought your bathrobe." From within the bathroom, Wen Xiaohan's voice remained gentle. "The bathrobe is on the coat rack beside you." Tang Tian quickly lowered her hand, noting that the bathroom door showed no signs of opening. Her cheeks flushed a delightful shade of crimson as she responded, "All right, Mr. Wen." She hung the bathrobe on the coat rack, realizing she had misjudged Wen Xiaohan. How could she have such assumptions about him? He had never once overstepped his bounds with her. Quite the contrary, he had often assisted her in silence. "Now that it is hung up, I shall take my leave. Dinner is set on the dining table," came his voice from inside the bathroom. "Thank you for your effort." Tang Tian replied with a simple acknowledgement and exited his bedroom, promptly pushing the dining cart away. She placed the cart at the elevator and descended to the first floor, seizing the opportunity to have her dinner. In the small dining area on the first floor, Tang Tian ate her meal, savoring it with a meticulousness that had been instilled in her since childhood, as it was beneficial for her digestion. However, due to the need to work, she was compelled to hasten her pace. Lu Xiaoji maneuvered her wheelchair beside Tang Tian and inquired with genuine concern, "Tang Tian, have you been managing all right these past few days?" Tang Tian glanced at her. "It's fine." Lu Xiaoji looked at her with an expression laden with guilt. "I apologize for my previous misdeeds towards you. Can you ever forgive me?" She sat in her wheelchair, her delicate, pallid face appearing pitiful, as if sincerely remorseful for her prior actions against Tang Tian. Tang Tian paused her meal, bewildered, and looked at her. "What are you doing?" "I'm in the midst of eating." After she finished speaking, she continued to scoop eel and rice in her mouth with a spoon. The eels from wealthy families are always of the highest quality. Had she not been in a hurry, she would have savored every bite. What a pity. Lu Xiaoji felt as though she existed in a different realm. While she was being so emotionally expressive, Tang Tian's gaze remained solely on the food. Undeterred, she pressed on then, "Can you ever forgive me?" Tang Tian's eyelids did not flutter. "Impossible." Lu Xiaoji continued. "On the day I sprained my ankle, you poured me a cup of warm water. Weren't you trying to mend our past grievances?" Her words were gentle, yet kindness can cut deeper than a blade. After finishing her meal, Tang Tian wiped her mouth with a napkin and replied, "Had it been anyone else, I would have done the same. To me, on that day, you were merely a patient. Your identity held no significance." She looked into Lu Xiaoji's eyes and added, "Moreover, you needn't waste your efforts on me. Your true competition has never been me, and our relationship will never evolve further." Lu Xiaoji was stunned by her words. And even as Tang Tian rose to leave the side room, she remained lost in thought. She realized her attempts to draw closer had failed. Yet Tang Tian's response was beyond anything she had anticipated. Lu Xiaoji could not comprehend why Tang Tian had changed so drastically compared to before. Tang Tian took the tray to the kitchen's washing area and hurried upstairs to collect all the dishes from the gentlemen's rooms. However, upon entering Fu Shi's room, his intense gaze followed her closely as she tidied the dishes under his scrutiny. He lounged on the sofa and inquired, "What size clothing and shoes do you wear?" Tang Tian was perplexed by the question. Did Mr. Fu have a reason for asking? Fu Shi clicked his tongue. "Forget it. I won't ask you. I'll ask the butler. Your uniform and shoe sizes should be on record." Tang Tian was taken aback. Hearing that he intended to consult the butler sent her into a panic. She rushed him, snatching the phone from his hand, her voice trembling. "Please, don't ask the butler, just ask me, and I'll tell you." If he were to inquire about her sizes with the butler, it would inevitably lead to misunderstandings, for who would casually ask about an opposite sex's clothing sizes? Fu Shi lounged casually, yet exuded a commanding presence, his gaze fixed on her for a moment, as if he had seized a small leverage over her. A smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "What's wrong? Afraid the butler might misconstrue our relationship?" Tang Tian dared neither to affirm nor deny, utterly uncertain of his intentions. After all, she still had to work here and abide by the rules of a servant. Otherwise, she would face penalties for breach of contract. Fu Shi dismissed her concern. "I'll give you 10 times the penalty." Tang Tian ziblit. My relationship with Mr. Fu has not yet reached that level of intimacy. Fu Shi chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "Tang Tian, do you truly believe you can escape?" His voice, though languid and devoid of threat, sent a chill down her spine. Tang Tian restrained the urge to flee the room. Fu Shi seemed intent on not scaring her too much. "Tell me, what sizes do you wear for clothing and shoes?" Tang Tian did not divulge this information immediately. Instead, she inquired, "Mr. Fu, what do you need my clothing and shoe sizes for?" Fu Shi scanned her from head to toe. "The clothes you wear are so shabby. I intend to buy you a whole wardrobe of fine garments and shoes." Tang Tian gasped in shock, realizing he was quite serious. No. I have more than enough clothes and shoes, and I spend all my time at the villa with no opportunity to wear my own outfits." After speaking, she felt a genuine fear that he might act on his earlier words. So she placed his phone on the coffee table and hastily pushed the dining cart out of his room. Fu Shi watched her depart, unable to suppress a chuckle. Her stubbornness was quite endearing. Tang Tian, lost in thought, entered Wen Xiaohan's room to collect all the dishes. Just before she exited, Wen Xiaohan leisurely adjusted his glasses and asked her, "Are you troubled by something?" Chapter 53. What are your thoughts? Tang Tian, roused by his gentle inquiry, turned back with a smile and replied, "It's nothing. Perhaps I haven't rested well these past few days, and now I find myself quite drained." Wen Xiaohan's soothing tone instilled a sense of comfort. "Make sure to rest early tonight." Tang Tian nodded, still smiling. "Good night, Mr. Wen." As she watched the door open and then close, The gentle facade remained etched upon his handsome face, casting eerie shadows under the dim light. On the first floor, Tang Tian wheeled the dining car to the kitchen's washing area before returning to her room after work. She slumped into a chair, feeling as though she had melted into a puddle, reclining languidly. Could Fu Shi truly be seeking the butler for her shoe and clothing sizes? If he did, she could hardly fathom the consequences, nor could she predict whether she might follow the same path as the original owner of her position. As for Fu Shi's assertion that she couldn't escape, Tang Tian found it implausible. Irrespective of what transpired in 4 months, her contract would expire, and once it did, she would no longer be employed here. Would Fu Shi really come looking for her? She didn't possess such a lure. She dismissed his words, hoping Fu Shi would refrain from causing any disturbances. Otherwise, she was at a loss for what to do. After a warm shower, she changed into a cool camisole for sleep. The central air conditioning had been set a bit too warm since this afternoon, and feeling parched, she knew she wouldn't be able to sleep comfortably in long sleeves and pants. She opened the window to let in some fresh air and cool down. In the deep of night, she turned restlessly in her slumber. In a dream that furrowed her brow, a man pinned her against the sofa, her hands held above her head. Tang Tian jolted awake, soft and drenched in a thin sheen of sweat, her mind still lingering in the dream state, feeling utterly drained. She realized that for the past few days, she had been plagued by such dreams, likely linked to recent events. In that particular dream, she had envisioned Fu Shi. Reflecting on the dream, she felt her cheeks flush with warmth. She reassured herself that it was a natural physiological response. She turned over and drifted back to sleep, though her rest remained unsettled. Knock, knock. Groggily, she propped herself up, her eyes still closed, questioning whether the sound of knocking was a figment of her dreams or a reality. Knock, knock. As she stirred from her drowsiness, it seemed there truly was someone at her door. With a dazed expression, she rose and peered through the peephole to find Shun Yinli standing outside, his tall figure unmistakable. Without a second thought, she opened the door, rubbing her eyes in an attempt to awaken fully. Her voice, still heavy with sleep, lacked vigor as she inquired, "Mr. Shun, it's after my work hours. Is there something you need?" After a prolonged silence with no response from him, Tang Tian's drowsiness began to dissipate. Could something truly have happened? Shun Yinli's gaze bore into her, dark and intense, resembling a predator eyeing its prey, with an ominous crimson glimmer lurking in his eyes. Before her stood Tang Tian, clad in a light blue camisole nightgown. The silky fabric clung to her figure due to static electricity, accentuating her delicate yet curvaceous physique, her skin glowing with a soft, fair radiance. Beneath her short pajama bottoms lay a pair of long, slender legs. Her sleepy expression suggested she had forgotten she had changed into this cooling attire for the night. Noticing his silence, she called out again, "Mr. Shun?" Shin Yanli's voice was deeper than usual as he instructed, "Go prepare a bowl of hangover soup and bring to my room. I will give you a raise. Remember to change into proper clothes." After speaking, he turned to ascend the staircase. Tang Tian barely detected any scent of alcohol on him. She was clad in sleepwear. Suddenly, she glanced down and realized her attire, and her drowsiness vanished in an instant. Frantically, she shut the door, her heart racing. Shun Yanli must have seen her like this. Her entire body flushed with embarrassment. It was utterly mortifying. Regardless of whether he thought she was trying to seduce him, she wished she could smack herself in the face for this situation. Filled with frustration, Tang Tian hastily changed her outfit, prepared a bowl of hangover soup, and carried the tray upstairs. She glanced at the time. It was around 3:30 a.m. She knocked on Shun Yanli's door, and upon receiving a response, turned the doorknob and stepped inside. "Mr. Shun, I've prepared your hangover soup." Shin Yanli, dressed in a black shirt and trousers, had his collar unbuttoned, subtly revealing his well-defined muscles, exuding an air of noble aloofness. He lifted his gaze to her, his lips parting slightly. "I apologize for waking you at this hour." Tang Tian replied that as long as he offered her a raise, it was no trouble at all. "It's fine, Mr. Shun. You should rest early after drinking." Shin Yanli remained silent, his steady gaze fixed upon her. Tang Tian noticed his unwavering stare, the awkwardness of their earlier encounter still lingering. As she turned to leave, he suddenly asked, Tang Tian, have you given any thought to my earlier proposal regarding being my girlfriend? A wave of panic surged through her, urging her to bolt from the room. Yet, she understood that escaping now would not spare her from facing him in the days to come. There was no evading this reality. Tang Tian sighed inwardly, having thought that the matter had concluded, only to realize it had merely ended for her. Turning back, she focused on the floor beneath her. Mr. Shun, it is impossible between us. I do not harbor any romantic feelings for you. This was the second time she had expressed her lack of other sentiments towards him. Shen Yanli appeared unfazed. That is all right. I like you, and that suffices. Tang Tian retorted. Of course, it cannot be. I have no intention of pursuing a relationship. When Shen Yanli raised his gaze again, his eyes shimmered with a desire that startled her. He spoke slowly. Tang Tian, I am being gentle. You would do well to come over. His tone was dark and foreboding, enveloping her in an aura of danger. Tang Tian's eyes widened in fear, her hands gripping the tray tightly. She took a step back. I need to go downstairs to rest. With that, she turned and fled from his room. Shen Yanli unhurriedly began to unbutton his shirt, seemingly indifferent to her panic and refusal. Chapter 54. You follow along. Tang Tian's actions were frantic as she swiftly closed the door to Shen Yanli's room and hurried to the elevator. What was Shen Yanli planning? Although there was no sound from his door, she quickly stepped into the elevator and descended to the first floor. The vacation villa was brightly lit in the late hours of the night, yet Tang Tian quickened her pace, returning the tray to the kitchen before rushing back to her room. After washing her hands, she nestled back into bed. Shen Yanli had mentioned that his demeanor was now gentle, but she had not obediently thrown herself into his embrace. Was he going to resort to force? Tang Tian dismissed the thought as unrealistic. Although this was a fictional world, she was not the protagonist, and how could the male lead possibly impose himself upon her? Her mind was in a turmoil, and before long, she succumbed to slumber. When she awoke once more, the day had brightened considerably. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted it was precisely 7:20 a.m. Fearing she might fall ill, she was surprised to find herself feeling rejuvenated after this sleep. Rising to brush her teeth and wash her face, she set out to prepare a warm cup of milk. As she gazed at the steaming milk, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Standing before Shen Yanli's door on the second floor, she took a couple of deep breaths before knocking. Knock, knock, come in. Upon hearing his deep voice, her heart raced uncontrollably. She opened the door and entered the living room, holding the milk. To her astonishment, Shen Yanli was seated in the living room wearing a bathrobe, engrossed in a book rather than lying in bed asleep. As she stepped inside, he did not even glance her way, as if the events of the previous night were merely a figment of her imagination. Tang Tian placed the milk on the coasters on the coffee table and suddenly recalled that he had drunk alcohol the night before. Her heart eased considerably, as she surmised he might have spoken drunkenly. Choosing silence so as not to disrupt his reading, she remained quiet. Shen Yanli took a shallow sip of the warm milk and casually remarked, "Starting tomorrow morning, you need not bring me milk." Hearing this, Tang Tian felt a surge of joy that she struggled to conceal. "All right, Mr. Shun." Just as she was about to exit his room, he leisurely added, "From tonight onward, bring it at 9:30. Tang Tian was taken aback. 9:30 in the evening? Why the sudden change? Confused, she attempted to negotiate. 9:30 is a bit too late. Mr. Shun, I finish work at 8:30. Could we perhaps make it 8:30 instead? Shen Yanli's voice remained faint as he spoke, his gaze still fixed on his book. I have already discussed this with Sister Wu. You will receive a raise. Tang Tian discerned the finality in his tone and recognized there was no room for negotiation. She reluctantly agreed, reasoning that with the added salary, delivering a cup of milk was hardly burdensome. All right, Mr. Shun, I shall take my leave now. After her acquiescence, she promptly exited his room. Shen Yanli's elegant and long fingers returned the cup to the coaster, never once lifting his gaze to meet hers, resembling a predator poised in silence before the hunt. That morning, after delivering breakfast to several gentlemen, Tang Tian conversed with a few maids in the grand hall on the first floor. Fu undicesimo dond an elegant overcoat, his stature and appearance exuding a captivating charm as he traversed the hall. inciting a look of infatuation from several servants engaged in conversation with Tang Tian. Upon recognizing him, Tang Tian dared not gaze any longer, hastily turning her back to feign ignorance. The servants, previously conversing with her, now fixed their attention solely on Fu Shi, their eyes unwavering. Tang Tian suddenly empathized with Sister Wu's predicament. Regardless of the servants she hired, it was inevitable that they would be enamored with Pei Ju and his ilk. After all, he was undeniably handsome, powerful, wealthy, and remarkably talented. Who could possibly resist? Moreover, she was reluctant to employ older women. In truth, affluent individuals even selected young and attractive security personnel. Thus, as long as the servants did not engage in overtly inappropriate behavior or violate their regulations, Sister Wu and the steward would not dismiss them arbitrarily. Fu Shi's voice roused Tang Tian from a reverie. She immediately turned to him, Mr. Fu. Her tone was polite yet distant, her body tense with apprehension, fearing any misinterpretation. Fu Shi chuckled, his enchanting eyes seemingly piercing through her guarded thoughts. We are heading out. You shall accompany us. Tang Tian was disinclined to join them, but given that Lu Xiaoji had sprained her ankle, they would undoubtedly require her presence. Where are you going, Mr. Fu? She inquired. Fu undicesimo altid, tilting his head to regard her. To the shooting range. You should change into appropriate attire. After a moment of hesitation, she resigned herself to the unavoidable reality. All right. She returned to her room to change into a black down jacket, emerging clad in somber hues. As she stepped out, she heard a low chuckle from nearby. Turning swiftly to her right, she found Fu Shi leaning against the wall beside her door, a smirk playing on his lips as he appraised her. She nearly gasped, Mr. Fu. With a light laugh, he remarked, it seems you possess only this rather unattractive outfit. Tang Tian's focus was not on his jibe, but rather on urging him to leave. If anyone saw them together, misunderstandings would surely arise. Let us hurry, she insisted, urgency coloring her tone. Fu Shi appeared oblivious to her anxiety, remaining lazily propped against the wall, showing no inclination to depart. What are you afraid of? The way he regarded her suddenly reminded her of last night's dream, his eyes holding a similar lofty amusement. She realized he was being deliberately provocative. Flustered, she glanced around to ensure they were alone, and then hurriedly pushed him away from the vicinity of her room. Fu Shi did not resist. Rather, he seemed to revel in her touch, his expression playful as he feigned ignorance. Why are you pushing me? After managing to distance him from her room, she panted slightly. If someone sees us like this, they will misunderstand. Fu Shi, nonchalant, replied, perfectly fine. I would welcome the misunderstanding. Tang Tian quickly retorted, please don't say such things. It's not even a matter yet. Fu Shi merely smiled, saying nothing further. As he entered the elevator, Tang Tian deliberately positioned herself in the farthest corner from him. Her attempts to evade him elicited a bemused chuckle from Fu Shi. Tang Tian felt a flutter of anxiety upon hearing his laughter. As the elevator doors closed, Fu Shi did not encroach upon her personal space, allowing her taut body and mind to gradually relax. Fortunately, he refrained from making any ambiguous gestures. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, as she stepped inside, Fu Shi suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her into a shadowy corner. Caught off guard, Tang Tian found herself drawn into the dimness. The basement was enveloped in silence, and her view was obscured by Fu Shi's tall figure, his striking features shrouded in the shadows as he turned his back to the light. Chapter 55. The corner Tang Tian's slender back was pressed against the wall, her ears flushed crimson, unable to push him away. This secluded corner, shrouded in shadows, rarely attracted attention. Mr. Fu, please let me go, she implored, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful that if others overheard, it would only confirm her perceived seduction of Fu Shi. Fu Shi gazed down at her for a protracted moment, lifting her chin with his right hand, compelling her to meet his intense gaze. With a darkened expression, he queried, are you still trying to hide? Tang Tian sensed the chill in his tone and trembled as she replied, and no, I won't hide anymore. He asked in a low voice, what you said a few days ago, were you deceiving me? Tang Tian hastily shook her head. What I said was true. I just wanted to give us some time to see if we're truly compatible. Otherwise, If you were to regret being with me in the future, that would be quite unfortunate. Relationships should be approached with caution. With caution. Fu, she remarked, are you implying that you are considering my feelings? Tang Tian looked at him with sincerity. Of course, I wouldn't want you to suffer. Fu Shi chuckled softly, his mood shifting unpredictably, evoking a sense of dread. His fingertips caressed her chin. Your little mouth is quite mischievous. His alluring eyes, hidden in the shadows, fixated intently on her lips. Tang Tian struggled to push him away. Yet the man before her was immovable, his strength honed from years of fitness, especially given his towering stature. She felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from Fu Shi as he gradually leaned closer. In a moment of desperation and embarrassment, she called out beside him, Pei, Mr. Pei. Fu Shi halted, his expression icy. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Tian crouched down and slipped free from his grasp. Just as the elevator doors opened to the underground parking lot, revealing Shun Yanli and Wen Xiaoan, she endeavored to mask her still racing heart as she greeted them. Mr. Shun, Mr. Wen. Shun Yanli's gaze swept over Tang Tian's still flushed ears. He pursed his lips and strode toward his car. As he walked, he instructed her, You can ride in my car. Wen Xiaohan, with a gentle smile, added, You may choose any car you wish. If given a choice among the three, Tang Tian would undoubtedly select the least threatening option, Wen Xiaohan. Mr. Wen's car is closer, so I think I will ride with him, she replied, not daring to glance at Shun Yanli, too preoccupied with evasion. Wen Xiaohan remained amiable, displaying no outward signs of displeasure at her choice. You'll sit in the back, he stated. Nodding in agreement, she took her place in the back seat, as she rarely opted for the front passenger seat unless circumstances dictated otherwise. Wen Xiaohan's polite distance provided a sense of comfort for Tang Tian. She climbed into Wen Xiaohan's vehicle, stealing a glance through the window to see Fu Shi entering a sleek black luxury car, prompting her to avert her gaze with a lingering sense of trepidation. It seems that Fu Shi truly prefers gentleness over harshness, and he is even less fond of her avoidance. However, she still feels the need to keep her distance. For opportunities for solitude, like the one just experienced, are rare. When someone is around, he is less inclined to be overt. At this moment, Tang Tian has entirely forgotten that she was almost alone with Fu Shi while delivering meals upstairs. On the way to the shooting range, Wen Xiaohan engaged her in conversation, exhibiting none of the arrogance typically associated with those of his stature. He even inquired about her future aspirations. Tang Tian, without any reservations, confided in him, either finding a job at a company or opening a small shop. After a brief silence, Wen Xiaohan casually asked, Are you planning to return to your hometown to open a shop? Tang Tian had not made any firm decisions yet. I'll see when the time comes. I haven't settled on anything. Wen Xiaohan smiled and said, If you ever need my assistance in the future, feel free to call me. Tang Tian had no intention of keeping his number. The phone he lent her would be returned to him as soon as she got back to the country. As for his offer of help, she recognized it as mere politeness, a casual remark that she could not take seriously, and she politely replied with a thank you. After more than 10 minutes, Tang Tian followed behind them into the shooting range. Only Wen Xiaohan, Shun Yanli, and Fu Shi were present. Pei Ju was at the vacation villa attending a video conference, leaving him absent from the shooting range. Remarkably, Fu Shi did not tease Tang Tian, and she consistently avoided him. Shun Yanli's demeanor was noticeably colder than usual, his expression impassive as he hit each target with precision. When Xiaohan asked her, Would you like to give a try? Tang Tian quickly shook her head. You all go ahead. I will wait for you here. When Xiaohan did not press her, his skills with the wooden gun were commendable, and despite his gentle nature, every bullet he fired struck the target true, never deviating. Tang Tian kept herself occupied, occasionally fetching water for them and assisting with their needs. After spending nearly 2 hours at the shooting range, they drove back to the vacation villa. The gentlemen were unaccustomed to the local cuisine and rarely frequented the area's restaurants. To be honest, the last time Tang Tian dined at the ski resort, she had the most expensive Chinese meals, yet they still paled in comparison to the dishes prepared by the villa's chef, whose culinary skills were exceptional. Throughout the experience, the expressions of Shun Yanli and Fu Shi grew increasingly somber, especially on the return journey, when she once again chose to ride with Wen Xiaohan. Xin Yanli cast a frosty glance at Tang Tian, who, oblivious to his gaze, simply entered the vehicle. In an unusual turn of events, Fu Shi maintained a cold demeanor, refraining from provoking Tang Tian further. Chapter 56. Reluctance to enter the room. A delicate layer of snow blanketed the plants in the villa's courtyard, while the pathway was meticulously cleared of snow. The weather today was dreary and cold, with the sun obscured by thick clouds, mirroring the somber moods of two gentlemen present. Xin Yanli, Fu Shi, and Wen Xiaohan were gathered for lunch in the dining room on the first floor, while Tang Tian stood behind Wen Xiaohan, attending to his meal. A fleeting glance revealed to Tang Tian the unusually icy expressions of Xin Yanli and Fu Shi, causing her heart to flutter anxiously. She was due to deliver dinner to their rooms later that evening and had almost forgotten about the solitary moments she would spend with them. However, aside from avoiding them, she could not recall having done anything else to provoke their ire. Perhaps their current demeanor was not a result of her actions. With a glimmer of hope, she pondered this notion, but just as she was about to make eye contact with Fu Shi, he rose from his seat. His typically handsome visage was now shrouded in an air of frost. She quickly averted her gaze, thinking to herself, "This is it." She was uncertain if Xin Yanli's mood was influenced by her, but she was certain Fu Shi's was. The prospect of delivering dinner to his room that evening filled her with trepidation. After contemplating her predicament, Tang Tian approached the butler once lunch concluded. The butler observed her evident unease and inquired, "Tang Tian, what troubles you?" After deliberating, she asked, "Might it be possible for one of the servants to accompany me while delivering dinner?" The butler's expression reflected confusion. "Is it that you are overwhelmed?" "That seems unlikely, as there are no other pressing tasks besides delivering dinner upstairs." Tang Tian nodded, explaining, "Perhaps it is simply the strain of being in a new environment. I have not been feeling well recently. I thought I could manage, but I awoke today feeling sore. I fear I may fall ill and inadvertently transmit something to the gentleman, so I thought it prudent to have another servant familiarize themselves with the routine, just in case." The butler, noticing her rosy complexion and spirited demeanor, found it hard to believe she was unwell. Nevertheless, her concerns were valid. However, he replied, "I must consult with the gentlemen to see if they agree." Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt a sense of helplessness, unable to retract her request, and could only await the outcome anxiously. After a while, two private physicians arrived and summoned her to a guest room to assess whether she was indeed unwell. Tang Tian was taken aback as the doctors diligently examined her, even drawing blood for tests. As dusk fell, her medical report was ready, aside from a deficiency in vitality. All indicators were normal, with no other ailments detected. The butler approached her with the results, expressing confusion. The doctor stated that all your metrics are normal. How could you possibly feel unwell? He did not even question the validity of Tang Tian's assertions. Feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, Tang Tian realized that she had inadvertently caused such a response by suggesting her malaise. Since her health was indeed fine, the results were as expected, leaving her regretting her decision to pursue this course of action. The butler added, "It may merely be a deficiency in vitality, which requires gentle nourishment, preferably through diet. Given your short stay here, you will be returning to your home country in a few days. I have already informed Butler Liu to instruct the chef to prepare nourishing meals for you daily." Tang Tian felt embarrassed to accept such benefits. "Butler, The butler promptly interrupted her refusal, saying, "Do not be hasty in declining. This is the wish of several gentlemen, and it does not require much effort. Agent Wu is also aware of this matter and believes it is indeed quite taxing for you to manage everything alone, which is rather unfair. She mentioned that you would receive an additional bonus. It is unavoidable, as the gentlemen are somewhat demanding. Thus, it may require you to exert yourself a bit more." Listening to this, Tang Tian felt overwhelmed with guilt, realizing it was wrong to feign discomfort with her health to shirk her responsibilities. The butler noticed her distress, beads of sweat forming on her brow, and with a smile, he said, "All right, if you feel tired, take a moment to rest. There is nothing pressing at the moment." As she watched the butler's departing figure, Tang Tian remained rooted to the spot for a long while. In this world, The only individuals who had shown her no prejudice were the two butlers and Sister Wu, who had taken great care of her. Tang Tian took out her phone to check messages, reflecting that since her arrival, the original owner's parents had never contacted her. They had a son, and thus had scarcely attended to their daughter, especially after her graduation. They rarely called her thereafter. The annual phone call was solely to request money, claiming that it was a struggle to support her education and that she must contribute to the family, especially with the brother's impending marriage requiring savings. Half of the money the original owner earned went to her family, and half was for her personal use. Tang Tian felt that she should still send a fixed amount to her original parents each year as a way of expressing gratitude for their support in her education. However, maintaining a distance emotionally would be for the best for everyone involved. She stepped into the side hall to catch her breath, primarily to indulge in some fruit, as there was no refrigerator in her room. Each time she craved fruit, she had to venture to the side hall or the bar. The sound of Lu Xiaoji's wheelchair approached once more. Though Tang Tian did not turn to look, she sensed her proximity. Lu Xiaoji lingered for a while before departing. Perhaps her previous words had made some impact, as Lu Xiaoji had shown more restraint in their recent encounters. Tang Tian continued to ignore her. Their best state of affairs was to coexist without interference. As night fell, they had dined later than usual at lunch, so dinner would also be served later. While pushing the dining cart to deliver dinner, Tang Tian first entered Pei Zhu's room, noting that he had seemingly not descended the stairs all day. She couldn't help but marvel at his wealth, power, height, and good looks. As the president of a major corporation and a talented singer, he was both gifted and industrious. She felt utterly dwarfed by his achievements. Entering the room, she anticipated an empty living area. Pei Zhu stood with his back to her, his proud figure silhouetted against the half-open window, seemingly seeking fresh air. "Good evening, Mr. Pei," she greeted before beginning her tasks. His rich, magnetic voice broke the silence. "Are you unwell?" Tang Tian paused in surprise, then quickly resumed, placing the dishes on the dining table. "I am well. I have undergone a medical examination and my health is robust." To her astonishment, he actually expressed concern for her, a gesture more surprising than presenting her with a business card. Pei Zhu remarked that if she felt unwell, she should allow the other servants to share her workload, with her salary remaining unchanged. Tang Tian could not conceal her surprise. This implied that the restriction on other servants delivering meals to her room was imposed by someone else. "Thank you, Mr. Pei, for your concern," she replied, a hint of confusion clouding her mind, yet she hesitated to inquire further. It seemed Pei Zhu was unaware of the reasons behind the restriction on other servants. Upon reflection, it made sense, given Pei Zhu's busy schedule. How could he concern himself with such trivial matters? It was likely that Sister Wu had contacted him, making decisions based on the number of people permitted. Judging by Pei Zhu's nature, his response was probably succinct. That is acceptable, aligning perfectly with his reticent character. As Tang Tian pushed the dining cart out of Pei Zhu's room, she pondered that it was the other three men who had prohibited the other servants from delivering meals, which prompted Sister Wu to assign her the task alone. After all, Pei Zhu's response was rather ambiguous. Standing before Shun Yanli's door, she mustered the courage to knock twice, but received no reply. However, akin to her previous encounter with Wen Xiaohan, the door was ajar. She called out Mr. Shan a couple of times, yet silence persisted. Could he be bathing as well? Listening intently, she discerned the sound of running water emanating from a bedroom. Seizing the opportunity, she promptly pushed the dining cart inside, placing the meal upon the dining table. Raising her voice, she announced, "Mr. Shun, dinner is ready on the table. Please enjoy it at your leisure." With that, Tang Tian continued to push the cart away from his room. With Shun Yanli's dinner successfully delivered, her greatest source of distress remained the enigmatic Fu Shi. Chapter 57. Ominous, she composed herself, suppressing her anxiety, and wheeled the dining cart to Fu Shi's door, knocking lightly. The door was not locked. Inside, Fu Shi's languid voice drifted out as Tang Tian pushed the door open, hastening her steps into the room. She aimed to act swiftly, fearing that Fu Shi might become irate. Fu Shi lounged on the sofa, observing her hurried movements, as though he might devour her alive. He leisurely cautioned her. "Han is not to be underestimated. Keep your distance." Tang Tian was taken aback by his words, expecting anger instead. Although she puzzled over his reasoning, Fu Shi possessed a deeper understanding of Wen Xiaohan than she did. She gazed at Fu Shi, whose posture was relaxed, and both his expression and the tone of his earlier remark suggested sincerity rather than deception. However, what did it matter if Wen Xiaohan was formidable? She had never intended to approach him deliberately. This morning had left her no choice but to accept a ride with someone. Mr. Fu, you're overthinking it. I did not intentionally seek proximity to Mr. Wan. Fu undicésimos mirkt. Then why is it that you always end up in his vehicle and stand next to him during meals? His tone was nonchalant, yet it carried an unmistakable hint of jealousy. Tang Tian placed the final vegetable salad on the dining table and stepped back to create some distance. This is my job. It is the same regardless of which gentleman I serve. Fu Shi raised an eyebrow in mockery. I beg to differ. Tang Tian understood that he insinuated she was not his first choice, and she replied honestly, Mr. Fu, you intimidate me. Her words darkened Fu Shi's expression, and he fell silent, merely fixing his gaze upon her. Tang Tian felt the chill of his stare envelop her, prompting her to seize the opportunity to retreat with the dining cart. Fortunate that Fu Shi did not impede her exit this time. She ultimately delivered Wen Xiaohan's dinner to his room, completing half of her evening duties, as she still needed to collect their used plates later. After finishing her own dinner downstairs, she returned upstairs 40 minutes later, entering the rooms of the male protagonist once more to retrieve the plates. She noted with curiosity that Shun Yanli did not cast a glance in her direction. In stark contrast, Fu Shi's gaze remained fixed on her the moment she entered, rendering Tang Tian hesitant to meet his eyes. Nevertheless, she successfully gathered the plates and departed from his room. Exiting Wen Xiaohan's room, she pushed the cart to the elevator, contemplating that Shun Yanli's fondness for her was likely waning, while Fu Shi would probably require more time before his disdain subsided. By 8:30 that evening, she returned to her room after work, sitting on the sofa and nearly forgetting about delivering milk to Shun Yanli. At a little past 9, Tang Tian heated a cup of milk and ascended to the second floor to present it to Shun Yanli. She knocked on his door, entering only after receiving a response. Shun Yanli was absent from the living room, and as she prepared to place the milk on the table, his tall figure emerged from the bedroom. Tang Tian was bending over, placing the milk on the coffee table. Upon seeing him, she offered a polite smile. Mr. Shun, the milk you requested has arrived. Her smile was a typical professional facade, while Shun Yanli's cold gaze remained fixed upon her. Sensing an unsettling aura, Tang Tian swiftly turned and fled towards the door. Her wrist was seized by the man, and before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself lifted off the ground, only to regain her senses as she was hoisted over Shun Yanli's broad shoulder. Fear immobilized her, and in a state of panic, she exclaimed, Mr. Shun, please put me down. Shun Yanli carried her into the bedroom with purposeful strides. She was indeed set down, but her back met the softness of a large bed, imbued with the deep, musky scent of Shun Yanli. Just as she sank into the bedding, before she could rise, his robust form loomed over her, their noses almost touching. His dark, brooding eyes, filled with an ominous intensity, were laid bare before Tang Tian. How dare you engage with another man in my presence? His voice was more perilous than the unpredictable moods of Fu Shi. Tang Tian's heart raced as she listened, and despite her attempts to push him away, he remained utterly unmoved. Trembling, she stammered, I have already rejected you. Shun Yanli's chilling breath brushed against her ear as he whispered, you are quite disobedient. Mr. Shun, she managed to utter, but darkness enveloped her vision as his lips captured hers. He kissed her tenderly, avoiding intrusion, merely brushing his lips against hers. Shun Yanli swallowed her voice with his kiss, lost in the moment. The sudden ring of a phone shattered the heated atmosphere in the bedroom. Shun Yanli opened his reddened eyes, his expression icy as he silenced the phone, then returned to her lips. Yet, moments later, the phone rang again, prompting him to rise and turn it off. As he continued to kiss Tang Tian, a knock resounded at the door. Liga, why did you turn off your phone? I heard it ringing inside. I've composed a new piece. I'd like you to listen and see if it suits you. No response came, and Fu Shi persisted in knocking, seemingly unwilling to relent until granted entry. Shen Yanli released Tang Tian's lips, his expression darkening with the intention of confronting Fu Shi. He whispered hoarsely against her ear, "Wait for me." Shen Yanli slipped on a coat and opened the door with a frosty demeanor, while Fu Shi scrutinized him from head to toe. "Are you wearing a coat indoors?" The bedroom door had been closed, and Tang Tian gradually emerged from her stupor. Her cheeks flushed with color as she sat up in bed, flustered and dazed. Her lips, kissed into a rosy hue by Shen Yanli, rendered her unaware of the door being opened. Chapter 58. Taking her away as Tang Tian was on the verge of leaving, Shen Yanli's long, exquisitely crafted hands encircled her slender back. Caught off guard, Tang Tian found her lips claimed by the man behind her, rendering her speechless. Just as her consciousness began to clear, it faded again, her mind clouded and unable to think. A knock resonated at his door once more, as Fu Shi returned. "Li Go, are you truly not going to listen? I can hardly wait to share this with you." Fu Shi's voice boomed, penetrating through the door. Shen Yanli's kiss faltered for a moment. Fu Shi's increasingly loud call stirred a flicker of irritation across his handsome features. He released his embrace, placing the dazed Tang Tian onto the bed, and pressed a kiss to the corner of her lips. Tang Tian, her lower lip inflamed from his kiss, hurriedly adjusted her clothes. She approached the bedroom door, waiting for Fu Shi to depart before she would escape Shen Yanli's room, overwhelmed by the encounter. Fu Shi peered inside the door, his brows knitted in frustration upon seeing the stillness within. He eventually left Shen Yanli's door, his expression darkening. As the door clicked shut behind Shen Yanli, Tang Tian hurried out of the bedroom, noticing her flushed cheeks as she avoided his gaze. She picked up the tray he had discarded on the sofa, maintaining her distance. Shen Yanli seemed unfazed by her retreat. Striding towards her with long strides, he inquired, "Why are you out here?" Tang Tian felt her ears heat at the sultry tone, tinged with a certain emotion in his voice. "Mr. Shen, I need to return to my room to rest." As he approached, she swiftly maneuvered around the dining table and dashed towards the door, turning the knob with urgency and exiting without a backward glance. Tang Tian hastily made her way to the elevator, not stopping until she reached the first floor, where she returned the tray to the kitchen. Quickly, she retreated back to her room, shutting the door behind her, covering her lips with her hand. She could hardly fathom the recent events. Shen Yanli had done that. Biting her lip, her eyes shimmered with lingering ripples of emotion. After a considerable time, she finally regained her composure from the surging heat. Still trembling slightly, she entered the bathroom with her sleepwear. As she changed out her clothes, she noticed that the buttons on her delicate garment had come undone, threatening to fall apart. The memory of recent moments flushed her cheeks, making the garment feel as if it were scalding to the touch, prompting her to discard the damaged piece into the trash. Adjusting the water to the desired warmth, she winced as the heat touched her swollen lips, the sensation tingling. That night, Tang Tian lay in bed, her thoughts continuously influenced by Shen Yanli. Each recollection made her bite her lip. In the deep of night, she fell into a profound slumber, perhaps too fatigued. For the haunting dreams that had plagued her in recent days were absent this night. As dawn broke, Tang Tian awoke, meticulously brushing her teeth while contemplating the most effective ways to evade Shen Yanli. With 2 more days abroad before returning to her home in the villa, she relished the thought of no longer being responsible for Shen Yanli's daily meals or stepping into his room. Tang Tianxin, feeling a sense of unease, pushed the dining cart towards the kitchen to fetch breakfast, followed by a cup of coffee, intended for the workaholic Peiju. Ascending to the 2nd floor, she slightly rearranged her delivery order, choosing to serve Peiju first, then Wen Xiaohan, followed by Fu Shi, and lastly, Shen Yanli, relegating the most perilous to the rear. Entering Fu Shi's room with the cart, she found him in the living room, visibly agitated as he played with the game controller. Upon noticing her entrance, he scrutinized her from head to toe, the shadows in his expression deep and foreboding. Last night, his initial inquiry caused her hand to tremble momentarily, but she quickly steadied herself, gracefully arranging the breakfast on the table. Whether intentional or not, Fu Shi paused before continuing to question her. "What time did you finish work?" With an impassive demeanor, Tang Tianxin replied, 8:30. She refrained from uttering anything further, aware that Fu Shi was likely still intrigued by her. If he were to discover Shun Yanli's actions towards her last night, it was unfathomable what he might do, especially with his capricious nature making him even more unpredictable. Moreover, if Fu Shi were to confront Shun Yanli, she could scarcely imagine the predicament she would find herself in, and whether she could extricate herself from this narrative in 4 months remained uncertain. Fu Shi silently observed her, and Tang Tian presumed his gaze was meant to detect any cracks in her facade. Thus, she endeavored to maintain her composure, ensuring that not a hint of disquiet escaped his notice. Noticing his silence, she remarked, "Mr. Fu, enjoy your meal," before pushing the cart out of his room. Once the door closed, a minute passed before Fu Shi abruptly hurled the game controller against the sofa. Damn! Even in his fury, he feared startling the recently departed Tang Tian. The controller landed softly on the plush sofa, making little sound. Fu Shi spread his long legs, resting his arms on his knees, his heavy demeanor deterring anyone from approaching. Although Shun Yanli had made the first move, he was reluctant to frighten Tang Tian, concerned she might not withstand the strain. In due time, he would reclaim her from Shun Yanli. Chapter 59. Restraint. Tang Tian stood at the threshold of Shun Yanli's room, her breath held in anticipation. If she refrained from delivering milk in the evening, perhaps he would not behave as he had the night before. She knocked softly, her heart trembling upon hearing his voice from within. Pushing the door open, she found Shun Yanli seemingly immersed in his morning ritual of reading, his tall and elegant figure silhouetted against the floor-to-ceiling window. In his left hand he held a book, while his right cradled a cup of water. He was strikingly complemented by the snow-capped mountains outside, creating a scene that unfolded before Tang Tian like a masterful painting. After taking a few sips of warm water, Shun Yanli set the cup down on the nearby table. Tang Tian hurriedly wheeled the breakfast cart to the dining table, arranging the meal with such swiftness that it seemed as if she might leave a blur in her wake. The sound of the curtains being drawn startled her, completely obscuring the view of the floor-to-ceiling window. Yet, no matter how fast she moved, she could not halt the approaching footsteps of Shun Yanli. "Mr. Shun, please take your time," she stammered, her hands still busy with the breakfast setup. Just as she placed a dish on the table, she felt a pair of elegant hands encircle her waist. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast?" Shun Yanli's lips brushed against her earlobe, his voice a low, husky whisper. Tang Tian felt enveloped by the rich scent of his cologne, leaving no room for escape. "Mr. Shun, I haven't," she began, intending to express that she had not yet agreed to be his girlfriend, a notion she hoped would buy her some time. However, before she could finish her thought, Shun Yanli captured her soft lips with his own. Pulling back slightly, he murmured in a sultry tone, "Haven't eaten breakfast yet? Let's have it together." Tang Tian felt ensnared, as he offered her no opportunity to withdraw. Flustered, she stammered, "That's not what I meant." Her words trailed off as Shun Yanli seized the moment to kiss her again. After a lengthy embrace, she struggled and breathlessly said, "I need to leave." Yet, she found Shun Yanli enveloped in a haunting silence, and it was only then that she sensed a dangerous air, her gaze dropping in confusion. "Apologies," he replied. "I kissed you for too long." Tang Tian bit her lip, her face aflame with embarrassment. His breath was warm against her skin as he held her close, asking in a hushed voice, "In half a month, will you be ready?" Dazed, she nestled against him, her eyes wide in confusion until he posed a pivotal question. "When can we be together?" "I'll need 4 months to prepare," she quickly replied, resorting to her tactic for delaying. Shun Yanli furrowed his brow. "For months?" Nodding, she thought to herself how effective her delaying strategy was. In the next moment, he chuckled softly. Holding her tightly, he whispered, "Tang Tian, you know I cannot wait that long." Tang Tian sensed the weight of his words, caught in a flurry of panic, wanting to struggle, but hesitating, fearful of provoking him once more. "Mr. Shun, I truly require this length of time to come to terms with my feelings. I have never been in love, so I ask for a little preparation time." Shun Yanli kissed her gently, saying, "I understand. I will give you a month." Tang Tian shook her head. "For months would suffice. It could also serve as a test of your sincere feelings for me." However, Shun Yanli tightened his embrace, his tone remaining steady and unhurried. "For months is too long." At this moment, she felt genuinely anxious. Shun Yanli was not as easily swayed as Fu Shi. Chapter 60. Fine, it'll be 2 months. He conceded in a softened tone. In a flurry of panic, Tang Tian quickly devised a plan. She wrapped her arms around his firm waist. Her voice laced with a playful pout. How about 4 months from now? During these months, I promise I won't run away. Upon uttering those words, she hesitantly pressed her trembling lips against his. Shen Yanli seemed quite taken by her charm, his handsome features softening. All right, I agree. Tang Tian pushed the dining cart out of his room, closing the door behind her, and stood momentarily in front of it, catching her breath. Her fingers trembled. She had successfully delayed the time he wished to claim her until 4 months later. What she had said to Shen Yanli was merely a ruse to buy time, for she intended to evade him until her departure in 4 months. Taking a deep breath, she wheeled the cart into the elevator, descended to the first floor, and returned to her room. Standing before the mirror, her cheeks were flushed, still radiating warmth. Her eyes, shimmering like water, caught a glimpse of her reflection, only to quickly avert her gaze, unable to conceal the lingering allure. Not daring to linger in her room, as thoughts of Shen Yanli's actions echoed in her mind, she busied herself to distract her thoughts. Exiting her room, she restlessly engaged in her tasks, oblivious to Lu Xiaoji passing by. Observing Tang Tian over the past few days, Lu Xiaoji noted that Tang Tian was not the clumsy figure she had anticipated. Rather, she executed her duties with remarkable composure. Even the butler of the vacation villa expressed admiration for her diligence. Lu Xiaoji, glancing at her intentionally injured foot, felt her spirits plummet. Watching Tang Tian's graceful silhouette depart, she realized her previous misjudgment. Henceforth, she would learn the art of feigned indifference from Tang Tian and refrain from provoking conflict. The gentleman now regarded Tang Tian with newfound respect, a fact that left Lu Xiaoji gripping the railing in frustration. At noon, several gentlemen gathered for lunch in the dining room on the first floor, while Tang Tian and a few servants prepared for the meal. The first to arrive was Shen Yanli, and the moment he entered, Tang Tian felt the intensity of his gaze following her every move. She dared not look in his direction, nor would she position herself behind him. Noticing her refusal to approach, Shen Yanli's fervent gaze gradually turned icy. At that moment, when Xiaohan entered the dining room, taking his seat at the previously occupied table, his refined demeanor evoked an instant fondness. Tang Tian remained at Wen Xiaohan's side, attending to him, resolutely avoiding standing behind Shen Yanli. She needed to keep her distance from him. Another servant had already taken position beside Shen Yanli, who casually wiped his long, fair hands with a warm towel, seemingly not insisting on her attending to his meal. Throughout this ordeal, Tang Tian felt like an ant on a hot pan, her anxiety mounting under the scrutinizing gazes of Shen Yanli and the nearby Fu Shi, both of whom appeared unwilling to relent easily. Until they finished their lunch and departed, Shen Yanli refrained from any intimate gestures or words in the presence of others, which provided Tang Tian with considerable relief. As Shen Yanli departed from the dining hall, he cast a meaningful glance at her. Tang Tian fortuitously met his gaze, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the look he had when he kissed her, a gaze filled with desire and dominance. Yet now, it lacked some of the fervor that accompanied that kiss. Tang Tian hurriedly averted her eyes, her ears tinged with warmth, and only relaxed once she confirmed Shen Yanli's departure. Fu Shi was the last to leave the restaurant. Unlike before, he refrained from teasing her and instead granted her the space to ease her mind. During the afternoon break, Tang Tian lay on her bed, contemplating not to inform the housekeeper, planning to allocate a small portion of her salary to have another servant deliver a meal to Shen Yanli's room. After all, with just 2 days remaining, she would no longer have to worry about these matters upon returning to the villa in her homeland. Chapter 61. The Gift. As evening descended, Tang Tian had already conferred with another servant regarding the arrangement, including the payment she would receive. She felt no remorse. The labor was not hers, but belonged to another. Thus the remuneration naturally went to the other party. Tang Tian was untroubled by any potential outburst from Shen Yanli, for he was not of such a temperament, and he was aware that this was entirely her initiative, absolving the servant of blame. However, the servant was perplexed as to why she was suddenly tasked with delivering a meal to Mr. Shen. She inquired of Tang Tian, Is Mr. Shun feeling unwell lately? Tang Tian shook her head and, with some hesitation, replied, Mr. Shun harbors quite a dislike for me, so I must trouble you with this. The servant grasped the situation and began to worry that the housekeeper would penalize her if he found out. What if the housekeeper learns of this? Tang Tian assured her, do not worry. Should the housekeeper discover it, I will bear all consequences. If any fines are to be imposed upon you, I will cover the cost. Having spent a few days with Tang Tian, the servant could discern that she was a straightforward individual, always sincerely attending to her duties and quietly offering assistance to others in need. Trusting her instincts, the servant readily agreed. During dinner service, Tang Tian first delivered a meal to Pei Ju's room, leaving Fu Shi to be served last. Pei Ju appeared even busier, as she observed him preoccupied in his study, regardless of the time of day. After finishing with Pei Ju, she wheeled the dining cart into one Xiaohan's room. Upon seeing her, when Xiaohan smiled and asked, You seem a bit distracted these past few days. Have you been overworked? His concern flowed into Tang Tian's anxious heart like a warm current. He was remarkably perceptive. Tang Tian returned his smile, replying, A little, but it's nothing serious. Approaching the dining table, she began her tasks. Just as she prepared to leave, when Xiaohan called her back, she turned to see him holding a jewelry pouch, the mere sight of which indicated the value of its contents. He said, Yesterday, while out, I bought gifts for my family and picked up a little something for you. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. For me? Her tone was laced with astonishment. When Xiaohan smiled without replying, extending the gift toward her, Tang Tian instinctively stepped back, raising her hands in gentle refusal. I cannot accept this. Mr. Wen's kindness is appreciated, but when Xiaohan, anticipating her reaction, placed the gift on the dining cart, he retreated only to advance, insisting, It is not of great value. It is the first gift I have given you, so please do not reject it. His words rendered Tang Tian unable to refuse any longer. To do so would imply disdain for his thoughtful offering. Reluctantly, she accepted the gift, carefully removing it from the cart. With a tissue in hand, she meticulously wiped the bottom of the jewelry pouch, mindful of any grease that might mar its pristine condition. After all, it was a gift from another, and cherishing it was a mark of respect for their sentiment. When Xiaohan's handsome face radiated with increased warmth, as if her instinctive action had deepened the enigmatic allure hidden in his gaze. Well then, thank you, Tang Tian said, holding the jewelry pouch with a hint of awkwardness, feeling slightly embarrassed to accept the gift from someone else. When Xiaohan chuckled and said, You've worked hard these days. Not presenting you with a gift weighs heavily on my conscience. Tang Tian hurriedly replied, With the generous salary you provide, it is my obligation to fulfill my duties. When Xiaohan looked at her with a smile and said, Please continue with your tasks. I shall not disturb your work. Mr. 1. Enjoy your meal, Tang Tian said before swiftly pushing the dining cart away, anxious not to interrupt his dining experience. As she exited Xiaohan's room, she coincidentally spotted a servant pushing a dining cart into Shun Yanli's room down the right corridor. Although Tang Tian was aware that nothing untoward would occur, she couldn't help but feel a surge of apprehension, as if she were the one entering Shun Yanli's chamber. At that moment, the servant entered Shun Yanli's room with the dining cart. Shun Yanli sat on the sofa, a black card resting on the coffee table, seemingly awaiting its new owner's arrival. Chapter 62. Reward the servant wheeled in the dining cart. Although Tang Tian had assured that everything would be fine, this act was carried out without the butler's consent, and Mr. Shun was unaware, leaving the servant somewhat apprehensive. As she entered, Shun Yanli lifted his gaze. His handsome features remained unchanged, yet the depth of his dark eyes was colder than the snow outside. The servant failed to notice the shift in his expression. Mr. Shun, Tang Tian is overwhelmed, so I brought you dinner. Shun Yanli replied in his usual tone. Once the servant exited the room with the card, Shun Yanli fixated on the black card resting on the coffee table, suddenly breaking into a light laugh that sent shivers down one's spine. Such audacity. At that moment, Tang Tian pushed the card into Fu Shi's room, where he opened the door for her. Fu Shi examined her subtly. She did not appear overly fatigued, leading him to ponder whether Shun Yanli had overstepped. Yet, he was troubled by the thought of why Tang Tian had not agreed to be his girlfriend. Why had she chosen to accept Shun Yanli instead? What was it about Shun Yanli that made him superior? She then noticed her opening the cart's compartment, revealing a vacant bottom shelf, which held a jewelry pouch adorned with a familiar luxury brand logo. The compartment was swiftly closed, as if to shield its contents from his view. Tang Tian was wary of Shi, fearing he might become jealous and act impulsively if he saw it. Hence, she had hidden it at the bottom and closed it immediately after retrieving the item. However, she had not realized he had seen it nonetheless. Shi smirked. Who gave you the jewelry? Tang Tian feigned ignorance. What jewelry? His keen eyes were far too perceptive. How had he noticed? Fu undicesimo stepped closer. Opening the cart's compartment again, placing the jewelry pouch heavily on the oiliest section of the cart, almost as if he wished to toss it into the greasiest dish. He remained silent, his gaze fixed downward upon her. Tang Tian quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe the jewelry box, only to have it snatched away by his slender, well-defined hand. Shi's handsome face darkened. In such a hurry? She replied anxiously, Please give it back. This is a token of someone's goodwill. It cannot be wasted like this. Shi's jealousy flared, his jaw tightening. Who gave it to you? Tang Tian attempted to jump to reclaim the jewelry box, but Shi was too tall and held it too high for her to reach. It was a small gesture from Mr. One, she explained. Shi immediately recognized Wen Xiaohan's intentions, while this foolish girl before him remained oblivious. Wen Xiaohan, you accept gifts from him, yet why should I give you gifts? Your expression is as if you've seen a ghost. Tang Tian found his latter comment both amusing and exasperating. Mr. Wen's gift carries no ulterior motives, and he mentioned it wasn't expensive. You said you would give me a cart full of clothes. I certainly cannot accept that. If the butler or others were to find out, I would not be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. After all, which employer would inexplicably buy a cart full of clothes for a servant? That would be tantamount to admitting that Shi and she were in a romantic relationship. Shi scoffed. Do you know how much the cheapest jewelry from that brand costs? He casually opened the jewelry box to take a glance and inquired of her. Tang Tian, unfamiliar with luxury items, particularly those of the opulent world, found herself at a loss. While the original owner's memories contained much knowledge about renowned brands, this particular one was unknown to her. She gently shook her head, asking how much. Tang Tian understood that when Xiaohan mentioned it was not worth much. It was a mere fade. Given his wealth, his notion of not much likely hovered around several thousand yuan, a sum that would be exorbitant for an ordinary person like her. She closed the jewelry box and, with an air of nonchalance, informed her, at least 600,000 to 700,000. Yours is probably around 1 million. Tang Tian gasped, her astonishment rendering her expression unrestrained. Her voice rose sharply. How much? You said this is how much? She was amused by her reaction, pinching her cheek with his other hand, leaning in closer with an affectionate demeanor. I must say, you are utterly adorable. Tang Tian pushed his hand away, only to have him cling to her again, pinching her right cheek. Unable to escape his grasp and losing the will to resist, she was solely focused on uncovering the price of the jewelry box. 1 million. Her eyes, dark and luminous, were filled with disbelief. Shi had no reason to deceive her. He was most likely speaking the truth. She quickly seized the opportunity to reclaim the jewelry bag from his hands, anxiously inspecting its bottom for any oil stains. Fortunately, after a thorough wipe, no traces of grease remained. Knowing the jewelry within the box was worth around 1 million, she dared not grip it too tightly. Tang Tian playfully tapped his arm, chiding him, You almost got it smeared with oil. If that happens, I could never afford to replace it. Even the bag containing the jewelry, if soiled, would be irreplaceable for some of her means. Shi relished the playful banter, his handsome face brightening with amusement. Such light-hearted teasing, especially with someone as delicate as Tang Tian, was merely an expression of affection. He has given it to you. You may do as you please with your gift. Tang Tian continued to meticulously examine the jewelry, concerned it might have been tainted, even though Shi's hands were undoubtedly clean. Upon hearing his remark, she instinctively responded, It's too precious. I must return it to him later. Thank you for informing me. Shi, dispelling any prior gloom, smiled exuberantly. Why accept his gift? I have something even better more expensive, and more practical to give you. Tang Tian's thoughts remained fixated on the jewelry box, planning to return the gift to Wen Xiaohan once she exited Fu Shi's room. Thus, his words merely brushed past her ears without sinking in. Nevertheless, she grasped the crux of his statement, hurriedly retorting, "Please don't gift me anything. I truly do not need it." Fu Shi, having discerned her character, chose not to divulge too much, replying casually, "It's nothing. I was merely speaking." Tang Tian then felt at ease, placing the last plate of salad on the dining table. "Mr. Fu, please enjoy your meal." She pushed the dining cart to leave, the jewelry bag feeling as if it bore a weight of 1,000 pounds. Fu Shi grasped her wrist, blocking her path, leaning in closer with his tall, handsome frame. His obscure gaze settled upon her lips as he softly inquired, "Will you not reward me?" Chapter 63. Confrontation. Tang Tian was taken aback by his sudden advance, retreating in alarm. "Reward? What reward?" She had a rather unfortunate habit of stuttering when flustered, a trait she had yet to shake off from her previous life. Fu Shi, with an overwhelming force, grasped her waist, seemingly unable to restrain his impulse to draw closer, lifting her off the ground. He gazed down at her soft lips and murmured, "I wish to kiss you." Tang Tian struggled a few times, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Mr. Fu, please put me down. Our agreed time is 4 months from now." Upon hearing her use "we" instead of "you and I," Fu Shi felt a sense of satisfaction. His tone was deep and gravelly as he replied, "I need something to look forward to in my life, otherwise I fear I won't last even a month before claiming you." She trembled, contemplating the allure of these two men. How could they be so beguiling? Tang Tian realized that if this continued, she would surely lose control once again. She stammered, What can I do?" She found herself utterly defenseless against their fervor, especially since she had never been in a relationship before. The fact that both men were strikingly handsome and fit, yet remained untarnished, only intensified her desires. Her rational mind fought back against such extreme temptation, making it all the more difficult for her. Fu Shi set her jewelry pouch aside and proposed a condition. "Let me kiss you once a week." Tang Tian hesitated. "No, that is not possible." Fu Shi's voice turned low and husky. "Tang Tian, I know what you're thinking. The only reason I'm letting you go for now is that I like you too much. Don't push me." Her heart raced, and her skin flushed even deeper. "Then, how about once every 2 months?" Fu Shi kissed her neck, whispering, "Once a month is my bottom line." Tang Tian wavered, and Fu Shi continued, "I'm not toying with you. I wish to be your proper boyfriend." Desperate and unable to withstand his teasing, she quickly acquiesced. "All right, once a month." He replied, "Today marks the 1st month." Just as she was about to speak, he seized the moment, kissing her deeply. Fu Shi tightened his muscular arms around her, recalling the vividness of that dream. So real it felt, as if it would materialize. Tang Tian, dazed, attempted to push him away, though she found it futile. I need to leave. Pei should be coming out of Mr. Shan's room. Staying here too long could cause misunderstandings." Fu undicesimo chuckled softly, realizing that Tang Tian had not agreed to be Shun Yanli's girlfriend. "So afraid of being misunderstood with me?" Tang Tian shook her head. As he set her down, she almost lost her balance, turning around, only to be caught again in his strong embrace from behind. "I really must leave. Please, don't." Fu Shi honored his promise, releasing her, watching as she hurriedly gathered her jewelry pouch and pushed the cart out of his room. Once the door closed, he muttered to himself, this is truly difficult." As Tang Tian stepped out of Fu Shi's room, she quickly grabbed a few tissues to cushion her grip and placed the jewelry pouch in the last compartment of the cart. As she pushed the dining cart to the stairway, she was relieved to find that the elevator doors revealed only the cart, devoid of Pei's presence. Otherwise, the vivid hue of her lips would have been an unmistakable giveaway. She retrieved the jewelry pouch and descended the stairs. Tang Tian returned to her room first, concealing the jewelry pouch, planning to return it to Wen Xiaohan after collecting the dining trays upstairs. It was far too valuable to leave unguarded. Minutes passed as Tang Tian stood by the water cooler, sipping from it when, by chance, Pei spotted her. With a hint of confusion, Pei inquired, "Tang Tian, why didn't I see you come down earlier?" Tang Tian replied, I was a moment behind you. Pei Pei, not suspecting anything amiss, noticed her lips were a shade of red. Did you burn your lips? Tang Tian nodded. I was distracted while getting water and nearly scalded my tongue. Pei Pei expressed her concern. Are you all right? Do you need some burn ointment or something? Tang Tian shook her head. I'm fine. It will be better soon. Pei Pei chose not to press further. Tang Tian refrained from asking her about Shun Yanli's reaction, and seeing that Pei Pei seemed unfazed. It was evident that Shun Yanli had not expressed anger, just as she had anticipated. A weight lifted from her heart. Fu Shi was undoubtedly far easier to handle than Shun Yanli. Chapter 64. Ultimate compromise. At the very least, Fu Shi could genuinely make concessions, whereas Shun Yanli was altogether different. He would truly consume her entirely. Tang Tian mused that there were merely 4 months remaining until her departure, at which point she would have successfully extricated herself from the narrative, avoiding both Shun Yanli and Fu Shi. She eagerly anticipated the day of her exit, for otherwise it was not just Shun Yanli and Fu Shi she feared. Under such overwhelming temptation, she doubted her own ability to resist. Tang Tian thought to herself, it is indeed too burdensome. 40 minutes later, upon seeing Pei Pei ascend to the second floor, she hesitated, waiting for her to enter Shun Yanli's room. It would be quite unfavorable if she were seen as merely receiving a gift from Wen Xiaohan. Although she understood that Wen Xiaohan harbored no such intentions, she feared misunderstandings, as such matters were often difficult to clarify. Following Pei Pei, Tang Tian ascended to the second floor with a bag of jewelry, placing it at the very bottom of the dining cart's compartment. When she collected the meal tray from Wen Xiaohan's room, she hastily stowed the tray into the cart and removed her gloves, wiping her hands clean with a paper towel. Only then did she reopen the compartment, retrieving the jewelry bag and placing it on the coffee table in the living room. Wen Xiaohan was seated on the sofa, casting a glance at the jewelry bag now resting on the table. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with a gentle demeanor. Looking at her tenderly, he inquired, "Do you not like this style?" Tang Tian shook her head. "I like it very much, but the gift from Mr. Wen is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." He murmured thoughtfully, "Too extravagant?" Tang Tian nodded. "Though I have been responsible for delivering meals to you these past few days, my wages have already increased considerably. I cannot accept such a costly gift from you." When Xiaohan fell silent for a moment before asking, "Have you looked into this brand?" Of course, Tang Tian would not involve Fu Shi in this matter. She nodded. "I checked it on my phone, and the price shocked me." When Xiaohan smiled warmly, "I was afraid you would refuse, yet you have discovered the truth." Seeing him sigh softly, she felt a twinge of guilt about her refusal. However, the gift was simply too valuable. She smiled. "When I return to the country, I'll make you some desserts." When Xiaohan had a penchant for sweets, and, coincidentally, she had enjoyed creating desserts in her previous life. His refined and handsome features remained unchanged as he replied, "All right, I shall sample your culinary skills." Tang Tian humbly said, "Mr. Wen, do not hold your expectations too high. Just a taste will suffice." When Xiaohan gazed at the jewelry bag on the coffee table, expressing a hint of regret, "This necklace was specifically chosen for you. If you do not accept it, I shall have no choice but to discard it." Tang Tian gasped, discard it." He adjusted his glasses and informed her, "Indeed, I have no girlfriend, no female friends, and my family already has other gifts for them. Besides, this style is not to their liking." Tang Tian was taken aback. "Why not return it?" When Xiaohan chuckled lightly, "Once purchased, one cannot simply return it." It seemed that the necklace, worth over 100,000, was destined for disposal simply because Tang Tian had declined to accept it. Tang Tian gazed in astonishment at the necklace resting upon the coffee table, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, as if she were committing an unforgivable sin by discarding over 1 million. When Xiaohan had almost complete control over her fate, "It would be wise for you to accept it. This necklace truly compliments you." When she once again stood at Wen Xiaohan's door, still clutching the jewelry bag, she found herself swayed by his persuasion, ultimately accepting the necklace. As she looked down at the bag in her hand, it dawned on her that she was not merely holding jewelry, but rather a sum exceeding 1 million. With great caution, she placed it back in the last compartment of the dining cart, knocking lightly on the door. Inside, Fu Shi seemed to be awaiting her. In the next moment, the door was flung open. Under Fu Shi's intense gaze, she pushed the cart into his room, oblivious to the fact that when Xiao Han's door was slightly ajar, revealing his tall figure shrouded in shadows. The interplay of light and darkness casting an enigmatic glow upon his handsome, yet cold visage. In Fu Shi's room, as Tang Tian busied herself at the plates, she endeavored to evade the penetrating stare of Fu Shi, whose gaze resembled that of a ravenous wolf poised to pounce. She hastily tidied the dining table, eager to depart. Upon turning, she removed her rubber gloves, only to have her right hand seized by Fu Shi's burning grasp. Her hand was so soft that it entranced him. Tang Tian quickly attempted to withdraw her hand, but he held it firmly, unwilling to let her leave so soon. Fu Shi appeared lost in a state of infatuation, his voice low and earnest. "Stay a little longer." Tang Tian hurriedly replied, "Pang Pang is waiting outside." Although Fu Shi felt a tinge of displeasure at her urgency to leave, he refrained from pressing her too harshly. When he finally released her, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, Fu Shi was far easier to escape than Shun Yanli. "Good night, Mr. Fu," she said hurriedly, pushing the dining cart out of his room. Fu Shi, feeling immensely frustrated, lamented to himself that no one had ever made the experience of romance so agonizing. Contemplating his situation, he retrieved his phone and searched for advice on how to prevent one's girlfriend from wanting to distance herself. The results yielded little in the way of useful guidance, prompting him to slam his phone down on the table in irritation. That night after work, Tang Tian set the jewelry bag aside, her curiosity piqued. She cautiously opened the jewelry box and took out the necklace, holding it before the mirror to compare it against her delicate neck. Truly, it was a necklace befitting its exorbitant price. She hastily returned it, carefully concealing it. Feeling somewhat tired, she decided to take a quick shower and retire early, as she would need to rise early the next day. As for delivering milk to Shun Yanli, she resolved to forego that task, realizing that if she went, he would likely consume it all. Tang Tian enjoyed a soothing hot shower, choosing not to dwell on anything, surrendering all to fate. In the deep of night, she dreamt once more, this time envisioning Shun Yanli impeccably dressed, pinning her against the wall, sealing her lips with his. Waking abruptly from the dream, she gasped for breath. Staring at the ceiling, she pressed her forehead, contemplating brewing some light soup upon her return home. The following day, during both lunch and dinner, several gentlemen dined in the restaurant on the first floor, and she persistently avoided meeting Shun Yanli's gaze. However, on this particular day, Shun Yanli experienced an unexpectedly smooth turn of events. During the meal, he cast a couple of glances her way, reminiscent of their previous interactions. In contrast, Fu Shi appeared rather clingy. Upon seeing her, his handsome smile was uncontrollable, leaving her anxious about potential misunderstandings from others. Fortunately, Fu Shi's habitual teasing of Tang Tian had rendered the onlookers accustomed to their dynamic, preventing any misinterpretation. However, when several other gentlemen departed from the dining area, Fu Shi approached her under the guise of playful banter, grasping her hand and caressing it in an intimate manner. The look in his eyes, a blend of laughter and an undeniable sense of aggression and flirtation, left Tang Tian frozen in fear, urgently signaling him to release her. Thankfully, the table provided a veil of concealment. Otherwise, their exchange would surely have drawn unwanted attention. Chapter 65. Returning home, Tang Tian struggled a few times but could not break free. Noticing that he remained unwilling to release her, her skin, akin to sheep fat jade, flushed a warm crimson, exuding an intimate allure. She contemplated stepping on his foot, but Fu Shi keenly caught on to her intention. Instead of evading, he presented his foot before her with a teasing smile in his peach blossom eyes, inviting her to tread upon it as she wished. Tang Tian felt a surge of indignation. How could he be so utterly shameless? She shot him a glare when no one was watching. Fu undicesimo chacol, Tang Tian. Why do your cheeks and ears appear so flushed? He deliberately raised his voice, as if eager to proclaim that Tang Tian was his girlfriend, already warmed by embarrassment. Her face felt even hotter. Please, Mr. Fu, do not obstruct my work. Thank you, she hurriedly replied, managing to pull her hand free this time. She quickly buried herself in her tasks, avoiding any further eye contact with Fu Shi. Tomorrow marked the day of her return home, a moment she had long awaited. Fu Shi, not wishing to truly provoke her ire, surveyed her with a smirk before casually departing the dining area with his hands in his pockets, radiating a charming ease. There would be ample opportunities for intimacy in the future. This moment was inconsequential. After Fu Shi's departure, Pei Pei noticed Tang Tian's unsettled demeanor and presumed she had been angered by Mr. Fu. Tang Tian, don't take it to heart. Mr. Fu often teases the other three gentlemen. It's just his nature. Tang Tian smiled back. I understand, it's quite all right. Yet Pei Pei found it peculiar and muttered to herself, I've never seen Mr. Fu act this way towards a woman. Tang Tian overheard her. Fu Shi's sharp tongue spared no one he deemed worthy of ridicule. When she had just arrived, he had passed by her on the staircase, and, although he merely posed a question, his eyes brimmed with blatant mockery. Hence, even now, Fu Shi's confession felt surreal to her. As for Xinyanli, the shock he had delivered was monumental. She intended to evade both male leads upon her return to the villa, striving to limit her interactions with them. Back in the country, her responsibilities would lie solely with one gentleman, and it certainly would not be either of them. On the day of her return, Tang Tian bid farewell to the butler and Pei Pei, fully aware that this would be their final encounter, one that would not be repeated. She, as before, embarked on the journey from the car to the tarmac, followed by boarding the plane. Throughout the entire process, she hardly crossed paths with Pei Ju and the others. During her departure, Lu Xiaoji, who had once tried to trip her up, was now confined to a wheelchair, lacking the energy to redirect her animosity towards Tang Tian. On the plane, Tang Tian had risen exceedingly early that day and now sought to catch up on sleep. Reflecting on her initial days after her arrival, she recalled being either exhausted or drowsy, likely a consequence of the transition. It had taken several days for her to regain some semblance of normalcy. Stifling a yawn, she recognized that her previous life had also been prone to fatigue, and this existence proved no different. Initially, the cabin buzzed with the chatter of a few assistants. But soon, everyone succumbed to slumber. In recent days, Lu Xiaoji has transformed from her previous gentle demeanor, now seemingly indifferent to several gentlemen. However, she soon realized that they appeared oblivious to her change in attitude. This realization left Lu Xiaoji feeling somewhat defeated, contemplating giving up. Yet, the success of Tang Tian dangled before her like a tantalizing carrot, igniting her determination to not concede defeat so easily. She resolved to return to the country and give it another try. After all, if Tang Tian could succeed, why couldn't she? After a day and night of travel, the plane landed in a certain location in City S. It was summer in the country, and today the sun shone brightly. The airplane restroom was no longer monopolized as it had been during their trip abroad. Tang Tian retrieved a dress from her suitcase and changed out of her long trousers in the restroom. Upon disembarking, she entered the car that awaited to take them back to the villa. Throughout the journey, both she and Lu Xiaoji remained silent, mirroring their previous trip abroad. Lu Xiaoji stole several glances at her, but Tang Tian's gaze remained fixed outside the car window. Lu Xiaoji clenched her fists, captivated by the radiant beauty of Tang Tian, illuminated by the sunlight outside, so stunning that it rendered her momentarily speechless. Although Tang Tian's appearance and features had not changed much, aside from the removal of heavy makeup, the aura she emanated felt remarkably different. It was as if Tang Tian had found a serene composure, resulting in a nuanced shift in her demeanor and posture. Lu Xiaoji disapproved of this transformation, longing for the days when Tang Tian was easier to manipulate, clinging to the hope that she might revert to her former self. At the villa's entrance, the butler and other servants had gathered to welcome the gentleman's return. The vehicle carrying Tang Tian and Lu Xiaoji was the last to arrive. Unaware of the circumstances, Lu Huihua rushed out from the villa to greet Lu Xiaoji warmly, while she continued to neglect Tang Tian as she had in the past. Tang Tian, pushing her suitcase, exchanged pleasantries with the butler, sharing a few words. The other servants were busy, and Tang Tian noticed Song Yu alone in the yard, collecting bed linens. Suddenly, a drop of rain landed on her eyelid, prompting Tang Tian to look up and discover it was a sun shower. She set her suitcase aside and hurried over to assist Song Yu. Song Yu called for Lu Huihua to come help, but the latter dismissed the request and did not come out, leaving Song Yu to manage alone. During the days that Tang Tian and Lu Shaoji were away, Lu Huihua had been secretly sabotaging Song Yu. As Song Yu's eyes grew red with unshed tears, overwhelmed by her grievances, she raised her hand to remove a duvet cover, only for a delicate hand of similar size to swiftly snatch it away. Taken aback, Song Yu froze, her hand suspended in midair as she turned to see who had arrived. Tang Tian moved quickly, and before the sun shower could intensify, she gathered all the hanging duvet covers, bedsheets, and pillowcases into her arms. Approaching Song Yu, she playfully nudged her finger, urging her to return. Coming to her senses, Song Yu followed her back into the villa. At the villa's entrance, the butler watched the scene with a look of satisfaction. Tang Tian and Song Yu meticulously placed the collected linens into the dryer, preparing for a subsequent disinfection process. After completing her tasks, Song Yu embraced Tang Tian playfully. "I've been waiting for you at the door for quite some time, only to see a few gentlemen return." Song Yu had a plethora of thoughts to confide in her. After all, Tang Tian was truly the better confidant. Tang Tian took a few tissues to wipe away the raindrops from her hair and face before she spoke. "Lu Xiaoji and I will be returning later than the gentleman." This situation clearly illustrated the significant disparity between her and Shen Yanli, as well as Fu Shi. Even if she were to be with one of them, it would not last long. Chapter 66. Agility. Moments ago, at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room on the second floor, Shen Yanli, Fu Shi, and when Xiaohan stood sipping coffee while discussing matters. Shen Yanli's gaze drifted towards the courtyard below, where he noticed a servant hurriedly gathering bed covers and sheets. Suddenly, he paused, as a familiar silhouette entered his line of sight. Today, she donned a dress, marking the first time he had seen her in her own attire. Aside from the dark winter coat, positioned at an elevated vantage point, he found her standing at the far left of the window, where he had to shift slightly to the right, rendering her position a visual blind spot. He could only discern her in a simple, long skirt that nearly grazed her ankles, her movements efficient as she swiftly tucked the bed covers into her arms. As she sprinted, her flowing hair and skirt danced gracefully in the breeze, exuding an ethereal beauty. Tang Tian's figure appeared in the courtyard below, and the three men, who had been engaged in lively conversation just moments before, fell silent, their attention captivated by Tang Tian's fleeting presence. On the first floor, Tang Tian had been busy assisting with the tidying up and almost forgot about the suitcase she had left at the door. She rushed to the villa entrance, where the butler was about to call for someone to help carry her suitcase back to her room. Upon seeing her approach in a hurry, the butler smiled and remarked, "I was just about to have someone retrieve your suitcase." Breathless, Tang Tian replied, "Thank you, butler. I was held up by some matters." She assumed the butler hadn't noticed her earlier assistance. The butler, with a warm smile, nodded knowingly. It was no wonder Song Yutian frequently mentioned wanting to see her, always inquiring when Tang Tian would return from abroad. As Tang Tian dragged her suitcase into the villa, she made her way toward her room, taking care to stow away the gift from when Xiaohan securely. Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and upon opening it, she found Song Yu standing there, accompanied by a dining cart. Song Yu's expression and body language conveyed her unease, stemming from the last incident where she had accidentally dropped a cup while delivering items to the gentleman, leaving her with a significant apprehension about repeating the mistake. Now, she had been summoned to deliver coffee and fruit platters to the gentleman upstairs, but her courage had waned considerably, creating a daunting shadow over her task. The only solution was to seek Tang Tian's assistance, as Tang Tian was more adept and meticulous in her work. Song Yu feared that another mishap would cost her this job, one she had worked hard to secure, given the handsome salary and benefits. "What is the matter?" Tang Tian inquired. Almost on the verge of tears, Song Yu pleaded, "Tang Tian, the butler asked me to deliver fruit platters and Mr. Pei's coffee to the four gentlemen in the living room on the second floor, but I simply cannot muster the courage to go again. Could you please tell me this once? If it were just a single delivery to a room, I wouldn't mind. However, it seems I am fated to deliver to the living room on both occasions." Song Yu lamented her misfortune, and upon witnessing her distress, Tang Tian surmised that the previous incident had left a lasting impact. I'm terrified of dropping anything again. If I do, I will have to pack my things and leave. I cannot bear to lose this job, Tang Tian. Tang Tian gently patted the back of her hand, reassuring her, it is not as dire as it seems. This time, I will assist you, but next time, you must muster your courage. After all, in less than 4 months, she would be departing from this place, and at that point, Song Yu would have to confront these matters on her own. Song Yu nodded vigorously, her face lighting up with a smile. Thank you, Sister Tang Tian. I have saved you some durian and a few mangosteens. The durian flesh is from the thickest parts. Tang Tian playfully gave her an okay sign. The sudden gesture leaving Song Yu utterly flabbergasted. Song Yu? Why are you still here? Lu Huihua spotted her standing at Tang Tian's door and presumed Song Yu was slacking off. She instructed her to deliver fruit platters and coffee to several gentlemen on the second floor. Yet here she was chatting with Tang Tian on the ground floor, preparing to inform the steward of this. Lu Huihua harbored resentment toward Song Yu. After her attempts to make things difficult for Song Yu were exposed, the steward was almost reluctant to assign her any tasks that could lead to a raise or bonus. She blamed all her grievances on Song Yu, continuously seeking to report her perceived failures to the steward as proof of Song Yu's incompetence. Seeing Lu Huihua with her phone aimed at her and Song Yu, Tang Tian was momentarily at a loss for words, having grown accustomed to the tranquility of the vacation villa. Returning here, the inexplicable feeling of being thrust back into a battlefield surged forth. Both she and Song Yu understood whom she was filming. It was merely to report to the steward. Tang Tian, addressing the visibly agitated Song Yu, said, Ignore her. The steward is not one to judge without discernment. Song Yu loathed Lu Huihua, wondering why she had such a penchant for bullying others. Tang Tian shut the door and was about to push the dining cart when Song Yu insisted on doing it herself, noting that it was not her responsibility. On the second floor of the villa, Tang Tian wheeled the cart into the living room. She felt assured that both Shan Yanli and Fu Shi would comport themselves appropriately in a public setting, so she had no cause for concern. As she entered, her plain long dress enveloped her delicate frame, and her long hair flowed like silk, dark and lustrous, accentuating her exquisite beauty. The porcelain-like skin rendered the ordinary dress remarkably appealing. A few gentlemen seated on the living room sofa ceased their conversation upon her arrival. Tang Tian felt a sudden discomfort and instinctively quickened her pace, pushing the cart to the coffee table. Mr. Pei, here is the coffee you requested. She placed the coffee before Pei Ju, who, although silent, made her acutely aware of his gaze upon her. She then set the fruit platter on the table, daring not to raise her eyes, as the invisible pressure felt overwhelmingly intense. Gentlemen, please enjoy, she managed to say. As she turned to leave, she briefly lifted her gaze and unexpectedly locked eyes with Shen Yanli, whose dark eyes were fixed intently on her. Upon noticing her glance, a grin appeared on his handsome face, one that sent a shiver down Tang Tian's spine. Her heart skipped a beat, and her hands trembled slightly as she grasped the cart's handle, hastily exiting the living room, until she pushed the dining cart to the elevator. Feeling their piercing gazes upon her, she cast a glance downward at her utterly unremarkable ankle-length dress and white sneakers. Tang Tian mused, there is nothing particularly appealing about this outfit. In fact, it pales in comparison to the work uniforms here, and it is arguably the least attractive garment in my wardrobe. Even a random top paired with trousers would surpass the elegance of this long dress. Perhaps I am overthinking it. As she descended to the first floor with the cart, she unexpectedly encountered Song Yu embroiled in an argument with Lu Huihua. Upon hearing the sound of the elevator, Song Yu's demeanor shifted as she noticed Tang Tian's arrival, her assertiveness surging. I asked Sister Tang Tian for assistance, not you. What business is it of yours? Chapter 67. Not him. Lu Huihua cast a mocking glance at Tang Tian, who had just emerged from the elevator, remarking, Who knows what ulterior motives you harbor? You return and are eager to present yourself before several gentlemen. Her insinuation was unmistakable as she directed her gaze at the approaching Tang Tian. Although Song Yu was a recent graduate and somewhat naive, Lu Huihua's sarcastic remarks were so blatant that it was impossible for her to feign ignorance. What nonsense are you spouting? It was I who asked Sister Tang Tian for assistance. How can you so baselessly speculate about her? Song Yu, upon hearing Lu Huihua's deliberate slander against Tang Tian, feared that her sister would be hurt by such unfounded accusations. After all, Tang Tian was merely being kind, yet she faced Lu Huihua's malicious conjectures. Lu Huihua's tone remained laced with sarcasm, albeit softer. Does she even need my speculation? She knows perfectly well what she's done in the past. Song Yu retorted with conviction. And so what? Don't you also have feelings for Mr. Fu? At this, Lu Huihua's expression changed abruptly, cutting her off. Hey, don't say such things. She glanced around nervously, relieved to see that the housekeeper was not present. However, Song Yu was undeterred and continued. Is it only permissible for you to have feelings for Mr. Fu while others must refrain? That is utterly unreasonable. Lu Huihua nearly lunged forward to silence her. Wishing to stifle her words, stop talking. It was as if Song Yu had discovered a secret. Lu Huihua's fear of having her infatuation for Mr. Fu exposed was palpable. I knew it. Lu Huihua, feeling cornered, replied, Fine, Song Yu, just wait. I won't argue with you this time. Song Yu, shedding her previous timidity, boldly declared, I'm not afraid of you. If you continue to speak ill of Sister Tang Tian, I will not let this matter rest. Lu Huihua was incensed. How dare this newcomer speak to her in such a manner? Just then, Tang Tian walked over to Song Yu's side and pressed the play button on a recording. Lu Huihua's face drained of color as she listened. Tang Tian had never been the type to engage in such underhanded tactics before. What do you mean by this? Lu Huihua questioned Tang Tian. Previously, Tang Tian had adopted a dismissive attitude towards the gossip, but the more she ignored it, the more it intensified, despite the fact that the original owner had indeed acted inappropriately. She responded nonchalantly, Aren't you fond of reporting? This time, I shall take it upon myself to report you. Lu Huihua understood that the housekeeper disapproved of such disputes. If he learned that she had not repented, he would certainly consider dismissing her. Her tone softened as she attempted to plead her case. Tang Tian. Tang Tian remained unyielding. The recording has already been sent. Lu Huihua's demeanor darkened, embodying the essence of a swift transformation. Her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Tang Tian. If I am dismissed because of this, you won't be able to stay here either, Tang Tian. Tang Tian's reaction was nearly apathetic as she replied, I wouldn't mind. If I lose this job, I can always find others, even if the income may not match my current earnings. But you, Lu Huihua, are you truly unaware of your own circumstances? Bullying newcomers and verbally attacking colleagues. If you are terminated, the one responsible for your dismissal will neither be me nor Song Yu, but rather yourself. Tang Tian made it clear that neither she nor Song Yu would bear the blame for Lu Huihua's actions, and Song Yu vigorously nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Sister Tang Tian is absolutely right. Lu Huihua stood there with a pallid expression, her words striking her like a bucket of cold water, rendering her momentarily speechless. Observing her silence, Tang Tian pushed the dining cart toward the bar, and Song Yu hurriedly followed suit. Sister Tang Tian, thank you. Allow me to return the cart. She offered. Tang Tian released the handle of the cart, permitting her to attend to it. As for Lu Huihua, it was unlikely she would face dismissal over this incident. She had shared the recording with the steward because she wished to avoid the incessant troubles Lu Huihua posed for both herself and Song Yu. According to the original owner's memories, Lu Huihua had been the subject of gossip, revealing her impoverished background, yet her dedication to her studies and commendable grades stood out. However, her parents had no intention of funding her high school education, and Lu Huihua was determined not to be confined to a life of mediocrity and hasty marriage in the village. She negotiated with her parents, promising to cover her younger siblings' tuition if they would support her university education. They acquiesced, likely influenced by her consistently outstanding academic performance, seeing it as a gamble worth taking. Lu Huihua graduated from university successfully, yet as the financial burden for her siblings grew, her parents remained insatiable, leaving them with little to spare. It was not until she encountered a relative who introduced her to this position as a servant that her fortunes began to change, though it lacked dignity. Her first month's earnings exceeded $20,000, with an even higher salary upon regularization. Both the steward and Sister Wu were aware of her circumstances, and as long as matters did not escalate, they would not terminate Lu Huihua's employment. Nevertheless, her family's financial struggles were not a justification for her to torment newcomers or slander others. Upon returning to her room, Tang Tian, having just arrived back in the country that day, needed to adjust to the time difference and thus had no work obligations. Skipping dinner, she took a warm shower and retired early, perhaps too exhausted to dream that night. The following morning dawned with a refreshingly pleasant atmosphere post-rain. As Tang Tian strolled into the back garden, she stretched languidly, inhaling deeply. Just 2 days prior, she had been in a frigid winter landscape, and now she basked in the warmth of the summer morning sun. The contrast was astonishing. Sister Tang Tian, let me handle this. The steward has asked you to go to the pool. Song Yu called out as she rushed over, reminding Tang Tian of the task she had almost forgotten. Chapter 68. The black card. Tang Tian harbored no intention of evasion, for she was employed here, and Fu, she was rather easy to handle. She swiftly prepared the necessary items and refreshments for Fu, she's swimming session, and wheeled the cart to the poolside. The pool was already occupied by several swimmers, and Tang Tian positioned the cart beside a sun lounger, awaiting Fu Shi's break. As she sat observing, she couldn't help but notice that Fu Shi's swimming style today seemed more graceful than usual, a sight most pleasing to behold. Propping her chin on her hand, she waited patiently. Before long, a man emerged from the pool, his tall and fair physique glistening with droplets. He lifted a hand to brush the water off his handsome face, and in that moment, his dark, penetrating gaze caught Tang Tian's startled figure rising abruptly. She recognized the man stepping out of the pool and stood frozen, her mind momentarily blank. Mr. Shun, Shen Yanli approached with deliberate strides, causing Tang Tian to retreat a couple of steps, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her anxiousness evident in her demeanor. How could it be him? No wonder his swimming style was different from the previous occasions. Shen Yanli remained silent, drawing closer, the air around him charged with an unsettling pressure that made her heart race. As he leaned down and raised his hand, she quickly interjected, Mr. Shun, this is a public area. Anyone could come in at any moment. He reached for the towel prepared nearby, leisurely drying his thick black hair. With a low voice, he inquired, and so? Tang Tian's face grew even warmer, realizing he merely intended to grab the towel. She lowered her head, mumbling, in nothing. Shen Yanli ceased further conversation, simply drying off, and stated, coffee. Tang Tian promptly poured him a cup and handed it to him. As she lifted her gaze to meet his profound, enigmatic eyes, an involuntary shiver coursed through her, compelling her to avert her gaze, as if a prolonged glance might render her utterly devoured. After taking a sip of coffee, Shen Yanli remarked, you needn't continue your work as a maid. I can arrange a position for you at Shen Corporation with a tenfold salary. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback by the mention of tenfold. Tenfold. She lifted her head to look at him. Mr. Shun, I am bound by a contract. I cannot leave until it expires, or I would face exorbitant penalties. Shen Yanli, upon hearing this, reacted with a nonchalant attitude akin to Fu Shi's. You needn't concern yourself with that sum. Though Tang Tian felt a twinge of hesitation, the realization that he was one of the protagonists swiftly brought her back to her senses. I appreciate your generous offer, Mr. Shun, but I believe I am not suited for such a position. Shen Yanli lowered his gaze, placing the coffee on the cart. Tang Tian, I wish to cultivate a long-term relationship with you. This is not a mere dalliance. Tang Tian understood that he was sincere in his intentions at that moment. Yet feelings are ever-changing, especially since he was one of the male leads. She could not entertain the thought. Noticing her anxiety, Shen Yanli retrieved a black card from the pocket of his bathrobe and extended it toward her. The password is your birthday. Tang Tian gazed at the black card he offered, astonished, and quickly shook her head. I cannot accept this. Shen Yanli did not grant her a choice. You have but one option. Tang Tian, upon hearing his ominous tone, realized that she had no choice but to accept the black card. She would simply return it to his room when she resigned and departed. However, a sudden thought struck her, and she looked up with a hint of urgency, asking, How do you know my birthday? You didn't ask Wu Jia, did you? As this notion crossed her mind, Her expression began to reflect her growing anxiety. Xin Yanli donned his bathrobe, fastening it with the tie, and replied, "It's written in your records." Tang Tian, still apprehensive, questioned, "Where did you obtain my records? Did you ask Wu Jie for them?" He seemed to read her thoughts, his tone languid as he assured her, "Wu Jie is unaware." Tang Tian visibly exhaled in relief, yet heard him inquire, "Are you so fearful of a third party knowing about our relationship?" Unlike Fu Ximing's blatant threats, Xin Yanli's voice carried an eerie chill that sent shivers down her spine. Meeting his intense gaze, she realized her predicament and instinctively recoiled. But this time Xin Yanli did not grasp her. Instead, he enveloped her in his warm embrace, speaking slowly, "Tang Tian, be good. Hiding is futile." Recalling his actions from that day, she bit her lip in response. Xin Yanli ceased swimming and did not advance further. He left her with a final remark, "Consider it for 2 days and remember to deliver milk tonight." Watching him depart, she finally comprehended that his words were not merely serious, but rather indicative of his relentless nature. In the sun-drenched back garden, both onlookers and those within the garden were enveloped in a sense of warmth and comfort. "Sister Tang Tian, why do you seem so distracted?" Tang Tian was at the scenic window of the garden, using a duster to wipe the dust from an antique. Startled by Song Yu's sudden voice, she regained her composure and continued her task, replying, "It's nothing, just reminiscing about the past." Song Yu informed her, "Xiao Ji was crying again just now." She spoke to the butler, who merely sighed without conceding anything. Tang Tian speculated that it was likely related to the incident where Lu Xiaoji had instructed the driver to leave her behind during their trip abroad, and Wu Jie was unwilling to condone such behavior. However, she feared that, until the very end, the outcome would be the same. Lu Xiaoji, as the protagonist of the narrative, would be unable to escape her fate. Curiously, Song Yu asked, "Did something happen during that half-month abroad? Otherwise, why would Wu Jie and the butler be willing to dismiss Xiaoji?" Tang Tian, suppressing an inappropriate surge of memories, cleared her throat discreetly. "Yes, quite a number of things occurred." Song Yu wished to inquire further, but at that moment, another servant, Li Qingqing, who had joined around the same time, approached. "Xiao Yu, hurry and help out." Regretfully glancing at Tang Tian, Song Yu reluctantly followed Li Qingqing away. Bending down, Tang Tian swept the duster into the depths of the intricately carved wooden cabinet. A tall figure loomed behind her, the sunlight accentuating his refined demeanor with a warm glow. Yet beneath the golden-rimmed glasses that refracted the light, his eyes were shrouded in a damp, sinister mist. Chapter 69. Supporting her, Tang Tian bent down to meticulously clear the dust from beneath the intricately carved wooden cabinet. As she stood up abruptly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to stumble backward. In that moment, a warm arm encircled her waist, gently steadying her against his chest. The faint, refined scent of the man enveloped her, and she could feel the warmth radiating from his body. When Xiao Han's voice, rich and magnetic, carried a note of concern, "Did you skip breakfast?" Having regained her composure, Tang Tian hastily extricated herself from his embrace. He released her without the slightest hesitation. "I already ate," she replied quickly, "but I might be experiencing a bit of low blood sugar. Thank you for your help just now." Yet, she found herself puzzled about when he had arrived. He explained, "I instructed the housekeeper to prepare some nourishing food for you." Tang Tian waved her hand again. "The housekeeper has already arranged for the kitchen to make some restorative meals. Nevertheless, I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness, Mr. Wen." She felt a surge of gratitude towards him, uncertain of what might have happened if he and T caught her in time. When Xiao Han's handsome visage displayed a fading smile, as if he were somewhat displeased by her incessant expressions of thanks. "You need not be so formal with me." Tang Tian interpreted his remark as mere politeness, not delving deeper into its implications. "You assisted me. It is only right that I express my gratitude." She scrutinized his complexion, noting his fair skin and calm demeanor, which suggested he was not unwell. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he inquired with a smile. Fearing he might misconstrue her gaze, she rapidly clarified, "I thought your temperature seemed elevated, so I want to check if you were feeling unwell." Since she had turned around, when Xiao Han's left hand had remained tucked in his pocket. "It's probably just from being in the sun for a while," he replied. Tang Tian considered this possibility. Mr. One, then I shall get back to my tasks. He smiled at her and, without lingering further, ascended the staircase to the second floor. As he closed the door behind him, he wore loose-fitting sweatpants, and his long hands emerged from his pockets, revealing his true self without pretense. He appeared unfazed by any oddities, elegantly settling onto the sofa to savor his tea. This scene, much like his demeanor, exuded an unsettling calmness, subtly hinting at an underlying frailty. On the first floor, Tang Tian was not responsible for the meals of the gentlemen today, as Sister Wu had recently hired 2 new servants. They had been trained during the days when she and Lu Xiaozhi were abroad. Today, the new servants, along with Song Yu and Li Qingqing, were in charge of their dining. Tang Tian, feeling the slight strain in her right arm, made her way to the restroom to wash her hands. Housekeeper, I truly cannot be lenient once more. In the corner of the hallway, the housekeeper appeared to be cornered by Lu Xiaozhi, as this location was clearly not conducive for a discussion. The housekeeper looked at her, tears brimming in her eyes, feeling equally troubled. Since the early morning, Lu Xiaozhi had already sought his assistance twice. Xiaozhi, your actions are too extreme. Though I and Manager Wu have not dismissed you over minor disturbances, your behavior has only escalated. Tang Tian is entirely innocent. Do you realize the danger she would have faced had Mr. Shen not discovered her in time? The housekeeper felt a deep disappointment towards her, yet he refrained from exposing her self-inflicted misfortune of feigning an injury. Lu Xiaozhi merely wept, refusing to utter a word. The butler had nothing to say to her, only disappointment lingering in the air. Given the circumstances, one must accept reality. Lu Xiaozhi, in tears, implored the butler for another chance, vowing to amend her ways. The butler shook his head, informing her that Manager Wu had advised her to take a month of paid leave to recuperate and adjust her mindset. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Tang Tian, listening to Lu Xiaozhi's sobs, found herself in a daze. Had Lu Xiaozhi truly been dismissed? After all, she was the protagonist of the narrative. Such a thing seemed inconceivable. Upon spotting Tang Tian, Lu Xiaozhi momentarily halted her wheelchair's motion, only to accelerate away, as if wishing to evade Tang Tian's gaze. Tang Tian, bewildered, stepped into the restroom, washing her hands while tilting her head to scrutinize her reflection in the mirror. Logically speaking, regardless of the process, the outcome should remain unchanged. Yet, why did it seem that the leading lady Lu Xiaozhi had indeed been let go? She recalled the butler's mention of paid leave. Could the secret behind Lu Xiaozhi's retention lie therein? Tang Tian's mind wandered for a considerable time, completely unaware that she was ensnared in a vortex, being drawn deeper and deeper. Fortunately, as she was not responsible for attending to several gentlemen's dining needs that day, she successfully avoided contact with Fu, Shi, and Shen Yanli. Some found joy while others were troubled. That night, upon returning from the recording studio, Fu Shi sprawled on the sofa, his long legs crossed. Having not seen Tang Tian all day, he suspected she might be secretly reveling in her own little world. He yearned to seek her out, yet feared that she would react like a startled cat, further widening the chasm between them. Fortunately, there was a silver lining. Tang Tian had not encountered him, nor had she met Shen Yanli. As the clock struck 9:30, a knock echoed through Shen Yanli's door. At his invitation, Li Qingqing entered the room, carrying a glass of milk. Mr. Shen, Tang Tian asked me to bring you this. Shen Yanli did not even lift his eyelids, merely responding with a non-committal sound. Li Qingqing, not daring to linger, swiftly delivered the milk and exited. Shen Yanli gazed indifferently at the steaming milk before him, slowly lowering his eyelashes. Indeed, she was to be punished. Chapter 70. In dreams in the stillness of the night, Tang Tian usually enjoyed a restful slumber. And that evening was no exception, as she succumbed to sleep the moment she touched the bed. However, her dreams that night were anything but tranquil. She found herself standing by an unfamiliar swimming pool, clad in a swimsuit. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the water, grasping her ankle, and in her shock, she was propelled uncontrollably towards the pool. The sensation of being submerged was strikingly vivid, just as she was about to choke on the water. A pair of strong arms lifted her from the depths. In her dream, Panic surged through her as she clung to the man's shoulder, her form enveloped in his muscular embrace. As she glanced down, she was met with the strikingly handsome visage of Shen Yanli. Shun Yanli? Why was he haunting her dreams once more? He inquired, "Are you so frightened?" Tang Tian not that vigalusin. And he pressed a gentle kiss to her lips before carrying her to the edge of the pool. Initially, as they entered the water, she felt its fullness enveloping her, her fear persisting until he emerged with her in his arms. As he carried her to a lounge chair on the beach, he draped a large towel around her, his pace leisurely as they exited the pool. The villa was eerily empty, devoid of anyone but themselves. Tang Tian felt a sense of bewilderment. Although the villa was unfamiliar, the sensations were so palpable, so real. Gasping for breath, she awakened from the dream, mortified as she pulled the air-conditioning blanket over her face. She felt utterly embarrassed, wondering why she continually had such dreams. This time, she refrained from pondering the reason behind the vividness of the dream, as the previous nights had been equally intense. Casting a glance at the clock, she noted it was nearly 7 a.m. Stretching languidly, she rose from her bed, as today she, along with Lu Huihua and 2 newly hired servants, was responsible for serving a few gentlemen's meals. After clocking in, she encountered Lu Huihua, who was also arriving to punch in. As Tang Tian brushed past her, Lu Huihua seemed to have something to say, hesitating before finally calling out to Tang Tian. She paused, turning to face her. This time, Lu Huihua was not seeking confrontation. Instead, she approached Tang Tian and expressed, "What you said to me the other day has awakened me. Thank you." Her expression was somewhat awkward yet sincere, as she had been reflecting on Tang Tian's words over the past couple of days, re-evaluating her past actions. The incident involving Lu Xiaoji's dismissal weighed heavily on her mind, and Lu Huihua was determined to avoid a similar fate. Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback, responding, "There is no need for thanks. I did nothing." Lu Huihua continued, "I apologize for the unkind words I've said about you in the past. People often awaken to realizations in an instant, often triggered by the words of another." And she was evidently among the latter. Tang Tian remained neutral, not questioning the sincerity of Lu Huihua's words. "It's fine." As Lu Huihua watched Tang Tian walk past her, she felt a considerable sense of relief. In the dining area on the first floor, the 4 gentlemen were seated, engaging in discussions regarding the distribution of lyrics for their new song before their meal. Tang Tian was the last to arrive, a delay caused by the chef preparing a nourishing breakfast for her to replenish her energy and vitality. Freshly cooked and still steaming. She had always avoided excessively hot food since childhood, fearing it might scald her throat. Consequently, she could not eat quickly. Tang Tian hastened her steps into the dining hall, pondering that starting tomorrow, nourishing breakfast would need to be served in her room to be consumed at her convenience after completing her tasks. Her arrival drew the attention of several gentlemen seated at the dining table. Fu Shi surreptitiously winked at her, causing Tang Tian to flinch as though scalded. Quickly diverting her gaze, she hastily averted her eyes from the stares of the other 3 men, anxious to avoid any direct eye contact. Initially intending to stand behind when Xiao Han, her steps faltered upon noticing a new maid already positioned there. Within the dining room, only, no one stood behind Shen Yanli. He lowered his gaze, no longer regarding her, yet Tang Tian, feeling a bit tense, busied herself behind him. Until breakfast concluded, Shen Yanli did not engage in any inappropriate behavior towards her, nor did he cast many glances her way. Tang Tian's anxious heart began to ease. She had overthought the situation. Shen Yanli would not dare exhibit intimacy towards her in front of so many people. As the meal concluded, she returned her chair to its rightful place, noticing that Lu Huihua and the new maid had gone off to breakfast. Song Yu entered, spotting her alone, and quickly pulled her aside. With wide eyes filled with astonishment, she exclaimed to Tang Tian, "Lu Huihua, apologize to me." Just moments ago, Song Yu had witnessed Lu Huihua offer her an apology, initially suspecting a ploy, but upon seeing the sincerity in her demeanor, she began to believe it. Tang Tian replied, "She approached me during morning check-in as well." Song Yu, eager for details, inquired, "She sought you out too? What did she say?" "Tang Tian zigao." She apologized and even thanked me for what I said the day before. Song Yu, taken aback, marveled at the drastic shift in Lu Huihua's attitude. Finding it hard to believe, Tang Tian observed her incredulous expression and gently patted her right arm, assuring her, "No one will trouble you anymore." With this thought, Song Yu wrapped her left arm around Tang Tian's, playfully shaking it as she declared, "Sister Tang Tian, I really like you." Tang Tian smiled, accepting her affection, secretly hoping that the next 3 months would proceed smoothly. As evening approached swiftly, the gentleman had yet to arrive at the dining hall, and Tang Tian, punctual as ever, found that only Shun Yin Li's place remained unoccupied. Chapter 71. Cautionary thoughts. Tang Tian could not inquire with the other servants about switching positions, as such actions might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. She was left with no choice but to stand behind Shun Yanli's dining spot, awaiting his arrival for dinner. Fu Shi was the first to enter the dining room, and, upon noticing Tang Tian standing behind Shun Yanli's place, his charming eyes narrowed with evident displeasure. He strode over and took possession of Shun Yanli's seat with an air of confidence. Tang Tian inquired, "Have we changed seats?" Fu Shi seemed to anticipate the expression on Tang Tian's face at that moment, and a pleased smile graced his lips. As she observed him sitting firmly in his new position, it dawned on her that they were the hosts, and they could occupy whichever seats they desired. She breathed a sigh of relief. Attending to Fu Shi's dining needs was certainly preferable to catering to Shun Yanli's whims. Behind Fu Shi's former seat, Lu Huihua watched as he settled into Shun Yanli's spot, glancing at the bewildered Tang Tian beside her. A pang of discomfort surged within Lu Huihua. She harbored unspoken affections for Fu Shi and was loath to see him near any other woman, though she was well aware of his indifference towards her. She couldn't help but entertain the slightest glimmer of hope. Before long, when Xiaohan's figure appeared in the dining room, having descended from the second-floor recording studio for his meal, Pei Zhu and Shun Yanli were still conspicuously absent, causing Tang Tian to wonder if they had gone out without returning. Indeed, when Xiaohan took a sip of his clear soup and informed Lu Huihua and the newly hired maid, "Pei Zhu and Ali will not be joining us for dinner. You need not wait." "Understood, Mr. Wan. Enjoy your meal, Mr. Fu," they replied. Before Lu Huihua departed, she cast a discontented glance at Tang Tian, while the newly appointed maid appeared quite cheerful, as if suddenly granted a holiday. Upon learning that Pei Zhu and Shun Yanli would not be dining with them, Tang Tian secretly wished they would only return after several days or weeks, as they had before her arrival at the villa. She sighed inwardly, lamenting her lack of such fortune. Calculating in her mind, she realized it coincided perfectly with her anticipated resignation, aligning with the conclusion of their creative retreat. Tang Tian Muset. I had not considered this before. The realization only confirms my unfortunate luck. On another note, if the protagonist were indeed dismissed, it would signify that the conclusion could be altered. Might her fate, as the malicious supporting character, also be subject to change? As she attended to Fu Shi's dining needs, she felt an undeniable urge to escape the villa, to free herself from the shackles of her current role and pursue a new life in this realm. For reasons unknown, Fu Shi dined at a leisurely pace that evening. After finishing his meal, when Xiaohan rose to leave the dining room, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Shi, who was deliberately prolonging his meal, he exited with a silent, amused smile. Tang Tian was acutely aware of Fu Shi's reason for dining more slowly than usual, and she felt a tinge of exasperation. The dining room was now devoid of company save for herself and Fu Shi. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Mr. Fu, you are dining significantly faster than usual tonight." Her soft voice delivered the statement with irony, causing Fu Shi to stifle a chuckle as he leisurely wiped his lips with a napkin. He raised a brow, his tone sharp. "Having not seen you yesterday, it appears you did not miss me." Fearing he might become more difficult to deceive and that his interest in her might deepen, she quickly revised her earlier stance, responding, "It's not that I don't wish to, but rather that I dare not." Fu Shi turned to face her, his gaze imbued with inscrutable meaning. He inquired, following her lead, "Are you afraid to imagine?" Tang Tian quickly replied, "I am far too inferior to Mr. Fu. I have no right to harbor such aspirations for him." She was uncertain when his interest in her would wane. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze clashed with Fu Shi's enigmatic, half-smiling eyes, as if he could see through all her thoughts. Tang Tian hurriedly averted her eyes. His elusive nature was quite difficult to contend with. Fu Shi's words carried a hint of mirth, yet the smile seemed unsettling. Tang Tian, conceal those trivial thoughts of yours. If you continue to evade me, you know the consequences. His tone was calm, yet every word was laced with a chilling intensity. Tang Tian's heart quivered at his words, especially when she met his smiling, captivating gaze, the air thick with danger wrapping around her tightly. Tang Tian was too flustered to articulate her thoughts. But in the next moment, Fu Shi's demeanor shifted from dark to exuberantly cheerful. Come, I shall take you to a place. Fu Shi picked up a warm towel to clean his hands and rose to take Tang Tian's hand, causing her to retreat a few steps in fright. We can't hold hands. What if someone sees? Noticing his persistence, Tang Tian quickly asserted, we cannot hold hands. Fu Shi, well aware of her fears, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Unlike other celebrities who wished to remain private, the woman he fancied avoided him like a viper. Understood, follow me. With a resigned demeanor, he shoved his hands into his pockets and led her to the underground parking lot. Tang Tian followed at a distance of about 3 steps. No matter his displeasure, she refused to yield. This was not like a vacation villa abroad, where they could easily remain incognito. There were numerous servants here who could easily stumble upon them. Fu Shi guided her to a secluded corner, perhaps knowing her timid nature, intentionally leading her to a spot less frequented by others. The echoes in the parking lot were pronounced, and as Tang Tian listened to their footsteps, she saw an inconspicuous corner where a vehicle was parked, covered with a cloth. A sense of foreboding crept over her. Sure enough, Fu Shi lifted the cover, revealing a limited edition pink sports car before her eyes. Observing her astonished expression, his pride reached a pinnacle in that moment. A limited edition sports car, only 3 in the world. What do you think? Is it dazzling? Tang Tian, still dazed, nodded. It was not merely dazzling. It nearly blinded her. Fu Shi produced the car key and offered it to her, saying, this is a gift for. He widened his eyes in surprise as Tang Tian, in a panic, covered his mouth, desperate to prevent him from finishing. Terrified, she had never imagined that Fu Shi would gift her a car, let alone a limited edition one. Seeing the disbelief in his wide eyes, she implored, you. Take that back. Fu Shi, careful not to hurt her, gently removed her hand. Unable to suppress his laughter, he found the situation amusing, perhaps not anticipating such a humorous turn of events. Tang Tian, you must accept this car. Whether you want to or not, you shall accept it. Tang Tian adamantly refused. I won't accept it, and turned to leave. Fu Shi followed, attempting to grasp her hand, but she evaded him at every turn, refusing to let him touch her. He chuckled in exasperation. You are more difficult to handle than a pig during the new year. Tang Tian shot him a glare, retorting, he is the real pig. Why are you upset? I offered you a car. As Fu Shi grasped her hand, she pretended to bite him. Instead of retreating, he playfully presented her lips to her. Go ahead, bite. Tang Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, refrained from doing so. I am not angry. It's just that I cannot accept your car. No matter how you threaten me, I simply cannot. Observing her helpless demeanor, Fu Shi, both pained and amused, pulled her into his embrace. How can there be such a foolish woman like you? Chapter 72. The rain veil. Tang Tian was suddenly enveloped in his embrace, causing her to instinctively push away and retreat a couple of steps, glancing around to ensure they were alone. Upon confirming the absence of onlookers, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Fu Shi handed her the car keys, insisting, take these. You may not wish to drive the car, but you're free to sell it as you please. Tang Tian was reluctant to accept, attempting to return the keys to him. Fu Shi firmly countered her refusal, his tone leisurely. If you do not accept, I shall not shy away from being seen with you in public in the future. Tang Tian recalled the $1 million necklace that when Xiaohan had gifted her and silently pocketed the keys, ceasing her objections. Noticing her compliance, Fu Shi affectionately pinched her cheek. There is no need to feel embarrassed about receiving gifts. From now on, what is mine is yours, and what is yours remains yours. Tang Tian was skeptical. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship in her past life, She had observed friends and family around her marry and have children, often uttering such declarations in love, only to grow distant and indifferent when love faded. She accepted the car keys, planning to return the vehicle alongside the necklace from when she resigned. Observing her silence, she could not resist planting a kiss on her cheek. Leaning closer, his captivating eyes locked onto hers as he murmured, "How can you be so endearing?" Tang Tian's cheeks flushed. He leaned in for another kiss. She hastily stepped back and hurried towards the elevator. Standing tall, she watched her retreating figure, a smirk gracing his lips as he called out, "Take your time. I want to chase after you. Just a kiss, and you're this flustered. How will you handle it in the future?" His gaze darkened, realizing he would need to test his patience. At 8:30 that evening, the night sky unleashed torrential rain, the droplets striking the skin with a faint sound. Tang Tian and a few others, including Songyu, hurriedly moved all the flowers from the backyard into the villa, just before the downpour commenced. After clocking out, as she made her way to her room, she gazed out at the fierce tempest beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just over a month away. Tang Tian felt a swell of emotions rising within her and was about to head back to her room when a Cullinan parked at the villa entrance. The driver stepped out with 2 umbrellas, raising one to shield himself as he opened the rear door. Yanli, with his tall and graceful figure, appeared in her line of sight. Even from a distance, his noble demeanor and handsome visage were strikingly clear. As she watched Yanli grasp the umbrella handle and ascend the steps towards the villa, she felt compelled to sprint back to her room to avoid an encounter. But just then, from the corner, Lu Xiaoji emerged in a wheelchair, calling out through the rain, "Mr. Shun, please wait." Yanli halted, while Tang Tian, poised with her right foot hovering above the ground, widened her eyes in astonishment. Lu Xiaoji. Soaked by the rain, Lu Xiaoji gazed at Yanli, her voice trembling as she cried, "Mr. Shun, could you please help me one more time?" Silence enveloped them, broken only by the incessant patter of rain cascading to the ground. Lu Xiaoji's eyes, blurred by the rain, glistened with tears as she wept pitifully, wiping away the mixture of rainwater and sorrow. I shall mend my ways." Under the umbrella, Yanli gazed down from his lofty perch, his demeanor colder than the biting winds and snow of midwinter. Lu Xiaoji, witnessing his persistent silence, wept pitifully, her delicate and jade-like features rendered even more heart-wrenching by the pallor of the rain. She continued to plead, "Could you assist me once more?" At last, Yanli spoke, "Since you're injured, you should return home to recuperate." Hearing his calm and measured tone, Lu Xiaoji understood that he was unequivocally refusing her. She had hoped that Yanli would show her some compassion, but it seemed she had been mistaken. As he turned to leave, she called out once more, "Wait." Yanli halted, his icy gaze fixed upon her. Lu Xiaoji was wounded by the chill in his eyes. She forced a self-deprecating smile, a glimmer of madness flickering in her gaze. "I am leaving here tomorrow. I wish to ask you, Mr. Shun, have you ever harbored even the slightest affection for me?" She posed the question delicately, as if the mere sound of his denial could shatter her. Yanli, however, displayed no hesitation, his words devoid of warmth. "You are merely a servant employed by the villa. How could I have any feelings for you?" His response was definitive, as if Lu Xiaoji's inquiry were an affront. Disappointment washed over her. It became painfully clear that she had never caught his eye. She raised her head defiantly, asking then, "What of Tang Tian? She is also a servant of the villa." Yanli replied with a languid air, "She is my woman, so it matters not." His words struck Lu Xiaoji like a hammer, leaving her dazed. She had never anticipated that Yanli would indeed hold Tang Tian in such regard. With sorrowful eyes, Lu Xiaoji regarded him, questioning why. Despite sharing the same status as a servant, Tang Tian could ensnare Yanli's heart and mind. Unsure whether she sought to provoke Yanli or to express something else, she recalled a moment when he was inebriated. The woman beneath him was not her. Yanli's gaze hardened, his handsome features betraying no emotion. Lu Xiaoji's laughter turned desolate, yet madness glimmered within her. "You did not foresee this, did you? You have mistaken the identity of the woman. You insist that Tang Tian is yours." Yet the woman you smothered to the point of breathlessness that day was indeed Tang Tian. Shen Yanli remained unresponsive, his cold stare fixated on her, urging her to continue. Her words dripped with scorn. Not only have you misidentified Tang Tian, but you also mistook her for me, banishing her in the process. Shen Yanli pressed his lips into a thin line and strode up the steps, disregarding the rain-soaked Lu Xiaoji, whose expressions oscillated between madness and sorrow. Lu Xiaoji laughed until tears streamed down her face, surrendering to the downpour. She was a failure, having exerted all her effort only to arrive at this dismal end. Before the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, Tang Tian, unaware of Shen Yanli's exchange with Lu Xiaoji, could sense that a dramatic pursuit of love was about to unfold. Typically, the narrative would follow with Lu Xiaoji's departure, leaving the male leads to lament their lost opportunity. While she would be cast aside, there was even a possibility that She would push her to the ground, collapsing and shouting in despair, "It's all your fault. If not for you, how could Xiaoji ever leave me?" Shen Yanli regarded her with a disdain one might reserve for a mere rag, declaring, "Keep your distance. I was blinded by you in the past. It is Xiaoji who truly loves me. Surely, your machinations have driven her away. You shall never possess my heart or my love. They belong solely to Xiaoji." Tang Tian quickly slapped her forehead, attempting to halt the myriad of scenarios playing out in her mind. There was no remedy. Having watched an abundance of television dramas in her previous life had conditioned her to such automatic projections. Amidst the curtain of rain, Lu Xiaoji stood despondently, the downpour showing no signs of abating. Seated in her wheelchair, she felt as though the entire world had forsaken her. The light around her dimmed, and the torrential rain that had battered her ceased abruptly. Lu Xiaoji was momentarily stunned, lifting her gaze to the umbrella hovering above her, momentarily believing that Shen Yanli, feeling compassion for her, had come to escort her home. She turned with joy, only to discover that the figure holding the umbrella behind her was not Shen Yanli, but rather Tang Tian. Lu Xiaoji's smile faltered, her expression shifting to one of profound astonishment. Tang Tian secured the umbrella to the wheelchair, draping a thick bath towel over Lu Xiaoji's drenched form. The sudden warmth rendered Lu Xiaoji immobile, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Tian as she moved. Tang Tian raised another umbrella and silently proceeded into the villa. In her world, nothing was more paramount than one's health. During their time abroad, Lu Xiaoji had employed her own schemes against Tang Tian, but now the tables had turned, and Lu Xiaoji had been dismissed, while Tang Tian had received considerable compensation. Yesterday, Sister Wu had called her, proposing a monthly salary increase and bonuses as recompense for the near mishap of that day. With the end of the month approaching, her bank account would finally cease to be devoid of funds. Chapter 73. Clear and refreshing in a room on the second floor. Pei Zhu gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling window at the scene unfolding below. His handsome and profound features revealed no trace of emotion, as if he were merely an observer of a performance that held no relevance to him. He raised a hand to rub his brow, then turned to retreat to his bedroom for some rest. The memory of Tang Tian's delicate hands flickered through his mind, indeed alleviating his fatigue. On the first floor, Tang Tian hung her umbrella on the rack by the door, preparing to return to her room for some rest. As she passed the corner of the floor-to-ceiling window, her peripheral vision caught sight of a man standing there. Shen Yanli, tall and impeccably dressed in a suit, exuded an air of handsomeness that shone brilliantly under the light. His dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Though he remained silent, she could sense that he was waiting for her to approach. Perhaps if she took the initiative, he would let her be. Tang Tian felt a surge of alarm, her feet instinctively taking a half-step back before she turned and fled towards her room. As if being pursued, she slammed the door shut behind her, the intensity of Shen Yanli's gaze still lingering in her mind. Deep and haunting, reminiscent of that day, she resolutely forbade herself from dwelling on it, especially the memories of being seduced by Shen Yanli on 2 occasions. In the dead of night, Tang Tian found herself lost in dreams, yet the visions would not release her. Her entire being felt as if it were plummeting from a great height. In the next moment, she discovered herself in the embrace of a man. The man who held her was impeccably attired in a suit, exuding an aura of restraint. Tang Tian observed his finely structured left hand signing documents. Surrounded by bookshelves, with a laptop in front of her and stacks of folders upon a desk. She watched as he inscribed his name with a powerful, vigorous stroke. Upon recognizing the signature, her pupils dilated in shock. Paid you. As his voice trailed off, Tang Tian jolted awake from her dream, gasping for breath as she stared at the ceiling. She was utterly astounded. How could she dream of paid you? The very thought filled her with embarrassment as she buried her face in her hands. She rolled over in bed, attempting to conceal her flushed cheeks beneath the covers. The dream left her feeling so flustered the next morning that she could hardly meet Pei Ju's gaze, who appeared so serious and aloof, nothing like the man from her dream. Before the midday break, having just completed her tasks, Tang Tian found herself approached by the butler, who initially intended to summon Song Yu to deliver coffee to Mr. Shun. However, upon spotting Tang Tian, he instructed her to take the coffee instead. Deliver an iced Americano to Mr. Shun's room, he said hurriedly before rushing off, having other matters to attend to. Tang Tian stood there momentarily dazed. Deliver an iced Americano to Shun Yanli's room? She immediately sought out Song Yu for assistance. Song Yu agreed, but faltered after a few steps, her face contorted in pain as she pressed a hand to her abdomen. Tang Tian, I have a stomachache. I need to use the restroom. Please find someone else, she managed, clearly distressed, likely from having indulged in too much ice cream. Without waiting for Tang Tian's response, she hurried off to the restroom. Tang Tian, feeling her hand drop in resignation, set out to find someone else to help. However, after searching, she discovered that everyone had gone to take their midday rest, and no one was willing to take on the task. Lu Huihua gazed at Tang Tian, who had been summoned, stifling a yawn as the desire for an afternoon nap washed over her. Had Lu Xiaoji still been employed here, she would undoubtedly have been willing to assist. However, she had just been sent home. Tang Tian sighed inwardly, resigned to her fate. Observing her demeanor, Lu Huihua mistakenly assumed that Tang Tian feared Mr. Shun's disdain, yet, recently, Mr. Shun appeared anything but averse to her presence. Do not be afraid. Summon the courage you once possessed. Mr. Shun no longer harbors the same aversion towards you as before. Encouraged by her words, Tang Tian nodded in acknowledgement and, with a sense of resignation, turned to make her way toward the elevator. On the second floor, Tang Tian stood before Shun Yanli's door. Ever since her return to the country, she had not ventured into his room. Balancing a tray in one hand, she raised her other hand to knock on the door, awaiting a response from a man within. Chapter 74. Consideration. Tang Tian gently pushed open the door, her heart racing. Initially, she walked slowly, but when Shun Yanli lifted his gaze, his dark eyes fixed on her without any sign of retreat. Her palms began to sweat as she hastily placed the iced Americano on the surface beside him. Mr. Shun, your iced Americano, she murmured, retreating from his room. Yet, just a few steps away, his arm encircled her waist, drawing her into his embrace. Shun Yanli leaned close to her ear, his voice husky. Are you willing to come in? Tang Tian attempted to disregard the fire ignited by his words. Mr. Shun, but before she could protest, he tightened his hold and strode into the bedroom, closing the door behind them. Once inside, he released her, yet she found herself pressed against the door. Shun Yanli gently caressed her cheek, his voice low and resonant in her ear. That day when I was drunk, was it you beneath me? Recalling the events of those initial days after her arrival, she nodded, her eyes wide with surprise. You remember? Weren't you intoxicated? Shun Yanli's lips brushed against her cheek. I have only a fleeting memory. Why didn't you tell me about it? Tang Tian saw no reason to elaborate. It was merely an accident. There's nothing significant to discuss. Shun Yanli lowered his gaze, kissing her as he spoke. I'm sorry. The apology, delivered in a husky and seductive tone, was laced with an emotion that was hard to disguise. As his kisses filled the dimly lit room, he asked softly, Is it all right? Her mind was already in disarray, and it took her a moment to grasp his meaning. She quickly shook her head. 3 months later, but once again, she found herself ensnared by his lips, the sound of their kisses enveloping them. Shun Yanli took a deep breath, restraining himself. If she mentioned 3 months, then he would wait until then to fully possess her. Time slipped by, and she eventually succumbed to sleep, lost in his kisses. When she awoke, the softness of the bed and the subtle scent of sandalwood left her momentarily dazed. Memories from before sleep flooded back. Tang Tian lifted the corner of the quilt, her attire still neatly arranged, yet she remained in Shun Yanli's embrace. "Are you awake?" he inquired. She hurried to rise, but he held her firmly in place. "I need to get to work," she protested. Shun Yanli replied leisurely, "Forget about work. Move into a spacious apartment near the Shun family estate and come work at Shun Enterprises." Tang Tian hesitated, contemplating whether this route might alter her fate. "You are already my girlfriend," although today her cheeks flushed as she swatted his hand. Don't say that." Shun Yanli was about to speak again, but she, fearing his words, swiftly covered his lips with her hand. He chuckled softly, removing her hand and planting a gentle kiss on her fingers. "You said 3 months. So 3 months it shall be." Tang Tian couldn't meet his gaze, overwhelmed by her embarrassment. As she pondered over Fu Shi, she finally realized that she was caught between a wolf and a tiger. It seemed unlikely that she could endure for 3 months without being utterly consumed. Thus, she contemplated whether to seek the assistance of Shun Yanli to extricate herself from the original narrative and her current predicament. "Allow me to consider your words for 2 days," she replied. Shun Yanli was evidently pleased with her response. He would not allow Tang Tian to remain ensnared amidst a pack of wolves. He softly uttered, "Good girl." Yet, Tang Tian's thoughts were centered on liberating herself from the confines of the original plot, opting against working at the Shun Corporation or relocating to his spacious apartment, choosing instead to depart from him altogether. Chapter 75. The offensive Tang Tian swiftly rose from the bed, this time unimpeded as she descended. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze and said, "I'll just be on my way." She heard him respond with a slight grunt, prompting her to pause once more. I haven't thought it through yet, so could you avoid any implications in front of others?" Shun Yanli lowered his eyelids, his voice deepening slightly. "What is the reason?" Tang Tian quickly replied, "I'm still working here. It wouldn't be appropriate." Shun Yanli understood her intentions. "Consider it soon." Tang Tian nodded fervently and hurriedly exited his room. It was a little past 3 in the afternoon, not too late. As she descended to the first floor, she feigned nonchalance. With no pressing tasks at hand, no one noticed her brief absence. She returned to her room to change out of her work uniform, for it was not only crumpled, but also left her feeling somewhat clammy. Blushing, she tapped her forehead, admonishing herself to keep those images at bay. After a quick rinse, she donned another set of work attire and ventured out to fulfill her duties. While occupied with her tasks, her mind was in turmoil. She had initially contemplated escaping in 3 months, but now it seemed she might need to depart sooner. The pressure from Shun Yanli and Fu Shi was overwhelming, and she found herself unable to withstand it. Yet, she pondered whether leaving prematurely would truly liberate her from the narrative's grasp. "Tang Tian, where did you go just now?" Song Yu inquired, having finished her afternoon break and searched the entire villa for her. "Tang Tian Feigen Inosen. I overslept a bit and forgot to inform the housekeeper." Song Yu accepted her explanation without suspicion, reflecting instead, Sister Xiao Ji has left. A weight that had long burdened her, Lu Huihua, had suddenly become easier to deal with, as if the clouds overhead had parted. Tang Tian, Sklising Fuit, merely hummed in acknowledgement. Xiao Ji's departure was indeed quiet, and while she felt surprised, she was too preoccupied to contemplate the matter further. The female protagonist in the story had distanced herself from the male lead, leading Tang Tian to muse that perhaps the plot would continue beyond the villa, where destinies might intertwine anew. Tang Tian dared not allow her heart to be swayed by Shun Yanli. She could entertain desire, but would not easily succumb to emotion, fearing the pain that accompanied such vulnerability and the potential for narrative correction. Would it not be a sorrowful affair? She recalled her past life, where she remained single, primarily focused on financial gain, leaving little room for romance, which demanded time and energy. Her singular focus on saving rendered her impervious to distractions. Song Yu felt a pang of concern over Xiao Ji's departure, fearing that Tang Tian might resign from her position even sooner. She wished not to see her leave. As Tang Tian busied herself arranging the fruit platter, she caught sight of Song Yu gazing at her with an expression of reluctance. leaving her momentarily perplexed. "What's wrong?" Tang Tian asked. Song Yu hesitated before saying, "If you decide to leave here, you must tell me in advance." She wanted to prepare a farewell gift. Tang Tian couldn't help but chuckle. "When that day comes, I promise I will let you know." Song Yu clung to her arm affectionately, like a child seeking attention. Suddenly, a man's cleared throat resonated from the fruit bar, causing both Tang Tian and Song Yu to look up in unison. Fushi observed Song Yu intimately embracing Tang Tian's arm, an expression of displeasure evident on his brow. "Tang Tian, please send a fruit platter to the recording studio." Tang Tian, oblivious to the sharpness in his gaze, promptly replied, "Of course, Mr. Fu." Fushi cast a cold glance at Song Yu, who remained closely entwined with Tang Tian. Before he withdrew, hands plunged into his pockets. Though Song Yu was innocent, she was also perceptive, particularly in recognizing such overt warnings from someone like Fushi. She gazed at the now empty doorway and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Sister Tang Tian, did you notice that Mr. Fu's gaze towards me? It felt rather intimidating." Tang Tian, bewildered, raised her eyes and instinctively looked towards the entrance. "I didn't pay attention just now." Song Yu released her arm and rubbed her own, adding, "The way he looked at me sent a chill down my spine." Chapter 76. Decision. A chill enveloped the air, leaving Tang Tian perplexed by Fu's gaze directed at them. Could it be that his interest in her had finally waned? If so, that would indeed be a blessing. At the recording studio on the 3rd floor, Tang Tian wheeled a food cart to the door and knocked. Almost immediately, the door swung open, revealing Fushi's assistant. Tang Tian was not surprised by the assistant's presence, as several aides frequented the villa. She pushed the cart inside, where Fushi stood in the recording area, donning headphones and passionately recording a love song. The moment he spotted Tang Tian, his gaze followed her intently, while his voice resonated with heartfelt fervor. Suddenly meeting his eyes startled Tang Tian, and fearing exposure, she hastily maneuvered the cart towards the coffee table, resolutely avoiding another glance at the recording area. She wheeled the cart into the break room, where the deep timbre of masculine voices filled the air. Upon entering, she noticed Shun Yanli seated on the sofa alongside Wen Xiaoan, Pei Ju, and 2 assistants. Her steps faltered as she sensed their scrutinizing gazes. She bent down to place the fruit platter on the coffee table, pouring coffee for them under their watchful eyes. Particularly, Shun Yanli's gaze lingered on her skin, as if he were tasting her with his eyes. While pouring, Tang Tian nearly faltered, the events from the afternoon replaying vividly in her mind, making it difficult for her to maintain composure in Shun Yanli's presence. When Xiaohan offered her a few glances, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and as she maneuvered the cart away, he casually surveyed her departing figure. Pei Ju sipped his coffee, barely glancing at her, even as she exited. Tang Tian swiftly exited the break room. Eager to depart before she completed his recording. She shut the studio door behind her and hastened to the elevator. Just as the doors closed, she heard the sound of the studio door opening. She stepped out, finding the corridor deserted, and muttered in annoyance, running off so quickly. Before long, it was time for dinner, and tonight, Tang Tian was responsible for Shun Yanli's meal. To avoid any intimate gestures, she maintained a respectful distance. Noticing her retreat, Shun Yanli's expression darkened, though he revealed nothing. Yet Tang Tian could sense the low pressure emanating from him. She dismissed her concerns. Even after leaving, she could not allow her relationship with Shun Yanli to become public knowledge, as she wished to avoid unnecessary complications. The dinner unfolded without incident. After clocking out, Tang Tian returned to her room and took a hot shower, striving to banish any embarrassing images from her mind. Half an hour later, she lay on her side in bed, gazing at the wall and contemplating the path ahead. In 3 months, she would likely be thoroughly scrutinized. The memory of Shun Yanli from earlier was a thought she quickly dismissed. If she remained here much longer, it would not be long before Shun Yanli completely consumed her. And looming behind was Fushi, the ever-watchful predator. That evening, she weighed the pros and cons for a considerable time and resolved to utilize Shun Yanli's assistance to extricate herself from the villa. A lingering apprehension troubled her, as she fretted over how Shun Yanli would orchestrate her dismissal. After 3 days of hesitation, during which she diligently avoided both Shun Yanli and Fu Shi, she seized the opportunity of delivering milk on the third night to approach Shun Yanli regarding this matter. Had she chosen to visit his room at midday, he might have disallowed her departure, thereby jeopardizing her work schedule. Moreover, should the butler or anyone else come seeking her, it would have been disastrous. The villa corridors were eerily silent at night, providing her the cover she needed to leave without being easily detected. Standing before Shun Yanli's door, she raised her hand to knock, only to lower it again, wavering several times before summoning the resolve to rap upon his door. Upon hearing his response from within, Tang Tian took a deep breath and stepped inside. Chapter 77. Turbulence. Shun Yanli sat on the sofa, his long legs elegantly crossed. Upon noticing her entrance, he set aside the book in his hand and inquired in a deep voice, "Have you made up your mind?" Tang Tian, under the intensity of his gaze, placed the milk on the coffee table, unable to meet his eyes. "How will you handle my resignation?" she asked, her unease palpable, not wishing to reveal the nature of her relationship with Shun Yanli. Shun Yanli refrained from addressing her query directly, instead questioning, "Is it appropriate to discuss matters from such a distance?" Tang Tian took 2 steps closer, asserting this is close enough. A light chuckle escaped Shun Yanli. "Am I not your boyfriend? Why are you avoiding me so?" Still hesitant, Tang Tian remained rooted in her spot, apprehensive that he might pull her into his embrace and kiss her. Shun Yanli's smile did not quite reach his eyes. "Do you not regard me as your boyfriend?" His penetrating gaze sent shivers down her spine. Desperate to escape the entanglement of their situation, as well as the presence of Fu Shi, she stammered, "No, I do see you as my boyfriend, but I am just not accustomed to having one yet." Shun Yanli remained silent, his eyes fixed on her. To avoid being uncovered, she finally approached him and sat by his side. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her, planting a kiss on her hair, exuding an air of romantic sweetness. With a steady tone, he reassured her, "I will take care of your resignation." Concerned about the finer details, she clarified, "What I mean is," he interjected, "you do not want others to know about our relationship." Fearful that his displeasure might resurface due to her words, she nodded in agreement. "Though I do not understand your concern regarding this matter, I will defer to your wishes." Shun Yanli pressed a kiss to her cheek, his arms tightening around her as he cupped her face, drawing her closer. Leaning against his embrace, she reciprocated the kiss. He murmured teasingly, "Every time you see me, you even shy away from looking at me?" He posed a question but sealed her lips, denying her a chance to respond. Seizing the moment when Shun Yanli's spine tingled with sensation, she managed to free herself momentarily. Swiftly, she distanced herself from him and fled his room, shutting the door behind her. After returning to her own room, she bathed and lay in bed, struggling to find sleep. Only when her agitation began to fade did she gradually succumb to slumber. Yet, her dreams proved equally tumultuous. In her dream, she lay once more on a bed, kissed by a tall man. The scene was shrouded in darkness, rendering the figure indistinguishable. Tang Tian could not identify the man before her, though he felt vaguely familiar. As she awakened, she pondered who that person could be. The name Wen Xiaohan flickered through her mind, only to be immediately dismissed. Wen Xiaohan would not possess the relentless allure of the man in her dream. Moreover, he did not embody the ominous, enigmatic aura that the dream figure exuded. Why had she dreamt such a thing? What was wrong with her? Did she truly need to engage in a romantic relationship? A headache throbbed at her temples as she struggled to extricate herself from the narrative, her fate still precariously hanging in the balance. Thus, there truly exists no time for romance. As for Shun Yanli, were he not one of the protagonists, perhaps she might have experienced a romantic entanglement with him. However, apart from her role as the malicious female antagonist and his position as the male lead, there lies an insurmountable chasm between their respective identities and backgrounds. A divide that, given her capabilities, she could never hope to bridge in this lifetime. Therefore, it is best to utilize him as a means of escape and depart. For once the journey of love commences, it is all too easy to become enamored, especially with individuals like Shun Yanli and Fu Shi, whose exceptional qualities render them effortlessly likable. Moreover, she often finds herself in close proximity to them. Chapter 78, Departure. Tang Tian pondered for a while, then slept for several hours. Upon awakening, she discovered that the sky outside had brightened significantly. Hurriedly, she rose from her bed. Just in the nick of time, she completed her attendance card, sighing in relief. Although her workdays were limited, tardiness would incur a penalty. Tang Tian had anticipated working for a few more days, but unexpectedly, she was summoned by the butler in the afternoon. With a grave expression, the butler called her aside and sighed. Tang Tian, starting tomorrow, you need not come to work anymore. You will receive triple your salary. Tang Tian was taken aback. Was Shun Yanli's decision so swift? No work from tomorrow? The butler sighed deeply. Yes, I cannot advocate on your behalf regarding this matter, so I wish you the best in your future endeavors. Anxiety welled up within Tang Tian. As soon as she stepped out of this villa, she would successfully extricate herself from the plot. I'm fine, butler. You need not worry about me, she reassured him. The butler gazed at her with a look of regret, reluctant to see her dismissed. Helplessly, he replied, I hope things go well for you in the future. Tang Tian smiled. They will. She believed she would manage to thrive here. Butler, I have a favor to ask. The butler responded readily. What is it? Please speak freely. I will certainly assist within my capabilities. Tang Tian said, I will be leaving tonight, so I would appreciate it if you could inform others tomorrow. Leaving tonight? Mr. Shun arranged for a car for you tomorrow morning. The butler paused as Tang Tian shook her head. I do not wish to trouble Mr. Shun any further. The butler considered it trivial and thus agreed. Song Yu learned of her departure that evening, rushing into Tang Tian's room to find her, tears blurring her vision as she clung to Tang Tian's arm. Unwilling to let go. Why so sudden? Did you offend someone? I will plead on your behalf. Tang Tian, amused and exasperated, pulled her back. There is no need for that. It's my own decision to leave. Song Yu was so bewildered that she momentarily forgot to cry. You want to leave? Why? Such a wonderful job. Such a high salary. Why would you want to quit, Tang Tian? Tang Tian gazed out the window. I have my own path to follow. Song Yu wept. I can't bear for you to go. This all happened so suddenly. I didn't even have time to prepare a farewell gift. Tang Tian smiled as she patted her. I'm merely resigning from here. We can still go out for meals together whenever you have time. Song Yu's sobs subsided as she wiped her tears. All right then, you must promise not to forget me. Tang Tian couldn't help but laugh. How could I? Fushi was unaware of her impending departure. During dinner on the first floor, he seized the opportunity to quietly take Tang Tian's hand. Observing her cheeks flush a rosy hue, the smile in his enchanting eyes deepened. He assumed her acquiescence to his hand-holding was a sign of her acceptance of their relationship as a couple. At 8:30, Sister Wu had arranged for her salary to be settled. Tang Tian, with her suitcase in tow, waved goodbye to Song Yu. A taxi was already waiting for her outside the villa. She placed her suitcase in the car before climbing in. As the car began to accelerate, the brightly lit villa behind her gradually faded from view, succumbing to the encroaching darkness. Tang Tian's anxious demeanor remained unrelaxed. She took a deep breath and pulled out her phone to purchase a ticket for the next high-speed train, eager to depart from the city. Over half an hour later, she had just boarded the train bound for City S when an unfamiliar call came in. She refrained from answering, assuming it to be a telemarketing solicitation. Moments later, her phone vibrated again, and with the train yet to depart, she contemplated for a moment before answering. Hello? A silence enveloped the line, as if her act of answering was a mere figment of her imagination. Glancing at her screen, she confirmed the call was indeed active and had not been disconnected. Hello, may I ask who this is? A deep voice resonated in her ear, unmistakably belonging to Shun Yanli. Where are you? Upon hearing his voice, chilling to the bone, Tang Tian's body jolted. Shun Yanli. Stammering, she found herself at a loss for words, hastily ending the call. Was he aware of her early departure? Panic set in, her palms growing clammy as she realized she was already en route to another city, and it was unlikely they would cross paths again. Moreover, she considered herself devoid of the allure that would compel Shun Yanli to seek her out. Gazing out at the swiftly passing buildings, she thought to herself, I must have successfully extricated myself from the narrative. Chapter 79. Her departure, the high-speed train journey lasted over 4 hours. Tang Tian inserted her earbuds, allowing the melodies to soothe her lingering anxiety. The recent phone call from Shun Yanli had startled her considerably, leaving her emotions taut and unsettled. The following morning, Song Yu knocked on Wen Xiaohan's door. Upon hearing his invitation to enter, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. When Xiaohan glanced up and noticed she was carrying 3 elegantly crafted gift bags, one of which appeared quite familiar. Song Yu placed the exquisite necklace, valued at 1,000,000, onto the coffee table before him. "Mr. Wen, this is a gift from Sister Tang Tian," she announced. Uncertain of the contents of the gift bags, she simply followed Sister Tang Tian's instructions to deliver it. When Xiaohan regarded the gift bags on the table and inquired, "Is Tang Tian on leave today?" Song Yu found no oddity in his question. It was entirely natural that Mr. Wen was unaware of Sister Tang Tian's departure. After all, she was merely a servant, and as he had not been the one to dismiss her, it was unlikely he would pay her any mind. "She has already left," Song Yu confirmed. When Xiaohan's expression momentarily froze, yet his tone remained gentle. "Left?" Song Yu nodded. "Yes. She departed the villa last night and instructed me to ensure this gift bag reached you." When Xiaohan fell silent for a moment before saying, "Understood. You may go," Song Yu nodded respectfully and exited his room, heading to Mr. Fu's chamber next. Fu Shi had just awoken, mistaking the knock for Tang Tian's. Upon opening the door to find Song Yu, his handsome features shifted from bright to dark. "What is it?" His expression and tone exuded impatience, startling Song Yu. She handed one of the gift bags to Fu Shi, saying, "Mr. Fu, this is from Sister Tang Tian." Fu Shi assumed it was a gift from Tang Tian, who was too shy to present it personally, thus sending someone else. He accepted the gift bag, stating, "Tell Tang Tian to come to my room herself." Song Yu, taken aback, began Mr. Fu. But before she could finish, the door was firmly shut in her face. Feigning indifference, Fu Shi began to open the gift. Though he was eager to see what Tang Tian had sent, with delicate movements, he unwrapped the bag, revealing a familiar car, key nestled within. Fuchsies is mild-foltered. It was the car he had gifted to Tang Tian. His expression darkened, and he promptly rose to open the door. As Song Yu prepared to knock on Shun Yanli's door, she heard a disturbance from a nearby room. Fu Shi emerged, his striking visage composed yet determined, striding toward her. Song Yu felt a wave of trepidation. Mr. Fu's expression was genuinely intimidating. Was it possible he disapproved of the gift from Tang Tian? He approached her, asking, "Is Tang Tian downstairs?" Song Yu shook her head. "Sister Tang Tian has resigned. She left here last night." Fuxies Jotaiten. Who resigned? Who authorized her departure? Tang Tian, Song Yu stammered, intimidated by his formidable demeanor. Without uttering another word, Fu Shi descended the stairs to confront the butler, seeking clarity regarding this matter. He was completely unaware of Tang Tian's resignation or her departure. Every step Fu Shi took was imbued with fury as he sought out the butler. "Butler, why has Tang Tian resigned? Who permitted her departure without my consent?" The darkness in his expression left the butler momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, the butler replied, "Mr. Shun instructed her to resign immediately." Fu Shi raised an eyebrow. "Shun Yanli?" He chose not to inquire further and turned to leave. The butler watched his retreating figure, puzzled. Why was Mr. Fu so enraged over Tang Tian's departure? A suspicion began to take shape in the butler's mind. He composed his expression. If this were indeed the case, Tang Tian's exit might not be entirely unfavorable. Tang Tian and Mr. Fu were simply incompatible. The Fu family would never permit him to court a mirror maid. While they might not interfere with his romantic endeavors, marriage was an entirely different matter, an absolute impossibility. Yet, if Mr. Fu had genuinely developed feelings for Tang Tian, given his disposition towards familial obligations, he would likely remain oblivious. After Fu Shi descended the stairs, Song Yu finally knocked on Shun Yanli's door. She rapped several times, but there was no response. Had Mr. Shen gone out? Just as she was about to turn away, a voice from within called, "Come in." Entering the room, she handed him the final gift bag. "Mr. Shun, this is from Sister Tang Tian." Without lifting his gaze, Shun Yanli replied, "Just set it down." Song Yu placed the gift bag on the table and exited. Shortly thereafter, Fu Shi pushed the door open and stepped inside. His demeanor was frigid as he coldly regarded Shun Yanli. "Why did you dismiss Tang Tian?" Fu Shi was fully aware that Shun Yanli's actions were not without ulterior motives. Shun Yanli calmly savored his tea, seemingly indifferent to the matter at hand. If I wish to dismiss her, then I shall. Fu undicesimo smirkt derisively. Ligie. I know what you intend. Tang Tian harbors no feelings for you. Xin Yanli remained unperturbed, responding, love grows over time. It was unclear which of his words incensed Fu Shi, but he stepped forward, gripping Xin Yanli's collar, his eyes glinting with coldness. Dare you? Xin Yanli met his gaze with composure. Why should I not? If you desire something, must I not? Fu Shi scoffed, releasing his grip. Do you believe Tang Tian cares for you? She is more timid than anyone else, avoiding not only you, but also Xin Yanli. Xin Yanli adjusted his collar, his expression remaining serene and unruffled. That is of no consequence. Fu Shi chose not to waste further words with him and promptly returned to his room to have someone investigate Tang Tian. After placing the call, he leaned back on the sofa, toying with the car keys that Tang Tian had returned. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he found himself laughing in exasperation. Tang Tian had been deceiving him all along. She possessed a surprising audacity in this regard. Capturing her would involve more than mere punishment. It would be about ensuring her compliance. Among the four gentlemen, only Pei Ju reacted with the least surprise upon hearing of Tang Tian's departure. He looked up and inquired of the butler regarding her salary, asking whether it had been satisfactory. The butler confirmed that not only had they compensated Tang Tian with triple her wages, but they had also awarded her an additional 50,000. Upon hearing this amount, Pei Ju instructed, transfer another 100,000 to her account from my personal funds. The butler was taken aback. What is the reason for this? Pei Ju spoke lightly, mentioning that he had previously asked her for a small favor and had compensated her accordingly. The butler promptly nodded in agreement, stating that he would inform Manager Wu of the matter at once, ensuring its implementation today. Pei Ju merely acknowledged with a sound, seemingly indifferent to Tang Tian's departure. Chapter 80. Employment in City S. Tang Tian donned a mask and, in the dead of night, rented an apartment online, intending to rest for a day or two before seeking employment. The following morning, she took a taxi to a residential complex in the heart of City S. After a brief inspection, she found the one-bedroom apartment to be adequately sized and fairly appealing, with a price well within her means. Tang Tian signed a contract with the agent and moved in, meticulously cleaning the space to forget the tumultuous events of her past. After enjoying a warm shower, she descended to grab a meal. This semblance of normalcy felt foreign to her, as if it had been an eternity since she last experienced such tranquility. That night, she turned off the lights, planning to search for jobs the next day, while keeping her phone in airplane mode to avoid any calls from Xin Yanli or Fu Shi. Before sleeping, she disabled airplane mode and had already exited all group chats associated with her former workplace. A message from an unfamiliar number caught her attention. Simply reading, "Little fraud." Upon inspecting the number, she compared it to her call history and confirmed it was not Xin Yanli's. Thus, the sender of the message was indeed Fu Shi. She had only given a perfunctory response to both Xin Yanli and Fu Shi. In haste, she blocked the unknown number to prevent any inquiries from Fu Shi. Now distanced from the narrative, she wished to sever any ties with the male protagonists of her story. Her thoughts swirled as she drifted into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she suddenly became aware of a warm sensation enveloping her, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. Tang Tian turned to kiss the man behind her. Awakening with a start, she recognized the bathroom from her dream as eerily similar to the one in her current apartment. Even the ceiling appeared identical. She turned on the light and ventured into the bathroom to confirm her suspicions. Indeed, it mirrored her dreamscape. Overwhelmed by disbelief, she attributed it to mere coincidence and, yawning, settled back into sleep, realizing she could no longer postpone her quest for soothing remedies. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow on her bed. Tang Tian awoke, finally able to rest peacefully. She dressed in loose, comfortable attire and ventured out to procure groceries, eager to savor the essence of life. After purchasing ingredients for her calming concoctions and enjoying breakfast, she strolled back to her residence with a sense of contentment. In the afternoon, she lounged on the sofa, perusing job listings on her recruitment app. Spotting a suitable position, she promptly sent her resume and awaited a response. Taking a moment to glance at her phone again, she noted the unfamiliar number had not messaged her since. Relieved, She interpreted this as a sign that neither she, nor Shun Yanli intended to pursue any further contact. She shed her burdens and hummed a cheerful tune while communicating with the prospective employer who invited her for an interview the following day. Setting her phone aside, she celebrated her newfound freedom from the tragic fate scripted for her in the narrative, opting for a cola in place of alcohol. In preparation for her interview the following day, she hurriedly purchased a blouse and a skirt suitable for commuting. The staff at the women's clothing store gazed at her in astonishment, having never encountered someone so strikingly beautiful. Tang Tian acquired 2 sets of attire for her professional endeavors and meandered about for a while before returning home. On the day of the interview, she applied a subtle touch of makeup and donned her tailored ensemble before embarking on the subway to the company where her interview was scheduled. Tang Tian's appearance was undeniably captivating, particularly in her blouse and skirt. Her flawless figure and remarkable beauty drew the gaze of onlookers from afar. Throughout her journey from home to the interview location, she overheard numerous admirations regarding her beauty. Although somewhat socially anxious, she had grown accustomed to such attention due to her striking looks and figure in her previous life. The prospective employer was a publicly traded company. Standing at the entrance on the ground floor, she took a deep breath to ease her nerves before entering. In the recruitment department, Tang Tian sat in the candidate's seat, facing 2 managers from the HR department, 1 female and 1 male, both around 25 years of age. Not only did the male manager blush upon seeing Tang Tian, but the female manager was equally entranced by her beauty. With a polite smile, Tang Tian presented her resume to them. "Here are my credentials," she announced. The female manager took the document, perused it briefly, and then directed several pointed questions at Tang Tian. She responded to each inquiry with poise, and the female manager expressed her satisfaction with Tang Tian's articulate answers. The male manager posed a couple of straightforward questions, and during their eye contact, he found himself blushing uncontrollably. Tang Tian, typically oblivious to matters of the heart, did not realize that the young male manager had fallen for her at first sight. "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the interview," the female manager stated, rising to shake her hand. Overjoyed, Tang Tian stepped forward to shake hands, also offering a brief handshake to the male manager, who blushed deeply to his neck. "Thank you both. I appreciate your efforts," she said, feeling a wave of relief as she returned home. Upon reaching the entrance of her community, a Cullinan glided past her, slowly making its way into the neighborhood. Chapter 81. Discussing matters, Tang Tian was so engrossed in her joy that she failed to notice the cars passing by. Today's interview had gone exceedingly well, and she was looking forward to dining at a nice restaurant that evening. As she reached the entrance of her building, she noticed the open-air parking lot across the street. Humming a tune, she was about to step into the building when her peripheral vision caught sight of the parking lot. She glanced over, then quickly averted her gaze. But in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock as she abruptly halted, turning her gaze back to the parking lot. The lot was sparsely populated with a few cars, among which a Cullinan stood out strikingly. Leaning against the vehicle was a figure clad in a black shirt and tailored trousers, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness. His handsome face wore a calm expression, and his dark eyes initially regarded her with an unsettling stillness. As she incredulously turned away, his gaze methodically swept over her, concealing a myriad of emotions beneath the surface. Tang Tian could scarcely believe her eyes, yet the undeniable reality before her confirmed that the man standing not far away was indeed Shun Yanli. She felt as if the ground had shifted beneath her. How could he possibly be here? In that moment, she stood frozen, until she observed Shun Yanli's tall figure approaching her with a leisurely grace. He halted before her, an intoxicating aroma of dark perfume enveloping him like a dangerous aura. Gradually encroaching upon Tang Tian, Shun Yanli's voice, low and steady, instilled in her an instinctive urge to retreat. Used and discarded, she thought. Tang Tian, wearing high heels, took a cautious half-step back, her astonishment rendering her speechless. You misunderstood. It's not what you think." Shun Yanli continued to advance. "Explain yourself." "I am listening." Tang Tian nervously shook her head, unable to offer an explanation. The truth was, she had indeed taken advantage of him, and that was a fact she could not deny. I come from a vastly different background than yours. I live in a place you might have only seen on television, while I am but an ordinary citizen navigating through life. She continued thus. The beginning of this relationship is destined to end in separation. It might be better not to start all. Shen Yanli dismissed her concerns. As long as you are willing, none of this matters. Biting her lip, she felt his arm encircle her waist with a swift motion. You. Shen Yanli raised a hand to press his fingertip against her lips, his voice low and laced with danger. You cannot alter the outcome. Tang Tian's mind involuntarily drifted to the plot of the story, and in the next instant, she felt his grip tighten around her waist, compelling her to meet his gaze. Shen Yanli's eyes were shrouded in shadows. Will you not invite me up to sit? Tang Tian glanced at the passersby, realizing that this was hardly an appropriate place for a discussion. She pondered a compromise. How about we go? He leisurely interrupted her. To my villa. Tang Tian felt the grip on her waist intensify. She recognized he was serious, especially since they had previously agreed she would move into his spacious apartment. Then, let us go up and talk. She understood that evasion was futile. It would be better to clarify things with him directly. Feeling the eyes of onlookers upon them, she grew embarrassed and quietly urged him to release her. Please, let go of me first. Yet, Shen Yanli remained unmoving, resembling a couple in love as they stepped into the elevator together. You are a singer, and soon you will be photographed. Tang Tian's concerns still fail to heighten his vigilance. As the elevator doors closed, Shen Yanli leaned down and kissed her cheek. I am a singer, not an idol. It appears there are numerous reasons for your reluctance to be with me. Tang Tian, flustered, wished to explain, but found herself at a loss for words. He seemed to disregard her various protests. No matter how she articulated her feelings, he remained indifferent and unconcerned. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, You are free to pursue a romantic relationship. However, you must refrain from engaging with a maid, as such gossip would tarnish your reputation. Chapter 82. Restlessness. Shen Yanli remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her, causing her heart to race with trepidation. He parted his lips, calmly imparting a stark truth. You cannot escape. Tang Tian, feeling anxious, swiftly averted her eyes, striving to mend the situation. I have no intention of fleeing. I merely wish to communicate with you, nothing more. Had she known he would come, she would have surely disguised herself and fled further away. Shen Yanli regarded her with darkened eyes, his demeanor unsettlingly tranquil. He stated, Very well, say what you wish, I am listening. Tang Tian believed he had finally relented, contemplating how to persuade him to willingly relinquish the idea of being together. Upon arriving at the entrance of her residence, she retrieved her keys from her bag and unlocked the door. Stepping inside, she turned to glance at Shen Yanli, who stood at the threshold. The space was somewhat cramped. I hope you do not mind, Mr. Shen. Shen Yanli lowered his gaze, taking another look at her attire for the day. The white shirt enveloped her delicate shoulders, clearly oversized to downplay her alluring figure. The high-waisted skirt accentuated her waist, its length hovering above her knees, further highlighting her physique and grace. He stepped inside, casually locking the door behind him. There is nothing to disdain, he remarked. Tang Tian endeavored to maintain a respectful distance, pouring him a glass of warm water before sitting opposite him. This way, they could engage in a proper discussion. As they sat in silence, the intensity of his gaze enveloped her, a blend of discomfort and fervor that made her restless. She attempted to communicate. Mr. Shen, we truly are not suited for one another. Shen Yanli responded in a subdued tone. Do you feel nothing for me? His words conjured a myriad of images in her mind. Flustered, she replied, I feel nothing. By saying this, she hoped to extricate herself, believing that a man of his stature would prioritize his pride over any interest in her. Shen Yanli's expression remained serene, devoid of any sign of indignation. His lips moved, articulating words that, delivered in his smooth, deep voice, filled Tang Tian with a sense of shame that quickened her heartbeat. Embarrassed, her cheeks flushed, she instinctively rose to interrupt him. Please, stop speaking. Yet Shen Yanli continued at a leisurely pace. Overwhelmed by his audacious words, Tang Tian rushed forward, covering his lips with her hand. Mr. Shen, please refrain from speaking such nonsense. Meeting his gaze, the subtle undertones in his eyes intensified her unease. It dawned upon her that she had fallen into his trap. Was he attempting to seduce her? In a panic, she withdrew her hand, only to find herself enveloped in his embrace. Mr. Shunt, Shen Yanli looked into her flustered eyes and inquired, "Did my kiss evoke no feelings?" Tang Tian quickly shook her head. "No, that's not it. I said that to avoid being with you, I do have feelings." Her shirt, originally tailored to fit snugly, remained constricting even when she purchased it 2 sizes larger. Now, enveloped in his embrace, it clung even tighter. Shen Yanli pondered this predicament with a leisurely air. "Having exploited and deceived you, Tang Tian, how shall I settle this account?" Tang Tian quickly responded, "I did not intend to deceive you. The penalty for breach of contract is simply unaffordable. Moreover, with his protagonist aura, he is destined to alter the narrative within the story, ensuring that neither I nor he will suffer any repercussions." Shen Yanli regarded her, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. "I have perused your contract. In just over 3 months, it shall reach its expiration. It appears you had a plan all along." His words, though calm, carried an undercurrent of danger that Tang Tian could not ignore. She felt an urge to extricate herself from his hold. "Mr. Shun, I shouldn't have deceived you, but I have my reasons." Shen Yanli trailed his kisses from her chin to her lips. "Pray tell, what are these reasons?" Tang Tian inadvertently locked eyes with his unabashedly dark gaze, where an intense emotion simmered. She was momentarily captivated, and then Shen Yanli pressed his lips against hers. "I must say, I quite admire this attire on you." Chapter 83. Reality time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the sound of water filled the bathtub in the bathroom. In a state of hazy consciousness, Tang Tian felt herself being embraced by him. The midday sun streamed through the gaps, illuminating the darkness of the room as she turned over, nestling in Shen Yanli's arms. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She raised her hand to caress his remarkably sculpted chest, instantly banishing her drowsiness. She quickly extricated herself from his embrace, her gaze landing on Shen Yanli's strikingly handsome face, which bore an expression of surprise at her startled demeanor. In a hoarse voice, Shen Yanli remarked, "It's noon. Let us get up and have something to eat." Tang Tian felt a rush of embarrassment, rendering her unable to engage in further conversation. "You." Shen Yanli noticed her lingering shock and chuckled softly. "We are in a relationship now. Events like yesterday's will become commonplace." Tang Tian was at a loss, her mind swirling with confusion. It seemed she had indeed become his girlfriend. I'll get up and brush my teeth first." Though it was now a reality, she still found it difficult to face him. His gaze always instilled a sense of timidness within her. Clad in her nightgown, she stepped out of bed, planning to change after washing her face and brushing her teeth. But her legs trembled as she descended. Flushing with embarrassment, she shot him a glare, prompting Shen Yanli to chuckle. "Yesterday." Tang Tian swiftly leaped toward him, covering his lips with her hand, exclaiming, "Please don't say that. It's utterly mortifying." Shen Yanli smiled and gently removed her hand, acquiescing, "As you wish." Hastily, she retreated to the bathroom. After brushing her teeth and rinsing her mouth, she grabbed a towel to wash her face. Shen Yanli, in a relaxed posture, leaned against the doorframe, his gaze subtly fixed on her through the mirror. His exceptionally handsome face and the alluring aura he exuded caused Tang Tian to blush uncontrollably. Assuming he was about to wash up as well, she said, "I'll be done shortly. Just wait a moment." Shen Yanli approached and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Although Tang Tian had shared intimate moments with him before, she was still not accustomed to being held so freely. Struggling to break free from his embrace, she exited the bathroom, only to discover a text message on her phone from the company she had interviewed with yesterday. They were apologizing, stating that she did not pass the interview and suggesting she seek other opportunities. She was taken aback. They had clearly assured her otherwise. At that moment, Shen Yanli, standing behind her, casually inquired, "Who sent the message?" "The company I interviewed with," Tang Tian replied. He pressed further. "What did they say?" After glancing at her phone, he returned it to the bedside table. By afternoon, Tang Tian was utterly exhausted, feeling as though she had been subjected to an ordeal. He seemed insatiable. During their dinner together, Shen Yanli remarked, "This place is too small. We'll be moving to the spacious flat I mentioned to you the other day." Tang Tian thought the current place was quite satisfactory and saw no need to relocate to a larger flat. I would prefer to stay here for now, she mused, considering that this month's rent had already been paid and should not go to waste. Xinyanli, however, was determined that she should not reside in such a cramped and chaotic environment. If you prefer a smaller space, I shall buy you one. We will move in a couple of days. This place is not particularly safe. Tang Tian raised her gaze to meet his, then lowered her eyes to the dishes before her, murmuring softly, "You are undoubtedly the most perilous person here." Little did she expect that Shun Yanli had overheard her. He slowly lifted his eyelids and, in a deep voice, inquired, "Am I the most perilous?" Tang Tian immediately shook her head, utterly unwilling to acknowledge her previous mutterings. "It is indeed rather unsafe here." Shin Yanli gazed at her intently, his eyes dark and profound. "I am your boyfriend and your future husband. What we have done is entirely normal." Tang Tian was taken aback by his words, her face a portrait of disbelief as she processed the notion of a future husband. Observing her expression of sheer terror, Shun Yanli's demeanor remained remarkably unchanged. "I have made this decision. Your thoughts on the matter are inconsequential. You shall never escape from my side in this lifetime." Tang Tian had not only never contemplated marrying him, but she had not even considered the possibility of becoming his girlfriend. His words left her in a state of shock. It seemed he truly had no intention of letting her go. Chapter 84. She arrived, and Tang Tian lowered her voice, saying, "Let's talk later." She responded vaguely, while Shun Yanli remained untroubled, his expression as cool and detached as ever. He was indifferent to Tang Tian's thoughts. Her desire to distance herself from him was apparent, although he could not fathom why. Tang Tian was still anxious about the unfolding narrative, sensing that the plot would not easily change. Thus, she resolved to keep her distance from the male protagonist, hoping that if the storyline did indeed shift, she might evade the consequences. However, as she lifted her gaze to Shin Yanli, who was dining across from her, she recalled his earlier words, which left no room for her to unilaterally propose a separation. Tang Tian wrestled with whether to let things unfold naturally. Around 9 that evening, a knock echoed through the apartment. Shun Yanli was in the shower, while Tang Tian sat in the living room watching television. The unexpected knock puzzled her. Who would come to see her at this hour? There was no food delivery, and packages were left at the downstairs station. The knocking persisted, and she peered through the peephole, only to find Fu Shi's striking figure standing outside. Perhaps he had been knocking for some time without a response, as impatience flashed across his features, eager to see Tang Tian. Upon realizing it was Fu Shi, Tang Tian was taken aback, feeling a surge of panic. What should she do? Why had Fu Shi come here? Instinctively, she glanced towards the bathroom. Shin Yanli possessed a strong sense of possessiveness over her. She then looked back at the incessantly knocking door. Aware that Fu Shi was equally not one to be easily deterred, the thought crossed her mind. What if these two men confronted each other because of her? In distress, Tang Tian decided against opening the door, hoping Fu Shi would abandon his pursuit and leave. However, reality was unforgiving. Fu Shi had discovered she lived in this building, in this very apartment. He would not relent until he saw her, and even if he did, persistence was in his nature. Taking a deep breath, she seized a moment while Shun Yanli was still in the shower, hastily opening the door, determined to persuade Fu Shi to leave. Otherwise, the door would inevitably be opened. If Shun Yanli emerged and saw Fu Shi through the peephole, he might open the door. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down her spine. It would be a chaotic battleground, one she dared not imagine further. Gathering her courage, she opened the door, her heart racing. Fu Shi, upon seeing the door ajar, beheld Tang Tian clad in a light white nightgown, her dark hair cascading around her, her unadorned beauty striking yet ethereal. This was the first time he had seen her in such attire, and his peach blossom eyes appraised her with mild interest. He chuckled softly. "Tang Tian, is this how you treat me? By leaving without a word?" Tang Tian's face betrayed her unease. "There's a reason for it. Can we discuss this another day? Or perhaps over the phone?" Fu Shi narrowed his eyes, noticing her feigned composure, her gaze drifting occasionally towards a certain direction in the room. He recalled Xin Yanli leaving the villa a day earlier than himself, and his expression darkened ominously. As Tang Tian attempted to close the door, his hand pressed against it, forcefully stepping into the apartment. Witnessing his entrance, Tang Tian could no longer mask her panic. At this moment, Shun Yanli emerged from the bathroom, clad in a delicate bathrobe, and made his way to the living room. Upon seeing Fu Shi's presence, he exhibited no semblance of surprise. Fu undicesimo, witnessing Shun's emergence from the bathroom in his robe, instantly perceived the nature of the relationship between Shun and Tang Tian, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Li Ye, what are you doing here? Shun Yanli casually wrapped an arm around the quivering Tang Tian, whose form resembled that of a timid quail, his hand gently caressing the skin of her arm, the gesture ambiguous in its intent, whether to provoke his rival or to offer her solace. Tang Tian is my girlfriend. My presence here is entirely reasonable. Fu Shi's gaze shifted to the silently anxious Tang Tian standing beside him, the chill in his peach blossom eyes becoming increasingly menacing. Li Ge, you must be mistaken. She is my girlfriend, not yours. Xin Yanli chuckled, leisurely responding, my relationship with her is exceedingly intimate and substantial. Fu Shi glanced once more at the fidgeting Tang Tian, who was nervously fidgeting with her fingers, aware of her inherent sensitivity. Your seductive tactics will naturally overwhelm someone as sensitive as Tang Tian. After uttering this, he turned to her. Tang Tian, whose girlfriend do you wish to be? Tang Tian raised her eyes to meet Fu Shi's gaze before shifting them to the increasingly possessive Shun Yanli, whose icy demeanor intensified with every tightening of his embrace. It seemed that the moment she displayed any inclination to escape from him, he would unleash his fury upon her, as he had done the previous day. In her heart, Tang Tian contemplated, enduring prolonged suffering is less desirable than experiencing a swift resolution. Perhaps this chance would dissuade Fu Shi from pursuing her. She addressed Fu Shi, I am already in a relationship with Mr. Shan, and we have indeed engaged in a physical relationship. I should not have misled you in my attempts to distance myself. In truth, the 4 months I mentioned referred to the duration until the expiration of our contract. Upon hearing this, Shun Yanli felt a sense of equilibrium within himself. She appeared to treat everyone equally. Fu Shi bore no resentment, recognizing the truth in her words and sensing her desire to distance herself from both men. Li Ye, do not coerce her. She does not wish to be with you. Let her go. Tang Tian cast a furtive glance at Shun Yanli, wondering if he would comply. Shun Yanli tightened his embrace around her, calmly stating, this matter concerns only Tang Tian and me. Your concern is unwarranted. Fu, she met his gaze coldly, but mindful of Tang Tian's presence, he refrained from escalating the situation further, unwilling to provoke her annoyance. Time was on his side. Ultimately, it remained uncertain who would win Tang Tian's heart. In a subdued tone, he instructed Tang Tian, should you need anything, call me. Not a word was spoken regarding the fact that she had blocked his number. Tang Tian glanced at Shun Yanli before nodding in acknowledgement. Fu Shi's reaction took her by surprise. She had expected him, given his nature, to confront Shun Yanli without hesitation. Instead, he had not only refrained from such an action, but had seemingly defended her as well. At this moment, her regard for Fu Shi had significantly increased. Chapter 85. Moving after Fu Shi left, Tang Tian found herself embraced by Shun Yanli on the sofa. His expression was cool as he requested her to input her phone password. He meticulously checked each number until he discovered Fu Shi's contact in the blacklist. Shun Yanli chuckled softly and placed a kiss on her cheek, his voice low as he praised her. Well done. Tang Tian Sayin Wali. Contemplating how long Shun Yanli's interest in her would endure now that he had won her over. As for Fu Shi, she hoped he would soon forget her. She could not bear the attention of two such exceptional men, both relentless in their pursuits. Shun Yanli lowered his gaze, seemingly attuned to her emotions. His demeanor suggested that Fu Shi's presence was more unsettling to him than he let on. Observing the fleeting expressions on her face, it became evident that Fu Shi's pursuit had left a significant impact. Fu Shi is rather unpredictable. You need not concern yourself with his words, Shun Yanli remarked. Tang Tian felt compelled to share her thoughts. I used to believe that as well, but today he has somewhat altered my perspective. She had not finished her candid statement when she suddenly realized something, turning abruptly. The frosty gaze of Shun Yanli met hers, filled with an ominous chill. "Oh no!" Tang Tian exclaimed, hastily rising to escape, only to be pulled back into his embrace. The shadow of Shun Yanli loomed large in her vision. "Continue," he urged softly. Tang Tian forced a laugh, waving her hand. "I was just rambling, just rambling." Shun Yanli tightened his hold on her. "Fu, she is not a good person. Do not entertain any favorable thoughts about him." Tang Tian felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling how Fu she had once commented that when Xiaohan was not to be underestimated. That night in the bathroom, Tang Tian pressed her hands against the wall, sharing a deep kiss with Shun Yanli from behind. At that moment, it mirrored the scene from her dream, leaving her utterly astonished. When Tang Tian awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, her legs feeling weak and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glare at Shun Yanli. Fortunately, he had left for errands in the afternoon. Otherwise, she would have truly struggled to cope. Seated on the sofa watching television, her mind wandered to job hunting. Though Shun Yanli had generously provided her with a black card and purchased a house for her, she still felt the pressing need for employment. Over the past few days, she had submitted her RSUM to several major companies during her spare time, yet she had not received a single response. Perplexed, she pondered the content of her RSUM, questioning her own worth. Was she truly so unappealing? As she prepared to move, she reluctantly set aside her RSUM revisions. Around 3 p.m., Shun Yanli's staff arrived to transport her belongings alongside his own to the new house he had purchased for her. Tang Tian had yet to see the new place. She initially intended to ride with the moving truck, but the driver, appointed by Shun Yanli, promptly informed her that this vehicle had been arranged specifically for her. Quickly boarding the car, she marveled at Shun Yanli's meticulous arrangements as he busied himself elsewhere. The vehicle arrived at a prestigious residential complex in the city center, home to the affluent. As Tang Tian watched the car descend into the underground parking, she reflected on why Shun Yanli found it difficult to adapt to her modest rental. The disparity was indeed striking. Taking the elevator directly from the underground parking garage to her designated floor, she opened the door and was increasingly astonished as she wandered about. She had received the property deed, but had never bothered to check the size of the apartment. To her surprise, this was the small house he had mentioned, encompassing approximately 150 square meters. She had anticipated a modest space of merely 70 square meters. Moreover, the level of opulence was beyond her belief. Tang Tian could hardly fathom that this lavish abode was now under her name. Before long, the organizer hired by Shun Yanli arrived and neatly arranged her meager belongings. It took Tang Tian several hours to come to terms with the fact that not only was she in a romantic relationship with Shun Yanli, but she had also moved into the house he gifted her. In the evening, when Shun Yanli returned, he suggested taking her to the supermarket for groceries. Tang Tian retrieved a mask for him, donned her own, and only then agreed to hold his hand as they ventured out together. Throughout their shopping expedition, she was unaware that they were being photographed. On their way back, Shun Yanli's arms were laden with bags, and he insisted that Tang Tian carry nothing. As they reached the parking garage downstairs, she attempted to assist him, but he refused. "Your skin is too delicate," he remarked. Tang Tian felt her ears flush inexplicably. He had uttered those words numerous times before, always in a fervent context. That night, Shun Yanli did not relent either. Tang Tian awoke to find it was already past 1 in the afternoon the next day. Shun Yanli was absent from the bedroom, so she got up to wash her face and brush her teeth. Upon exiting the bathroom, she instinctively checked her phone for any company messages. A notification made her heart race. Although the headline flickered by swiftly, she read it clearly. She quickly scrolled down, and there it was, the revelation of Shun Yanli's romantic relationship, prominently featuring photos of them shopping at the supermarket the night before, capturing their arrival and entry. The comments were rife with astonishment, yet no one condemned her, as they could not discern her identity. Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Shun Yanli was a singer rather than a conventional idol or member of a boy band. Just as she set her phone down, she glanced up to find Shun Yanli leaning against the door frame, his gaze calm and steady upon her. We have been photographed. Will this have a significant impact on you? Shen Yanli approached, wrapping his right arm around her, and pressed his lips to hers, reassuring her, "It won't affect you." "What about your fans?" she began. "They are merely music enthusiasts who enjoy listening to my songs," he interjected. Yet, Tang Tian noticed his phone screen constantly illuminating, causing her expression to shift once more. While others might not recognize her, Wu Jie and Pei Zhu, as well as Wen Xiaohan, might very well identify her. Anxiety crept in. What if Wu Jie confronted her with accusations? Shen Yanli, noticing her apprehensive demeanor, chuckled softly and kissed her again. "Do not worry. No one will speak ill of you." Nestled in his embrace, Tang Tian still felt a twinge of unease. She was particularly concerned that, like the narrative she had read, the previous owner's entanglements with several male leads might be exposed to the public, repeating the missteps of the original tale. Upon reconsideration, she thought that with Shen Yanli protecting her, even if her situation were to be exposed, it would likely not be as dire as portrayed in the text. Chapter 86. Familiarity. At this moment, Fu Shi was infuriated upon seeing the trending news, nearly hurling his phone in frustration. "Damn it, Shen Yanli, you truly are despicable." In a bid to prevent him from taking Tang Tian away, he had indirectly declared her to be his girlfriend. While outsiders might not recognize the individual in the photograph, Sister Wu and anyone acquainted with Tang Tian would undoubtedly identify her. If Fu Shi truly intended to wrest Tang Tian from Shen Yanli's grasp, he would face insurmountable challenges with her. Tang Tian, being inherently timid, would be further deterred from choosing to be with him once their relationship with Shen Yanli was thrust into the public eye. Shen Yanli had deliberately leaked the news, ensuring that entertainment reporters were poised to capture the images. Fu Shi cursed Shen Yanli, deeming his actions profoundly contemptible. Sister Wu was on the verge of losing her mind. She had not anticipated that Shen Yanli would embark on a romantic relationship without informing her, and the girl in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the recently dismissed maid, Tang Tian. The thought made Sister Wu's head spin, and an ominous premonition compelled her to dial Shen Yanli's number. He answered promptly, as if he had been expecting her call. In a state of distress, Sister Wu implored, "Yanli, are the photos circulating online genuine?" Shen Yanli, having just completed a composition, casually affirmed, "Indeed they are." With trepidation, Sister Wu inquired, "Is that girl Tang Tian?" He did not conceal the truth. "Yes, it is her." A gasp escaped Sister Wu's lips. It truly was Tang Tian. "Yanli, you must exercise caution. The Shen family will not take kindly to you dating a maid. You know the consequences." Having witnessed the machinations of such prominent families, she believed it was ill-advised for him to pursue a relationship with someone from significantly lower social standing. Shen Yanli's voice turned cold. "In this matter, they have no authority to interfere." Sister Wu felt a headache coming on. It seemed futile to intervene. Each of the 4 male singers came from affluent and influential backgrounds, capable of withdrawing from the industry at any moment for the sake of their family's reputation. A fate that was all but inevitable. "Just be mindful and safeguard Tang Tian," she cautioned. Her impression of Tang Tian was quite favorable. If she were to attract Shen Yanli's attention, escape would be impossible. That girl was inherently cautious in her dealings. It appeared she had genuinely caught Shen Yanli's eye. Sister Wu understood why they had chosen her as their manager. She maintained clarity amidst their artistic endeavors, primarily focusing on songwriting and performing. With little authority over decisions, she refrained from meddling in the matter. Meanwhile, Tang Tian emerged from the living room, her expression anxious as she observed Shen Yanli ending his call. She approached him, and Shen Yanli, with gentle eyes, embraced her intimately and kissed her. With a low, amused tone, he asked, "Are you so worried?" Tang Tian nodded. "What did Sister Wu say?" Shen Yanli, tightening his hold, replied with a smile, "She wants me to protect you." In disbelief, she looked up. "Really? Did Sister Wu actually say that?" Shen Yanli confirmed, "You need not worry." Before Tang Tian could respond, her lips were captured by his, and she surrendered to the kiss, yielding to his embrace. In a villa on the outskirts, Lu Xiaoji had perused trending topics countless times. She could undoubtedly recognize the girl in the photograph as Tang Tian. A wave of jealousy and resentment swelled within her. How could it be that Tang Tian was now with Shun Yanli after such a short separation? Unable to endure staring at the image on her phone any longer, Lu Xiaoji's infatuation for Shun Yanli ran so deep that it felt intrinsic. Why? She wondered bitterly. Was it Tang Tian who had captured Shun Yanli's heart? At that moment, her phone, resting on her lap, rang. Lu Xiaoji answered the call, and the voice on the other end informed her that a scoop regarding Shun Yanli's girlfriend had been prepared, inquiring if she wished to publish it. In that instant, reason abandoned her, and a vivid image intruded upon the edges of her envy. It was Tang Tian who had secured an umbrella to her wheelchair, shielding her from the torrential downpour, followed closely by the warmth of a thick towel that had not only stunned Lu Xiaoji back then, but also awakened her now. Realizing the stark contrast between herself and Tang Tian, she was overwhelmed with shame, covering her face as tears streamed down. After a prolonged silence, she spoke to the person on the line. Do not publish it. Please ensure it is deleted completely. I will still pay you. The individual on the other end, accustomed to doing business for money, was discreet and saw no wrongdoing in the girl mentioned in the scoop. After all, who would not be enamored with a wealthy and handsome man? It was unreasonable to expect that just because Lu Xiaoji had feelings, the girl in the expos should not have them as well. Thus, he readily agreed to delete the information, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. In a well-known affluent district in the heart of City S, Tang Tian had spent over half a month in blissful abandon with Shun Yanli, yet she found herself restless. The crux of the matter was that Shun Yanli was like a perpetual motion machine, never seeming to tire. Throughout those weeks, Tang Tian had not a single day without succumbing to drowsiness, her legs feeling weak. Consequently, she applied for a position at another company, concealing her intentions from Shun Yanli. During this period, her applications had seemingly vanished into the void, but this time, she harbored no expectations. Shortly after submitting her resume, she was unexpectedly met with a response. Tang Tian was on the verge of exclaiming in excitement, but as Shun Yanli was occupied in a study, she composed herself. She promptly engaged with the Human Resources Department of the company, which informed her that she could start work the following day, conveniently located near her residence. As fate would have it, Shun Yanli had plans to leave the following day, and Tang Tian resolved to act first and report later. Besides, starting her new job would serve as a trial. Should it prove unsuitable, or if the company found her lacking, there would be no need to mention it to Shun Yanli. Although he had encouraged her to work at Shin's company, she was reluctant, but he had not pressed the matter. Tang Tian preferred to keep their entanglement at a manageable depth for now, understanding that the future was uncertain and the class disparity between them was a source of her insecurity. Chapter 87. A new job. She swiped away the chat records from the company, and a deep voice resonated behind her. Shun Yanli. Who are you chatting with? Tang Tian promptly replied. I wasn't chatting with anyone, just browsing the news. Shun Yanli emerged from behind the sofa, his arms crossing in front of her. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, and want to be back in the evening. The day after, I will accompany you on a trip. Her expression reflected surprise. This would be the first time since they began cohabiting that he would not return home in the evening. All right. She refrained from inquiring about his destination or purpose. Shun Yanli placed a gentle kiss on her nape, voluntarily divulging his plans for the following day. There is an event during the day, coinciding with my grandfather's birthday. I will return to the old residence in the evening to spend time with them. Thus it was understood. Tang Tian pondered whether, as Shun Yanli's girlfriend, she should prepare a gift for his grandfather. If their relationship had not been exposed, she might have opted out of the gesture. However, given that their candid photos had been captured and gone viral, it was likely that Shun Yanli's family would be aware of it. Tang Tian pulled away his arm, hesitating as she gazed at him. This little display softened Shun Yanli's heart, compelling him to kiss her lips. What's wrong? He inquired. Tang Tian finally voiced her thoughts. Tomorrow is your grandfather's birthday. Should I bring a gift considering our photos have been leaked? Upon hearing this, Shun Yanli kissed her again. Yes, my grandfather enjoys tea. I will choose a variety that he likes. Tang Tian wondered if this would be inappropriate. Yet she could not conjure a better gift. She wished to use her own funds, but her finances were limited. Gifts should indeed carry sincerity. All right, but I insist on paying for it myself. Shun Yanli remained silent, simply observing her. Ignoring his silence, Tang Tian insisted on covering the cost herself, recalling the numerous extravagant gifts he had already presented to her, such as the lavish apartment they resided in, valued at around 30 million. Recently, he had continuously gifted her exquisite jewelry, and her spacious wardrobe was filled with luxury garments and handbags purchased solely for her, making her feel as if she were living in a dream. Shen Yanli chuckled softly. Fine, as you wish. Tang Tian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, wrapping her arms around his right arm, resting her cheek against his neck. Enchanted by her warmth and delicate fragrance, Shen Yanli could hardly resist. He promptly lifted her into the bedroom, kissing her deeply. The following morning, Shen Yanli kissed her gently. I will return early tomorrow. Tang Tian nodded, reluctantly embracing his neck. Nuzzling against him, Shen Yanli exerted immense restraint to part from his fragrant, soft treasure. Wait for me to come back. Tang Tian nodded, watching him exit the bedroom, and shortly after, she heard the soft sound of the front door closing. Quickly, she rose to brush her teeth and wash her face, changing into another blouse and skirt she had previously purchased. In her haste, her light makeup was barely noticeable. The lipstick was a faint shade of red, suiting her understated look perfectly. Grabbing the ordinary brand handbag she had bought earlier, she hurried out the door, slipping on her high heels and taking the elevator downstairs. The building felt eerily quiet, and having moved in for over half a month, she had yet to encounter a single neighbor. When she strolled through the park, she distinctly noticed individuals entering and exiting other buildings. Yet she never saw anyone apart from herself and Shen Yanli entering or leaving this particular one. Although Tang Tian found this peculiar, she refrained from inquiring about it with Shen Yanli. In the underground parking lot, as she settled into the car, she casually asked the driver, Uncle Ping, why are there so few residents in our building? She felt an unsettling sense of desolation. The driver replied in a matter-of-fact tone, Mr. Shen purchased this building. He values tranquility and does not appreciate strangers coming and going. Tang Tian gasped. He bought it. The entire building. Her voice rose in astonishment, overwhelmed by the revelation. The driver nodded and, perhaps recalling something amusing, whispered, You might not know, but Mr. Shen had someone partition off a suite of over 150 square meters just for you. He chuckled, shaking his head. It's quite extraordinary, isn't it? Tang Tian was bewildered. Partitioned. A suite of over 150 square meters for me? Partitioned. Such an unfamiliar term. The driver glanced at her in surprise. Did Mr. Shen not mention you wanted a smaller space? I overheard him instructing someone to handle this matter, and I wondered which young lady would forsake a grand residence of over 1,000 square meters for a modest one. Dazed, Tang Tian nodded. How large are those rooms? The driver replied, Each floor is over 1,000 square meters. I'm not certain of the exact dimensions. The image of the 44th floor buttons in the elevator flashed before her eyes. It was beyond words to describe her shock. She mused, wealthy individuals are truly remarkable. By the time the car halted in front of the company where she had applied, her mind was still reeling from the recent revelations. She surmised that Shen Yanli kept this information from her to prevent her from feeling distanced or, worse, inferior. To be honest, it was challenging for Tang Tian not to feel inadequate. She was well aware of Shen Yanli's affluence and influence. Yet, when faced with the stark reality of it, those feelings of inferiority were uncontrollable. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she resolved to present her best self during the upcoming interview, silently encouraging herself. Upon entering the company, she was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly the interview progressed. They requested her to clock in immediately to experience the workplace atmosphere. Tang Tian was taken aback by the warmth of her potential colleagues, although she maintained a degree of caution. Her past experiences had taught her to remain vigilant, regardless of how friendly people appeared during initial encounters. After all, human nature is complex, and prudence never goes amiss. Having worked a full day, she found the overall experience quite satisfactory. Throughout the day, she observed her colleagues' interactions, noting their relaxed body language and expressions. At 5:30 p.m., as she prepared to clock out, the department manager gathered everyone together, announcing a welcome dinner for the new colleague. Caught in such a high-profile situation, Tang Tian felt she had no choice but to comply unless she wished to forfeit her position. As it stood, she was quite content with the salary and benefits of this job, so she agreed to join them, conveniently aware that Shun Yanli would not be returning. Chapter 88. The gathering. Tang Tian accompanied her new colleagues to a dinner gathering, arriving at a private room in a restaurant where she seated herself in the least conspicuous position. The manager stood up and raised his glass, proclaiming, "Today we celebrate Tang Tian's joining us. Let us strive together on our professional journey." A female colleague beside her whispered, "You should drink the fruit wine. It's delightful and won't easily intoxicate you. Ignore their insistence on stronger spirits." Tang Tian nodded, poured herself a glass of fruit wine, and toasted with the group. Considering her as a woman, the manager added, "Gentlemen can toast, ladies may drink as they please." Tang Tian took a sip of the fruit wine, finding its flavor quite pleasing. In her previous life, she could manage 3 glasses, yet she seldom indulged in alcohol, perhaps only once in several years. As the dinner progressed, the male colleagues and the manager became quite boisterous, while the female colleagues chatted and enjoyed their meal, occasionally advising moderation. Tang Tian savored the dishes and took a few sips of the delightful fruit wine, unaware that the original body had a low tolerance for alcohol. As the effects of the fruit wine began to take hold, she found herself collapsing onto the table. The nearby female colleague was taken aback, as was the manager, and the entire table stared at her in astonishment. The manager inquired of the female colleague, "Did you let her drink the stronger spirits?" She shook her head, bewildered. "I recommended the fruit wine." In confusion, she picked up the remaining half bottle of fruit wine, which indicated an alcohol content of 9. The manager scratched his head, muttering in disbelief, "I've never seen someone with such a poor tolerance for alcohol. She has only had 2 small glasses, hasn't she?" The female colleague, puzzled, poured herself 2 more glasses of fruit wine, feeling no effects of intoxication herself. She was also astonished that someone could be so intolerant. "Does anyone know where Tang Tian lives?" Everyone shook their heads. The manager remarked, "She must have filled that out in her resume, but I don't know which building she resides in." As they pondered how to assist her back home, the door to the private room swung open. Everyone turned to see a distinguished and graceful figure entering their view. Upon recognizing him, all the occupants of the room quickly rose, greeting him respectfully. "Mr. Wen." The manager, surprised by Mr. Wen's presence at their gathering, promptly approached with a beaming smile. "Mr. Wen, we have prepared a seat for you. Would you care for a drink?" The other colleagues thought to themselves how adept the manager was at handling such situations, as they themselves might have blurted out, "What brings you here?" When Xiaohan's gentle gaze fell upon the unconscious Tang Tian at the table, his brows knitting in displeasure. "No need. What is wrong with her?" Though his tone remained even, the others sensed a note of reproach. The manager, noticing Mr. Wen's attention on the new colleague Tang Tian, hastily explained, "This is our new recruit, Tang Tian. We are celebrating her joining us, but it appears she has a low tolerance for alcohol, having become inebriated after just 2 small glasses of fruit wine." Just as when Xiaoan was about to respond, Tang Tian, who had been slumped over the table, sat up with a hand on her forehead, her eyes still reflecting the effects of the alcohol. She noticed that everyone was gazing at her and turned her attention to the entrance. Upon spotting Wen Xiaoan, she momentarily froze, suspecting that her intoxication had conjured an illusion. She raised her hand to gently tap her forehead, and upon closer inspection, confirmed that Wen Xiaohan was indeed present. "Mr. Wen?" The manager was astonished. "Tang Tian. Do you know Mr. Wen?" Just as he finished speaking, he recalled that Mr. Wen also had an alternate identity as a singer, making it unsurprising that she recognized him. Tang Tian realized this was not merely a figment of her drunken imagination, leaving her uncertain whether to nod in acknowledgement. When Xiaohan, wearing an unusually cold expression, strode forward, wrapping his arm around her waist and lifting her out of the private room. As the door closed automatically behind them, those left inside exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a tapestry of confusion. Tang Tian, still dazed, only began to comprehend what had transpired once they had exited the room. Why was he carrying her? She gasped, "Mr. Wen," when Xiaohan paid no heed to her exclamation, placing her gently in the car and settling her into the passenger seat. As she watched him meticulously adjust her seat, She pondered if he had been worried about her earlier. When he fastened her seatbelt, his face drew near to hers, and as he finished, her lips inadvertently brushed against the side of his cheek. Startled, Tang Tian quickly covered her mouth, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The scent of her fragrance lingered in the air, intensifying his possessive demeanor. As the car glided along the road, the effects of the alcohol began to dissipate. When Xiaohan, focused on driving, instructed her, "Do not consume alcohol in the future," Tang Tian nodded earnestly. "I had no idea my tolerance was so low. I want to touch a drop again." Stealing a glance at him, she provided her address. "Thank you, Mr. Wen." When Xiaohan remained silent, his handsome features shadowed with an air of melancholy. She assumed he was familiar with Shun Yanli's residence, requiring no navigation. Given their friendship and the affluent neighborhood they inhabited, where he likely owned property as well. Yet, for reasons unknown, his demeanor lacked the warmth it had earlier, replaced by a trace of gloom. As they entered the opulent estate, when Xiaohan parked the car at the villa's entrance, Tang Tian gazed at the unfamiliar yet exquisite surroundings, her curiosity urging her to speak to him. However, he exited the vehicle, striding around to the passenger side. He opened the door, unfastened her seatbelt, and once more encircled her waist, lifting her from the car. Chapter 89. Disguised at the moment Tang Tian was lifted into his arms, her thoughts were still in a state of confusion, quickly followed by a sense of helplessness. "Mr. Wen, I am no longer intoxicated. You may set me down now." Such intimate behavior made her hastily voice her objections. When Xiaohan, with his refined demeanor, remained unmoved. Due to her high heels, she hesitated to struggle, fearing that a fall would result in a twisted ankle. When Xiaohan carried her into the bedroom on the second floor, placing her upon the sofa within, her handbag was still in the car. Tang Tian stood up from the sofa and said, "Mr. Wen, I assure you I am fine. I can return on my own." He regarded her with a gentle expression, yet his gaze held a peculiar darkness, emanating a strong sense of danger that finally made Tang Tian feel something was amiss. As she met his eyes, she began to retreat nervously. "Mr. Wen, what are you implying?" He looked at her and quietly inquired, "Are you living with Xinyanli?" Tang Tian noted that, puzzled by the relevance of his question. When Xiaohan stepped closer, his expression a blend of tenderness and eeriness, causing her fingertips to tremble. Mr. Wen, his tall, imposing figure loomed before her as he raised a long, elegant finger to gently brush her hair from her forehead. Tang Tian's heart raced as she gazed into his eyes behind the lenses. The long-repressed, morbid feelings surged within her, nearly rendering her breathless. He spoke softly, "Do not be with him, be with me." Tang Tian's heart quivered at his gentle words. Surely, she had not misheard. "What? What did he mean?" When Xiaohan's fingertip glided behind her ear, and she fought to suppress her shivers, becoming rooted to the spot. She looked at him, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He murmured, "It is also my fault for not telling you sooner. I like you very much, and from today onwards, you may only remain by my side." Tang Tian was left stunned by his declaration, her mind a blank canvas. Seizing the moment, she attempted to flee, but in an instant, when Xiaohan wrapped his arms around her waist, halting her escape. Under her watchful gaze, he removed his gold-rimmed glasses and set them aside. Desperate to break free from his hold, Tang Tian found that the more she struggled, the tighter his grip became around her slender waist. "I am already with Shun Yanli. I cannot be with you, and besides, you and Shun Yanli are friends. You cannot," she implored. When Xiaohan, unfazed, gently proposed a solution. "How about this? I will make a call. You can tell him you wish to break up, stating that you are with me." Tang Tian was taken aback. He was indeed more than the refined scoundrel described in the stories, surpassing them in every regard. It seemed the tales were indeed true. Her previous impressions of him had all been fade. "No, it cannot be this way, Mr. Wen." Yet he maintained that courteous demeanor, presenting her with two options, to call him now or to wait and dial later. Tang Tian shook her head vigorously, feigning calmness as she sought to buy time. "May I have 2 days to think it over? Even if I must break up with him, I need to prepare myself mentally." When Xiaohan smiled gently, "You choose to wait." Tang Tian, caught off guard, let out a soft sound as he captured her lips with his, her eyes widening in surprise. utterly unprepared for his boldness. When Xiaohan kissed her deeply, granting her no opportunity to escape. Late at night, as Tang Tian lay in bed under his kiss, a certain dream began to resurface in her mind, vividly reconstructing the scene from her slumber. In the stillness of the night, when Xiaohan seemed quite displeased with Shun Yanli's relationship with Tang Tian, he embraced her and dialed Shun Yanli's number. The other end fell silent, and when Xiaohan chuckled, placing the phone by Tang Tian's ear, "Tell him you wish to break up." Tang Tian shook her head, unwilling to speak, observing her biting her lip when Xiaohan, with a pang of tenderness, urged her to bite his hand instead. He disregarded Shun Yanli's icy voice on the line, laced with anger and interrogation, when Xiaohan declared, "From this day forth, Tang Tian is no longer your girlfriend but mine." He kissed Tang Tian again, allowing the sound of their kiss to echo through the phone, deliberately letting Shun Yanli hear before leisurely hanging up. At the Shun family's old residence, Shun Yanli had already grasped his car keys, his handsome visage marred by frost and fury, yearning to confront when Xiaohan immediately. 2 hours prior, at a villa in the outskirts, Lu Xiaoji's sprained ankle had healed while she recuperated at home. Yet, her heart remained troubled. During her time at the villa, she had been greedy, desiring the affection of 4 distinguished gentlemen. However, upon witnessing the revelation of Shun Yanli and Tang Tian's romance, she realized just how much she loved him. Lu Xiaoji gazed out the window, disheartened, as the clock struck midnight, followed by a mechanical sound in her ear. Beep! The system has detected a severe deviation in the plot. As the female protagonist, do you wish to correct the storyline? Lu Xiaoji, startled by the sudden voice, struggled to comprehend its meaning. Are you suggesting that the world beneath my feet is a book? The system did not respond to her inquiry. Do you wish to correct the plot? You have one opportunity to do so. Once the plot is corrected, the affections of the 4 male leads for the supporting female will reset, and their memories of her will revert to impressions from 5 months ago, erasing any traces of the male leads and the supporting female online. Hearing the mention of the 4 male leads stirred excitement within Lu Xiaoji. It implied that the entanglements were originally hers and not Tang Tian's. What price must I pay? As the female protagonist, you need not pay a price, but whether you can win over the 4 male leads depends on your own capability. Lu Xiaoji felt a surge of exhilaration. Her previously extinguished hope rekindled. Memories of Tang Tian holding an umbrella for her in the rain flooded back. Lu Xiaoji whispered, "I'm sorry, Tang Tian, but I truly have deep feelings for Shun Yanli. I cannot let him go." She addressed the system. "I choose to correct the plot." Beep! Plot correction selected. The correction will take place in 6 hours. Lu Xiaoji eagerly awaited the dawn, devising a plan to re-enter their site. Chapter 90. The vacancy. As dawn broke, it shattered the tranquility and gloom of the night. In a certain manner at the heart of S City, when Xiaohan awoke, cradling a beautiful woman in his arms. A stranger he held as if she were a precious treasure. His brow furrowed, and his typically gentle demeanor turned icy. The memories of the previous night seemed to have vanished without a trace. He raised his hand to gently sift through her hair, and upon catching sight of her breathtakingly radiant face, his expression grew cold. The woman in his embrace was a domestic servant recently hired at the villa. She had begun to behave restlessly since her arrival, her words and gestures laced with flirtation and insinuation. With a composed demeanor, when Xiaohan found himself unable to recall the events of yesterday, as if they had been erased from his mind entirely, he donned his gold-rimmed spectacles, rose from the bed, and slipped into a bathrobe, walking slowly into the dressing room. As he approached the wardrobe, his steps halted. He noticed an unfamiliar door on the opposite side. Curiously, he moved closer, twisting the doorknob to reveal yet another dressing room. Yet, he had no recollection of when this additional space had come into existence. He casually opened one of the wardrobes, finding it filled with women's clothing and a grand jewelry cabinet brimming with luxurious accessories, all pristine and untouched. When Xiaohan quietly pushed against the frame of a mirror, confusion flickering in his eyes. 10 minutes passed, and, as he exited the dressing room, fastening the buttons of his shirt, his gaze fell heavily upon the beauty still lost in slumber upon the bed. Tang Tian was jolted awake by a piercing voice echoing in her mind. "Beep!" Memory cannot be erased. Weak and achy, she opened her eyes to a strange ceiling. What did it mean that memory could not be erased? She slowly turned her head from side to side, trying to recall the source of that sound. Before she could gather her thoughts, the events of the previous evening flooded back, revealing Wen Xiaohan's true nature, which he had hidden until it was violently exposed last night. Tang Tian felt utterly overwhelmed, caught between endurance and cruelty. She propped herself up on the bed, recalling how Wen Xiaohan had called Yanli, unilaterally severing ties with him on her behalf. With such occurrences, her relationship with Yanli was likely irreparable. Currently, she felt a sense of dread towards Wen Xiaohan. He was far more terrifying than the refined scoundrel described in literature. However, what had that prompt in her mind meant? It had stated, memory cannot be erased. Tang Tian was certain that this voice had emerged from within her mind and was not a sound from the outside world. She slowly gathered the torn clothes strewn across the floor, realizing that they were all shredded, particularly her skirt, and the buttons of her shirt were nowhere to be found. Surveying the empty bedroom, she noticed the absence of a wardrobe, with a door leading presumably to the dressing room. Catching sight of his bathrobe hanging on the rack, she decided to wear it, as her own attire was utterly unsuitable. Just as she tied the belt of the robe, the bedroom door swung open, and she gasped, her eyes widening in surprise at the tall figure standing in the doorway. When Xiaohan glanced at her, noting her in his bathrobe, which hung loosely on her slender frame, accentuating her fragility. Her long, dark hair framed a beautiful face marked by panic, her clear, innocent eyes wide open, resembling a startled rabbit. He inexplicably felt a dryness in his throat and raised his hand to adjust his glasses, seeking to divert his attention. He spoke softly. The innermost closet contains women's clothing. Do take a look and see if anything suits you. Tang Tian, who had just been anxious about whether he would enter again, only relaxed when the bedroom door opened and closed behind him. It dawned on her that the Wen Xiaohan from earlier seemed somewhat different from the one she had encountered yesterday. His gaze towards her appeared considerably colder. Tang Tian had little time to ponder this change, as she felt intimidated by them and wished to avoid entanglement with the male leads. She had anticipated a normal relationship with Yanli for a while, but unexpectedly, Wen Xiaohan had intruded. The thought of the ensuing complications sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to hurry away. She would rather retreat into her shell than be drawn into their emotional turmoil. As she stepped into the closet, she noticed another door opposite her. When Xiaohan had mentioned the innermost closet, with legs that felt as if they were made of jelly, she ventured into the deepest part of the closet and casually opened a door, revealing a plethora of women's garments. Stunned by the sheer volume, she raised her hand to sift through the new clothes, all still bearing tags. She selected a top and a pair of trousers, then opened a drawer beneath, discovering an array of lingerie. To her surprise, everything was in her size. Recalling the scenes from the previous night, her cheeks flushed as she picked up a piece and stumbled upon a disposable pair of underwear. Quickly, she donned the outfit, which fit her perfectly. As she surveyed the entire closet, a thought crossed her mind. Could all of this have been prepared for her? After a brief interval, she washed her face and brushed her teeth in the bathroom, and then opened the bedroom door. Her legs felt utterly weak, attributing the fatigue to his excessive persistence. Downstairs, Wen Xiaohan seemed to be waiting for her. Tang Tian contemplated fleeing, but her bag remained in his car. Moreover, she glanced at the tightly shut door, realizing she could not leave without his consent. Reluctantly, she took a seat opposite Wen Xiaohan, who did not lift his gaze to meet hers. Pouring her a cup of tea, Tang Tian sat stiffly, unable to summon the courage to look at the man across from her. He slowly raised his eyes, peering at her through his glasses. Now, tell me, what transpired yesterday? Tang Tian lifted her head, her expression bewildered as she met his gaze. A question mark forming above her head. What happened? When Xiaohan, seemingly patient, spoke in his usual gentle tone. Yesterday, we were intimate. What prompted and caused this? Believing she must be experiencing auditory hallucinations, she stared blankly at Wen Xiaohan, her words caught in her throat. What did he mean? Mister, what is the matter with you? Wasn't he the one who had carried her into the villa, rescuing her from Yanli? Tang Tian began to question whether she was still dreaming. Seeing her astonished expression, which appeared genuine. When Xiao Han softened his tone, "I apologize. I have no recollection of yesterday's events. I'm merely curious as to why you, as a servant in the villa, found yourself in my bed." His gaze and tone scrutinized her, reminiscent of how he had looked at her when she first arrived. Tang Tian wore a perplexed expression, suddenly recalling the jarring notification that had invaded her mind upon awakening, a memory that proved impossible to erase. She had traversed into another realm, assuming the role of a nefarious supporting character, while Shun Yanli and Wen Xiaohan were the male protagonists of the narrative. Strangely, she had already developed an actual intimate relationship with both of these characters. Wen Xiaohan's response was decidedly unusual, and Shun Yanli had yet to make an appearance. Given her understanding of Shun Yanli, he would never remain so composed. These incongruities intertwined, compelling her to entertain outlandish possibilities. Tang Tian cautiously inquired, "How much do you remember about me?" When Xiaohan's gaze was gentle yet devoid of emotion as he appraised her from head to toe. "I remember how you seduced and hinted at me." Her heart raced involuntarily, prompting her to ask, "Is that all you recall? What about the rest?" He fixed his gaze upon her. "Have we had any other interactions?" Tang Tian was nearly convinced of her astonishing hypothesis. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "No. Last night, we were both intoxicated, so that's why." Her cheeks flushed as she faltered, the memory too provocative for her to remain composed. Observing her blushing countenance, when Xiaohan produced a check and slid it across the coffee table towards her. "Regardless, you have suffered a loss. This is my compensation to you." His intentions were unmistakable. He would not grant her the title of girlfriend, opting instead to resolve the matter with monetary recompense. Upon glancing at the check and counting the zeros, she gasped, 20 million. She instinctively wanted to refuse, yet hesitated. If her aim was to completely sever ties, accepting the money and departing would be the most prudent solution. Chapter 91. Have you seen? She cast him a glance and reached for the check lying on the coffee table. When Xiaohan seemed to anticipate that she would not refuse, which was for the best, as it spared them both from future entanglements. Tang Tian suppressed her inner tension and asked, "So, can I leave now?" While preparing tea. When Xiaohan did not look at her and replied, "Whenever you wish." She took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. "Oh, my bag is still in your car." When Xiaohan responded, "The car keys are in the entrance cabinet." Tang Tian immediately rose, but her weak legs betrayed her, causing her to stumble back onto the sofa. The man across from her paused in his tea preparation, slowly raising his gaze to meet hers. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she steadied herself by gripping the armrest of the sofa, finally managing to stand, her legs truly trembling. It was all Wen Xiaohan's fault for being so peculiar. Ignoring his penetrating gaze, she walked towards the door, reaching the cabinet where she spotted the keys. Fortunately, his car was parked right outside the villa, sparing her from unnecessary exertion. She felt fatigued at the thought of taking even one more step. Tang Tian pressed the unlock button on the car key, opened the passenger door, retrieved her bag from the seat, and then closed the door. As she turned around, she was startled to find Wen Xiaohan standing directly in her path. "Mr. Wen?" she stammered. With an expressionless countenance, he lowered his gaze to her and queried, "You claimed I was intoxicated, yet I bear no scent of alcohol." He had a driver, so he would not inquire who had driven the car. Listening to his soft-spoken question, Tang Tian swallowed nervously. Indeed, he bore no trace of alcohol because he had not consumed any. She replied, "Perhaps. You had a shower?" When Xiaohan remained silent, his elegant features devoid of expression, merely fixating on her with a steadfast gaze. Tang Tian felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny, her composure beginning to unravel. He stated, "You may leave. I will get to the bottom of this matter." She decided not to dwell on it and prioritized her departure. Tang Tian nodded her head, lowering her gaze as she prepared to leave. However, perhaps due to her anxiety and weakened legs, her left leg faltered, causing her to stumble. When Xiaohan swiftly reached out and grasped her arm, steadying her frame, his touch remarkably gentle. He quickly released her, and she hurriedly brushed past him, her dark hair brushing against his outstretched hand, the fragrance emanating from her hair stirring an inexplicable heat within him. How insatiable he had been last night to have rendered her so unsteady, or perhaps She was simply too delicate. When Xiaohan watched her slender figure retreat, a grave expression shadowing his eyes behind his glasses, displeased with the blank memories that had surfaced, Tang Tian forced her legs to carry her outside the estate, glancing back to see if Xiaohan was following. As she fished out her phone to hail a taxi, she kept an eye on the entrance of the estate. Once the taxi arrived, she quickly entered and informed the driver of her destination. As the car departed from the vicinity of the estate, Tang Tian finally felt a sense of relief. Could it be that Xiaohan truly had no recollection of the events that transpired after her arrival? Was it an interference in the narrative? Tang Tian pondered. Indeed, how could the plot allow the male lead to fall for the wicked female antagonist without intervening to correct such a course? She pondered for a moment and picked up her phone to search for trending news about her and Shen Yanli. Regardless of how she searched, there were no reports regarding Shen Yanli's romantic affairs, as if such an event had never transpired. Tang Tian gazed at her phone, her thoughts drifting. She wondered if the fingerprint she had recorded still existed and whether it could unlock the door to that apartment. As her car came to a halt in the underground parking lot, she paid and exited the vehicle with utmost caution, determined not to cause another embarrassing incident. After stepping out, she walked towards the elevator entrance, oblivious to the familiar Cullinan parked not far away. Upon entering the elevator, she contemplated whether her fingerprint was still valid. Just moments ago, a tall, distinguished man had exited his car, observing her slender figure as she entered the elevator, never to see her again. He had already purchased this building. Shen Yanli inquired in a low voice to his driver. "Have you seen that lady?" The driver shook his head, unfamiliar with her. "No, I haven't seen her before. She might have taken a wrong turn." Shen Yanli's brows knitted together as he pressed his fingers against his temples. Last night, he had celebrated his grandfather's birthday at the old residence. Yet this morning he found himself parking near Xiaohan's estate, puzzled as to why he was heading to Xiaohan's manor. It seemed he had forgotten something of great import. On the 28th floor of the towering building, Tang Tian placed her index finger on the fingerprint recognition area. "Beep, welcome home." The door unlocked, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. All her belongings were within this apartment. Upon returning home, the air still carried the lingering scent of the dark agarwood that Shen Yanli wore. But she understood that he would no longer appear here. The events had unfolded too abruptly. She had not yet had the time to adapt. Shen Yanli was a person who cherished tranquility, and she had no intention of selling this apartment. With the 20 million from Xiaohan, coupled with the funds Shen Yanli had previously transferred to her, she could afford to not work at all in the future. Tang Tian settled on the sofa for a while, contemplating her departure from this place. The last company she had interviewed had belonged to Xiaohan, making it impossible for her to continue working there. Although the atmosphere at that company was quite pleasant, she felt the need to distance herself from these male leads. She was genuinely afraid. One was ruthless and fierce, while another was particularly exhausting. Uncertain of where to go next, she had no desire to return to her hometown, wishing to keep her distance from the original owner's parents. Sending them money periodically would suffice, as all they desired was financial support. Tang Tian wrestled with the decision of whether to open her own shop or seek employment elsewhere. For now, she did not intend to adopt a laid-back approach. A few moments prior, in the underground parking lot, Shen Yanli stepped into the elevator, instinctively pressing the button for the 28th floor. His hand hesitated as he hovered over the button, a frown forming on his brow. He then moved his finger upward and pressed for the 29th floor. Shen Yanli stared at the number 28, his expression growing colder, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Chapter 92, Notification on the 28th floor. Tang Tian whimsically organized her belongings, unperturbed by the urgency of earning money. Everything could proceed at a leisurely pace. However, she planned to vacate the city soon, seeking a distant refuge. The gifts from Shen Yanli were abundant, and she resolved not to take them all, including the clothes and bags he had purchased for her. She would select a few outfits to take along, leaving the rest behind. After about an hour, she finished packing her luggage, disinclined to burden herself with heavy bags. She intended to rent a place online, sending her belongings there to ease her transition. Yet she had not yet decided on a suitable location, as Tang Tian grappled with where would be the most prudent choice. That night, Tang Tian descended to the convenience store to procure a few items. As she entered the elevator and reached for the close button, a handsome hand halted the door's closure. Startled, she looked up to see Shen Yanli, clad in dark attire that exuded a refined and mature masculine charm. He regarded her with a fleeting, unfamiliar gaze before his attention shifted to the illuminated button for the 28th floor. As the elevator doors sealed shut, the confined space was filled with an intoxicating scent that quickened her heartbeat. She noticed he pressed the button for the 29th floor, revealing that he had been residing just above her. Her expression and posture betrayed her anxiety. After all, merely the day before, they had shared a kiss. And now they were mere strangers. The familiar fragrance enveloping him heightened her unease, leaving her stance awkward and tense. "Are you the housekeeper from Tianjin Bay Villa?" Shen Yanli's deep voice suddenly broke the silence, catching Tang Tian off guard. Tianjin Bay was the name of the villa, and she hesitantly nodded. "I have resigned." Shen Yanli fell silent, his gaze returning to the illuminated button for the 28th floor. Ding! The elevator arrived at its destination. Clutching her convenience store bag, Tang Tian attempted to exit the elevator with an air of nonchalance, oblivious to the rigidity of her movements that betrayed her composure. Inside the elevator, Shen Yanli's penetrating gaze lingered on her silhouette until the doors closed. After shutting her door, Tang Tian endeavored to calm her earlier tension. She suspected Shen Yanli preferred not to encounter an unfamiliar person within the building, especially someone who had once attempted to entice him. Later that night, she settled on a location far from here, near a tourist area, planning to reside there temporarily while deliberating whether to open a shop or seek employment. Tang Tian began her online search for properties near the tourist district, but found nothing suitable after an exhaustive search. Stifling a yawn, she placed her phone on the bedside table and succumbed to fatigue, deciding to rest before continuing her search the following day. In the late hours, when Xiaohan adjusted his glasses, his striking features shadowed by a furrowed brow, the dashcam footage from the previous night was nothing but static. Regardless of how extensively he sought information regarding the vehicle, the results were either vague or completely blank, devoid of any imagery. The investigators found the phenomenon perplexing, deeming it exceedingly bizarre. When Xiaohan recalled a particular company he had acquired, where one of its departments was hosting a banquet, an event he had even attended personally. Normally, he would have paid little heed to such gatherings, but yesterday, he felt compelled to make an appearance. What was he rushing over for? These memories seemed to have vanished into thin air. When Xiaohan removed his spectacles and rubbed his brow with his fingertips, unable to recall anything despite his efforts, he was exceedingly displeased with the uncontrollable situation. This matter must be clarified. He instructed his secretary to inquire at the company he planned to acquire the following day. In the early morning, Tang Tian was in the kitchen preparing juice. After a while, she savored her drink while perusing rental listings near the tourist area. By noon, she had selected a property and paid the deposit, arranging for her luggage to be shipped ahead, and promptly booking a high-speed train ticket for the next day. At a certain company in S-City, when Xiaohan's secretary arrived to inquire about the department manager from the dinner gathering 2 nights prior, the manager only recalled that when it opened the private room door, exchanged glances with them, and then departed. The secretary showed them a photograph of Tang Tian. The manager found the woman in the picture strikingly beautiful, yet utterly unfamiliar. He confidently informed the secretary, "I have not seen this lady. Our dinner was strictly with department personnel." The secretary posed a pivotal question. What was the reason for the gathering? The manager, about to respond with a smile, suddenly faltered, pondering, "Strange, does anyone remember why we dined together 2 nights ago?" The department members shook their heads in unison, with one noting, "It was the manager who suggested we go out to dinner. We are unaware of the specific reason." Thanks to the indiscreet employee's interruption, the manager's earlier confusion was momentarily diverted, and he shot a discreet glare at the employee, who certainly knew how to speak out of turn. The secretary realized that further inquiries would yield no additional information. The surveillance footage had already been reviewed, revealing blank spaces during certain time frames. He found it all rather perplexing, especially given Wen's usual knack for strategic maneuvering. As the secretary stepped into the elevator, preparing to depart, the department manager rushed after him, holding a resume. He handed it to the secretary, stating, "I just spotted this resume on my desk, but I don't recall anyone by this name coming in for an interview." The secretary accepted the document, flipping to the first page where Tang Tian's passport-size photo prominently appeared. He scanned the resume carefully, confirming it was indeed submitted by Tang Tian. Upon exiting the elevator, the secretary inquired, "Not a single recollection?" The manager shook his head. "If I had any inkling of memory, I would tell you honestly. There is no need for concealment in such matters." Undeterred, the secretary presented Tang Tian's resume to the department staff, yet all insisted they had no memory of her visit. Finally, the secretary returned to his office, delivering Tang Tian's resume to one and recounting the entire investigation process. Chapter 93. Are you afraid of me? As when Xiaohan perused the resume in his hands, his gaze lingered on the woman's photograph, her smile exuding a gentle serenity. The customary gathering for new employees was a tradition in the company he had recently acquired. He was well aware that what Tang Tian had stated yesterday was not entirely truthful. He had not anticipated that he would be pursuing this domestic servant, and had inadvertently caused her considerable distress. "Mr. One, should we invite?" When Xiaohan understood the implication and raised his hand to halt the speaker. What had transpired was now in the past, and it was best left there. He held no genuine interest in her, having settled matters with financial compensation, and assumed she would be sensible enough not to entangle him further. As night descended and her departure loomed for the following day, Tang Tian had not prepared a meal, opting instead to dine at the nearby tea restaurant. She pressed the elevator button just as one arrived from the 29th floor, while the other three remained stationary. Before she could ponder further, the elevator doors opened with a chime, revealing the tall, striking figure of Shun Yanli, who was quietly observing her. Tang Tian froze momentarily, then, unable to meet his gaze, stammered, "I'll just ride down." Shun Yanli's voice was cool as he inquired, "Are you afraid of me?" "Why?" Caught off guard by his question, she hurriedly stepped into the elevator, striving to conceal any signs of her unease. Attempting to sound composed, she replied, "It's nothing. I merely heard that Mr. Shin dislikes sharing an elevator with others during my time at the villa." Shin Yanli chose not to press further, yet Tang Tian could feel his eyes lingering on her. As the elevator doors opened, she quickly exited, hastening towards the tea restaurant. Inside the restaurant, her anxiety began to dissipate as she recalled that any disruption to the narrative would preclude any chance of recognition. She settled into a more relaxed state, awaiting the morrow's departure with a sense of relief. Having encountered Shun Yanli on her way down, she finished her meal and hastened back home, taking the elevator back upstairs with urgency. The following day, Tang Tian's high-speed train ticket was for 9 a.m., necessitating her to board the subway over an hour early. She dragged her lightweight suitcase down to the station. Upon exiting the affluent neighborhood, Shun Yanli's driver passed by, en route to retrieve something from Mr. Shun. Noticing Tang Tian with her suitcase, he curiously pulled over to observe her as she walked towards the subway station. The driver muttered to himself, "Does she truly reside here? Then why did she enter the building purchased by Mr. Shun?" He had never seen her before. She seemed to have appeared from nowhere. The driver alighted from the vehicle to inquire with the security personnel in the booth about any recollection of Tang Tian. The security staff confirmed that she was indeed listed as an owner of the 28th floor of that building, but they had only seen her in the past couple of days. Upon hearing she was the owner of the 28th floor, the driver's expression shifted to one of disbelief. How could this be? Mr. Shun acquired that building long ago. The security personnel exchanged glances. They were aware of the situation, but their records were meticulously maintained, requiring owners to present property certificates to verify their ownership, leaving no room for error. The driver did not continue to trouble them. He scratched his head in bewilderment, finding the situation rather peculiar. At the high-speed railway station, Tang Tian once again boarded the train. En route to the quaint courtyard she had rented, she intended to cultivate some flowers in the garden, take leisurely strolls around the scenic spots, and thoughtfully contemplate the path she should take next. As the train was about to depart, Tang Tian settled into her window seat, gazing outside. The events of the past few weeks felt like a surreal dream, yet now that she had awakened, she returned to the realm of an ordinary person. Fortunately, the money provided by Wen Xiaohan and Shun Yanli was indeed tangible. After over 3 hours, she arrived in City Z, and with an additional hour's journey ahead. She finally reached the courtyard near the tourist area. By the time she entered the rented abode, dusk had already fallen. The landlady, a woman, had been waiting for her arrival. Perhaps she had not anticipated that the woman renting her property would be so strikingly beautiful. She stared at Tang Tian for quite some time, responding slowly even to Tang Tian's inquiries. Eventually, the woman snapped out of her reverie and, with an apologetic smile, remarked, "I have never seen someone so lovely. I didn't catch what you asked me earlier." Tang Tian felt a bit bashful for a few seconds and then inquired, "Are the surveillance cameras functioning properly? If not, please arrange for replacements tomorrow." The woman replied, "They are all operational, but if you feel uneasy, we can have them replaced tomorrow." Nodding in agreement, Tang Tian found the courtyard even more delightful than the photograph suggested. "I live nearby, so feel free to call me if you need anything. You need not fear. My husband and I are both martial artists, well known in this area. A few houses down, there is a guest house. If you encounter any issues and cannot reach me, they will certainly assist you." With the landlady's assurances, Tang Tian felt considerably more at ease. Due to time constraints, she had no opportunity to purchase necessary supplies, so she spent the night at the guest house. The following day, she awoke rejuvenated and set about tidying the courtyard, simultaneously purchasing flowers and pots. The courtyard boasted a swing, which she cleaned meticulously. She prepared to spend a period of time here, seeking to restore her body and mind. Chapter 94. Asking for directions as time swiftly passed, 8 months had gone by. The desolate courtyard she had arrived at was now a vibrant display of blossoms, brimming with the essence of spring. Passers-by and vehicles alike slowed their pace, drawn to gaze upon the flourishing garden. With no takeout available in this area, Tang Tian had lost a bit of weight over these months. Yet her complexion radiated a luminous health, fair yet tinged with a delicate blush. She spent most of her days at home, engrossed in books or cycling to the market to prepare meals. Life, though simple, was imbued with tranquility. On a cool and refreshing July morning, as was her routine, Tang Tian stepped out to tend to the flowers. Clad in a light-colored long dress, her lustrous dark hair cascaded gracefully over her slender back. The skin of her arms, pale and radiant, moved with care as she filled her watering can and gently nurtured the blooms. She seemed to meld with the vibrant courtyard, embodying beauty and vitality. As Tang Tian focused on her task, she remained unaware of the 2 luxury cars that had come to a halt outside the garden. "Excuse me, which road leads to a mountain?" The voice interrupted her concentration, prompting her to straighten up and glance toward the source. The second vehicle's young male driver leaned out of the window, adorned with an expensive watch that, coupled with the car, signified his affluent status. Casting a glance at the nearby signpost that boldly read, "A mountain straight ahead," she pointed to the left, saying, "You may proceed down this road, directly to the entrance of a scenic area." As she spoke to the young man, a flicker of familiarity crossed her mind, though she could not place where she had seen him before. With a smile, Xiao Fu expressed his gratitude, but showed no inclination to depart immediately. Tang Tian continued watering the remaining flowers, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the driver's seat of the first luxury car, where a familiar face made her heart race. The man inside was strikingly handsome, leaning back in the driver's seat with his head turned towards her, his eyes shimmering with an alluring intensity. Recognizing his features, she nearly lost her grip on the watering can, but fortunately regained her composure just in time. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, she persisted in her task, striving to appear relaxed despite the tightening knot of surprise and trepidation in her chest. She had not expected to encounter Fushi here. It had been quite some time since they last met, and the initial sight of him felt both familiar and foreign, leaving her momentarily uncertain if she recognized him correctly. Approximately 4 or 5 months prior, while browsing her phone, she had stumbled upon trending news about their disbandment. Each had returned to their vast family enterprises, occasionally releasing music, yet devoting more time to their corporate endeavors. The news of their separation had struck her as surprising, yet somehow anticipated, given the magnitude of their respective families. Such a dissolution was inevitable. As the sound of tires gradually faded into the distance, Tang Tian watched the 2 vehicles vanish at the end of the road. She reassured herself that there was no need to feel anxious. Fushi likely wouldn't remember her. It had merely been an ordinary encounter, though she professed indifference. The truth was that she spent the entire day ensconced in a state of nervousness, hesitant to venture outside for fear of another encounter with Fu Shi and his companions. As the day wore on, peace returned, and she did not catch sight of even a shadow of their vehicles again. Only then did she feel a sense of relief, concluding that they had likely departed. On the morning of the second day, the refrigerator was nearly bare, save for a few eggs. Tang Tian rode her bicycle to the market to procure some vegetables. After a 15-minute ride, she arrived at the marketplace, pushing her bicycle while contemplating her purchases. By the time she finished her shopping, it was already past 8 in the morning. As she began her return journey, she noticed a car parked ahead. The road was wide, and she slowed her pace, wary of the possibility that the vehicle might suddenly start moving. As she passed by the stationary car, her gaze was drawn to a strikingly handsome man standing near the barrier ahead. His tall stature and exceptional appearance captured immediate attention. He was on the phone, his eyes fixated on Tang Tian as she rode by, his enchanting gaze following her slender figure. Upon recognizing Fu Shi, she hastily averted her eyes and pedaled forward, her heart racing as she sensed his scrutinizing gaze. Upon her return to the small courtyard, she glanced back in the direction she had come from, her heartbeat quickening. Why hadn't he left yet? Distracted, she went to the kitchen to prepare a glass of cleansing vegetable juice, feeling an inexplicable anxiety from Fu Shi's lingering gaze. Logically, he shouldn't remember her. If he truly did, he would not have remained indifferent towards her for the past 8 months. 2 days passed, and Tang Tian remained on edge, fortunate that the vegetables she had purchased would last her several days, sparing her another trip to the market. One morning, the owner of the neighboring guest house came to seek her assistance. The owner appeared anxious, exclaiming, "My wife is about to give birth. Tang, could you please help us watch the store for a couple of days?" Over the past 8 months, Tang Tian had developed a good rapport with this couple, often lending a hand when they were overwhelmed. In light of the urgency, Tang Tian promptly urged, "First, take Sister Gao to the hospital. I will manage the guest house." The owner expressed his gratitude profusely as he handed her the keys. Tang Tian assisted in helping Sister Gao into the car. Despite her pain, Sister Gao shyly addressed Tang Tian, saying, "I'm sorry for the trouble, Tang. Please look after the guest house for these 2 days. You and the baby must be safe." Tang Tian squeezed her hand reassuringly and closed the car door. The owner immediately started the vehicle and sped off towards the hospital. As she watched the car disappear from view, Tang Tian stood still for a moment before returning to the courtyard to collect her phone and charger. After securing the door, she approached the guest house front desk, noticing that the recruitment sign had been knocked askew. She straightened it with a gentle touch. This place was difficult to staff, being remote and predominantly inhabited by the elderly. Bored, she rested her chin in her hand, gazing out at the lush trees and grass. Unaware that she had lived here for over 8 months, feeling a twinge of reluctance to leave. The sound of a welcome bell at the entrance jolted her back to reality. Chapter 95. "I remember you," she gazed over. And the man who entered through the door stood tall, his demeanor striking and handsome, with eyes like peach blossoms that were both righteous and mischievous, easily captivating one's heart and mind. Upon seeing him, Tang Tian tightly gripped the notebook on the table. Astonished that someone as wealthy and powerful as Fu Shi would choose to stay at a guest house. Fu Shi approached the front desk, observing Tang Tian who stood behind it. He inquired, "What is the most expensive room?" Having not heard his voice for quite some time, Tang Tian's thoughts momentarily drifted before she quickly replied, "The Mountain View room. 788 per night." Fu Shi stated, "Book it for a month." Just as Tang Tian was about to respond, she suddenly realized the implication of his words and looked up in shock. "A month? Are you certain? Staying for such a long time?" The scenery of Huo Mountain can be fully appreciated in about 2 days. Fu Shi promptly scanned the payment code. Indeed, Tang Tian watched as he effortlessly displayed the payment confirmation, indicating that the money had been transferred, and he casually placed his ID on the table for her registration. She was left bewildered, trembling fingers initiating the process. Throughout, Fu Shi scrutinized her, making it difficult for Tang Tian to remain composed. Suddenly, he remarked, "I remember you." Tang Tian's hand faltered as she handled the mouse, forcing herself to steady. Mr. Fu must find me familiar. I previously worked as a domestic servant at the Tianqinbei villa. Fu Shi chuckled lightly. You were quite bold back then, daring to do anything. Now, you seem like a startled rabbit. Hearing this, her anxious heart settled. It seemed he only remembered those simpler times. All her courage had been spent back then. Fu Shi regarded her with a gaze that was both playful and enigmatic, asking, Do you have a boyfriend? Under his penetrating gaze, Tang Tian nodded earnestly, Yes. My boyfriend has gone to work. Fu Shi merely smiled in silence, his eyes drifting over her trembling fingers, betraying her nervousness. She placed a rune card on the table. Sliding it toward him, The elevator is to your right. Fu Shi glanced at the card but showed no intention of heading upstairs immediately. Tang Tian felt exceedingly uncomfortable under his gaze. Although it was less intense than before, it still bore an unspoken meaning. Sensing her discomfort, Fu Shi took the rune card and leisurely stepped into the elevator. After a moment, she leaned to glance at the elevator, and his presence once again stirred her previously calm composure. Normally, someone of his stature would undoubtedly opt for a grand hotel within the scenic area. Yet he had chosen this humble guest house, booking a room for an entire month. Moreover, as Tang Tian looked outside, she saw his luxury car parked in the courtyard, and the friend who had accompanied him that morning was nowhere to be seen. It was no wonder she found the man who had asked for directions familiar. During a previous gathering at the villa, all the guests were affluent heirs and heiresses, and the man who had inquired about the way was among them. At noon, Fu Shi descended the stairs and caught sight of her lost in thought, her beautiful profile captivating enough to render him reluctant to look away. In the brief moments they had crossed paths, he had witnessed her in a daze twice. Was her phone truly that mundane? She seemed to sense his presence. Turning her head in this direction, her expression instantly transforming into one of panic, as if he were a ravenous wolf. Her reaction not only piqued his interest, but also ignited an instant infatuation within him, a consuming possessiveness that threatened to overwhelm him. For the first time, Fu Shi experienced such fervent impulses toward another, yet he felt no inclination to suppress them. Tang Tian met his gaze for a fleeting moment before hastily lowering her head, pretending not to have seen him. It was only after his figure departed from the guest house, followed by the sound of his car fading into the distance, that she realized the absurdity of maintaining her composure in the presence of a man who had once been so relentlessly close to her. The mere thought of it tightened her nerves. Fortunately, the guest house owner had sent her a message via Gao Jia's social media, indicating that his sister would come to assist the following day and that she would be of service for today. She promptly replied, urging the owner to take good care of Gao Jia. Throughout the past 8 months, the couple running the guest house had been exceedingly kind to her, always remembering to share their culinary delights. During her first month of residence, an ill-intentioned individual had attempted to approach her, but Gao Jia and her husband had swiftly chased him away in a fit of anger. The landlords were equally protective, frequently visiting the premises, and after hearing about the incident, they ensured that no one dared to go near her again within a mere fortnight. Before long, the sound of a car echoed again outside the courtyard. As Tang Tian prepared to boil some wontons, she assumed it was a new guest arriving. To her surprise, Fu Shi's tall, striking figure appeared at the door, casually and stylishly placing a takeout bag before her. I brought this back for you. Give it a try and see if it suits your taste, he said. Tang Tian immediately stood up, caught in a dilemma of whether to accept or decline, her indecision eliciting a chuckle from Fu Shi. He teased, Stop searching for treasure. There's no gold on the table. Finally, she spoke, still too timid to meet his gaze. Thank you for the lunch you brought back. With a smile gracing his lips, Fu Shi, perhaps mindful of her shyness and wishing to spare her discomfort, slowly made his way to the elevator and ascended to the upper floor. Chapter 96. Investigation. Tang Tian watched him ascend the stairs, her heart in disarray as she picked up the takeout bag and approached the nearby table. Upon opening it, she discovered it was filled entirely with her favorite dishes. She seldom encountered food she disliked, yet these particular flavors were her utmost preference. An indescribable feeling enveloped her. The distinguished man who had once fervently pursued her, with all memories associated with her erased, now stood before her, still recalling her culinary inclinations. Tang Tian was perplexed as to why she intended to reside here alone for an entire month. A part of her suspected he had come for her, yet it was evident he bore no recollection of their past entanglements. No matter from which angle she pondered, she could not fathom his true intentions. The evening glow painted the horizon, but as she gazed through the window at the enchanting scenery, her heart was not inclined to appreciate the beauty before her. Hearing footsteps, she turned to see she approaching the front desk. He almost instinctively uttered Tang Tian, but abruptly halted, surprise etched on his face. He clearly did not remember her name, so why had he suddenly called out to her? Tang Tian, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Mr. Fu, is there something you need?" She noticed his charming eyes narrowing slightly as he scrutinized her. "Is your name truly Tang Tian?" he inquired. She instinctively nodded, finding nothing amiss. "Yes, I am Tang Tian. What of it, Mr. Fu?" Observing her perfectly normal reaction, she felt an oddity within himself. Perhaps he had called her name before. "How was the lunch I brought back?" he asked. Tang Tian offered a polite smile. "It was all my favorite dishes. Thank you, Mr. Fu. She gazed at her smile, his eyes inexplicably drawn to her lips, before he took the car keys and exited the guest house. Inside the car, he did not start the engine immediately. The rosy glow of the sunset filtered through the window, casting a soft light on his striking profile, while the other half remained shrouded in shadow. "I need you to investigate a person for me. Her name is Tang Tian. She previously worked as a domestic servant at Tianjin Bay. There should be records of her there." Back in the guest house, Tang Tian observed she leave. After half an hour, she turned and entered the kitchen to prepare a bowl of instant wontons. Just as she placed the wontons on the table and took a sip of the broth, she heard a noise at the door. She pushed the door open and found her eating. He approached, placing the takeout dinner on the table beside her, and then sat down opposite Tang Tian. She felt exceedingly uncomfortable under his gaze, especially while eating. Thus, she raised her eyes, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she asked, "Mr. Fu, did you go to get dinner?" Fu's eyes shifted from her lips. He cleared his throat and replied with a soft She glanced at the takeout bag he had set down, about to suggest there was another table, when she reached out and moved her wontons in front of him. He then replaced the bag with her bowl of wontons, placing it before her. "Perfect timing. I shall sample your culinary skills," he declared, and without hesitation. He picked up the spoon she had just used and began to leisurely enjoy the wontons. Tang Tian was taken aback. She raised her hand, wanting to intervene, but it was too late. He had already begun eating. "Mr. Fu." She found herself at a loss for words. Fu undicesimo softly remarked, "If you don't eat soon, your takeout dinner will grow cold." Tang Tian hesitantly opened the takeout bag and began to eat. Despite having seen her sip the soup twice, he wondered why she was. When she finally looked up again, she had finished the entire bowl of wontons, his gaze fixed intently on her lips. As her eyes met his enchanting peach blossom gaze, she sensed an obscure and brooding intensity. Hurriedly, Tang Tian lowered her head and continued her meal. Fortunately, it wasn't long before he rose and ascended the stairs. If she couldn't grasp the situation, she would surely drive herself to folly. From the earlier dining experience, it seemed she had, perhaps rekindled his interest in her. Realizing this, Tang Tian felt a haze enveloping her thoughts. How could she, whose memory was muddled by the narrative and had seemingly forgotten her, suddenly take an interest? A headache began to throb. What was she to do? Regardless, tomorrow, upon returning to the courtyard, as long as she remained reclusive, she would find it challenging to encounter her, and his burgeoning curiosity would likely diminish. Around 10 o'clock that evening, Tang Tian used the guest house phone to call each of the travelers, confirming that they would not be going out. She secured the guest house door downstairs and retreated to her small courtyard to sleep. The following morning, having grown accustomed to rising early, she unlocked the guest house. As she opened the door, the owner's younger sister rode in on an electric scooter. The girl, an exquisite young lady, spotted Tang Tian and greeted her cheerfully. "Sister Tian." Just as Tang Tian was about to put the lock away, she turned to respond to the call. As Lin Liqiao dismounted from her scooter, she noticed Fu's luxury car and stared in astonishment. "I can't be mistaken, can I? This car, Sister Tian, is it a guest's?" Tang Tian glanced at Fu's vehicle and nodded. A distinguished guest has reserved a mountain view room for a month. Lin Liqiao was taken aback that her brother's quaint guest house could host such an affluent patron. She eagerly circled the luxury car. Tang Tian placed the key at the front desk. I'll be heading back now. If you need my assistance, you can call the front desk or find me next door. Lin Liqiao, captivated by the opulent vehicle, nonchalantly replied, All right, thank you for your hard work, Sister Tian. Tang Tian chuckled at her fascination, shaking her head in amusement. After departing the guest house, she returned to her small courtyard, began watering the flowers, and upon finishing, instinctively rubbed her waist with her left hand. As she approached the wall to inspect the flower stems, she lifted her gaze to see a figure standing outside. Fu undicesimo, with his hands tucked in his pockets, had been watching her with a smile in his enchanting peach blossom eyes for an unknown duration. Startled by his sudden presence, Tang Tian nearly gasped. Mister Fu. She heard his languid voice respond, Good morning. Chapter 97. You can have it. Tang Tian tightened her grip on the watering can's handle and politely replied, Good morning. She glanced around, inquiring, Did you plant all the flowers in the yard? She nodded. Seeing them brightens my mood, so I can't help but plant more. Lowering her gaze to admire the blossoms, she found herself unable to resist purchasing flowers whenever she spotted them at the market. He observed her and remarked, You've taken good care of them. Tang Tian, hesitant to meet his gaze, feared that his next words might invite him into the yard for a closer look. Fu Shi, unabashed, stated his intentions directly. I fell for you at first sight. Grant me the opportunity to pursue you. The watering can slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground as Tang Tian hurriedly picked it up, turning her back to him to mask her inner turmoil. I have a boyfriend, she stammered. Fu Shi's tone softened. You do not have a boyfriend. Tang Tian asserted firmly. Ikido. Her declaration was resolute. In her flustered haste, she heard a man chuckle from beyond the wall, which only heightened her anxiety. What was he laughing at? She wondered. Tang Tian, I've looked into you. You have no boyfriend. However, she hadn't anticipated his swift investigation. He likely wouldn't uncover her past. After a brief pause with no response, she couldn't help but inquire. However, what? His voice took on a teasing quality. You can have one now. Tang Tian understood his implication all too well and quickly declined. I'm not looking for a boyfriend at the moment. Fu Shi remained calm and unhurried, yet he offered her no chance to refuse. I will pursue you until you wish to be in a relationship. Realizing her words fell on deaf ears, she recognized that his tenacity would not easily wane. With the watering can in hand, Tang Tian hastily retreated indoors, shutting the door behind her to cut off his gaze and conversation. Though his memories had been erased, his infatuation with her remained intact. Unlike Xinyamli and Wen Xiaoan, Fu Shi's behavior was intriguing. It was no wonder that during their previous encounter, his gaze had been reminiscent of something from the past. At that moment, Fu Shi called out from outside, Finish watering the remaining flowers, and I will take my leave. Tang Tian cracked open the door slightly, her voice stiff. I've already watered the flowers. Fu Shi observed her awkward attempt to open the door, and, after speaking, she quickly shut it again. He couldn't help but chuckle. She was truly endearing. From that day forth, Tang Tian avoided him. Even the slightest noise sent her scurrying back inside. Several days passed without another encounter with Fu Shi. One noon, Tang Tian busied herself in the kitchen with the dwindling ingredients. Realizing the refrigerator was nearly empty, she needed to buy groceries tomorrow. Procrastination was no longer an option. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. She hesitated to answer immediately and peered out the window, spotting Lin Liqiao, the innkeeper's sister, standing outside. Only then did Tang Tian open the gate and ask, What brings you here? Lin Liqiao tugged at her hand. Is it the man who reserved the mountain view room, that lovely singer from before? Tang Tian hesitated before nodding. Yes, it is. Lin Liqiao continued. I saw him chatting with you the other day, and I've noticed he keeps coming your way. As they conversed, Lin Liqiao stole glances at Tang Tian several times, and it was no wonder that such a distinguished man would be captivated. It was indeed rare to find someone as beautiful, graceful, and pure as her. Tang Tian felt a wave of embarrassment and was at a loss for words, opening her mouth but ultimately saying nothing. Lin Liqiao remarked that she had entertained thoughts of pursuing him before realizing he was a celebrity. Upon hearing this, Tang Tian felt even more flustered. Relieved that Lin Liqiao merely entertained the thought without taking it seriously, nor did she perceive Tang Tian as a rival. Lin Liqiao quietly urged her, Sister Tian, seize the opportunity. He's a remarkable man. I specifically checked, and he has never been in a relationship. Perhaps he is still a virgin. Tang Tian's cheeks flushed crimson, hastily stopping her from continuing. Liqiao, you're still young. Such talk is inappropriate. Lin Liqiao brushed it off. I'm already 21. Hardly a child. You need to take a chance. He is so handsome and wealthy, and now he is semi-retired from the entertainment industry. I suspect he might still be waiting for his first kiss. The more Lin Liqiao thought about it, the more excited she became, covering her mouth and giggling as if she were privy to earth-shattering gossip. Tang Tian's mind wandered back to that passionate kiss he had given her. She quickly dismissed the thought. I will consider this matter carefully. You should head back now, she said. Lin Liqiao nodded, reminding her before leaving. You must tell me if you have good news. It's a blessing that you can enjoy the company of such a quality and refined man. Tang Tian continued to avoid Fu Shi, remaining unmoved by Lin Liqiao's encouragement. Early the next morning, she rode her bicycle to the market. Upon arriving at the inn, she was surprised to find Fu Shi cycling alongside her. He greeted her lazily, good morning. Tang Tian remained silent, hoping he would take the hint and retreat. However, no matter how fast she pedaled, she could not outpace him. Perhaps it was because his bicycle was more expensive, making it easier for him. While she struggled to keep up, for the sake of safety, she had no choice but to slow down. The morning sun was already glaring, and they seemed to synchronize their speeds. She sped up, and he followed suit. She slowed down, and he did the same. Tang Tian finally stopped in a shaded area, glaring at Fu Shi in exasperation. Rather than being upset, he smiled charmingly and asked lazily, Still avoiding me? Frustrated, she decided to ride away, ignoring him. Upon entering the market, she was taken aback by Fu Shi's audacity, which was as impenetrable as a fortress. As she placed an item into her bicycle basket and approached the vendor to pay, Fu Shi preemptively handed over the money. The vendor's wife smiled, commenting, Your boyfriend is quite handsome. You two make a perfect match. Fu Shi, with an irresistible smile on his handsome face, said, I've tried all these vegetables. Tang Tian swiftly covered his mouth, fully aware of his character and the implications of his words. I'm sorry, he meant that he has tasted all these vegetables. Once Fu Shi was pulled away from the stall, she finally released her grip from his arm. Fu, see, she warned him in a low voice.